In a world where noble blood and innate talent dictate everything, can the extraordinary efforts of a commoner truly defy fate? Leon, a student who pushes himself to utter exhaustion every single day, only to face constant contempt and defeat at the hands of Lien, the genius favored by destiny. Just as tears of despair fall and he seems forced to accept his grim reality, the legendary holy sword suddenly descends. Rejecting royal prophecies and noble bloodlines, it chooses Leon, the only one possessing the unyielding willpower and burning desire to shatter the world's injustice. From an unknown academy dropout, Leon embarks on a breathtaking monster-slaying journey, raiding dark cult lairs, confronting a ruthless vampire lord, challenging an S-rank ancient dragon, and facing the catastrophic awakening of the Dark Pharaoh. Welcome back to Hali Recap. Right now, join me as we dive into this visually stunning transformation and witness how a commoner rises to become a true hero. In the deep valley, a dazzling light suddenly burst from the black smoke and a sword emerged, radiating powerful spiritual energy. Leon fell backward, gritting his teeth. He stared in terror at the force being unleashed, as a voice from the sword called his name, as if it had known him all along. "Leon, I ask you." "You?" Leon stared intently at the sword. It continued. "Do you believe you are a worthy person?" Leon's gaze froze instantly, filled with surprise. He closed his eyes as if sensing the sword's presence. Then, opening his eyes, Leon bravely met the sword's gaze as if ready to face anything. For someone who always called fate absurd, Leon slowly reached his hand forward. Chances must be given fairly. Leon grasped the sword, gritting his teeth, struggling to bear its power. The sword asked Leon again, "Right, Leon?" His gaze grew more resolute, determined to conquer everything. This world, this training academy, shone even brighter under the sunny, cool blue sky. Inside the academy, students were engaged in a sword duel. Leon swung his sword to block but failed to stop Leon's attack as Leon's blade swept across his waist. Absolutely absurd. Leon delivered the final blow, and Leon's sword flew out of his hand. He gritted his teeth, stunned, as if he hadn't yet processed what happened. The wooden sword scraped a mark on the ground. As the sword fell, Leon plopped down onto the ground, gritting his teeth. Both angry and in pain, he gripped his wrist. "Damn, that hit hard. Or do you mean you could beat me without going all out?" "Of course not." Leon looked at him and replied with a smile, "In this academy no one dares to defy me except you." Leon flew into a rage and shouted, "Just because you strut around with that thing all day, go ahead and be mad." Leon still swung his sword lightly and cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. "I did go easy on you, but you've improved a lot." Those words stung like needles. Leon grinned, his face dark with anger and frustration. He picked up the wooden sword from the ground. "What I hate most is your condescending attitude." He borrowed momentum from above and slashed at Leon. Furious, Leon launched a relentless assault on Leon. But Leon still leaped back effortlessly, dodging Leon's attacks, creating a stark contrast between the two on the field. The onlookers kept marveling at how amazing Leon was. Leon couldn't even touch him. "Look at that. But hasn't he held on for quite a while? If it were anyone else, they'd have been down in one move," the crowd outside kept chattering. "Maybe it's because you two have the same name pronunciation." Leon gritted his teeth, focusing on every strike. Though Leon looked more handsome with his delicate features and gentle smile adding to his charm, their names did sound the same. The wooden sword spun a few times and flew into the blue sky. He lost again. Leon walked to a corner exhausted and slumped down with his head lowered. He jerked his head up, sweat flying, his face full of pain. 3 years. It had been 3 years since Leon arrived. He gritted his teeth. "No matter how hard I try, I can't surpass him. Sure, our names sound the same, but he and I are completely different." Leon wore a white coat, his shoulder-length blonde hair slightly drooping like a shy girl. In contrast, he wore a uniform but exuded a cool, captivating aura. His appearance and personality were textbook standards for a fairy tale protagonist. The more Leon thought about it, the angrier he got, clenching his teeth. "There's no way he's a commoner. Why doesn't he go to the noble class instead of the commoner class? Is it fun getting in my way?" As soon as he said that, Leon appeared out of nowhere. He reached out to Leon, greeting him with a warm smile. "Are you okay?" Leon smiled awkwardly and reached out to take his hand. If that guy were a jerk, Leon lowered his head slightly and sighed. Embarrassed, Leon lowered his head and slowly reached out to grasp Leon's hand. Suddenly, a girl called his name, her hair gently swaying in the wind. Someone was calling him. Leon froze, extremely awkward. The girl stopped. Leon stood up, shook off Leon's hand and turned to leave, leaving Leon stunned and confused. As he walked away, the girl immediately shouted, "Wait, Leon." Chloe looked displeased. She put her hands on her hips and said, "I heard everything. You sparred with Leon again? You didn't win, so why keep challenging him?" Leon remained silent, his eyes downcast, lost in thought. Sensing the tension, Leon quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Then Chloe's eyes suddenly widened in alarm as if she saw something. She ran over, picked up Leon's bleeding finger and said worriedly, "Leon, your hand is bleeding. Let me treat it. Don't move." This gesture inadvertently made him blush and feel flustered. Leon pulled his hand back, scowling, and shouted, "I'm fine." Chloe tried to continue. "Let me handle the wound first." Before she could finish, Leon turned and yelled, "I said it's none of your business, leave me alone." Chloe stared blankly at his retreating figure. Lien stood behind, watching the whole exchange between them, and silence filled the space. The setting sun cast a gloom over the campus, night enveloped the entire school, and Leon kept practicing with a large wooden stake as a dummy. Gritting his teeth, he swung the next strike with force while enduring his inner resentment. If I had blonde hair, if I had a supportive family, if I could be as skilled as that person. He sheathed his sword and changed his stance, his face dark as he sank into thought. If I had noble blood, would everything be different? The sword flew out, slashing across the stake, and he stood frozen, holding the broken blade while the other half landed behind the stake. Clutching the broken sword, he lamented sadly, "In the end, all I have is hard work, but in this absurd world, effort alone isn't enough." Leon looked toward the academy, remembering that today was Leon's birthday. In that academy, many noble ladies gathered around Lien and Chloe. They followed Chloe, cheerfully raising their glasses. "They'll surely throw a grand banquet for the glory of the Royal Academy, right?" Leon coldly tossed away the broken sword. He lay under a tree, trying to create a bit of atmosphere for himself. "Should I keep pushing myself tomorrow?" He looked at the sky. "I've already wasted 3 years of my life here. Taking one day off shouldn't matter." Feeling his own words were wrong, he immediately stopped, covered his ears, and turned on his side, tears welling up in helplessness and confusion. "Why should I give up? If everything is predetermined from the start, then what's the point of effort?" He sat up abruptly and shouted loudly, "God!" He opened his mouth wide and screamed with all his might, as if wanting someone in the sky to hear clearly. "What is the meaning of effort? What is the meaning of my life?" He fell silent, continuing to gaze at the sky, waiting for an answer. Then Leon scratched his head in confusion. How could God possibly answer me? He amused himself for a while before sinking back into his sorrow. Suddenly, the moon in the sky came crashing down like a ball toward Leon, making him flinch. Someone asked Lien about Leon, and he replied with a hint of sadness, "No, I haven't seen him." Chloe lowered her head and turned away, saying angrily, "He's not in the dorm either, so I thought he might come to the banquet." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she muttered to herself in a reasoning tone, "Where could he be?" Seeing Chloe only concerned about Leon, Lien forced a smile, trying to draw her attention back. "Chloe, you're with me right now." In the end, he could only reach out to follow her retreating figure. "I'll go find him." A person suddenly appeared behind Lien, smiling and teasing. "Oh, looks like His Highness has been rejected." Without turning to look, Lien warned with his eyes, "Don't call me that, even if it's just the two of us. Sir, do. If someone hears, my hidden identity will be wasted. Besides, I don't deserve that title," he encouraged. "Your Highness, after this training, your noble blood will shine even brighter." Then he raised his glass. "Happy 17th birthday, Your Highness, the flag of the G Empire. In another year, the prophecy will descend upon the royal family. On the day the great Rai Empire's royal family member comes of age, a person wielding a majestic sword with a cape fluttering in the wind, accompanied by a powerful spirit beast, the current emperor's life. He has always been worried, fearing the prophecy might end and the people will witness the birth of the past holy king." Rodrilan held his wine glass, his gaze unsteady, deep and sorrowful. He said wearily, "You mean the unparalleled hero Rodri from 300 years ago? You flatter me too much." Behind him, Sir Rupert chuckled, not taking his words too seriously. Lost in thought, Lien said, "We'll know next year." But by then, Chloe, with her special talent, had already completed the 4th-level magic course. Chloe was anxiously searching for Leon throughout the banquet. "And Leon, you possess extraordinary mental strength and hard work. Leon is training diligently. I want them to be my people." Sir Rupert remained silent, bringing the wineglass to his lips and taking a sip. Prophecy. "On the day the sun-named lion comes of age, the scene of Leon being knocked to the ground by the sword's terrifying power. The sword that slays demons will descend upon the world, its blade becoming clearer through layers of mist, radiating immense power with a cold gleam at the hilt. A sword fell from the sky, plunging straight into the ground, creating a large crater. Leon fell back in shock, his hands bracing on the edge of the pit. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth in pain as a sword descended from the sky. A powerful divine aura emanated from around the blade. Awakening. A voice sounded, and Leon's face turned pale, frozen in fear. He shook uncontrollably and shouted, "Who's there?" A voice from the sword answered his question. "Am I not right in front of you?" He looked at it with dazed, incredulous eyes. This situation was too baffling. And this sword as dazzling as the sun. Leon stared directly at the sword, which radiated a brilliant rainbow light, and it had just spoken human words. Could it be? He raised his voice, astonished. "The holy sword, this finely crafted, sleek-lined blade. It provided him with precise information. "That's right, and you summoned me, Leon." Upon hearing this, he jumped up, pointing at himself, and shouted back in disbelief. As the sword spoke, 3 images appeared in succession. "Because you always think this world is unfair." El chuckled lightly. "Where are you going?" Many people gathered around, looking at him with envious eyes. Those who had everything gained even more. Lien was the center, and everyone always focused on him. In contrast, Leon always trained alone in silence. And those who had nothing lost everything. But chances must be given fairly. Leon's expression turned serious as he listened intently. In the image, Lien stood before Loi, looking at her tenderly. While she turned her head slightly, her gaze distant as if searching for someone. "Those who never try have no right to complain about life's absurdity." Leon's face was extremely grave. "Only those who have fiercely burned through their own lives deserve to do so." The holy sword, majestic and imposing, asked word by word, "You, Leon, have you ever questioned fate with absurdity? Do you believe you are a worthy person?" Leon's face, illuminated by the alternating light and shadow behind the holy sword, and his fierce eyes looked even more stern. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and answered firmly and powerfully, "Yes." He placed his hand over his heart and shouted out his determined will. "I am worthy." As if waiting for these long-anticipated words, it immediately guided. "Then take hold of me, and I'll give you the chance to prove your words." Leon immediately slid down the crater wall and walked toward the holy sword. "I know very well what it means to grasp the hilt of the holy sword, but maybe I can replace everything with this sword." Leon lowered his head slightly, his hair shading his eyes, thoughts surging, while various images were evoked, remembering when Lien reached out to help him, remembering turning away, leaving Lien and Chloe standing behind watching him, remembering how he tirelessly practiced swordsmanship, how much effort he had put in. "Reality has been too unfair to me, but even so I haven't missed a single day of training." His feet struggled to steady themselves, not letting him slide further, and the holy sword was slightly surprised. Leon looked directly at the sword with an extremely determined gaze and bluntly spoke his mind. "This isn't fair." Leon stood before the holy sword, surrounded by smoke stirred up by its power. He clenched his hands, voicing his resolve. "Until now, no matter how hard I've tried, all I've gotten is contempt. I have done everything I could to destroy the unfair reality I couldn't accept." He coldly put his hands in his pockets and stepped closer. "I don't want the choices I've made and the efforts I've put in to turn into worthless garbage," the holy sword asked again. "Then why do you stand before me?" He reached out, grasped firmly, and answered resoundingly, "You asked if I'm worthy, right? I want to prove my choices and efforts." Leon's eyes softened slightly, and he smiled. "Chances must be given fairly." The holy sword listened to every word he said. "That's enough talk." Without a moment's hesitation, Leon turned and waved goodbye. Then, "Goodbye." It was somewhat surprised by his sudden shift, then praised loudly, "Good." A dazzling light burst forth, forcing Leon to turn his head. Leon looked back, and the holy sword radiated terrifying power, making him lean back. "You've proven your integrity, hero. Now draw the sword." He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, squinting tightly because of the brightness. Leon muttered in a daze, "Wait, hero, do you mean you're chosen by the prophecy?" The holy sword seemed to understand his meaning and explained, "There's no prophecy, this is just my will." The holy sword emitted an extremely powerful divine aura. "Your strong will, which won't yield to noble blood or even absurd fate, the determination you've shown, not greed for wealth or fame." Leon gritted his teeth in fear, listening to words that seemed unbelievable. You meet all the conditions worthy of being a hero. Draw the sword." His gaze at the sword turned sharp and cold. "This is your right and a chance given fairly." Leon opened his mouth and shouted, gathering his strength, his hand gripping the hilt. His hand slowly pulled the sword from the ground. "My name is Alice." At that moment it was as if the two became one. Leon's eyes carried the spirit of Alice. "I am the incarnation of the Holy King Rodrigo Candias Elvina, the sword that leads this era." He held Alice, raising it before him, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Alice proclaimed resoundingly, "Master Leon, join me in eradicating evil." "Alice," Rodrigo Candias Elvina retorted. "What? You called me a sword and an ordinary person? Things just got interesting. You ask why I broke the prophecy," he replied with a hint of annoyance and disdain, speaking calmly. "The name Leon also means lion. Just because a prophecy circulates within the Sea royal family doesn't mean it has to be tied to a royal member, does it? The remaining Leons don't meet my standards. Rodrigo Candias Elvina was already dismissed long ago. He has both talent and destiny but lacks will. He hasn't yet blossomed." He suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled gleefully. "Judging by how little you've complained, I'm guessing you like Leon too, right? Breaking away from the existing norm is very rare." He regained his seriousness and said with a contemplative, determined look, "That's right, don't worry. If I use my legacy, he'll be even better than the heroes before him. It's time for those bastards to pay their debts." He swept his sharp gaze around. "So watch well from heaven, isn't that your job?" Leon's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Leon was extremely dejected, looking overwhelmed. Damn, is this a dream? He sat up abruptly, drool at the corner of his mouth, and turned his head to the right in frustration, suddenly seeing something. Leon broke out in a cold sweat, seeing the holy sword standing upright against the wall. Afraid he was still in that world and unable to believe his eyes, he quickly rubbed his face with both hands to wake himself up. Last night's voice rang out again. Let me say it once more. I am the opportunity you've been given. Leon lowered his hands to look at Ellet, but still seemed not to understand. This time, Ellet reminded him. But don't think that having me will make you strong immediately. You must overcome challenges far harder than the opportunity I've given you. The spirit emerged from the sword, conveying with a displeased expression, "You have a great destiny." It frowned and continued, "You will have to live a cruel or miserable life. You may sacrifice the woman you love or the friend you trust." Hearing these words, Leon's sweat kept flowing. The image of Leon and Chloe standing together shattered like a broken glass picture frame. "You chose this thorny path out of your desire to live an extraordinary life." Leon answered calmly and solemnly, "Not a thorny path." He smiled and continued, "It's an opportunity." Ellet stared straight at him, as if finding the right person, closed its eyes and praised, "Good, then prepare immediately for the training ground." Leon's heart pounded with fear as he flinched slightly. Ellet switched to harsh mode and commanded gruffly, "Let me see you swing your sword. I must determine your current level before I can begin teaching." A test. Those 4 words seemed to seal Leon, plunging him into deathly silence. Looking at the sky that hadn't fully brightened yet, Ellet spoke, "It's still dark." It gazed into the distance. "Hasn't the sun come out yet?" Then it turned to look at the trembling Leon, full of impatience. "Why are you so nervous this early in the morning? Even though it's dawn, we're still on campus, and you're too conspicuous. I don't know how to explain it. If I bump into someone," Ellet looked at Leon with a helpless expression. It crossed its arms and showed a sympathetic look. "This must still make it hard for you to train at this level. But don't worry, I have a way." He looked at it with confusion and anticipation. Suddenly, the sword flew up, emitting a dazzling light. He watched the sword nervously. Leon pursed his lips, watching the back of his hand absorbing the sword. Soon he raised his hand to observe the mark left by the sword. Ellet explained calmly, "Your hand is like a sheath. You can draw the sword at any time. Since no one else can see my body except you, I can train you anytime, anywhere." Leon looked at Ellet in surprise. "Even when I'm asleep? I can stay awake and sleep with you. But we can't do anything while you're asleep." Leon chuckled after hearing that. "I guess you could do something like keep watch." Ellet replied angrily, "That's slander." It pointed at his face and shouted, "Enough nonsense. As I said before, show me your skills." Leon gripped the wooden sword handle at his waist. "You'll definitely be disappointed." "I won't be disappointed." He suddenly froze at the answer. Ellet continued in a proud tone, "Leon, you've done exceptionally well in your current environment. What master would blame a disciple for things they haven't learned?" Hearing himself praised, he smiled, his hand gripping the sword firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Leon slowly raised the sword above his head. At this moment he swung like a strong newcomer. Not only that, but he also slashed diagonally, bringing a sharp cold wind. Leon's eyes were cold and composed as he made a horizontal cut. His face seemed to light up. "What's going on? Something feels different. I've done these moves hundreds of times before." But he continued slashing, joy spreading across his face. Power was flowing into his hands simply because he had gained someone's trust. Ellet suddenly ordered him to stop. Leon obeyed, his eyes showing tension. He quickly turned to look at Ellet and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" I hadn't finished speaking when it reminded me. "Your sword can't handle that level." "What?" As soon as he spoke, the wooden sword in his hand began to shatter. Leon panicked and quickly threw the wooden sword away. Ellet's voice came with reproach, "You used it without even noticing. Repeating basic practice will be useful when you master it, but I didn't expect this ability from a non-aura user." Leon still asked in confusion, "What just happened?" "You don't need to know now. If you rely on it without reason, your skills won't improve. I'll teach you when you're mature." Leon looked at the sword dejectedly. There's no way he could use it. "Now that you've honed the basics to perfection, I think it's time to teach you the method of body movement." He asked blankly, "Isn't the method of body movement swordsmanship?" Ellet frowned in displeasure. "Do you think you can swing a wooden stick with empty hands?" It began to analyze. "You know, body movement is the foundation of martial arts. It's similar to physical strength." Ellet ordered him to run to test his stamina. "Run until I say stop. Sometimes you might have to run while doing handstands or on one foot." Hearing this, Leon's face turned pale. "I'm confident in my running ability, but I've never run on one foot or done handstands on the training ground." Though he didn't know why, he did as told, sweating and crying. If this could make him stronger. Leon ran on the training ground until the sun rose overhead. Rodrigo Candias Elvina couldn't help but praise him. "What a magnificent scene. It deserves to be painted. I've heard there's an Eastern saying, 'Great talents mature late.'" Leon is like a perfect vessel, enough to fill that empty container. Rodrigo closed his eyes, looking pleased. Even if he only inherited a fraction of the ancient hero's swordsmanship and experience, he could at least become a sword saint. However, how could I let my successor stop at the saint level after 300 years? Just watch, he'll be able to kill a dragon easily. I don't know how strong the demon king of this era is, but I guess half my power should be enough. He pointed at the screen cheerfully. Hey, why are you so surprised? I've already decided, so watch closely. For Leon it probably felt like the gates of hell were opening. In class, Leon dozed off in exhaustion. Elliot frowned and called his name. He was startled and looked at it fearfully. I'm listening, I'm not completely asleep. The teacher at the podium was still lecturing. Leon, looking haggard, trembled as he took notes. It drained his stamina so he could focus on the lesson, but his energy had already been too depleted by Elliot's tests. Leon absent-mindedly drew a line in his notebook, but besides this class he hadn't forgotten Elliot's lesson. That was key. Seeing him distracted, it had to speak. I've found where to start teaching you. Leon, by your standards, what do you think you're missing? He hesitated and said swordsmanship, or aura, sword energy, I guess. It said eyes, your eyes. Eyes, there's a saying from the East, eyes, steps, courage, strength, just like that proverb. Observation is the most important skill, then footwork, then courage. Strength comes last. It cheerfully flexed its muscular arm, but of course that doesn't mean strength isn't important. It just means the other three are much more important. There are some parts one don't quite agree with, but eyes are the most important. Leon pondered. Eyes, I've never heard of training eyes. Isn't it just moving your eyes to improve vision? Thinking this, he started looking around, startling the female classmate next to him. Leon, from now on, you're going to learn how to see. I'll make you realize how useless your eyes have been so far. Leon pursed his lips and looked at it blankly. Sunlight spilled across the campus, standing out in the classroom surrounded by mountains. Everyone was listening attentively. Leon, however, looked at Elliot with doubtful eyes. The way of seeing. Elliot calmly ordered, look ahead. He immediately obeyed, staring at the teacher standing in front of the blackboard, and tried to remember everything he saw in 10 seconds. Leon opened his eyes wide, highly focused. He observed the color of the blackboard, the color of the eyes and hair. The wooden stick the teacher held, even the white hair and beard he didn't miss. Elliot's voice continued, 10 seconds over. Now close your eyes and follow along. As soon as he closed his eyes, Elliot asked a question that made him freeze. How many straight lines are on the blackboard? Wait, you told me to look at the teacher. I just told you to focus your attention. I didn't tell you to look at that person. Leon wrinkled his face, trying hard to remember. Well, I only looked at the teacher, so I don't remember how many straight lines are on the blackboard. You don't remember, do you? The blackboard should have been in your field of vision, but you can't remember anything except the teacher. Elliot looked at Leon's gloomy face and questioned. You focused for a few seconds, but why can't you remember anything on the blackboard? Leon answered listlessly. I don't know, Elliot explained smugly. It's simple. Because you only saw what you wanted to see. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. The eyes are an organ that wastes more information than you think. I'm not sure if it's because you want to filter out unnecessary information, but few people make full use of their vision. While listening to Elliot's explanation, he started practicing again. Focus all your vision. You must remember everything your eyes see. Relax your eyes and master the method of seeing a wider area. From now on, you must be able to do this at any time, not just within 10 seconds. Leon was so tense that the blood vessels in his eyes showed. I can't say what I want to say, but I never thought the Holy Sword's lessons would be easy. I can't show weakness. Elliot continued, this time look at the blank space above the blackboard and do it for 10 seconds like before. Okay, Leon, sitting in front, curiously looked back. He suddenly froze because he saw Leon in the classroom too. The sun began to set. Leon trembled all over, looking haggard as he walked down the school corridor, scaring passers-by. He screamed in his mind, my eyes, and my head feel like they're going to explode. Elliot laughed smugly. Good, promising. Your eyes are sore because they're dry or because you've been staring too long. But the headache is another matter. Leon glanced at it irritably. Because you've unlocked a trait you've never used before, it will hurt at first, but it will get better. It's no different from muscle soreness, Leon asked while rubbing his eyes. So you mean it's like muscle soreness? Pretty much, but there are some differences. Since the brain has no real pain receptors, just think of it that way. But instead of worrying about that, practice more. He cheered happily. Nice. 2 passing female students looked at him warily. Elliot continued with observation questions. How many candles are on the candlestick hanging on the corridor wall? 2 or 3, idiot. The male student who just walked past you, was he wearing glasses? Yes, even a tie. Leon hesitated. Go outside. It continued asking. From where you are, is the light in the 12th room from the left on or off? On. What about the room above it? Leon, sweating profusely, stammered. Number in the school dormitory. Shouts were heard from his room's doorway. Leon lay on the bed, covering his eyes tightly with both hands and yelling. My eyes, Elliot praised after seeing this. You did quite well on your first day. You deserve extra points for not asking for a break midway or saying you wanted to give up all day. Leon asked it in confusion. If I had asked, would you have let me rest? No. He was exhausted. He put his hand on his forehead. How long had it been since he was pushed to this limit? It had been a long time since his mind felt this tired. Elliot began to explain. Being familiar with something also means becoming dull. If you use the same training method, you'll only level up to a certain limit. Using the same method has its advantages, but the biggest problem is that the body will find an easier way to cope. Find an easier way? It means the body gets used to a training method, so you need to constantly change it. Leon understood something and immediately said, like running on one foot or doing handstands around the gym. Is that the reason? Exactly. Its eyes looked seriously at Leon. I need to know which parts are unfamiliar to you. He continued listening to the advice. Depending on how people train and live, their bones, muscles, and nervous systems develop in different directions. A fisherman's balance, a hunter's sense of direction, and a nomad's exceptional vision are all for the same reason, Leon pondered. I see. The foundation of training is to consolidate your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses. Elliot had already analyzed this before. It mentioned that during his training his strength was endurance, developed through extensive practice, while his basic swordsmanship came from his mental strength and fundamental moves. His weakness was a rigid posture due to only practicing basic moves. In other words, he lacked physical and mental flexibility. After hearing Elliot's explanation, he suddenly sat up. Flexibility. What about swordsmanship or aura? It just crossed its arms and sighed. Swordsmanship is just a method of using the sword. If you can flexibly apply basic moves according to the situation. This is swordsmanship. It easily counters laughter. Of course, swordsmanship also holds immense power. Hearing this, Leon grew excited. Suddenly, Elliot gritted her teeth and leaned in to warn him. But who would teach such a fantasy just because of a loyal promise? Leon looked away, feeling a pang of guilt, which made sense. He continued in a gloomy tone. As for the aura, there's nothing to say. Didn't that guy named Leon beat you with it? Besides, someone like you has no foundation at all. Suddenly learning to use aura, many people won't believe you can handle it. So I'll teach you about aura after you leave the academy. For now, focus on learning the observation method. He silently thought about Leon. Aren't you eager to beat that guy? Suddenly, he shouted, clenched his fist, and made the mark glow. All right, I'm motivated to keep learning. Elliot sighed helplessly. No, that's not enough, is it? Didn't I tell you? When you practice the same method repeatedly, your body gradually seeks easier ways. Though you focused on observing a wider area today. If you keep practicing like this, you'll definitely get bored. With that, it showed a sinister smile. This smile made Leon's face darken and cold sweat drip. I have a bad feeling, he stammered. What are you going to do? Simple. Make your body afraid to seek easier ways. It stared at him, grinning maliciously. Starting tomorrow, every time you answer wrong, I'll punish you. Leon's face turned pale at the word punishment. Elliot looked at Leon, smirking slyly. I didn't bother you for no reason. There's something very useful called conditioned reflex. Conditioned reflex is learned behavior, avoiding the hard and taking the easy. Even if your stamina is useful besides willpower, you need someone by your side. Leon stammered, but then lowered his head with a twisted smile. No, Elcut is right. It's impossible to get everything overnight, and if I'm going to be punished anyway, I might as well resolve myself to experience it. His whole body blazed with passionate fire. I'll also develop recovery abilities accordingly. Elliot asked curiously, so do you want to do it? No, he gave a thumbs up in affirmation. No problem, I'll see it through. A moment later, his entire body was enveloped in lightning. He screamed in agony. It looked at him, charred black on the bed, and sneered, only 5 seconds? Oh, it's just the first time. So it's normal you can't fully control it. I'll go easier next time. Elliot flashed a triumphant smile. But if you make mistakes during attempts, I'll increase the intensity. Just do it right, all right? Tomorrow we'll both give it our all. Hearing this, Leon trembled with rage and grabbed the bedsheet. You damn sword demon. As soon as the sun rose, he started practicing running. In class, he stared at the teacher so intently it made him break out in cold sweat. At night, he built muscle in his room through handstands and one-arm push-ups. Standing in front of Ellis and Leon's house, he watched a few pigeons perched on the roof. Which one flies first? The 6th. How many pigeons are on that open window? That's not a pigeon. It's a crow, right? Though he could only see it with intense focus, being able to do so in a month was impressive. You're just barely passing. Leon looked at Elliot with a moved expression. That's enough for today. Rest. He excitedly punched the sky. Finally, a whole month earned him a break. Suddenly a voice called his name. Leon froze, and his smile faded. The person appearing was Elle. His vibrant body suddenly felt weak, confusing Leon. Leon greeted him coldly. Long time no see. I haven't seen him since training with Elliot, except for Leon. I guess it's been about half a month since I last spoke to Chloe. He turned his head away and spoke. Jumping into training right after eating, just like you, he said, walking to the tree roots. I came because I was a bit worried, but now I'm relieved. Leon asked in confusion. Worried about what? Because you haven't challenged me to a fight for a whole month. I thought you gave up because of others. But Leon looked at him with a serious expression. Judging by your face, it seems you're still bravely moving forward. Can you see that? Leon asked, puzzled, as the hand with the mark began to glow. Leon just smiled gently and agreed with him. The expressions of those who think they can't beat me are very different from yours. Hearing this, Leon suddenly smiled. He leaned on the tree trunk with a mocking look. Right, you're strong. Is that why you came to find me after eating? If you're done, why don't you leave? He replied calmly. You're too cold. We finally got to talk. Why not chat a bit more? Leon gritted his teeth and looked down at him discontentedly. What do we have to talk about? 10 minutes is enough. He scratched his head helplessly, then sat down beside him. The two sat like that, gazing at the distant sky. Only then did he speak. You've probably heard the rumor. Some say I'm not a commoner, right? Leon looked away and scratched his cheek. What rumor? Then he looked at him with a mocking grin. Do I even need to say it? You don't seem to want to hide it. How about from now on I speak to you more respectfully? Leon showed a sad expression. I don't want to argue about this. So what? Suddenly his expression turned serious. What I'm about to say, please take it as coming from Leon, who hides his origins, not from your lower class. Leon looked at him in surprise. All right, you know I've been unilaterally asking to fight you, right? Yes, Leon wouldn't be affected by rejection. He doesn't even need his status to refuse fighting me. Those continuous matches were all due to his goodwill. Leon frowned in thought. There's nothing but the victor's tolerance toward me as long as Leon is focused. The wind blew, making Leon's hair flutter. Let's end it. He was stunned by his words. Leon shouted in confusion. End it. Leon waved his hand with a twisted smile. Oh, I don't mean right now, immediately. He stood up and continued. Let's fight one last time. Just pure swordsmanship, no sword light like before. In exchange, use real swords instead of wooden ones. He widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at Leon with sharp eyes. If I win this fight, you become my retainer, he thought to himself. Is this a declaration to establish hierarchy, like a gamble? But what makes you think I'll keep my word? It's not a magic contract. Promises can be broken anytime. That depends on the person. But the immediate reasons are enough flexibility and absolute pride. He grinned triumphantly. Is that a compliment or an insult? I'm saying I trust your promise. Hearing Leon's words, Leon's eyes wavered slightly. Because you're someone who keeps their promises no matter what, he suddenly chuckled. If I lose, I become your retainer. Is that the condition? Right. But Leon pointed at himself proudly. What if I beat you? He panted, his eyes full of confidence, making Leon a bit afraid of the image. He laughed with interest. I'll give you anything you want as long as it doesn't threaten my honor and family. Mysterious swordsmanship, methods to cultivate aura, even elixirs, anything. Leon looked at him sharply, then showed a half-smile. All right, I've decided to fight this. Deal. Leon immediately turned and left. Tell me when you're ready, because I need to prepare the venue. I just need 3 days' notice. The two parted ways, each harboring strange emotions. Rodri appeared with a moved expression. The final moment is up to us. Leon, you are the hero chosen by the Sacred Sword's random selection. Leon, the prince, striving to seize the throne. His expression was somewhat gloomy. This was the gap at the start of their first official match. HMPH, Leon was drenched in sweat, pale, barely forcing a smile. He sighed inwardly. I was too worried. Elixir appeared beside Leon, looking bewildered. What's this? It shouted angrily. You're worried? Didn't you just beautifully shut down that loser's words? Now you're saying you're scared? Leon rubbed his nose and defended himself. That's not what I meant, but have I really gotten stronger? Saying this puzzled it. He touched the calluses on his hands, the result of his hard training, but he pursed his lips and suddenly clenched his fist. But I really don't feel like I've gotten much stronger. Elliot looked at him discontentedly. You haven't realized yourself yet. You're already strong, so stop thinking about it. Leon looked at it with a twisted smile. Really? Observation is a different kind of power from physical strength. You've never used it correctly, so of course you don't feel it. Right? Elliot clicked its tongue and continued. Anyway, you're still working hard, so don't worry. It asked blankly, Leon, you said you plan to test your physical strength. What's next? Yes. Then you can look forward to it. Elliot grinned triumphantly. Because something beyond your imagination is about to happen. I wonder if you'll still say that. Leon was still confused by it. At the strength testing site. All right, arranged by arrival order. Speak up if you're uncomfortable. The rest of you warm up. The teacher stood on the podium and instructed. Leon thought nervously. Strength test. Last time I was ninth, purely measuring physical strength without using magic. The top ranks are all from noble classes. Besides magic, nobles have used drugs and special training since childhood, so the ranking is limited for me too, he whispered to Elxit. What was that? Leon's rank? First, as expected, though not as much as you. He seems to have trained hard too. Can't compare to those with just good backgrounds. Even for short distance runs, it's 2 laps around the track. Each lap is 400 meters. That means I have to run 800 meters. Last time Leon ran 1 minute 20 seconds. Leon. And you, Leon, he said with a sarcastic tone, getting a bit angry. Running like crazy to get 1 minute 40 seconds, a full 20 seconds behind. Can't compete with Leon at all. Still, Elxit comforted him. But don't worry before you've tried. I mean, even if you try, don't worry. Unlike before, now you have me. After hearing this, he seemed motivated again. All right, I trust you. Sacred sword. Like everyone else, he stood on the starting line with a tense expression. As soon as the teacher shouted go, Leon ran with everyone else, head down. His speed was so fast that even students outside marveled, and Leon himself was surprised by him. Leon ran with all his might, overtaking 2 people, even surpassing a classmate, making her stammer his name in panic. The teacher shouted 1 minute 29 seconds, a time that amazed Leon and others. The teacher asked in confusion, Leon, have you learned magic? No, if so, can you check? Sure. The teacher held his hand to check. Leon looked at his hand and thought. The teacher's check just involves injecting a small amount of magic to detect nuclear power repulsion. Is that it? If I could skillfully use magic now, I'd definitely be kicked out immediately. But now, the teacher let go and praised him. You really haven't learned magic, but you've changed so much in just a few weeks. How did you train? He scratched his head and grinned foolishly. I just did some simple exercises. Then it might also be due to you having more rest time than before. The teacher looked at the evaluation sheet. Come to think of it, your recent training time has been abnormally high. After your body recovered from years of overwork, it developed significantly. No, that's not it at all. It doesn't make sense. Several people in the class saw him approach and now showed displeased expressions. Even Leon looked at him with an evaluating gaze and sat back down. Leon called out to Elliot in confusion. What's going on? It propped itself up happily and said, See, just like I said, don't just stand there smiling. Explain. First, you need to know biologically, where do you think strength comes from? Muscles, right? Right. Most training methods in this world focus on increasing muscle size or density. He stared intently at the teacher's muscular arm. But if you don't understand the nerves in muscles, you've only gone halfway. How much do you know about the nervous system? Of course, muscles have nerves. The limit of usable strength depends on the development of those nerves. The reason strength doesn't always depend on body size lies in the difference in muscle nerves. Elliot showed off its muscular arm. Hearing this analysis, he seemed to understand something he'd never heard before, not even from the Academy's coaches. Elliot continued analyzing. Actually, muscle density is usually determined by genetics, and there's a clear limit to increasing quantity. You've almost reached that limit. I've focused on developing your muscle nervous system. Leon smiled awkwardly. I understand all that, but he tensed up and looked at his muscular arm. How did you develop my nervous system? I never practiced anything like that. What did you do while I was sleeping? It was all through the punishments I gave you. Hearing this, Leon jumped in shock and shouted, What? He quickly covered his mouth, finding all eyes on him. Elliot continued. Those parts had been tense for the past 10 years, but you released them in such a short time. It could only hurt to the point where your muscle parts felt like being torn by a sword. The pain you experienced each time you practiced the observation method came from the development of the muscle nervous system. Leon looked at it discontentedly. Why didn't you tell me? That's unfair. He fell into confusion again. The reason I laid the foundation for the observation method over the past month was to help you get through that pain, but if you knew the reason and knew you'd have to endure it anyway, can I still stay as focused as yesterday? Of course not. Elliot smugly crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. You don't need to thank me. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a holy sword. He laughed heartily. Meanwhile, you're struggling to hold back. Leon was cursing Elliot in his mind. This guy, after all, I'm actually a demon sword, not a holy sword, right? That guy who inherited the soul and personality of the legendary hero Roddy. So Roddy really was a supervillain, and NKT is the true hero? Suddenly, everyone stood up and cheered. As expected of Leon, truly impressive. You broke your own record. He ran over, still throwing a provocative glance at me. Leon just responded with a firm expression. After the check, he and Elliot looked at the results sheet for the second-place finisher in the mid-range. But I still can't beat Leon. Isn't it strange that you're trying to defeat him with just one victory? You shouldn't be too impatient. Leon clenched his hand. I know, I was just saying. In his mind, he kept encouraging himself. I've already closed the gap between first and ninth. The distance between first and second. Can I win? I will win. It was already dark, but a few windows in the school dormitory area were still lit. Leon lay in bed and asked curiously, "What will we practice tomorrow?" Elliot answered with his eyes closed, "Tisk, you and you should have already passed the beginner stage of visual training using simple memory techniques, right? Then we don't need to improve your physical fitness anymore. Instead, we'll focus on training you to gain more experience so you can apply what you've learned more smoothly." Leon looked at him discontentedly. "It's always easier said than done." Elliot pointed at him. "That's why I said we need to leave here." His eyes lit up after hearing that, and he sat up abruptly. "Can't you just teach me swordsmanship first?" he sighed helplessly. "I've told you to stop fantasizing about swordsmanship. To learn swordsmanship, you first need to learn to use aura. I've said it before. Just basic skills are enough to reach a certain level. Having technique without aura is just swinging a sword aimlessly. Even ultimate moves only make it harder for the opponent to judge on the first attack. If your thoughts are seen through by the opponent, it becomes bait for them to counterattack. Do you think a proper swordsman, someone like Leon, wouldn't see through your foolish tricks?" Leon's expression turned serious as he looked at him. "Then shouldn't you focus on your own strength?" He recalled Leon's figure while running. A sword tempered over a long time becomes very powerful. And also remembered his own performance during the test. This made Leon ponder. When his physical ability reached a similar level, he could withstand Leon, but he really needed more practical experience. "Do you think I can find those unreasonable troublemakers who come looking for you?" "That's hard to say." Leon waved his hand in fear. "There shouldn't be any thugs from the slums in this academy, right?" "You think so too?" He walked along, thinking about last night's conversation with Ellis. Suddenly, a voice dripping with contempt rang out. "So you're that commoner, Leon?" He looked toward the stairs and saw 3 people staring at him with disdain. Seeing the badges pinned to their chests, Leon knew they were all from noble families. The leader and the one with half his face covered by hair angrily cursed. "He's that second-class commoner, that arrogant bastard." They pointed directly at Leon, insisting he had cheated and fooled the instructors. Elliot whistled, then sighed. "Whether it's 3 years ago or now, these guys are still the same." Leon awkwardly smiled and shrugged. "If you have a problem with the rankings, why don't you go talk to the teachers?" The 3 of them roared when he talked back. "How dare a commoner talk back to us?" They cursed until Leon couldn't respond. Seeing this, they looked at him smugly. "So you've finally shown your true colors. What does your family do?" Leon forced a smile, thinking that sometimes words really are useless, right? "Aren't they? They never came to talk nicely from the start. They just came to put this kid who embarrassed them in his place." Suddenly, someone came down the stairs and stopped them. All right, gentlemen, don't get so worked up. Though he's just a commoner, he's equal to every other student in this academy." Elliot looked contemptuously at the person coming down, but the group of students praised him. The one who appeared was Emin. "So as nobles, our duty is to administer appropriate punishment." He smirked proudly. "Isn't that right?" Those guys immediately replied respectfully. "Exactly. Sir Emin truly upholds the honor of the Bourbon family." Ellis and Leon could only watch them helplessly and laugh. "Is he the boss of these idiots? How did his great family raise him?" "The Countess's second son, Emin. He's the guy who was always ranked second in the endurance assessment until I took his place. I guess that's why he's mad at me. He probably wants to compete with Lien at all costs. His condescending attitude toward the weak is the same." Emin stood in front of Leon, offering a fake smile and apologizing. He twisted his grin and extended his hand. "Leon, you might think this is unfair, but we can't back down either. If possible, I'd like you to hear my advice." Leon immediately replied, "I'd like to hear your advice first." A few lackeys suddenly shouted, "How rude!" His face darkened with displeasure. "How about we have a match under the instructor's supervision? Are you serious?" Seeing Leon not answer, Emin wore a triumphant expression. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, "It seems they've given him the best option, since an instructor would be present. But it was clearly an unfair proposal, because he never mentioned the condition of not using aura, meaning they would use it. If I object, he'll use the excuse that I'm a cheater who even fooled the instructor to frame me. If I completely reject the proposal, they'll still find another way to harm me." A premonition made Leon turn around, and his eyes met Lan's. If it were Leon, he'd definitely have a way to get me out of this. Leon gritted his teeth painfully, his face clearly serious. "Are you kidding me? Expecting help from an opponent is no different from begging on your knees. That insult is even greater than being provoked like this." "Fine." Seeing him agree, Emin exclaimed in surprise. "So you accept my proposal?" "Yeah. But the supervising instructor will be the one who comes to the pig trough every day. I'll only fight one person. If I win, you'll never let anyone doubt my abilities again. You can make such a generous move, right?" Emin rubbed his chin, snorted, and calculated. "The Royal Academy's demon instructor, pig trough? If it's him, there's no room for tricks." Fine, I accept your terms. After saying that, Emin smiled sinisterly. Who the supervising instructor is doesn't really matter. The only thing I regret is not being able to beat this kid until he loses consciousness. Later, Leon returned to his room recalling Emin's expression, and asked curiously, didn't that expression on Emin's face mean something else? I don't think practical combat skills are like that. Elliot comforted him happily. It's fine, Leon asked doubtfully. What do you think? Can Elliot beat them without using aura? He pondered and replied. I've never fought anyone who uses aura, so I don't know. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as something came to mind. How about I show you how easy it is? Seeing this, Leon's face turned pale, and his hand instinctively blocked in front of him. Ha! Elliot confidently snapped his fingers, the simplest and most effective method. At that moment, a system panel appeared, startling Leon. On the panel was information related to his power. Leon, title and class, hero who cannot use aura. Level 18, exclusive skill. Holy Sword, rookie highest level. Roddy's Eye level 1, martial artist body first stage. Leon looked at the panel in admiration. Elliot, what is this? He replied smugly. What do you mean, this is your current level? And those are the stats of that guy named Emin or whatever. That guy's panel shows, kid blinded by inferiority complex, level 18, Holy Sword rookie level 6, Secret Sword technique level 1, aura user rookie level 3. I made it based on my own standards so it might not be very detailed. Leon blurted out in a daze. Wait, is Emin that weak? He's the Countess's son, he should have used a lot of precious herbs. Plus those devilish training sessions since childhood, his strength should have increased, Elliot explained helplessly. No matter how many herbs you eat, if you can't digest them, it's like taking a tonic. And those so-called devilish training sessions aren't meant to enhance ability. It's the physical ability displayed without using aura. You could say it's reached the limit of E-level 99, but with my help you can surpass it. Elliot recalled Leon's training sessions as he spoke, running on one foot while upside down dragging boxes, and Leon's strength test. The physical limit of someone who can't use aura is E-level 99. With my help you can go further. It depends on your effort. True, you don't have aura, but your strength is enough to deal with those idiots. Leon asked doubtfully, do you mean my physical ability will never improve? Fine, I'll do as you say, Elset. It could only show a dissatisfied expression as it looked at him. Leon's eyes were filled with determination, encouraging himself. From now on I'll set goals to move forward, not backward. A flame of resolve ignited in his heart. I must defeat that guy named Emin. But why is my title like this? If you don't like it, then work hard to get stronger. At the entrance to the arena, Leon walked calmly along the corridor. Suddenly the teacher's voice rang out. You're here, Instructor Pigtrough. He listened seriously to the teacher. In just 1 month you've changed a lot. I was planning to stop you if you tried anything reckless. But it seems unnecessary, right Leon? I don't understand what the teacher means. Pigtrough turned and left. How cunning. All right, follow your heart. Yes. The teacher looked at Leon with expectant eyes. I want you to teach those foolish bastards a lesson, understand? He smiled and nodded. He quickly followed the teacher to the competition ground, his face serious as he surveyed the surroundings. Jep Herrick sneered at Leon. You commoner brat, how dare you keep us waiting? He laughed loudly. You've got some nerve. Leon ignored him and only turned to ask Pigtrough, Instructor, can I start? Yeah. The teacher loudly called out both their names. Jeff Herrick and Leon, you two will duel under my witness with your honor and promises at stake. J. Herrick, what do you want from this match? He smiled sinisterly and replied, that commoner dog, I want him to confess his crimes. Leon looked at him with disgust. Leon, what do you want from this match? I want them to stop bothering me after this. The instructor clapped his hand authoritatively. Good. Everyone step forward. Ready. Lien and Chloe sat in the stands, unable to help feeling nervous. Even though they're wooden swords, if infused with aura, aren't they as good as real swords? Then Leon, who can't use aura, is at a disadvantage. Elliot asked him from the side, Leon, want me to show you this guy's stats? No, I can handle it myself. His eyes lit up with focused observation. No matter how high the stats, he's just one of Emin's lackeys. No need to waste Elliot's power on this kind of trash. Z began to move. He charged in quickly to attack. Here it comes. He leapt to gain momentum and slashed down a diagonal cut from upper right to lower left. I can see the trajectory. I need to be prepared for this being a feint. I'll be ready. Leon seemed stunned when he saw Jeff's attack. Why is this guy so slow? Before Jeff Herrick's foot even touched the ground, Leon passed by him at an astonishing speed. Pigtrough watched dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down. Emin and his lackeys turned pale. Elle and Chloe were no less shocked. Jeff's face was deathly pale, a clear red mark from the strike visible on his forehead, his whole body trembling. Leon glanced at him. Ha, that's it. He was startled when the guy collapsed to the ground, passed out. Is the match over just like that? Jep groaned and cursed that dog bastard. You think hitting me once means you've won? Dream on. He struggled to get up from the ground. Fight me again. Seeing him out of control, the teacher stepped forward. J. Herrick, you've lost. I won't let you engage in inappropriate behavior, Leon smirked smugly, tisk fine. Pig Trough and Jep stared at him blankly. Jep endured the pain and forced a smile. Though you're a commoner, at least you know your lowly place. Good. But even if you've shown sincerity, I won't go easy on you. Ellis looked at that guy with a cunning expression and commanded, Leon, don't let him off this week. The two assumed defensive stances, and the command rang out, begin. Elliot reminded him from the side, this is your first real battle after activating the light combat technique. He's a good practice target. Show him what a blessing it is to be defeated in one move. Fine. Jay Herrick roared, charging at Leon with full force, unleashing a series of slashes. He just raised his sword to block. Leon used his observation method to find an opening. The opponent's hands, feet, even his eyes, everything is slow enough for me to see through. I can even predict his next move half a beat faster than he makes it. Elliot watched him seriously. You've grasped the root of his movements, so you can guess what he'll do next. Leon deftly blocked Jep's diagonal slash. That strike inadvertently cut off a strand of Leon's hair. Leon nervously bit his lip. He had started using his aura, but I could still read his movements as before. Jay exclaimed loudly, just keep dodging my attacks, ignoring him. Elliot analyzed, although you're a tough opponent, he'll still repeat his attacks without any strategy. He doesn't know how to control his power, like a complete novice with no real combat experience. Leon seemed to understand something. Even though he could use his aura, he still had limits. After Jeff's strike, he noticed an opening in his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, he slashed hard at his leg. Jeff groaned in pain, quickly jumping back to avoid the next attack. He crouched slightly, covering his still smoking wound with his hand. You naive bastard, you should have finished me off, he roared angrily. You can't beat me with those basic swordsmanship skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Jeff froze, then screamed from the sharp pain coursing through his body where Leon had struck him. Seeing that he had knocked down his opponent, Elliot asked, how about it, Leon? You were right. Having a real opponent is indeed the best way to practice the steps of the light war technique. Jeff Herrick's face flushed red as he quickly waved his hand. I surrender. The teacher raised his hand and announced, the winner is Leon. Ryan and Chloe, along with the surrounding crowd, couldn't help but gasp in surprise, while Hipwaist and his lackeys trembled with rage. That evening at school, everyone excitedly talked about the fight. Hey, did you see that match? Leon took down Hipwaist and his crew all by himself. Really? How is Leon so good at fighting? I heard he fought them one by one at first, but in the end they all ended up in the infirmary. Now only Hipwaist is left. He frowned as he looked at his injured lackeys. Do you think Hipwaist will lose? Later, Leon and Elliot walked toward the arena. What a bunch of mediocrities. They look strong, but their swordsmanship and physique are terrible. Can people like that even use aura? Leon felt a bit awkward hearing this. Today will be a bit different. The two soon reached the entrance, and he was finally about to face off against Hipwaist. Better be cautious. As Leon took a step forward, his gaze locked onto the person in front of him. Hipwaist had a cold, dangerous expression, his entire body radiating aura. He and Elliot smirked triumphantly. He's showing his true colors. Seems so. Leon thought to himself that if he used his aura, his physique would be stronger than his own. And in the status window Elliot had shown him, there was that thing. Just a new level 1 swordsmanship secret technique, probably not too advanced. But his final skill was the most dangerous. Hipwaist had a fierce look, as if he wanted to devour him alive. It seemed to be something he couldn't perceive through Rodri's light war technique. He forced a twisted smile. I didn't expect to have to step in myself, Leon replied calmly. Is that so? And I knew it would come to this all along. Hipwaist furrowed his brow, struggling to suppress his anger. Ryan and Chloe watched from the stands with anticipation. This was indeed the perfect prelude to defeating him. Although my physical stats are higher, without aura I'm still slightly weaker. So if he can infuse his aura into the sword, a wooden sword won't do much against him. With that thought, his eyes grew determined. Should I avoid direct confrontation and treat this like a life-or-death battle? The referee extended his hand and shouted, begin, as soon as the words left his mouth. Something tore through the air, grazing his cheek, and a strand of hair drifted down. Blood seeped from a cut on Lion's face, his expression turning tense. Sword aura, his wooden sword is glowing, aimed right at my face. He suppressed his surprise, and assumed a defensive stance. I can't counterattack. Our base speeds are different. Hipwaist had a cold look, poised and ready, his aura completely overwhelming Leon. He was inwardly astonished by the opponent's power. Is this the essence of a count's family, even if he's just a failure? The other suddenly let out a mocking laugh, leaving him momentarily confused, probably because they're too weak. If I defeat you, an arrogant commoner, things will be different. Hipwaist pointed at Leon and laughed. Or, if you're capable enough to join us, if you're willing to be my underling and let me protect you. Leon just stared at him thoughtfully. Then I'll forgive all the mistakes you've made. Just as he was gloating, the wooden sword was already swinging. Leon quickly countered. Fortunately, his agile reflexes allowed him to dodge the blow. Hip-waist lost his balance and stumbled back a few steps, a cut similar to Lion's appearing on his cheek. Bastard! He seemed to lose his mind as he roared. Still so arrogant, still so confident in your damn talent, huh? Leon smiled faintly and replied, probably. Alice's expression turned dark and confused. Damn talent, it called out to Leon. Leon? Did that brat just call my technique damn technique? Its face twisted into a sinister, terrifying smile. Leon looked at it, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Elliot is angry. Its gloomy gaze filled Leon with dread. People often say time changes everything. It seemed that even 3 years later I was still being slandered by some kid. Leon shouted inwardly in panic, this bad feeling. Leon, did you see his neat teeth? He answered perfunctorily. Yeah, it's only natural for a disciple to handle insults against their master. If that guy's teeth are still intact after the match, that'll be your punishment. Leon felt a chill run down his spine. He gripped his sword nervously. Taking care of 1 or 2 isn't enough. I'll fight with everything I've got. Hip-waist was surprised by the burning determination in Lion's eyes. What is this spirit? Suddenly, Leon vanished, leaving only a trail of dust. He rushed in front of Hip-waist in an instant, launching a series of attacks that left him no time to react. The crowd in the stands gasped in surprise. Hip-waist was being pushed back. Ryan spoke nervously. No, Leon might be straining under the speed, but Hip-waist balance is breaking. Leon cursed under his breath as he swung his sword. Damn, can it be fixed? If only I could use mana, he gritted his teeth, feeling worried. At this rate, this will be an unfavorable fight for Leon. Just then, Hip-waist roared, his words dripping with contempt. So stubborn. Stop humiliating yourself like this and just give up, Leon shouted back. I should be the one saying that. He focused, using his observation method to compensate for his lack of strength and speed. I'll use eye techniques instead. After images, I can predict my opponent's moves. If I can see faster, then I can somehow turn the tide. Faster, more accurate, wider range, until the enemies in my sight feel like they're moving through water. He blocked one of the opponent's attacks, but it also sent Leon stumbling back a distance. He smirked triumphantly. It's working. Hip-waist was drenched in sweat, grinding his teeth in anger as he spat out each word. Bastard, you can't use mana? The referee teacher observed nervously from outside. I still can't sense any mana from Leon, yet he's holding his own against Hip-waist to this extent. I still can't believe he can do this, even seeing it with my own eyes. Suddenly, he let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha, I didn't think I'd have to use this for someone like you. Lion's pupils contracted as a thought flashed through his mind. Is it a thrust or a slash from the swordsmanship secret technique? No, he can do anything with this move. His eyes gleamed from using the eye technique. I won't miss a single moment. Hip-waist charged at him dangerously fast. Leon pressed his lips together, not daring to blink. A straight thrust to the front, but I can't dodge it. He reacted quickly, sidestepping. The opponent immediately swung his sword upon seeing this, and Leon gritted his teeth, struggling to block. The first strike was a trap. It's a secret technique based on the enemy blocking the first move. The Bourbon family's secret technique, side thrust. Hip-waist's eyes showed clear smugness, the trajectory aimed straight at the heart. Even if he moves his body as much as possible, his ribs will be hit. With broken ribs, that guy can't fight anymore. I can see the sword path with my eye technique, but I can't dodge at this speed. I'll be hit. I'll lose. At that thought, he felt a flicker of fear. But because he was afraid of losing, his spirit instead filled with resolve, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from his body as he moved. His feet dug into the arena floor, shattering the stone. Just as the sword came down, Leon flipped over Hip-waist's head. He looked up blankly. What? Seizing the opportunity, Leon attacked, slashing hard at his arm, shattering the shoulder guard. He cried out in pain. His face turned pale as Leon landed safely, gritting his teeth from both anger and pain, clutching his left arm. Hip-waist panted wearily. His left hand is injured. Isn't Hip-waist at a disadvantage, fighting 2 hands with 1? Ryan seriously analyzed for Chloe. It's not just the hand injury. The bigger shock is that his swordsmanship secret technique was broken. Hip-waist thought to himself, no, it's not over yet. Taking advantage of having 2 hands, that bastard will go on the offensive. The wooden sword's durability might reach its limit under my mana-infused attacks. If I destroy his wooden sword, even with 1 hand, I'll have a better chance of winning. With that thought, he immediately charged in to attack. Victory is mine, commoner. In the blink of an eye, Hip-waist's sword flew out of his hand and he stood there dazed. His face slammed into Lion's sword, blood spraying. His entire body left the ground and several teeth flew out of his mouth. The crowd around cheered as they saw Leon defeat Hip-waist. The referee grabbed Lion's hand and raised it high. You win, Leon? After the match, Elliot laughed triumphantly. Well done, disciple. Now that bastard got beaten by a basic move, he'll think twice before running his mouth next time. Leon watched Hip-waist's retreating figure and replied with a smile, I wonder if he'll change his personality after being defeated. Since the match conditions were like an oath, I shouldn't have any more trouble at the academy. But I'm pretty surprised, Leon. I didn't expect you'd already opened the door to AEL. You're faster than I thought. Leon frowned in confusion. AEL. He massaged his sore body as he looked at Elliot and asked, "Super speed? Are you talking about when I dodged hip-waist mysterious swordsmanship?" It immediately analyzed. "You know how sometimes the body moves slower than the mind, right? Especially in emergencies, reflexes are always faster than thought. It's not about speed." It flashed a sly grin. "So how do you think skilled swordsmen move?" Leon answered quickly. "Because they've learned aura." Half right. Without using aura, your body can't handle the strain. So usually people can only use super speed after learning aura. But you used super speed before even starting to use aura. Super speed was when your eyes went blank and you crushed the stone floor. You did it with just your legs, imperfect but still impressive. It means you unconsciously broke through your own fragile willpower limits." Leon said, confused. "Wait, didn't you say my body couldn't handle the strain? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Is it because I did it imperfectly?" Elliot just smiled mysteriously. Something like that. If you'd used your whole body instead of just your legs, you'd have turned inside out." Leon was scared. "Is it dangerous?" Suddenly, Elliot gave him a sinister look. "Oh, I think it's time. You need to take good care of your body for that moment." "What are you talking about?" he asked instinctively. "What moment?" Suddenly, Leon turned pale and cried out in pain. "What else?" "Muscle soreness, of course." Elliot watched him writhe on the ground in agony. "You should be grateful you only got this from using super speed. Don't use it again until you've learned aura. If you do, you'll die." His eyes showed pain. "I understand." At school in the morning, Leon walked calmly and slowly down the hallway. He passed two girls who kept staring and whispering. Everyone was murmuring, leaving him confused. They speculated that he'd been found by a famous family and fed some drug while hiding his identity, or that he was a secret weapon trained by the palace, or that he'd learned mysterious swordsmanship from an unknown swordsman. Leon could only think of Hip-Waist and his crew, smiling helplessly. "Looks like those guys are spreading rumors. I guess they're making up excuses to justify their actions. Where's their noble pride?" "They're nobles. If they had any pride, they wouldn't have come after me," Elliot sighed. "That's true too." Leon suddenly froze when he saw someone. It was Chloe standing before him. She smiled gently and greeted him. Lion's eyes lit up and he unconsciously called out her name. Later they sat down outside together. Leon asked awkwardly, "What's up? Shouldn't you be in alchemy class? Did you skip?" Chloe replied indignantly, "Idiot, why would I skip? The alchemy teacher is sick, so we have the day off." "I wouldn't skip class just to see you." Suddenly she gave a mysterious smile. "Something's changed, Leon." He looked at her blankly. "You've been avoiding me lately, haven't you? And then you kept fighting those nobles. Do you know how worried Ryan and I were?" Leon looked at her in confusion, pursed his lips and lowered his head, hiding the emotion in his eyes. "How long has it been? Since when could I talk to you so easily like this?" "Ah, is that it? I think I get it. My feelings for you, and the jealousy I felt when Leon stood by your side. My inferiority made me look down on myself." He recalled his hands, scarred from sword practice and rough with calluses from training. "I used to hate this world. It didn't praise my hard work and I blamed myself for it." As he stared blankly at the sword saint, "You called me Leon. If that's the case, then I'll give you a chance to prove what you said." Chloe kept chattering on while Leon was lost in his thoughts. "Seriously, after those fights, everyone at school is talking about you, and there are rumors that you stumbled upon the sword god and improved because of it." Seeing him silent, she turned her head. By now tears were streaming down his face. Chloe pursed her lips, her eyes wide with shock. She hurriedly spoke. "Leon, why are you suddenly crying? That's just a rumor. Something like a sword god. It's weird, right?" He replied softly. "It's not a sword god." She let out a confused "ah." "Though she's a bit blunt and harsh. Elset pulled me out of the depths." Rodri, who was eating cookies, suddenly looked at the screen and angrily crushed the cookie. "What's wrong, Leon? This kid, nice atmosphere, I was enjoying it." Elset was looking at the level panel. "How did this kid suddenly level up?" "Just a little, but if a hero is someone who saves the world, then my hero is Elset." He stared blankly at Leon, his eyes filled with fervor. "I want to become a hero worthy of the title Master of the Sword Saint, living up to Elset's expectations." Chloe could only look at Leon with a curious expression. Rodrigue said in confusion, "I don't know what's going on here. Some guy is chatting with a girl and suddenly he levels up. Should someone as perfect as me from birth know the reason?" He let out a self-deprecating laugh, and Elset replied, "Well, I don't care about the reason either. This kid finally looks worth training." As soon as Elset finished speaking, Leon flinched from the chill and hugged himself in fear. Chloe called his name in panic. That evening in the dormitory, Leon lay on his bed in deep thought, staring at the ceiling. "I really have changed." He recalled the morning conversation with Chloe. "You've improved a lot now." "Have I?" He no longer feared and could calmly accept everything. Though he was very much like Ron. Somewhere, he was completely different. One person always looked upward while the other only looked ahead. Back then, he had just stared blankly as she walked past him, but she turned back, looked straight at Leon, and continued, "If only you could talk a bit with Leon, because none of us truly understand his feelings or get close to him." Leon smiled gently. "Well, I'll do what I can." He turned over and hugged his head. "Sorry, Chloe, I'm afraid I can't do that. The next match would be the last." "It's me." At that moment, Ryan was standing in the corridor gazing at the sky, his eyes full of anticipation. "Leon." The next morning, a sharp slash decisively struck the wooden post, but the post didn't budge. Instead, the wooden sword in Leon's hand, which he was breathing heavily over, broke. "The wooden sword can't hold out much longer, huh?" Though it was a good technique, it put a lot of strain on the sword. After all, practice swords are always more fragile than real ones, so he had to be very careful. Leon listened, looking at his hands gripping the broken wooden sword with confidence. Succeeding once is enough, because an ace only needs to be used once, and Ryan is a genius too. Using the same move repeatedly will let him see through it. I have to surpass him, grasp his thoughts and win. Elset gave him a sinister smile. "You saw Ryan's status panel, didn't you?" Leon, caught off guard, blurted out. "Ah, Ryan's status panel appeared. Nickname and class. A swordsman with only talent and a second-tier bloodline. Skills: basic swordsmanship mastery at max level, intermediate swordsmanship mastery, 5th tier mystic swordsmanship, 4th tier teleportation, 2nd tier, intermediate aura user at 1st tier, innate sword sense at 2nd tier." Leon cried out in shock after seeing it. "Intermediate aura user. He can use sword energy and even burst aura outside his body. He's several times stronger than the instructor." Helmet, who was eating, looked back blankly. "What? Are you talking about me?" Elsat, seeing his panic, advised. "This is a level that swordsmen usually reach by age 30, and he's even surpassed that boundary." Leon pondered, evaluating the panel before him. "I might lose in strength and speed, but I can increase my endurance. He's truly a worthy opponent," Leon reassured himself loudly. Leaving Elsat stunned. "But it's not impossible for me to win. Having that will is good." Leon stared blankly at it. "I'll give you as much advice as possible, so listen up. Base it on the spear and prepare to defeat Ryan in the future." Elsat smiled excitedly. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Elsat, just if I lose, what will you do?" "I won't answer that question," it replied. He asked why in confusion. "This is a test," it warned impatiently. "I told you from the start, compared to sweet fruit, the challenges you'll face are 100 or 1,000 times harsher." Leon crouched down in fear. "Does the first challenge have to be this harsh? Don't suddenly get all inflated. I'm just doing this to add some drama. This match will be a turning point in your life, Ron. After you beat Ryan, I'll explain everything to you. After hearing my explanation, you'll understand why I said this." Leon looked at Elsat with a serious and determined gaze. He stood up and, under the brilliant sunset, continued to practice hard with the broken sword. That night, the sky was overcast with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Rain began to pour from the sky. Raindrops condensed on the glass window. An unexpected outcome. Ryan stood by the window looking out, while Knight Rupert focused intently on the documents in his hand. "I knew those guys weren't bad people, but I didn't expect him to beat Yao Meng." He glanced over, and the old man smiled. "It seems Mr. Rupert anticipated these results. I recall you once said you couldn't fully assess him. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? But if you've waited for the right person, that time means nothing." The old man placed the document on the table. "His body can't use aura, yet he defeated the Duke's second son. It seems there's no longer any reason to doubt his potential." Ryan replied softly. "Today, Leon sent me a message saying he's ready." Before the old man could finish, Ryan called out to him. "Mr. Rupert, I'd like to ask you for a favor." He looked at the old man with dangerous eyes. Ryan pursed his lips and thought to himself, "Leon, I will definitely beat you, and you must become my knight." Then he remembered Chloe's back. The rain fell harder and harder. Thunder booming across the school, Leon's footsteps slowly approached the arena. "It seems the heavens have already arranged this match for me," Leon said to Elsat, sweating profusely. It just smirked and replied, "The holy sword hero is staking his future on a bet. Even the heavens would be shaken, right?" Helmet saw him coming and said, "Right on time. Ron, it's really quiet today, teacher." Ron requested it. "It's different from the previous matches. It seems he wants to fully immerse himself in this one." Elsat was secretly grateful. "TCH, completely different from Yao Meng, who just wanted to publicly humiliate you." Ryan didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly. Helmet reminded him, "Though there's no audience, someone is watching." Ron asked curiously, "What watcher?" "Ah, I see." He looked at it curiously. "Elsat, do you know who it is?" "Probably Chloe." At the mention of her, Leon broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in panic, "Chloe, why her?" Elsat just replied calmly, "HMPH, I know you still don't understand what's going on. Because Ryan thinks you like her, he wants to use this match to win her over to his side. It's not uncommon for kings and lords to kill each other over a woman." He recalled the conversation with Ryan. "If I win this match, you will become my vassal." Thinking of this, Ryan angrily called his name in his heart. Ryan. Ron versus Ryan. Leon remembered Ryan's meaningful expression, then he recalled his own resolute face. If I lose, I'll become his vassal. That's also a good reason to have Chloe as a witness. He still hasn't figured out who's the ruler and who's to be ruled. A well-thought-out plan, Ryan. Of course, Leon frowned in displeasure. He's doing this completely disregarding Chloe's and my feelings. He smiled with a hint of mysterious calculation. I always knew Ron was actually a high-ranking noble. Someone who always manipulates others' relationships and emotions. That's an unequal political tactic. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Is this what nobles are like? I hate this. Ron clenched his fists in anger. Elsat spoke up. Are you angry? Yeah, he shouldn't have done this. Ron walked forward firmly with determination and confidence. Ryan, I have to teach that idiot a lesson. The two were already standing opposite each other in the arena. Ryan smiled, his eyes calculating. You're a bit late. Ron looked at him with sharp eyes. You're early. What about the witness? I heard you invited one. He listened and laughed smugly. That person is in a hidden spot. If you make a mistake because you're distracted, it wouldn't be fair. Right, that would also be an excuse, he sneered. Is that so? Then let's begin. First, Ryan took out a pink pill and calmly put it in his mouth. Leon asked in confusion. What did you just eat? He explained. It's a pill to suppress aura. Though I said I wouldn't use aura, it might accidentally manifest. If that happened, this match would be a disaster. Leon let out a displeased HMPH and handed him the sword. Then let's begin. The two stared at each other, assuming their ready stances. He's completely serious, unlike his usual frivolous self, but in terms of focus I won't lose either. Leon gripped his long sword tightly, his face full of concentration. Helmet raised his hand forward and shouted loudly, Begin! The two swords clashed immediately, sparks flying. Ron's sword hand was blocked back by Ryan. He gritted his teeth and groaned. The arm holding the sword trembled. He quickly charged forward to attack, swinging at him relentlessly. Leon's face showed fatigue as he kept blocking. I thought I was stronger. If I keep directly blocking attacks like this, I won't last 30 seconds. Ryan sighed and let out a meaningful light laugh. The sword in his hand thrust straight forward. Sparks flew to both sides. Ron's face darkened. The sword feels like a whip. He's completely on a different level from Yao Meng. Ryan focused intensely on using his eye technique. I'm already using Rodri's eye technique, but Ron's figure is more blurred and fragmented than anyone I've ever fought. I have to stay calm. The fragmented parts of his figure can be compensated for by my many experiences fighting him. Ryan kept attacking with his agile body. Rupert, observing from outside, was so startled his hair stood on end. Is this really a match between students? Though they're not using aura, their swordsmanship and close combat skills might be better than a knight's. Sparks flew wildly in the training room. Ryan looked at him, smiling defiantly. He's strong, a real monster. Ryan also looked at him with surprised eyes. Ron, when did you improve this much? Rupert observed, and couldn't help blurting out excitedly. Amazing. I knew how strong he was, but I didn't expect Ryan to keep up. Ryan's wildly skewed sword path came at Ron. He wondered secretly. A feint, but I saw that figure. The two quickly passed each other. Ryan's armor was slashed with cracks, and Ryan was stunned by the loss of a lock of hair. The slash mark on Leon was still smoking, and Ryan's hair scattered on the ground. He covered the cut hair with his hand and looked at him with resentful eyes. He exhaled and mocked himself. I was wondering why the later attacks weren't as strong as the first, Ryan thought as he panted tiredly. Is he trying to turn this into a battle of endurance? Ryan was also panting heavily. He looked at him smugly. Are you surprised? Ryan gripped his sword tightly, trying to adjust his state. Ron did the same. Tie up the enemy and drain their stamina, slowly tipping the match in my favor. It's a strategy that allows no mistakes. A risky one. Ryan saw Leon's fervor and thought, he seems determined to win this match at all costs. Looks like I have to break that notion. If I don't, he'll never yield. His eyes lit up, and a surge of power emanated from his whole body. Knight Rupert exclaimed in his mind, Super speed step? Is he using the Imperial family's signature technique? Ron was surprised by Ryan's power. Ryan stared in Leon's direction and thought, it's a technique that uses muscles and blood circulation, allowing the user to surpass their limits. Though it's imperfect without aura, I only need half the power. Leon groaned in tension. I have to raise my eye technique to the max. Ryan instantly flashed past him. He glanced behind him. Too shallow. Did he dodge? Blood kept dripping to the ground. Leon pressed on the wound and asked himself, so that's super speed step. Is this guy really not using aura? Elsat's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He's not using aura at all. Leon flinched and shouted, Don't scare me, really? The human body is faster and stronger than you think. Elsat began to analyze. Though there are techniques to enhance physique focusing on speed like super speed step, there are also techniques to enhance strength or endurance. Don't deny possibilities with conventional thinking. While Leon was distracted, Ryan appeared in front of him and attacked. He shouted in dissatisfaction, How dare you get distracted, kid? That careless? Leon quickly blocked. I'm right here. Are you only using your family's secret sword techniques now? He dodged the attack and cursed under his breath. "Careless my ass, I'm almost at my limit. Damn it, Elsat's sudden interruption threw off my rhythm. Don't deny possibilities with conventional thinking." Leon suddenly felt a sword graze his cheek. He frowned and tried to adjust his state. No, Elsat didn't interrupt. His foot stepped back. Leanne looked at Leon with a confused expression. In just 5 or 6 more steps she would be pushed out of the arena. She had already pushed him far back. Leon's expression grew resolute again, and his entire body radiated light. Rupert couldn't help but freeze. Had the atmosphere just shifted? At Leon's level, there was no way he could withstand the super-speed step, right? Leon was frantically calculating his next attack. She had originally thought that simply enduring the attack would give her a chance to win. Her only advantage was her stamina. She had been waiting for Leon to exhaust himself after using the super-speed step. Her worst choice was to use a technique she couldn't control. He sighed and spoke. His mood was far from pleasant. Leanne was stunned with confusion. He raised his sword and stared straight ahead. The only thing he could rely on was the stamina he had built up. At this moment he seemed to overpower his opponent. It was the first time Leon had appeared so imposing. He grinned triumphantly. "That's right, you're just like this." The moment Leanne finished speaking, she immediately used the super speed step. "I'll make you my vassal no matter what it takes." Sir Rupert was shocked to see Leanne use the super speed step again. Without any battle aura, using it consecutively meant he had surely surpassed his limits. Elahit hummed a cheerful tune nearby. If he was truly a hero, this was nothing. Long-recalled memories of the past. "Leon, you have no idea about the gap between you. Someone born with extraordinary talent, and me, who has to swing a sword every single day." His eyes widened. Just then, thunder roared outside as if symbolizing the power of the two. Long charged forward swiftly. Leanne launched an attack without hesitation. The two swords clashed, sparks flying, but a piece of the blade broke off and flew away. The two passed each other. Leanne stood frozen, holding the broken sword. The shattered blade had flown far away. He stared blankly at his hand. How could this happen? Elahit smiled and praised him. "Your hard work paid off." I decided to use this battle as a hint from the tip of the crescent blade I wielded. It was a technique to break the upper body's reflexes." He recalled the moment they passed each other. "More importantly, the number of sword tips we've broken is different. Because you're too talented, your body can surpass its limits, but you can't compare to me. You know the limits of a sword." Leanne turned to look at Leon. "If I had used a real sword, the outcome might have been different." Leon pointed the tip of his sword directly at Leanne's face. He shouted joyfully, "I win, Leon." Jubit clapped as he walked over to them. "I confirm your victory." Elahit then asked in confusion, "Come to think of it, I just realized if you lost, you'd become Leon's vassal. What was the condition for your win?" Leon hesitated and didn't answer. Back when they first met, Leanne had said, "As long as it doesn't harm my and my family's honor, I'll grant you anything you desire. I can teach you the mysterious sword arts, how to use battle aura or refine elixirs." Leon scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, realizing he didn't actually need anything. Then, after the match, Leanne finally spoke. "Regardless, I lost. I chose to fight this battle myself, so I must accept the outcome. Since I've made a promise, what do you want?" he asked seriously. Leon could only look at him with sympathy, then placed his hands on his hips and calmly said, "I'll tell you later," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Leon flashed a bright smile and raised his index finger. "I can't think of anything right now. I'll tell you when I do, okay?" Leanne and Sir Rupert stared blankly. "All right." In the corridor leading out of the arena, painful groans echoed. Leon's whole body ached and he had to lean against the wall for support. He had tried to finish the fight without using the super speed step, but because his opponent was Leon, he had still pushed himself too hard. Suddenly, a surge of energy appeared directed at him. "Light of healing, grant a miracle to the wounded." Chloe appeared beside him out of nowhere, startling him. He moved his arm excitedly. "I feel much better as expected of a 4th-tier healing spell. Thanks for coming to see me." Chloe didn't answer, her mouth involuntarily twisting. She cried out, tears streaming from worry. "I don't get you and Leon. What if you had lost?" Leon stepped back slightly, looking at her guiltily. Chloe wiped away her tears and praised him. "But you're much stronger than before. Leon, you're planning to leave the academy, aren't you?" Hearing this question, Leon was a bit surprised. He smiled gently. "How did you know?" She immediately replied, "I know everything about you. You're such an idiot." Long lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He quickly perked up to comfort her. "I thought you'd try to stop me, but you dared to say that. You weren't going to listen to me anyway. You're always like this." Sometimes Leon would take down an entire wild boar, leaving everyone in awe of the 10-hour battle. "You're always challenging limits everyone thinks are impossible, and you succeed every time." Though it took a while, she looked at him with admiration. Long awkwardly scratched his face. It was so hard, I thought it was fast, too late, very late. Suddenly, Chloe struggled to cover her mouth to keep from laughing. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but laugh along. The two stood side by side laughing heartily and freely. I'm fine now, give Leon a punch for me. Don't you feel sorry for him? Even though he didn't show it on the surface, he must have felt shock and despair too. A punch from his obedient girlfriend. Chloe stared blankly at Leon as he walked away. It'll make today's failure fuel for future growth. I'm leaving Long in your hands. She watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. What did Leon plan to do after leaving the academy? He left behind the word secret and walked away. Chloe froze, clasping her hands together. She closed her eyes as if silently praying for Long. Elahit looked at her in surprise. I never thought I'd see an atheist mage praying for someone, Long replied. She's a really good person. Are you all ready? I've always wanted to be someone special. Elahit was stunned. Someone special. I always poured all my determination into everything I did because I never wanted to lose to those two, but in the end I couldn't overcome barriers like social status or talent. I lost to that outstanding person because I felt I wasn't good enough, but when I met Elahit, I shed those feelings of inferiority from deep within and stepped out of their shadows. From now on I'm going to be a hero. And then, who in this world could be more special than me? Seeing him so determined, Elahit laughed excitedly. Very pragmatic young man. Leon looked at him curiously. Are you still disappointed? Of course not. What's wrong with pursuing money, talent, or status? What's wrong with pursuing fame? Ambition is the core of everyone's life. Leon listened to him in a daze, dreams being the driving force that pushed them forward. As long as you don't go against your conscience, it's that ambition that makes you a true person. That's why I chose you. The one who can truly become a hero isn't you, it's Leon. He exclaimed in surprise. What? He continued to explain. The legitimate son of the Sea Royal family is the sword to rebuild this shattered kingdom. His full name is Leon Con Lum Gladius V. Klein. He was destined to be a hero from 150 years ago. Leon's face darkened as he listened. He pondered and said to him, That's right, a perfect protagonist. According to you, Elahit, there's no need for someone who wants to be the protagonist. Leon suddenly remembered something and asked him, Oh right, you said this match was just a test for me, didn't you? He replied leisurely, Yes, you did well. Where is it written that only those chosen by a prophet can become heroes, using your own strength and will to carve a bright future for others? That's also the act of a hero. On Leon's side, he did get hit by Chloe. He stared blankly at her, but that Mr. Leon got it wrong at this step. He smiled contentedly. Are you feeling guilty for taking his opportunity? Leon shrugged and said calmly, Of course not. Compared to me, what does he lack? Why would I feel guilty toward someone born with a silver spoon? His family has plenty to do. At looked at him in surprise. It's his fault for losing to someone like me who has nothing. He could only respond with an, Oh, you chose me. The soul of the great hero Roderick and the holy sword Elahit chose me, and I will answer those wishes. Elahit breathed a sigh of relief. The next day I applied to leave the academy. When my advisor heard I wanted to drop out to become an adventurer, he was very sad but instead gave me a letter of recommendation rather than a diploma. It was like a reward for my battle with the crescent blade, which inspired both commoners and nobles to train harder, bringing a fresh wind to everyone in the academy, pushing them to strive more. And now I probably have no reason to return here. He raised his arms straight and shouted with full passion, Let's go! To the free city of Border Town where adventurers gather. A pair of golden eyes and feathers appeared, an eagle. It spread its wings and soared through the sky. Under the dazzling sunlight, the bushes in the forest shook incessantly. Leon burst out of the bushes, pale-faced, shouting in terror. He stopped in a clearing, panting heavily in exhaustion. Finally, escape this damned forest. Leon knelt down and wept in emotion. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and looked into the distance. I see Brunn. After enduring half a month, I can finally sleep comfortably in a bed. Elahit shot him a contemptuous look and sighed. Damn forest, you should be grateful it became your training ground. Leon glared at it angrily. I'm so grateful I could cry. I almost wept because we're about to part ways. Half a month ago, Elahit and I entered this forest. We were on our way to Border Town. At first, camping in the wild, we were frequently attacked by goblins. In that not-so-easy situation, Elahit allowed me to use the holy sword instead of a regular wooden sword. I had practiced before leaving the academy. He drew the sword from the mark on his hand, and with a light swing, it cleaved a goblin in two. I spent 15 days in the forest getting familiar with the holy sword and practicing with it. Elahit complained, You're a week behind schedule. It clicked its tongue. Thanks to the practice, the goblins that gave you trouble at first can now be defeated in 10 seconds, right? But to reach that level, along with the many footwork exercises I taught you. Leon looked at his hand with determination. Yeah, I'm definitely stronger than when I entered this forest. In that case, I'd like to start hunting tomorrow. Leon's eyes sparkled like stars. Oh, you're excited, but hold back a little. Leon looked at it in confusion. You're still a bowl in the making. Getting stronger by hunting monsters is meant to fill that bowl. No matter how much water you pour into an unfinished bowl, it'll just flow out, wasting your effort. He smiled and replied, Okay, I'll remember that. Beneath the wings, soaring over the grassland, a magnificent city wall appeared, housing a thriving city. Leon walked to the city gate and encountered 2 guards. Inside the city, people bustled about. Leon looked around and said, Glad we got through the gate safely. It must have been the Academy student ID that earned the citizens' trust. Elahit looked around and commented, By the way, is this city a killer village? Leon exclaimed in surprise. What, a killer village? The people behind him looked at him uncomfortably. He quickly covered his mouth. There had been many such cities for 3 years now. It wasn't small, but it wasn't big either, and for its size the city was very orderly. The public security here is terrible. It looked toward where the social outcasts were gathered. He looked at it guiltily. I guess I'm still too inexperienced. Where do you want to go? An inn? No, I plan to go to the guild first. We don't need to rush, but I'd better register as soon as possible. Right? You said you wanted to become an explorer, didn't you? Yeah, mercenary work is fine too, but compared to exploring, mercenaries don't have as much freedom to travel around. And I don't plan to get involved in power struggles among nobles. More importantly, if I want to use the hero's privileges, I think taking on monster hunting missions as an explorer is the best choice. Elahit nodded in agreement. After all, it'll take a long time for my seal to be undone. Leon began to think. Recalling his training in the forest, he had learned a lot about Elahit. Because it had reincarnated a year earlier than the prophecy, most of Elahit's power as a holy sword was sealed. Normally, the wielder of this sword would have a body with incredible regenerative abilities, nearly immortal, with immunity powers that deal fatal damage to demons. Additionally, the holy sword wielder can become many times stronger through the amplification of magic and holy power. To maximize the use of this sword with my lack of magic, I still need to get stronger. At the guild building, Leon pressed his handprint onto the form on the table. Thank you for registering as an explorer. Mr. Leon Rice smiled seriously and said, I've confirmed your Academy registration certificate and Mr. Helmet's letter of recommendation. If you register as an explorer, you'll start at D rank. He picked up the paper with the letter D. You're right. The D rank you mentioned is, she quickly explained. It's the level where you can take on real work, not just odd jobs. Thanks to the recommendation letter, if you achieve some results, you'll be able to rise to C rank faster than usual. B rank is the level where you need to prove you can use magic weapons, and it's the guild's main force. A rank or S rank might take quite a while to reach. Leon listened to her explanation, breaking out in a cold sweat. I can't believe magic weapons are a requirement for promotion. Far beyond the level of just circulating magic, magic weapons are the level where you can release magic outside your body. A young man could actually split rocks and cut through steel. This was the true starting point of a superhuman. He nervously pondered the ranks, never expecting that reaching that level would only be B rank. How strong must a rank and S rank be? Just then, Ella spoke up. This organization is more interesting than I thought. It seems there are quite a few races here that look human. The two looked toward the corner of the room, where many cloaked figures stood. Lion and bear faces glaring fiercely at him, along with elves casting sinister glances. Ellet watched them and laughed cheerfully. Dire wolves, elves, even high elves. I can't believe we're now working alongside races we were at war with 300 years ago. Whoever created this organization is truly remarkable. Leon couldn't help but look at them in surprise. Rise noticed his expression and asked with concern, Is something wrong? He stammered and waved his hand, and no, nothing. That's good. She looked up at the wooden sign and said to Leon, We've already registered. If you want to officially start as an adventurer, you need to take this unpaid task. She handed the paper to him. Leon froze. No pay meant working for nothing. No pay? Yes, you must earn the guild's recognition to become an adventurer. Of course you have to pay a price for that recognition. Ellet clicked his tongue in disdain. This world wasn't easy. Leon's face darkened, and he angrily muttered a curse to shut up. In the morning city, water rushed swiftly under the bridge, and inside the drainage channel, heavy footsteps splashed across the surface. Leon's eyes turned dangerous as he swung his sword, killing several monsters in a single strike. He looked at them with disgust. This was his first time fighting rats with a sword. Ellet immediately offered advice. Your swordsmanship is quite limited in one-on-one combat. To take these guys down, you have to keep cutting them continuously. There's no better practice than this, slashing various enemies, like underground beasts or flying ones. Leon looked at the rats before him, feeling a bit troubled. I don't think this is the kind of advice a holy sword should be giving. It clicked its tongue and replied, no choice, the task you took is cleaning the sewers. Leon was speechless, left with nothing but a resentful expression. One by one the rats were cut in half. With just one swing, Leon took down quite a few. Suddenly he saw something surprising. Elizabeth stared at the one in the back. It was a rat, but how did it have horns? It replied calmly, that one evolved. They were monsters that had lived long or possessed special powers, having absorbed a large amount of valuable resources. They're like Hoplin. Leon raised his sword warily and asked, what do I need to watch out for now? The presence of horns proved it had a special ability. The bigger or more numerous the horns, the more dangerous its power. Just then the rat's horn began to gather energy. Leon asked in panic, can we tell what skill that is? Elliot replied calmly, it wouldn't hurt for you to experience it firsthand, but unfortunately that guy's ability is pretty useless. What do you mean? Its ability is a curse. It nodded smugly and sneered, because Leon was holding a holy sword imbued with sacred energy. The rat roared and shot an energy ball at him. A curse core. The ball vanished as soon as it touched the holy sword. The rat stared blankly at Leon. But it didn't seem to have any effect. You've met your match today. Leon's eyes lit up as he looked at it with satisfaction. Hand over the horns. At the guild building, Leon slammed a large cloth bag onto the table. Rise jumped at the sight of the bag. She waited and stammered, these are all rat tails, a full 23 kilograms. Leon gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself that a quick calculation meant he had hunted 230 of them. People nearby gathered around and Leon pulled out another bag. And this, opening it, there were 4 horns inside. He picked one up and shook it. These are rat horns. I hunted about 200 rats and 3 or 4 of them had horns. Can these be sold too, Miss Rise? Rise was startled when he said her name. Oh, of course. Then she quickly placed a tray of coins on the table. That's a total of 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Leon took the money, a look of disbelief on his face. More than I expected, Rise replied softly. Rat horns are indeed expensive. There's high demand for them. You're the first person to achieve such high results on your first task. It's really impressive. Leon scratched his head sheepishly. Really, just hunting rats was surprising enough. I didn't expect you to take down an evolved one too. Rise looked at Leon with admiration. You're young, but your mana control must be amazing, right? Truly astonishing. Leon could only force a wry smile. As she spoke, Rise picked up a box beside her. Congratulations, Leon. From this moment on, you are an official D-rank adventurer of the guild. The emblem on this copper badge is the symbol of the free city. He carefully took it. I can use it anywhere, right? Yes, but adventurers below B rank only get second priority when taking tasks at other branches. Leon looked at her in confusion. Then he turned to look at the people reading the task board. He understood. This item proved he was no longer a student of the academy, but an adventurer. Rise interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Leon, if there's any task you'd like to take, please let me know. Though my authority is limited, I can help you to some extent. He gripped the badge in his hand, feeling somewhat satisfied. Just then, Elliot suddenly laughed beside him. That receptionist just mistook you for a holy knight, Leon exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? Didn't you take a task with no pay and a lot of difficulty? Because legend has it that holy knights always hide their identity before officially accepting a mission and starting their journey to help others. Heroes are also a kind of holy knight, so she's not entirely wrong. Really, if she knew the truth, she'd probably faint, but I can't tell her the truth either. Who says, an ordinary receptionist might one day become a legend of the Adventurers Guild. She could live off writing her autobiography, Leon replied with concern. She misunderstood on her own. I didn't lie to her or anything. Come to think of it, this isn't much different from a journey to help others. Thanks to the hard training, I can actually help people now. Leon said to Elliot, planning to stay in Brain for a while and only leave when he reached B rank. Elliot stared at him blankly. Leon looked at the badge, wondering when he'd reach that level. Elliot immediately said loudly, "One day is enough." He stared at it in disbelief. What? Elliot's body began to surge with lightning. I was going to give you more time, but that wouldn't work well. Even for training purposes, it enlarged itself angrily and said, I can't believe my successor is leveling up by cleaning sewers. It's an insult. Leon thought fearfully. That's because it has a lot of money. But what kind of excuse is that? What's with this reaction? Leon looked at Elliot in confusion as it yelled at him. You should be scolded harshly. At least take down a dragon, it roared in dissatisfaction. That's a bit of a jump in monster difficulty, Elliot explained seriously. You've already learned the basics of perception and footwork. Through real combat, you'll improve quickly. One of a hero's privileges is that you can absorb the power of the monsters you defeat and store it. Leon recalled holding the rat tails. This was what Elliot meant by the connection between monsters and aura. He knew well that the potions and training methods of a famous family were extremely effective for cultivating aura. It continued, "Honestly, anyone can absorb a monster's power and convert it into aura. The nobles and royalty of the past hid this fact, so only they could use it." Leon looked at its smug face and thought, and now those people are all dead. Ellet was the only survivor who knew this truth. It was precisely because it discovered this that it was so obsessed with hunting monsters. Ellet immediately gave a concrete example. 1,000 rat-type monsters aren't even comparable. Once you're familiar with the process, you can hunt monsters, even dragons, Leon shouted in fear. "Wait, you're not joking, are you?" It roared angrily. "Of course not. A sword isn't a cleaning tool. Does it make sense to use it to purify the air or clean up? I had Ellet clean it after I left the sewer. It seems it's been holding in its anger until now." Leon played dumb to calm it down. "But why are you so obsessed with hunting dragons?" it replied. "Because we'll need to go to the Giant's Mountain in the future." As soon as it said that, Leon shouted in fear again. "The Giant's Mountain is an area even dragons dare not enter. That's the land once ruled by the Giant Emperor. Why would you want to go to that demon territory that countless kingdoms failed to conquer?" It smiled mysteriously. "It'll definitely be useful to you. My body was left there and I lost my memory, so I don't know much. Let's set the goal to go there in half a year. What do you think?" He closed his eyes, stroking his chin hesitantly. "You want us to go there to find something you don't even know what it is?" Ellet pretended to comfort him. "It'll be fine. It's not like we're going for fun, you just need to protect yourself." It gave a thumbs up and said confidently, "Trust me, I'm the Holy Sword." Lon smiled calmly. "All right, since I trusted you, nothing has ever gone wrong, so let's start the hell training now." He froze. Hell, at the guild building, two humans were teasing lightly. "Hey kitten, going rat hunting again today?" That beast-man and the green-haired guy sized up Leon. "That bastard just said cat, how stupid. I heard that guy piles up rat corpses into a mountain every day." Lon felt a bit awkward thinking about turning into a cat. "Probably because I'm famous for hunting rats, my nickname in the guild became Cat." He placed another cloth bag on the table. Rise looked at him curiously. "Fewer than usual?" Leon turned his head to avoid her gaze. "Yeah, I couldn't find any rat groups and not many attacked me. I think they're scared of me," she explained gently. "Rats might be dumb, but they have some intelligence," Leon suggested. "So I want to look at other tasks." Rise immediately placed several task papers on the table. She said excitedly, "I knew this day would come, so I carefully picked 4 commissions." Leon and Ellet evaluated them carefully, and he suddenly felt surprised. Looking closely, "This commission document is very old," Ellet immediately said. "I think it's rare. Which also means it's never been replaced." He immediately picked up that paper. "All right, I'll take this commission. Eliminate rock slimes on the city roads." Their habitat was underground near the fortress. Since they eat rocks, if not completely eradicated or left unchecked, the solidity of each city would be affected. Leon read the B-Guard captain's commission letter as he walked. He shouldn't be using me, right? Soon he stood before the guard. The man looked at him in confusion. "Eliminate rock slimes? I never commissioned that task." Leon looked at him awkwardly and smiled. He stammered in explanation. "How is that possible? This is an official guild document," the man replied calmly. "It must be a mistake." Just then, a man appeared behind Leon. "Oh, you're the cat, the rookie adventurer who cleaned up the sewer rats." "Yes, that's me." The guard captain patted his shoulder happily and said, "You're amazing. We really need adventurers like you. I can't believe those guys who only take easy tasks and avoid hard work still call themselves adventurers. They're ridiculous, don't you think?" Lon could only nod repeatedly at him. Then he took his sword and walked into the tunnel under the city wall. "Depending on your work performance, I might give you extra rewards. Keep it up." Lon thought worriedly about the guard captain, feeling he was hard to deal with. "Right? Isn't extra rewards a good thing?" Leon crept along, looking around. It wasn't as dirty as the sewer, but it was too damp and slippery. Someone unfamiliar with footwork would struggle to keep balance here. Ellet smirked proudly. "In other words, this is a perfect place to train your footwork." Lon looked behind him warily, waited a moment, then glanced at the nearby corner and saw 3 slimes. Ellet immediately instructed, "Use perception, Leon. If they were normal slimes, other adventurers wouldn't avoid them." "That's true." No sooner had he replied to Ellet than a rock flew straight at his face. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged it. He stared at the smoking rock, stunned. "Ah, where did that come from?" Ellet quickly warned. "Lon, in front of you." He turned just in time to see a slime charging at him. Leon immediately swung his sword at it. But because the slime was elastic, his sword arm was bounced back. Leon stared at it in panic. "Is this why it's called a rock slime?" Ellet analyzed with dangerous eyes. You might already know, but a slime's main weakness is its core. If you can destroy the core in the middle, no matter what ability the slime has, you can defeat it." But Ellet hesitated. Leon looked at the slime before him, thinking that inside the slime were countless rock fragments acting like multiple layers of armor protecting its core. The monster knows this too. Elliot interrupted his thoughts. It's no wonder adventurers want to avoid you guys. Blunt weapons are better at penetrating a slime's defense, while swords and arrows are easily cut or pierced. So they use rock fragments to reinforce their weakness. This makes them monsters that fight with weapons. The slime began shooting rocks in attack. Leon nervously watched the incoming stones. He quickly slashed them away. Because of this, Leon was forced back. His entire body trembled with pain. Elishite spoke up. They know you can't dodge every attack, so they're aiming for your vitals. Have you analyzed your fight with the light magic just now? They launch stones from 5 meters away. They have to open a hole to fire a stone, then pause for a moment before firing again, he thought tensely. If I can close the distance during that pause, I might land a hit or two. The problem is I can't pierce the mudstone golem's defense. I need to find a way to avoid those stones and cut their cores. Leon suddenly felt puzzled. No, do I have to cut it? Elishite looked at him curiously. With my eye art, I can analyze the path of the circulating stones inside them. That way, I just need to thrust my sword through the gaps. The issue is the stones are constantly moving, making it hard to find an opening. He smirked triumphantly. A crisis is also an advantage, isn't it? Hearing this, Elishite immediately pointed in a direction. The moment the mudstone golem opens a hole to fire a stone, the flow of slime also pauses for a while. With your ability, there's no better time to destroy the core. Leon shot at a displeased look. You already thought of this when I chose the mudstone golem, didn't you? Elishite sighed helplessly. Of course. Leon began to assume a fighting stance. All right, let's give it a try. He charged at the mudstone golem with all his might, his eyes glowing from using the eye art. Just like that, Leon shattered the stone inside one golem, causing it to break apart. If I miss by even a second, I become a target for attacks. He stabbed another golem that rushed to attack him, Elishite warned. Since they perceive moving objects around them through sound waves, you must minimize the pressure you exert on the ground as you move. Another golem then spat out stones from its mouth. Using the micro-step art would suffice. Leon nervously watched each stone fly past him. I can do this just like Elishite said, I just need to use the micro-step art. Suddenly he stepped into a puddle, and just like that, Leon froze from losing his balance. He glanced to the side, a massive stone hurtling toward him. Leon gritted his teeth and strained, trying to steady himself and stand firm on the ground. Then he bent down to dodge the incoming stone. A mudstone golem closed in on him. Leon seized the moment and immediately shattered the stone. Watching the splattering slime, he panted wearily. Elishite praised, I was doubting your proficiency earlier, but you're actually quite impressive. Leon looked at it blankly. What are you talking about? You just performed the second level of the micro-step art. What? Finding balance on a flat surface, reducing noise and vibration. That's the foundation of the second level. If there are other objects on the ground, you must learn to use them. Whether on ice or scorching iron sheets, being able to use everything in the environment as part of your own strength is the core of the micro-step art. Leon listened in astonishment. It's an adaptability that lets you turn unfavorable conditions to your advantage. Though it was unintentional, at the last moment, you changed the starting position of your knees to reduce your body's gravity. By doing so, you altered your stance, and your cells adjusted accordingly, facing the target ahead. When the environment changes, your posture must change too. Until now, your posture and movement were only suited for flat ground. An indescribable expression appeared in his eyes. And in a place like this, with muddy ground and low ceilings, you have to find a posture that fits it. Leon laughed joyfully with it. Lowering my stance does make moving more comfortable. Don't you think the training improved because you experienced combat inside a living person's body? Suddenly, he angrily summoned the demon sword. Elishite also responded angrily. What? But Leon said nothing, only thinking, to go this far and only reach the second level, I can't believe this is just the standard for a beginner. Elishite stroked its chin in thought. Now that I think about it, you don't actually have to dodge their attacks. You just need to use the micro-step art. Leon choked on its words. Getting hit by a stone won't kill you, right? You need to train to endure damage at the minimum level for real combat. You have to use your body to withstand the attacks you try your best to block but fail to. His face darkened, too angry to speak. Also, no using thrust. If you time it right, you can cut it. You can't use thrust to push away 1 or 2 stones. Leon grew angrier and roared. Why not just tell me to go die, damn demon sword? Elishite retorted without backing down. I'm doing this for your own good. Letting you be comfortable now will make you suffer later. Where am I comfortable now? Why didn't you say that earlier? I think this is already comfortable enough, you know. Let me tell you, in my time, the guard captain said worriedly at the entrance to the walled cellar. It's already the 3rd week. What time will he come out today? Probably before 10 in the morning, before K2. HMPH putting in this much effort for just this level. I didn't think he could wipe out the mudstone golems at first. Who knew he'd come out carrying a big bag every time now? The reward for hunting mudstone golems isn't high either. Someone behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, he's out." Leon walked out step by step, dragging 2 huge cloth bags with both hands. Everyone stared in shock. Today was the last day, and hearing him speak, they were startled. Leon smiled wearily. "I've cleared all the mudstone golems in all areas near the Great Wall. They don't reproduce as fast as rats, so it should be a long time before they need hunting again. These are the last 2 bags of mudstone golems. Help me update the status of this quest at the Explorers Guild." The man with a scar on his lip fearfully lifted the bag and looked at the captain. Leon said to Alishite, "So that's it, right? Yeah, with the strength you've gained from the mudstone golem hunting expedition, you're ready to learn how to use the aura." In an inn, Leon sat cross-legged on the bed, listening blankly to Alishite. "Faster than I expected. I planned to have you absorb quite a bit of power from the golems. After all, those mudstone golems are lifeforms created by magic. I guess no one's been willing to take on this kind of hunting quest until now, so we had a whole month to develop. Anyway, you've reached the minimum strength needed to learn the aura. Leon, compared to others, you're learning the aura quite late. Are you ready?" Leon's face was filled with determination. Someone of Leon's noble birth would undergo a baptism right after birth to expand the circulatory system. The foundation of the aura was also formed by countless herbs. This is how social class determines personal ability. Practicing the aura without baptism was almost impossible for the old me. Alishite warned seriously. "One more thing. If someone uses baptism to clear the circulatory system blocked by impurities in the body, they can easily suffer backlash and die." Leon was shocked by Alishite's words. "But lately you've absorbed a lot of magic power, and more importantly, you have me and the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword's power will protect your circulatory system and heal your wounds. However, you will still endure extreme pain," it warned, "if you lose consciousness. The baptism process will fail. In short, whether this succeeds depends entirely on your willpower." Leon nodded firmly. The golden mark on Alishite's head began to glow, summoning many glowing swords. Leon's lips trembled with fear. Light swords, one sword began to move, charging straight into his body. Leon's face twisted in pain as he let out a scream. The pain from the first stab spread throughout his body. The sword on the left began to move, and so did the one on the right. All the light swords plunged deep into Leon's body together. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Alishite looked at Leon's bleeding body in some surprise. "He can withstand 10 swords?" His eyes were weary and white, panting. Alishite looked out the window. With Leon's aura awakening, it seems the long-hidden existence of humans in this world has become more apparent. Soon it was dark. "This is," Leon exclaimed in surprise. "The aura." He stared intently at his own body. "I can feel the circulation inside me, a pure power flowing in my heart. It's like having another body containing a new power beyond my own physical abilities." Leon clenched his fist, an excited look on his face. "I feel like nothing can stop me now." Alishite sternly interrupted Leon's thoughts. "You're too arrogant." Leon looked at it in fear. Rodri observed them, smiling in satisfaction. "He's amazing. I knew he would awaken through his own willpower, but this still exceeded my expectations." "Why do you look so happy?" He pointed at himself proudly. "I said I'd handle the ideological work for the hero's training. In the end, everything went smoothly, didn't it? The stronger the hero, the better for you, right?" Rodri showed a displeased smile. "The problem is how you did it. You actually used that rat to push me into the Holy Sword. Do you remember I am the Holy Sword?" He pointed to the right front. "Leon is my successor. Can you keep your thoughts to yourself? Remember to examine everything in heaven." Alishite sighed helplessly at Rodri's appearance. "Anyway, I thought you could only withstand 5 swords, so I only used the baptism to clear the main arteries. If you want to use the aura immediately, you'll have to clear the veins too. So you're just a kid with a bit of meager power. You still have a lot to do." Leon scratched his head to avoid it. "Got it." He began to ponder. "Anyway, even if my physical abilities haven't changed at all, I can still feel abundant energy surging and wrapping around my body, as if I've transformed into a new person." Alishite, seeing him still radiating energy, continued. "Aura perception. If you focus and use that flow, you can analyze your surroundings." Leon's eyes sparkled like stars, full of longing. "That sounds so cool," it continued teaching. "I know you're happy about gaining the aura, but first I need to explain what the aura is. You know the aura itself has attributes, right? Humans commonly have 5 types. Your attribute isn't among those 5. I'm a bit surprised too. You have the same OVA attribute as me," Leon exclaimed in surprise. "Same as you? That means, your aura is the yang attribute, light and heat. This is the highest level attribute representing the radiant aura." Leon's face froze. He was so tense he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He jumped up in joy. Awesome, Leon cupped his chin, secretly chuckling. I have the same attribute as the legendary hero. Seeing him so smug, Alicite frowned and reminded, before we get into the main topic, let's summarize first. It snapped its fingers and a flash of light appeared in the air. The system screen displayed Leon's information. Title and class, hero, learn to use magic power, level 22, strength 133, endurance 140, intelligence 129, magic power 50, skills, sword art level, supreme Rodri, eye art level, third Rodri, micro step art level, second martial body level, second layer, innate magic user level, third. Reading this, he was somewhat surprised. This is very different from before. Not only that, but I just learned to use magic power and I'm already at the third level? Seeing him deep in thought, Alicite approached. You could already use overdrive before learning to use magic power, and not only that, you could sense magic power. That power could easily shatter the ground with a single stomp. It's no wonder. I mean, your level is far above the first and second, really. Alicite nodded. Your martial body also rose to the second layer after the meridians were cleared. Then it said, I want to teach you a few sword techniques. Leon secretly rejoiced. Awesome, I get to learn sword techniques from the great hero Rodri. His eyes lit up. Let's start right away. You're really full of energy. In the room shrouded by the night sky, Alicite advised. That's better than having no motivation, but there's one thing you need to know first. It pointed to the window. In this city there are our enemies. Leon looked confused. It continued. Somewhere in this city I can sense them. The hero's sworn enemies, Alicite said seriously. Those traitors are trying to carry out a plot to hand this world over to people from other worlds. Additionally, there are those pests that always stir in the hero's shadow. Leon stammered. What are they called? Anger furrowed Alicite's brow, its teeth clenched. Those scum don't deserve a name. If you must call them something, you can call them hate hands, a group of evil doers. Leon clenched his hands, the hero's enemies. It sighed and turned around. But you can't fight them now. You don't understand what these words really mean. Leon looked up, his eyes full of readiness. I just need to get stronger, right? I've already made up my mind to become a hero. Alicite also turned back to look at him, a hint of confusion and hope in its eyes. Even so, they probably won't dare to act rashly now, but you don't have much time. At most 2 months and they'll start moving, and while raiding monsters is a way to get stronger, the hate hands are enemies the hero cannot avoid. So from now on you have to wade through the mire of blood and hatred. Under the dazzling sunlight, flags fluttered in the wind. The magnificent mansion stood between heaven and earth. Leon walked in awkwardly. Rith said hurriedly, I got a message from the guard, but I was worried because you hadn't shown up for 4 whole days. Leon scratched his head awkwardly. Did I keep you waiting? The little girl looked up at him timidly, her gaze a bit strange. Leon trembled as he briefly explained, I realized something while taking down monsters. Rith clapped her hands happily. I knew it. Looks like there's another reason to congratulate you. Did that attitude leave you stunned? How strange. What does another reason mean? She nodded, pursing her lips into a smile. That's right. She pulled out a badge from her hand. Congratulations on your promotion to C rank, Mr. Leon. As he gazed at the gleaming object in Rhys's hand, pride swelled within him. But isn't a C rank promotion usually require a separate assessment? Yes, normally it does. That's the rule, but your performance in defeating the mutated rats and rock slimes was highly praised, so no separate test was needed, especially since we already have letters of thanks from the Lord and the guard captain. Leon examined the badge in his hand, surprised that he had leveled up after just 2 missions. Elixit praised him. Not bad. If you can take on more quests with this promotion, finding your enemies will be easier. Leon quickly asked Rhys, So can I take on C-rank quests now? She replied, Yes, you can now. He was already looking for quests right after his promotion. Truly remarkable for a paladin. Seeing Rhys's admiring expression, she must have misunderstood because holy power is different from sunlight mana. Leon looked up to seek Elixit's opinion. What do you think? Elixit, a few look useful for training, but I don't see any related to revenge. So should we focus on training until we find a lead? From ours perspective, you're just talking to yourself. She added, Let me show you quests from other categories. Taking only simple ones feels a bit. Leon quickly waved his hand. No, that's not it. He pondered in silence for a long time. All right, could you show me quests related to the slums or areas with bad rumors? R asked fearfully. The slums? Because in everyone's long-held view, slums are usually where the poor live. But here the slums are a bit different. In that shadowy night, thieves, informants, fugitive criminals, smugglers, assassins, it's a den of lawbreakers from different countries. Leon thought, if it's in a vast, lawless and chaotic zone, then she lowered her head with a sigh. There are no quests directly related to the slums. It's simple, because that's the work of mercenaries, not adventurers. Unbelievable, damn it, from then until now. Adventurers never meddle in human conflicts. The disturbances in the slums are mostly disputes between people. I've come this far, I can't become a mercenary with so many restrictions. Besides, if I go snooping around the slums without a specific reason, they'll definitely be wary of me. Reese placed another quest list on the table. How about this one, Mr. Leon? He picked up the paper and read. Subdue an animated armor in an abandoned villa. The villa is dark inside, and the decorative armor left there has turned into an animated armor, making the property unsellable. Moreover, not only is the reward low, but few low-ranked people can take down an animated armor. He mused to himself that his holy sword should handle that thing. She further suggested that since the villa is near the slums, he could take a look around that area while on the quest. That way, you'll have a chance to sneak into the slums. Right, the key is having a legitimate reason. No matter how powerful the forces in the slums are, they would never dare provoke the Adventurers Guild. Probably because if they did, they'd have to face high-ranked adventurers. They're always ready to use violence against those weaker than themselves. At that level, a rank or higher are the ones who truly control the country. R flashed a bright smile, making Leon blush with embarrassment. After the conversation, Leon packed up to leave. Thank you, Reese. I'll repay you somehow, she replied cheerfully. Don't worry, it's my job. Reese pulled out a small bag that looked quite heavy. This is the reward for the rock slime subjugation quest. Take it too, Leon. The guard captain added some extra, so it's a decent amount. He took the bag, gently shook it a few times, feeling its weight. Leon added, one more thing, he said. Can I ask something else? Reese nodded in agreement. Go ahead, Leon said seriously. Can you tell me the way to the Bryan Church? The words hit like a thunderbolt. Reese's eyes widened in shock. She stammered, the church? Yes, I have some business to take care of there. She lowered her head, worried, her hands clasped tightly together. He glanced at Reese. I knew she'd react this way. If Reese, as Elixit said, thinks he's a paladin, then while a paladin can't ask the church for a baptism. If an enemy of the church appears, there would be an exception. Moreover, heretics, or those who reject the goddess, whether gangs or factions, the church would gather all its strength to defeat them. That's the only reason the infamous brutal holy chain knights are sent. Reese answered in a trembling voice, it's in the northeast of the Prima district, the 13th building. After hearing that, Leon waved and turned to leave. Thanks, I'm off. Leaving Gia alone in deep thought, she frowned, realizing that a paladin seeking the church meant an enemy of the church had appeared. Panic made her stumble and fall. This isn't something the guild can ignore. I must report it immediately. Elixit and Leon had already left a while ago. It looked at him with a smug smile. Very clever. Elixit asserted that this was definitely the most effective way without revealing his identity. The guild wouldn't dare act rashly. A D rank, no, a C rank adventurer, not a paladin like you. Leon pointed at it and continued, is that wrong? Once she reports it, the guild will naturally take action. He thought to himself, if it came to that, I was planning to take Elixit to the church, but that reasoning makes sense too. I'll keep this as a last resort. Leon looked down at his clenched fist. Elixit's seal hasn't been fully lifted yet. I need to hone my skills more before I can claim to be the master of the holy sword in front of the church. Anyway, forget that for now. The quest is about moving armor, right? Those monsters move because of the armor? Elixit shook her head. No, what are you spacing out for? It explained that animated armor is an extremely rare natural phenomenon, where the entire suit of armor can move, powered by magic or sorcery, or by someone's will seeping into the armor. Moreover, they have no instincts. They're nothing but commands to repel intruders. Leon was quick to react. Then wouldn't a mage's dispel spell solve everything? Of course not. They aren't created by magic, so it's useless. Think of it this way. A dispel spell works like demolishing a building by removing its pillars, but it can't erase those pillars themselves. So mages are useless here. Leon rested his chin in thought. What we're up against isn't that big of a deal. Looking at the quest sheet, the armor is made of silver-plated iron alloy. Elixit interrupted again. If it were that easy, why do you think the subjugation hasn't been completed? She spread her hands in front of her. If it had been selected as a mandatory quest, it would have been dealt with long ago. Leon focused. Leaning closer to the paper in his hand, he realized the main issue was the abnormally fast regeneration rate, right? Y had already handled it. Even after destroying all parts of the armor, it could restore itself to its original state in less than 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the armor would be back to its initial condition. Their weapons couldn't last until the end, so they gave up. That's what it says here. Elixit chuckled, understanding. So how strong is an animated armor made of that iron alloy? Leon said confidently. We'll find out when we get there. Let's go. Night gradually fell, and the lights from various shops illuminated the streets bustling with crowds. What the hell, the slums aren't as lively as I imagined. It must be like this. Leon suddenly lowered his voice. Elixit, I've felt uncomfortable since I stepped onto this road. Someone's following me, right? It looked around. If someone were following, I'd have told you. I do have some guesses about this, he asked in confusion. What? Elixit said. It's because of your senses. Your sunlight aura is very sensitive to external malice. They're testing you because they think you're young and an easy target. Eyes are watching you from every alley. That malice is stimulating your aura. Leon trembled, hugging himself. Now that I know, I feel even more uncomfortable. All the attention was secretly fixed on him. Unbelievable. All this chill comes from people who want to harm me. Anyway, you still need to be careful. Most of the malice comes from small fry, but there are some very dangerous ones among them. Leon nodded. All right, stay alert to everything. No matter where, I must be wary of strangers and often show myself in front of them since I'm on this quest. Elixit quickly flew ahead to lead the way. The night sky was lit by a full moon casting a faint glow. Leon looked up. Where here, before him, stood the eerie villa, with only the piercing cries of birds sending chills down the spine. The glass windows had long been eroded by time into shards. If there weren't an animated armor inside, it would have been sold long ago. That's right, inside a thin layer of white cloth covered the dusty iron armor, and one of them had bright glowing eyes. Leon gently pushed the door open and walked in slowly. He silently surveyed the room. The sword in his hand shone with a dazzling light. It seemed excited. He confidently walked deeper inside. Leon was secretly pleased. Having you around is convenient. Next time bring a candle. If someone's here you can't do this, he said smugly. All right, I'll bring one next time. Elixit sensed something approaching. Over there, from the darkness, a suit of armor emerged holding a long-handled glaive, poised for battle. Its eyes glowed red, fixed on Leon. The blade of the glaive scraped against the ground with a grating sound as the animated armor tightened its grip. Leon was fearless. A glaive? This is my first time facing an opponent using that weapon. I know, swinging it can tear an opponent's flesh, pressing down can rip them apart and even crush them, he mused to himself. Not to mention it's 2 meters long. The weapon alone fills the distance I'd need to take a step or two to close in. He stomped his feet firmly on the ground. Seeing this, it immediately charged, aiming to finish Leon with one strike. Despite that, he quickly raised his sword to block. This advantage only applies if the opponent is skilled with the weapon. They clashed violently, its eyes blazing with murderous red light. No matter how strong the glaive is, a hollow suit of armor weighing 20 to 30 kilograms can't fully utilize it. Leon frowned. This is the price you pay for shortening the distance. He raised his sword high, gathering strength to strike the iron armor hard, cutting off one of its arms. Leon grinned. Now the distance is far enough. Then he slashed continuously at its body parts, from head to torso, and the legs shattered. Pieces clattered to the ground with a ringing sound. The armor lay in pieces. Elixit approached. Did you use super speed? Not bad, except for a slight deviation in your sword path from using it, he said smugly. I barely managed a few minutes, but now I can use it more naturally since I'm an aura user. Leon's eyes were fixed on the armor fragments on the ground. But they say even if destroyed by a warhammer, they regenerate. The two stood in silence, watching for a long time. Leon was puzzled. Didn't they say the regeneration rate was abnormally fast? It doesn't seem to be the case here, does it? Maybe the report was wrong. He felt annoyed. It's possible, but in the guild, a false report is a second-degree crime. If it leads to a death sentence, the guild places a bounty on the head of the person responsible, he said in confusion. Something feels off to me. Who would risk that to avoid a disciplinary task? Anyway, thinking back, it was strange from the start. No matter how berserk this animated armor is, a well-trained guild should handle them without issue. Elixit had a different view. I can't think of anything. Could there be individual differences? It's possible. He wiped his sword while muttering, I think I need to take out a few more. Seems unnecessary. They're coming to us. From the deep dark corner in the distance, dozens of eyes were fixed on him. They charged fiercely, accompanied by the grating sound of metal. Leon frowned, looking over there. He turned to Elixit. I can't see them clearly. Can you light it up a bit? I don't know if I'm a holy sword or a flashlight anymore. The sword in his hand suddenly blazed with dazzling light, golden radiance flooding the entire room. Unexpected, amazing, super bright but not harsh. Truly a comforting light. A terrifying low growl came from behind, and both turned toward the sound. A group of armors suddenly covered their faces and howled, looking in great pain. Leon was bewildered. What the hell? What's wrong with them? Their eyes began to smoke as if burned. They charged angrily at Leon, and he didn't hesitate to counterattack fiercely. Leon cursed angrily. These bastards, they're attacking in unison. The attack directions are easy to predict, but their movements are perfect. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. However, Leon confidently asserted, if you're not true knights, you're only asking for trouble. How long do you think those scripted moves will work? Elixit stood aside and called out to Leon. Hearing the voice, he paused for a few seconds to listen. In that moment of distraction, it charged and swung a strike. Luckily, he reacted quickly, leaping back just in time to dodge the blow. Leon asked in panic, what's wrong, Islet? These things aren't walking armor. The news hit him like a thunderbolt. What? Then what are they? It said to use a visual skill, and your eyes would see them. Following Eilut's instructions, he immediately used the visual skill. At that moment a puff of black smoke appeared in his eyes, hiding behind the armor with a sinister smile. He exclaimed in surprise, "Black smoke? How can this be? That black smoke is a kind of ghost energy, so once it touches your body, it will drain your life force. That's why your sunlight aura can resist it. But it's still bad if you get touched, so that's why they react to the light of the holy sword." Half right. If they were just absorbing ghost energy, they'd only be impure. The black smoke rose quickly. These walking armors have no intelligence, emotions, or vocal cords, so they can't shout. Therefore they have no reason to tense up when facing the holy sword's light. The only one afraid of the pure light is Eilut. He emphasized the word ghost spirit. Then he said, "They are demon armors. They are born from armor inhabited by restless souls, filled with hatred for the living." "I see, so that's why the one I took down couldn't regenerate. Armor controlled by ghost spirits can't be destroyed until their hatred fades. No matter how much force you use, they'll keep getting back up. The only way to conquer demon armor is to drive out the soul with magic. They are subdued by mages who control them. And you're the one who destroys these armors, using your aura power to break the connection between the soul and the armor or purifying them with holy power. Fortunately, I have the holy sword, the king of all holy weapons, but if they're demon armors, I'd better retreat now and come back tomorrow." Eilut's face darkened. Yes, their numbers are indeed strange. It's impossible for so many to have gathered here by chance. Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Not by chance? Of course, the success rate of creating a demon armor is very low. No matter how powerful the magic spell, whether intentional or not, after countless failures, having this many means hundreds of souls have flown into this mansion." Leon shouted worriedly, "Impossible, this city. Has that many people died in a place like this? A single ghost can't do this. They can't go too far, nor can they exist in this world for long. And they can't even make it to another district of the city." Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Then there's nowhere else but the slums. In other words, a place not bound by any law. The only place that can gather all these elements is the slums. A place where you can get anything with violence and money." He gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can't just leave them be. But someone as inexperienced as me can't handle this yet." Leon gripped his longsword tightly. "Even if I can shake the church with this sword, it's futile if I can't figure out the identity and purpose of that organization." He raised the sword high, using its momentum to leap into the air. "If I have to go back before dawn, I'll have to take a risk. Fighting in this darkness will also improve my skills." The armor was cleaved in two by his sword, and with a wave of his hand it was reduced to scrap metal. Scattered metal fragments clattered to the ground, a sound echoing throughout the room. The morning light faintly appeared, illuminating the window frame. Eilut whispered softly, "It seems they're almost all killed too." "Probably." Leon forced himself to stand, using his sword as support. "Fighting while surrounded like this isn't too bad for me, right? It's all because of your blind spots, isn't it?" "Exactly. Compared to others, my field of vision is wide, but it's still limited like an ordinary person's. No matter how hard I try, I can't see what's behind my head." "Go on. So fighting with my back to the wall is the best method, right?" "That's right." Eilut raised his hand to explain. "The third level is controlling the situation. The second is adapting to the environment. And the most important first level is turning the situation into your own strength." Leon breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile flickering across his lips. The two slowly left that dark room. "That's something I have to overcome on my own to have the ability to fight in the slums. The danger of the slums is naturally far greater than the drainage area and the tunnel area. Everywhere is filled with carefully set traps, just waiting for prey to take the bait. And those assassins skilled in ambushes will definitely target my blind spots. So if I keep relying on this limited field of vision, I might fall into their traps with no way out." Under the blue sky and sunlight, clouds drifted leisurely. In an alley, a boy stumbled along, sobbing. He cried out in grievance. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. The silence made the boy stop abruptly and wipe away his tears. The child reached out and tightly covered his own mouth. That fierce-looking, burly man made everyone afraid. Seeing him approach, everyone was terrified. That group along with that figure. It was Khan, the most powerful bastard gang leader in the villa. "My subordinates followed your orders and monitored the 23rd and 25th districts. But so far, no slave has gone in and come out alive. That striking pink hair, but only a tuft left in the middle of a bald head. This was seen as a sign that they were one of Khan's men. He reported that the area around that district was dangerous, and his subordinates couldn't get any closer. But shouldn't we investigate deeper?" Khan rested his chin on his hand and shook his head. "No, just keep watching from a distance. If we're not careful, we might alert the enemy." Then he continued his report. "I checked the water flowing out of the 23rd and 25th districts. Down in that sewer, besides the foul sewage, there was human blood, rotten entrails, and a lot of mixed debris. I can conclude that at least over 30 people died today. Kong gritted his teeth and asked, "What did those mages say?" "They said some very strange things. Apparently, the dark magic ritual inside isn't as simple as it looks." This answer made him grind his teeth in anger. "All right, gather everything you were ordered to investigate and compile a report for me. Better bring the evidence too. That's enough for now, leave the rest to those people," that subordinate added loudly. "Boss, even though we don't know what they're up to, if we don't hurry, the commission from those slaves will be halved." As soon as he finished speaking, blood splattered from somewhere, hitting the face of the person next to him. The sight left him stunned. That person lost his life over just a few words in the blink of an eye. Khan showed a sinister smile. "Once you can't determine when the enemy will strike, that's when you'll die like this bastard." The subordinates trembled, thinking to themselves, "This move is terrifying. I didn't even react to what happened like snapping a finger. Meanwhile, those doomed ones are different. We can't use them. It's best not to try. And conflict with them will only bring us losses," he pointed and ordered. "Whether they're fanatics or foreign spies, we absolutely must not touch them. Once we decide to start the plan, it won't benefit us. Even if it's just 1 gold coin, they'll kill to the last. So let their commander, that holy knight, handle it." Every word pierced through the chests of each subordinate. "Not done yet. Put this aside for now. Any other news?" "Yes." He said that at the abandoned mansion at the entrance to the district, his subordinates heard that someone frequented it to carry out tasks. Khan listened intently. "It's been over a week, I hear. He's known for specifically collecting monster and slime gel. At first he was called Cat, but now he's known as the Cleaner. In other words, he takes the jobs no one else wants." Khan frowned. "This guy is interesting too. Cleaner." He rubbed his chin with interest. "That guy who takes cheap jobs. We might be able to use him." Night fell again, enveloping the entire city. Inside the villa, lights flickered. Leon was training hard, his body drenched in sweat. He raised his sword, a white electric light radiating around him, his teeth clenched tightly. But in the end he couldn't achieve the desired effect, and the longsword fell weakly to the ground. At that moment Ilis appeared and asked, "How is it? Did you feel it? That flow of air through my body?" "I felt something strange," it said happily. "Clearly, a cautious ordinary person is better than a reckless genius. It's impressive that you can keep up with my pace." Leon leaned back, panting. "Every time I pass a trial, I feel like I've narrowly escaped death, but I don't feel like I've made much progress because I lack confidence." Islet snapped his fingers encouragingly. "Keep it up," an information panel appeared. "Leon, one who dares not begin." Leon froze. "What? How can a low-level magic user be next to an intermediate holy sword? Isn't this the same starting level as last time?" It squinted at him. "Looks like your development speed is pretty good, just as expected, all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. You've already learned what others take hundreds of days to grasp." He was still puzzled. "Even so, why isn't there an entry for the 7-star sword?" Islet scolded loudly. "Of course, because you haven't even learned a single basic skill of the technique. Do you have a conscience? You need to understand that the 7-star sword, also known as the Great Chariot, is a sword technique secret manual created by Rodri in his early stumbling years. It's said that only when a person can continuously execute all 7 forms of that sword technique can they truly be called a master." Leon said firmly, "I want to learn at least 1 form before facing my enemy. If I add the 7-star sword to the holy sword, is it possible that I can gain the upper hand, no matter who my enemy is?" Hearing this, it grinned. "If they're not masters, they'll die. That's enough." He clenched his fist, ready. "Because becoming strong enough in 2 weeks to crush anyone in the slums is impossible. So I need a trump card for emergencies. I know how to summon a magic weapon, but if I can't use it well, it's useless." Alip suddenly looked toward the door as if sensing something approaching. Leon couldn't help but get excited. "So shall we start now? I'll keep practicing until I succeed." Islet interrupted him again. "I'm glad you're so motivated, but today's training ends here." He paused in confusion. "What? Why?" Behind the door were members of the bastard gang. "Because we have uninvited guests." Leon quickly ran over. "Uninvited guests? What do you mean, exactly? They're definitely not tenants." "So are they here for me?" Islet said. "I don't sense any monsters or enemies. Among them, I don't feel any strong ones either. From the looks of it, they seem like small fry." Leon froze, turned around and asked, "Could they be from the slums?" Their expressions didn't look friendly. "But I don't think they're here to fight. I think I should go out and meet them. Maybe they have some clues to find the enemy." The door slowly opened and light streamed out. Leon walked out, facing the group of bastard gang members. One of them pointed at him flippantly and said, "Are you the Cleaner?" "It's me," he said. "We're sorry for coming to you without notice. We're just following orders, hope you understand," Leon exclaimed in surprise. "Orders?" The members made some exaggerated gestures. "That's right, we're members of the bastard gang," Leon could only sneer inwardly. As far as he knew, he had heard of them while gathering information. This gang was commanded by a man nicknamed Con Fang, and they were the ruling class, dividing the slums into 3 parts. He said loudly, The boss is looking for you. We were ordered to let you go if you said you didn't want to come, but I suggest you come with us willingly." Before he finished speaking, Leon agreed to go without hesitation. This easy agreement left them stunned for about 2 seconds. Maybe he wouldn't call me over this way. If he planned to do something to me, he thought to himself. As long as I mention the name Con Fang, most people will make way for me. This is my chance to delve into the heart of the slums. Eilert interjected. I can be sure what he wants. Exactly. Under the moonlight illuminating the night sky, Leon walked surrounded by the members. He thought, he must be considering giving me a task he can't entrust to the guild. He smirked inwardly. If you want to use me, I'll use you too. Here we are. He pointed into the alley. Suddenly, someone ran out from inside and accidentally bumped into his arm. The young man lost his balance and fell backward, scattering the fruit from his bag. He stammered in fear, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. This face, this hairstyle, the bastard gang. He angrily and mercilessly beat the young man. You damn pest, don't you have eyes to see where you're going? Leon seemed unable to control his emotions, gritting his teeth in anger. Eilert quickly stopped him. Hold back. Why, it reminded Leon to control his emotions more carefully. If you let out a bloody scent in front of a man like Con like you just did, this will end and it won't do you any good. He gently suppressed his emotions, closed his eyes and relaxed his whole body. All right, I'm fine now, I'll be careful. Inside the villa, light shone through the windows. The two walked in. Leon looked around. So this is the bastard gang's stronghold. Don't they know what cleaning is? What? Under this floor, is that bloodstains? He thought smugly. Looks like they deliberately don't clean. Classic intimidation. A low, eerie voice came from the darkness. Are you the one they call the cleaner? Leon swiftly drew his longsword, spinning around to slash at Con. But this move was nothing to him. Con even smirked at him with satisfaction, taunting in a low voice that the nickname was completely unsuitable. Cleaner, was it? Leon glanced over, turning his head to see Con's fist hurtling toward him like a mountain collapsing. His entire body froze, thinking he was done for. The fist stopped right in front of Lion's eyes, a gust of wind howling past like a storm. He didn't finish Leon off, just halted before him. Even so, it was enough to make Lion's nose gush blood. His legs were rooted to the spot, utterly powerless. He couldn't believe he couldn't dodge at all. The sheer wind pressure alone was this intense. If he hadn't stopped, Leon would have been decapitated. Leon asked, "Are you the one called Fang?" He nodded. "You're quite brave. I heard you were a nobody, thought you'd be some useless waste." Con lightly patted Leon on the shoulder. "But this is enough. All right, I've made up my mind." He raised a hand to wipe away the blood. "Made up your mind? About what? About my demand, of course. You came here in person, didn't you, because you had doubts?" Con spoke up. "I'll give you what you want." Leon was puzzled. "What I want? What exactly is that?" He saw through his thoughts. "Sorry, but I've already investigated your entire background. At the Royal Academy." Leon pressed his lips tight, furrowed his brow, sweat pouring out, glaring angrily ahead. That place where commoners were always second class. Con raised his hands high, a mocking expression on his face as he shouted at Leon. "You used your own efforts to slap those nobles in the face. Then you joined this guild, taking on missions no one else wanted, and made a name for yourself across the entire city." His expression turned serious, pondering silently. Con the Fang, the slum boss, must have plenty of snake-eye spies under him, right? Con lowered his head slightly, his tone reflective. "I somewhat understand why you left that academy." He pointed confidently at Leon and bellowed, "You didn't want to become a knight, nor bow to those rotten nobles." Leon and Alizette's faces stiffened, sweat dripping continuously. He wasn't done yet, continuing, "So you fought those nobles and decided to become an adventurer." A barrage of ruthless moves rained down on those nobles, sending one flying far away with a single blow. Unlike those self-proclaimed aristocrats who only cared about their own gain, in the end Leon won. And that noble was beaten to a pulp, unable to move. That's why he could rise to C rank after just 2 missions. Indeed, Leon had been fighting non-stop, not just hunting monsters but also training constantly. Reese smiled brightly, holding out a card with both hands. A low voice questioned, "Isn't that right?" Leon and Aliet's faces grew increasingly blank. He sighed helplessly to himself. "No, clearly not." Seeing no reaction, Con confidently added, "If you were greedy for money, you wouldn't have done that. From the start, you had only one goal, right? I saw it at a glance. Fame, something nobles can't touch, something that elevates status even with a lowly birth. Fame." He was smug, as if he'd seen through Lion's intentions, his tone growing more self-satisfied. "I'm sure the reason you rushed over as soon as I invited you, even knowing the slums are a complicated place, is because, right?" Before he could finish, Con grinned wickedly, his tone turning more sinister. "If you agree to my terms, your wish can come true." Leon lowered his head slightly, his expression serious, and replied in a low voice, "Understood." But on the surface, Leon was already sneering at him inside. What the hell is this old man? He's completely wrong but keeps going on. As if echoing his thoughts, Alit rubbed her chin thoughtfully. It was a bit off but not entirely wrong. Looking at your past and the missions you've completed, anyone would think you're doing it all for fame. Reese clasped her hands together, gazing at Leon with admiration. At that moment he was holding his sword aloft with authority. He lowered his head slightly, hiding a sinister smile. He thought to himself, this old man has completely misunderstood his intentions, but there's no need to correct him. Because if he ever becomes an enemy, since he's already mistaken, he might as well use that misunderstanding. With that in mind, Leon extended his hand to Khan, his expression firm, and said, "At least I've heard you out." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Khan's eyes. Time flew by and soon night fell, the moon faintly visible behind drifting clouds. Khan took a big gulp of alcohol and said slowly, "People in the slums are always wary of outsiders, but they don't reject or hate them." Suddenly, he slammed the bottle onto the table and began to speak. "This is the best place to survive." The entire space seemed to freeze, leaving only Khan's hoarse voice. "Many people don't know their place and come to these slums seeking power. I wiped them out mercilessly 3 or 4 months before they even made a move. So forget about District 23 or 25 to 200 corpses a day is my style." Thinking of the hellish scene of ghost armor, Leon couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What now? Has Maris already teamed up with ghost armor?" Before he could dwell on it, Khan held up 3 fingers, his expression serious. 3 people divide the highest power in these slums. One is a businessman, Simon the Golden Pig. One is a killer who never shows his face, Coffin the Undertaker. And of course I'm the leader. Watching his smug expression, Leon could only sigh helplessly. If he hadn't met him in person, he couldn't think of anyone more fitting for that name. Soon, Khan's voice rang out again slowly. Districts 23 and 25 are Simon's turf. But with the losses he just suffered, he's furious. To balance things out, he hired a bunch of mercenaries from D to B rank. Khan's expression gradually cooled, his voice dropping. "They're all dead." Leon shuddered at this, his eyes wide with disbelief. He asked urgently, "Then who were they?" Faced with his urgency, Khan calmly picked up the bottle and took a big swig. "Take a guess." Lion's expression grew anxious, sweat pouring like rain. He covered his mouth, thinking to himself, if they had the power to defeat such a mercenary force, were they a large organization that even the Emperor would watch? He hadn't realized the slums were such a lawless place. This had crossed a line. If Khan was included, the number defeating them might make more sense. Khan shook the now empty bottle, his tone regretful. "Those who tried to investigate also ended up dead, except for me." He crushed the bottle directly, shards flying everywhere. He lowered his voice and added, "That pig is now terrified and won't do anything. Coffin the Undertaker is also watching the situation. And even my men are trying to avoid a full-scale war. Tisk, if I weren't there, they'd all be headless snakes, I know that well." But Leon was listening quietly when he suddenly interrupted Khan. "So basically, given the current situation, we shouldn't be aggressive, right?" Khan replied calmly, "I hate to admit it, but that's true." He pointed directly at Leon and shouted, "That's why I called you. An adventurer aiming for fame." His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with coldness. "I investigated and found you're someone who faces danger rather than runs from it, so I'm sure you won't refuse this request." Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "From what you've said, this mission you're offering isn't about killing, but using me to draw those people's attention." Hearing this, Khan grinned slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His tone was full of praise. "Very clever. Compared to thousands of other fools, making you my man was the right call." Leon waved his hand in refusal. "Sorry, but I don't want to join a gang." Watching Khan lean back in displeasure, he thought to himself, it's clear he doesn't want to involve his own people in dangerous things anymore. So he's borrowing outside strength. He wants to use someone capable like him. Maris is a big problem, but he could become an even bigger one later. He asked curiously, "All right, but how do you plan to start?" Khan waved his hand, tossing a stack of documents onto the table. He replied calmly, "Read this first." Leon silently picked up the stack and looked through it, then suddenly paused, his expression showing shock, eyes wide with disbelief. He thought to himself, the documents Khan showed him were evidence of how the slum dwellers were being massacred by Maris. Alit narrowed her eyes slightly, speaking in a low tone. "What's visible here is a few hundred, but the actual number could be in the thousands." Cold sweat poured like rain, and he covered his mouth to hide his panic. It was terrifying because they were in an area beyond the law, so there was no way to know what was happening, even if people disappeared, or how long those brutal acts would continue over there. Alit watched his trembling, clenched hand and called out to Leon in concern. He struggled to stay calm and asked Khan why he didn't report it to the highest guild. Faced with his question, he answered decisively, "Can't, because those guys are more stubborn than you think." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "They won't believe it unless they see it with their own eyes." Leon grinned slightly and added, "So that's why you need me." Khan snapped his fingers and shouted happily, "That's right, I need you as proof." Enough to make those guys believe what's happening is real. A living piece of evidence. He laughed, turned his head and said mockingly, "How pathetic. Whether I'm alive or dead, I'm still valid evidence." With that he threw his head back and laughed heartily, but in an instant he returned to a calm demeanor and asked him, "So, are you ready?" Lion's eyes were filled with determination, and he slammed the table, answering, "All right." Watching Khan calm down now that he'd finally achieved his goal, he thought to himself, how pathetic, but gathering this many people in the slums wasn't easy, and more importantly, he could save thousands of lives by completing this mission. Just as he thought that, Khan coldly tossed him a bag along with a dagger. "Take this." Leon pulled out the dagger, looked at the crude pattern on the blade, and couldn't help blurting out curiously, "What's this?" Hearing this, Khan quickly replied, "A dagger engraved with my seal," he explained with a sinister grin. "Show it to anyone who wants to cause you trouble, and no bastard will dare ask questions. Otherwise their coffin's open." Leon frowned and tossed the stuff aside. "What the hell are you giving me?" "Not needed." Seeing this, Khan was furious. He roared angrily, "You ungrateful brat." Not done yet. Leon curiously opened the bag and looked inside calmly. The bag contained some magic scrolls, for use when necessary, or to sell if you wanted. Khan pretended to be generous. "Consider it a mutually beneficial reward." Leon lowered his head slightly and spoke calmly, "Let me ask you one last question." Khan raised his fist and charged at Leon with all his might, but faced with this threat, Leon didn't move or react. Seeing this, Khan immediately stopped, his clenched fist halting right in front of him, less than a finger's width away. Facing Khan's fist, Lion's eyes were wide open, two streams of deep red nosebleed flowing and drying, but he couldn't bother to wipe them now. His face was full of determination as he asked, "You never intended to throw that punch from the start, did you?" Khan just stared coldly at him, silent, but in an instant he returned to his wild demeanor and laughed in reply, "Of course." Night shrouded the entire city like ink, with only lights from a few rooms illuminating an extremely ordinary-looking house. Leon sat hunched quietly on the edge of the bed. Recalling Khan's sly expression just now, he pressed his lips tight and thought to himself, "Khan the Fang, he's too strong, he needs more training." With that he turned and asked, "Alizette, did you notice anything noteworthy when reading that stack of documents?" She closed her eyes and replied calmly about some things. "But I need to study further. Based on Maris doing things unrelated to the plan, it's highly likely to trigger a disaster." Looking at the pile Khan had given him, he asked again, "So you're saying you have to see it with your own eyes?" Alit nodded decisively. "Yes." Leon closed his eyes tightly. Sweat poured like rain. He thought to himself, easier said than done, infiltrating an area where 500 mercenaries were wiped out, shouldn't this be a job for the strongest assassin or something? With that, he stood up abruptly. "I think I need backup. Someone who won't be blinded by money and whom I can trust without guilt." Alit looked at him in confusion. "Wasn't that condition a bit high?" Leon replied confidently. "Not only that, it's someone who will never forgive Maris. There's only one place to find such a person." "Yes, I remember," she said. "It was Building 13 in the Bram district." "Right?" Time flew by under the blue sky and dazzling sunlight. Leon and Alit were drenched. Exhausted, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is this a church?" Before him stood a dilapidated church, lifeless. Watching the shaky old beggars at the end of the street, he couldn't help wondering why they built this in such a small district. Hearing this, Alit slowly explained, "Churches always send priests to places with unfortunate fates where people are easily blinded by profit and prone to submission. And those who become slaves to ambition are easily controlled, but priests don't fall that way, because they must always remain incorruptible. They only respect their faith and the words of their superiors. They never lose their way. In other words, they can't be fooled by lies anymore." Leon seemed to regain strength, smiled confidently, and walked briskly forward as he replied, "I have no choice, so I don't want to stand out like an inexperienced hero, but I think I'll have to tell the truth." After that, Leon approached a priest, but the results weren't as expected. He thought to himself, "Besides, even if we presented evidence, most of the teams there were clergy. As long as I made them keep silent at all costs, they would never reveal anything to anyone. The people here wore ragged clothes like those from a slum, but their eyes were always open and honest. Even without light shining on them, they were defenseless toward everything, including looking into others' pockets, which showed they still trusted others. I wonder if it's because of this church branch. I'm curious who manages it." A hand reached out and knocked heavily on the wooden door, and soon a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Leon smiled and replied, "Oh, I'm the adventurer, Leon. I have something I'd like to ask the bishop." Suddenly, a surge of energy swept over and enveloped his body. Leon stared at his own palm in confusion, pondering to himself, Is my body's aura reacting to the aura of the person on the other side of the door?" Shortly after, someone came to open the door, and the wooden door let out a pleasant creak. The man stood half in darkness and half in light. Carlo smiled warmly and greeted, "I am the bishop in charge here." Cesare. Leon couldn't help but show a surprised expression. 1. After a moment in the living room, Cher's rough hand gently held the teacup handle. He smiled and asked him, "You must be surprised that the bishop is—" Leon immediately replied awkwardly, "No." As if understanding his thoughts, he raised a hand to signal it was fine and calmly explained, "It's quite rare for an elf like me to be in this position. The Lord loves everyone equally. So I have always served him with all my heart. I've heard of your achievements. Sir Leon, you took down the underground monsters in the sewers and city walls, right?" Hearing this, Leon was momentarily stunned. Before Cher finished, he added, "Thanks to you, the water quality has become better than ever. The number of suicides due to abdominal pain has dropped significantly. I'm sure the Lord is pleased as well." Leon forced a smile and replied, "You flatter me." Suddenly, Cher's expression turned cold, and his voice gradually deepened. "Now you said you have something to tell me, right?" Leon slightly lowered his eyes and remained silent. He pulled out a stack of documents and pushed them toward the old man. "Could you take a look at these documents first?" Cher picked up the stack and carefully flipped through each page. Suddenly his face twisted in fury, his brows furrowed tightly, and terrifying veins bulged. He spoke angrily and urgently. "This is a matter the church must intervene in." However, he picked up a piece of paper and continued. "The source of this information is the problem. This document will be questioned, and the archbishop will demand a fresh investigation." Cher rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. "But if that happens, resolving it will take a lot of time," Leon replied calmly. "Yes, I think so too." He looked at him with earnest eyes and asked, "So I want to find a friend to investigate Districts 23 and 25 with me. Could you recommend someone?" Cher rubbed his chin seriously, thinking, "Sorry, my branch doesn't have anyone capable of fighting." Leon and Alicite showed a hint of regret, but unexpectedly he added, "There are a few who have learned restoration and support magic, but I don't think they can help much with this mission." Leon lowered his eyes dejectedly and replied, "Is that so?" thinking to himself, "This is the last place." Suddenly, Cher's expression turned serious, and he said, "But there's another way. I'll go with you." Both you and Alicite were stunned by his words, cold sweat pouring like rain. Before he could answer, Cher explained, "I'll have someone else look after things here, so I'll go with you. Just because I'm a bishop doesn't mean I can't do hard work." Leon worriedly thought to himself. He had only dared to hope for a few priests to help, but now the bishop himself agreed to go. Still, he tried to stay calm and asked, "Are you sure it's okay?" As soon as he looked up, he saw Cher's determined expression and was momentarily speechless. Cher raised one hand and asked softly, "Do I look unreliable?" Leon widened his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to say. On Cher's hand, aside from the old calluses that had turned into scars, there was truly nothing. He suddenly swung his hand to the side. From his palm, a force quickly condensed into a white point. Cher raised the hand imbued with that magic. One manifestation of magic is that when it condenses to a certain degree, it releases outward and ignites the air. This extraordinary skill could clearly tear through midland metal like paper. Leon couldn't bear the blinding light emitted by the magic and had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Alit opened his mouth wide, constantly marveling. From the speed of his movement, he had certainly mastered it through countless battles. In terms of strength, he should be on par with Khan. Cher slowly withdrew his hand and asked Leon with a gentle smile, "So I won't hold you back?" Leon looked at Cher's nonchalant smiling face and exclaimed inwardly, "Is this bishop doing it out of passion?" He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Actually, I'm worried I'll hold you back." Hearing this, Cher couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't put me on a pedestal. 50 years ago, I was a member of the Paladin Assassination Squad, so now I'm no different from a common aspirant." Leon widened his eyes in astonishment. Paladin Assassination Squad. He was once a member of the continent's strongest army. He stepped forward happily and shook Cher's hand heartily. "Please take care of me." Cher smiled softly and replied, "Of course I should be the one saying that." Then he turned and walked out, but before leaving he looked back at Leon and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get my weapon. You go to the front yard first." Leon happily replied, "Oh okay, no problem." He clenched his fist, secretly delighted at the thought of traveling with someone who had been in the Paladin Assassination Squad, feeling as if he had an army or something similar. He clasped his hands in front of his face, imagining Cher in battle, which only made him admire him more. Moreover, the weapon he used while in the squad must have been a cool bow suited for hunting tribal elves. Suddenly, Alit coldly interrupted his thoughts. "You're naively dead. Didn't you see the calluses on his hands?" Hearing this, Leon's face stiffened, showing a confused expression. Leon didn't have to wait long. Soon, a heavy chain mace slammed onto the ground, causing even the floor to tremble slightly. Cher still wore a gentle smile, but the heavy chain mace in his hand created a starkly incongruous image. Leon and Alicite could only stare at him in shock. Cold sweat kept pouring out. Suddenly, Cher slightly raised his hand and the chain mace flew up. He kept swinging his arm, making the chain mace spin in the air, then suddenly swung it forward. The heavy chain mace, dragging its chain, flew straight toward the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, a huge rock was smashed into countless fragments, scattering into the distance. Faced with such a brutal scene, Cher still smiled gently and turned to him nonchalantly, exclaiming, "Whoa, amazing. I haven't felt this in a long time. I'll never forget the satisfaction of crushing heretics' brains with this chain mace. Now, though I've long since retired from the front lines, it still gets my blood boiling." Leon and Alit couldn't help but shudder, cold sweat pouring out, soaking a patch on their backs. Cher calmly walked up to him until they were less than an arm's length apart, then asked coldly, "You eliminate the wicked and their crimes. I'm sure the Lord is watching our sacred battle, right?" Leon stammered fearfully. Of course." Hearing this, Cher's eyes seemed to gleam, his demeanor fierce and confident. Time passed like this, and soon it was afternoon. The twilight gradually faded, giving way to the cold night. On the bustling streets, Leon's figure stood out conspicuously. He glanced slightly behind him, then turned to ask Alit beside him. "He's following us, right?" Alit replied coldly. Hearing this, Leon's tone was filled with helplessness. "I told him to change into clothes suitable for the slums since he can't walk around in a priest's robe in the criminal's lair." But looking at Cher's gloomy face carefully hidden under his cloak, he thought, "It's a bit strange. I can sense his presence with magic, but all my other senses feel nothing." Alit tilted his head and calmly explained, "That's a magic skill, a skill that uses magic to erase one's presence. It's hard to use while moving, but he's quite skilled." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a drunken man staggered over and heavily bumped into Cher. He turned around angrily and shouted, "Hey, watch where you're going, what the hell are you looking at?" But when he turned around, he only saw empty space beside him, no one there. Alicite sighed and remarked, "He's definitely experienced in this kind of infiltration." Leon turned slightly and replied with a trembling voice, "But I can sense you with magic." Alit quickly explained, "It might be due to his magic attribute. Normally when he uses the magic concealment skill, you shouldn't sense his presence, but these limitations can be overcome based on the magic's characteristics. From your sun attribute reaction, his attribute should be moon. You can sense that elf's presence because his attribute is exposed in front of you, a sun attribute holder." Leon asked himself inwardly, "Sun and moon, is this just a coincidence? Or fate?" Soon it was night, and Leon and Cher stopped in front of a large door marked with the number 23. He spoke up, "We're here. This is District 23. "Ah," he took out the dagger he had gotten from Khan. Alit saw this and showed a sinister smile. "That rogue's dagger should be useful." Leon nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as they entered, the thugs inside were all bristling with killing intent, their gazes fixed on him. Leon walked in front, simply raising the dagger coldly without a word. A sentence involuntarily surfaced in his mind, "All the underlings we encounter must make way." Sure enough, as soon as the thugs saw the dagger, they showed fear and stepped aside to let him pass. Cher smiled softly and said, "I can't believe we passed through this slum so easily. You truly live up to your reputation." Leon turned his head, his face full of killing intent, and his voice carried a hint of death. "Thanks to you, I can quickly deal with those damned heretics, those who defile life yet are ungrateful for the Lord's blessings." Leon and Alit couldn't help but shrink back, remaining silent. Soon Leon found the tunnel door. He opened the old door underground and turned to warn the old man. "From here on it's the domain of evil. Sneaking in openly would be dangerous, so we'll take the sewer Khan showed me." The two used magic to feel their way down, passing through the foul-smelling sewage area. Suddenly, Cher stopped warily, and the magic light on him quickly extinguished. "Shish," Leon instinctively went on alert, looking ahead. A voice came from above them. "Is that all for today? We won't meet our quota because the sacrifices are starting to resist. We still need to handle over 10 more. But 70 a day is really a bit too much." Leon widened his eyes in horror. It wasn't over yet. The conversation continued from above. "Even if we start processing at dawn by the time the ritual ends, it'll be late at night, and they dump all the work on us. Those bastards." Leon clenched his teeth, filled with rage. "A ritual, 70 people a day. They've been slaughtering this many every day for months. Unforgivable." But besides him, there was another who couldn't hold back. Casella, swinging his chain mace, said, "I'm going." Before he could react, the old man smashed through the floor and jumped up, catching those above off guard. The chain mace flew like lightning, smashing directly into one of their faces. Then came countless consecutive strikes, each one cleanly taking down an enemy. He didn't stop until no one was left alive. Leon heard the silence and climbed out of the hole. But when he saw the scene around him, he stammered, "Es, sir." Cher then remembered the main objective. He smiled awkwardly. "Oh right, we were supposed to sneak in quietly, weren't we?" Suddenly a sharp whoosh sounded, but it was immediately met with Cher's chain mace smashing into a face. Suddenly he seemed to see something and let out a puzzled exclamation. His chain mace was blocked by an invisible shield. Maris, holding a long blade, slowly walked toward him. He sneered contemptuously and said, "With this armor, attacks are useless. How dare you sneak in here? Are you crazy? We just ran out of sacrifices. You've come at the right time." Just as he finished, a flash of light suddenly passed and his head was cut off. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Shocking as it was, the one who struck was none other than Leon. His face was now cold and expressionless. The other person, seeing this, immediately shouted in terror, "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, a hand reached out and covered his light. A crisp cracking sound rang out and another person was cleanly dealt with by Cher. Leon silently watched as the two Maris corpses fell to the ground with a thud. Cher smiled and kept clapping in praise. "Oh brother Leon, you handled that accurately, didn't you?" Leon forced a smile and replied, "I don't think you should say that, sir." To break the awkward atmosphere, he quickly picked up the swords of the Mari's men and examined them. "Anyway, those bastards used good swords." Cher seemed to realize something. He slapped his palm and exclaimed happily, "Whoa, you got their weapons? That might be why you overlooked their external techniques." Leon still wore a smile, and quietly asked Alit, "Is it really okay, Alit?" Alit calmly replied, It's going exactly as planned. I've applied a special curse to my appearance, so, to them, I look like an ordinary sword, as if they were holding one." Leon smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, "The holy sword would definitely be too conspicuous, but if it's someone who knows the Church of St. Roderick, even thinking about it wouldn't help, because they'd recognize the holy sword by its appearance." With that thought, he spoke up, "I can't say this infiltration was a success, but since we found the enemy's true face, I think it's a big plus. There's no better evidence than us using external techniques forbidden by the Church." Cher pulled down the brim of his hood and grinned. "You're right, but this wasn't a failed invasion. Just like it could be called an assassination if there were no witnesses. If we had killed them all, then it would be an invasion." Leon and Elliot could only fall into helpless silence. Two heavy door-closing sounds and voices came from beyond the iron gate. "Let's search more thoroughly, my lord." "Yes, I agree, senior brother Leon." After searching around, they finally opened the iron gate, and a pungent stench wafted out, making them involuntarily furrow their brows. Inside the room, the long-rotted corpses had turned into bare bones scattered all over the floor. Dark red, fresh bloodstains seemed to add a touch of decoration to this horrifying scene. Beside them was a set of freshly used knives and scissors, neatly arranged on a cloth, with bloodstains still wet and seeping into the fabric. Not far away there was even a filthy basin filled with mutilated human organs. Leon's pupils contracted violently, and he immediately covered his mouth with his hand, forcing back the surging nausea. He thought to himself, "This nightmare, how many lives have been sacrificed and how much pain have they endured, right here?" Seeing his condition, Elliot quickly spoke up to warn him. "Endure it. You can't get used to these terrible things, can't turn a blind eye to misfortune. Even if no one remembers, a hero must remember. This tragedy is the true face of the enemy you're willing to sacrifice your life to fight." Leon lowered his head and asked in a heavy tone, "Isn't it the Demon King?" Elliot shook his head contemptuously and replied, How could such a mediocre monster be worthy of being your enemy? The world isn't good enough to be saved just by defeating one bad guy." His words suddenly made something click for Leon. His eyes widened, and several veins bulged on his forehead, making him look particularly fierce. Elliot didn't stop there and continued, "For the poor, poverty is their demon king. For the sick, plague is their demon king. Do you really think these misfortunes have reasonable causes? Can you cut down poverty with your sword? Can you wipe out disease with it? In comparison, a demon king you can slay is nothing. The one who brings a brighter future, that is the true definition and duty of a hero, and the reason you must fight to the end. No matter how bad the situation gets, you can't run away. You can only eradicate the demons by facing the tragedy head-on." After hearing his words, Leon couldn't help but sigh. His face now showed unprecedented determination, and his aura was completely different from before. Esser, watching from the side, thought to himself, "I've been wondering what he was muttering to himself, but he managed to calm down in just a few seconds in front of such a terrifying scene. His willpower is incredible." Lorne walked over to Esser and called out, "My lord." He silently assessed the surroundings and then replied, "The places we pass through seem to be just for dumping bodies. From here on it looks like the real stronghold." Leon thought to himself, "From here on the enemies are probably at least in the double digits. If we sneak in blindly, we'll run into big trouble. Treat them like rewards and do whatever you want with them." He couldn't help but recall Khan's confident demeanor, reached behind his back and quickly pulled out a roll of white paper. He muttered to himself, "If I could avoid it, I really wouldn't want to use them." But Leon still decisively unrolled the paper to look at it. Inside the paper was a drawing of an eye, radiating a terrifying wave of power. Esser seemed to sense something and turned to ask him in surprise, "Senior brother Leon, what's that scroll?" He remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, letting the threads of power from the paper seep out and drill into his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Leon's vision had gained the ability to see through walls. Elliot asked with interest, "Is it a spell that grants temporary X-ray vision?" and you've even attached it to your site. The scene behind the wall quickly appeared before his eyes. Not far away, two heiresses were talking, and below, people were even walking back and forth. The paper fell to the ground, the eye pattern on it gradually fading, and soon it disappeared without a trace. Drops of blood pattered onto the floor. Esser rushed over in worry and shouted loudly. "Senior brother Leon," while covering his nose to stop the bleeding, he replied. "I'm fine. It's okay. I didn't expect this underground stronghold to be so big. There are 24 people we can consider enemies." He recalled for a moment and then described them by direction. 10 to the north and 4 to the south. There's a room in the middle that I can't see through, and its entrance is to the east. I'm wondering if the key might be there. Esser lowered his head slightly and replied seriously, "It's possible, or it could be a trap for those who think that way. The key to any strategy is to catch the enemy off guard. The most common trick is that what seems weakest is actually the strongest. Maybe it's just an empty corpse room, and the real important place is in Sector 25. Lorne couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He clenched his fist and said firmly, "My lord, you might be right, but I want to act only after confirming that. If we come back next time, the security won't be as lax as it is now, so today is our best chance." Seeing his resolute attitude, Esser smiled slightly and nodded. "Then, since we've achieved our basic goal, can we handle them as cleanly as possible?" The two heiresses in the room were chatting, completely unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, a chain shot out and wrapped around their necks, giving them no time to react. The two collapsed to the ground, and within minutes, shrill screams echoed through the cold corridor. One heiress was strangled by the chain, foaming at the mouth. Esser coldly watched the other heiress fall as well. "That's the 12th. His cheeks flushed with excitement as he tightly clutched his beloved flail. "My body is finally warming up. I've reached an age where I'm not as intense as I was when I was younger." Leon could only look at him helplessly, at a loss for words. After groping around for a while, the two finally stopped in front of a door. Lorne curiously walked over and touched the door, unsure how to open it. Esser asked, "Is this the wall you couldn't see through?" He walked over and pounded on the door. There was no handle, and it wouldn't budge whether pushed or pulled. Leon stopped and silently assessed the door. It had blurry inscriptions, and the red light looked like blood flowing from a wound. Suddenly, Esser behind him spoke up, his eyes gleaming and an excited smile on his face. He kept spinning the flail in his hand, and it was obvious what he was going to do. "Can you step aside a bit, senior brother Leon?" Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but shiver, his face turning pale. The heavy flail flew out and slammed straight into the iron door with a loud crash, but the door in front of them didn't even have a single crack. Seeing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. It bounced off. Even Esser flashed a hint of shock, not understanding what had happened. Sweat kept dripping from his face onto the floor, and a blank appeared before his eyes. He recalled the scene of Esser swinging his flail at the boulder in the church courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the huge stone was smashed into rubble. He thought to himself, that force should have been enough to grind the stone to powder. He also remembered the time Esser smashed through the floor to ambush the Mari's group, each move clean and decisive, leaving no survivors. The more Leon thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. But why didn't that attack leave even a scratch? Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Antimatter. That's a door used to open matter particles, made from a theoretical substance that has never existed in this world." Leon turned to Elliot in confusion and asked, "Antimatter?" It nodded and explained, "That's right. According to my memory, cold things are hot and hot things are cold. This door seems to be made of antimatter, capable of nullifying all physical interference." Leon stared intently at the door in front of him, already forming his own idea. "And not only that, since I couldn't see through it with the magic scroll, does that mean this door is immune to magic? If both physical and magical forces are ineffective, then only..." Suddenly, Esser reached out his hand and blurted out, "Good heavens!" His words immediately drew Leon's attention. He closed his eyes tightly, and a dazzling light gradually appeared in his outstretched palm. His voice was both low and earnest. "Please gather the light in my hand, O enlightening light." Leon stammered at the sight before him. "Is this holy magic?" Elliot's voice immediately chimed in to answer his doubt. "I see, a power that doesn't rely on auras or magic? A power derived from the natural laws of this world, attainable only through pure faith. Heretics can never overcome the Holy Church." Sure enough, as soon as Sir's hand touched the door in front of him, a large crack appeared on it. Leon exclaimed happily, "The door is cracking," but the atmosphere fell into silence. Esser maintained his pose, but only a tiny dent appeared on the door. To break the awkwardness, he kept attacking the door with his power, but the result was still just that insignificant little dent. Seeing sweat starting to seep from his body, Leon tilted his head and whispered to Elliot, "Aren't heretics supposed to be weaker than the Holy Church?" It was also stammered by the sight, and couldn't answer for a moment. "In theory, yes, but it quickly spotted the problem. If it can withstand a bishop's holy magic, that means this door is stronger than faith. In other words, this isn't just a trap. It looks like you'll have to finish it. I'll support you. Before it could finish, Leon had already pulled out the knife he had picked up earlier and replied coldly, "All right." Esser watched the powerful magic enveloping Leon and couldn't help but call out in confusion, "Senior brother Leon." Suddenly, Leon let out a piercing roar, and a dazzling flash of light appeared before him. A sharp slash mark immediately appeared on the door, even extending to the wall on the other side. With that, the door vanished, revealing the scene inside the room. Leon stared at the empty space before him and wondered, did it disappear? Elliot replied calmly, "After all, it never belonged to this world." Esser was still in shock, his eyes wide open, and he muttered in awe, "What an astonishing slash! It seems I underestimated you, senior brother Leon." Leon scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "You flatter me. It was all your doing, it's your credit." Without another word, Esser looked into the pitch-black room and assessed, "I don't sense anything behind the door. It seems they cleared out when we started the ritual." With that, Leon and he decided to enter the room to investigate. The room was too dark, but the stench of blood and flesh still lingered. Esser reached out and created a ball of light, illuminating the scene inside. Suddenly his face twisted in horror. Leon was also stunned by the sight, his face turning pale. Before them was a pile of sticky flesh, surrounded by countless threads. He stammered, "Good God, what the hell is this?" As if he could no longer hold back, he screamed in terror, "They're still alive!" Esser closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth and silently enduring the horrific scene. Before them was a mountain of sticky flesh. The terrifying part was that this mountain of flesh was covered in countless eyes and mouths, and even countless human hands were writhing. A small piece of flesh accidentally fell outside. It wriggled its slimy body and then crawled toward the two of them with tiny arms. Leon covered his mouth, forcing back the urge to vomit. He screamed in terror in his mind, "They're still alive." Elliot seemed to sense something and suddenly spoke up, "I understand. They cut flesh and drew blood from various races, experimented on them, turned them into flesh chunks, and infused them with a trace of life force based on what they've captured. The result is clear. A heretical cult summoned a massive number of monsters only to sacrifice them as bait, because with just one mouth they could devour an entire city. A destined calamity." Leon's face was now deathly pale. He wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth with his hand and asked hoarsely, "What's it called?" A terrifying image flashed through Elliot's mind, and its expression turned grave as it softly uttered two words, "City Eater." Seeing Lorne's confused expression, it further explained, "They need a lot of time and effort to prepare, but it can't be stopped. Once it starts, an otherworldly entity that even the holy god dares not face will be summoned into this world, and once it finishes devouring a city, it can easily return to other dimensions." Thinking of Free City, "Will this city become its food?" Elliot gritted its teeth, veins bulging, and its tone grew dangerous. "But since the ritual was noticed 99 times out of 100, it has failed. But if it succeeds, it will be a disaster." Upon hearing this, Leon roared in anger, "Has it succeeded before?" Elliot lowered its eyes and replied weakly, "If it had never succeeded, there would be no records. The thing about heretical cults is that no one knows what they'll bring until they act. Dio has been fighting the Holy Council almost from the start." He pounded his chest in fury and shouted, "Then what do we need to do to fight the City Eater? It's impossible to face it without a plan, right?" Elliot narrowed its eyes slightly, looking thoughtful. He couldn't wait and kept shouting its name. "Elliot?" After a moment it finally spoke slowly, "The situation is bad. This place is practically a venue for the City Eater sacrifice, but the numbers aren't huge and the security here is quite lax." Recalling the battle with the Mari's group, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "So have they already gathered the required number?" Elliot replied calmly, "Almost 90. They might just be waiting for the ritual. Once you start evacuating the people, they'll begin." Leon's eyes widened in surprise, but soon Elliot returned to its usual frivolous demeanor. "Let's come up with a simple strategy right away." He looked at the knife in his hand in confusion and asked it. "Simple." Elliot spread its arms and explained to him, "Gather all forces to attack Sector 25. An entity like the City Eater needs a very spacious ritual site, so if we can launch an attack before they hold the ritual, it should be resolved." Leon lowered his head, his tone icy as he said, "Total assault." Elliot nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and replied, Right. When a turtle is cornered, it retreats into its shell, and there they will draw their last breath. The terrifying thing about the heretics is their defensive capability. Because their skills are based on the theory of alternate dimensions, they possess a power completely different from holy magic." He paused briefly. then turned his head in confusion to look at him. Elliot seemed to sense his gaze, tilted his head slightly, and added confidently, "With my all-powerful holy sword in your hands, we can cut off their heads with a total assault. Then we will immediately eliminate those exhausted heretics. Once they fail to realize the presence of the holy sword, they will be like a chess piece with no retreat." Leon smiled faintly, and the blade in his hand unconsciously flashed with a cold gleam. "If they aren't stupid, they will sense our presence through this provocation." Leon, as if infused with strength, smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "We can only gamble." He pulled off his hood. "Brother Leon," he heard the noise and became alert. "We need to leave early. Forget it. It seems they've already discovered my infiltration." Leon picked up the monster. Then he held the trembling monster in his hand. "What's the point of living like this?" He drew his mace. He swung it decisively at the giant monster's mouth. Meanwhile, Leon was quietly clasping his hands in prayer in the center of the battlefield. Then he quickly got up and ran after Cyril. He urged, "Hurry up." Leon immediately agreed. At that moment, the white-masked people panicked. "The intruder is escaping the sacrifices we worked so hard to handle." They gave orders in chaos. "Don't chase him. This place is exposed. Just seal it off." Moonlight illuminated the lamp through the clouds. Leon gasped for breath. It seemed they were no longer pursuing him. Cyril agreed. "The pursuers are far away now," he began to ramble. "When I was young, I poked a hornet's nest and it felt about the same." He closed his eyes and thought. "Back then, I just had to jump into a nearby lake, but this situation is a bit more dangerous. There's no lake to jump into at all, because here all the monsters are incomparable to hornets. I have a feeling that by the time the church's reinforcements arrive, it will be too late." His sharp gaze fell on Leon. "What do you think, Brother Leon?" Leon remained silent. He recalled that to execute the plan Elliot had mentioned, he needed someone with enough authority. "I originally thought the holy sword would be used as a last resort, but that lord seems to be enough already. I want to keep it hidden from others, even though that lord seems to have come up with something while fighting alongside me. If he truly wants to hear my opinion, I'll go along with it." Lion's expression turned resolute and he extended his hand. "I've come up with a brilliant plan. The church is brightly lit inside." Leon placed the monster on the table while discussing with Cyril, and after listening he fell into deep thought. He was somewhat interested. "There are a few uncertain points, but it's worth a try. Anyway, we have nothing else to try." Leon was full of anticipation. "Really?" Cyril didn't argue. He was genuinely happy. Thank God, the explanation just now was hard to believe. If a real strategist heard it, they'd definitely laugh. "Because news about the real city will be kept strictly confidential. Even inside the church I have to pretend. It's just speculation, to avoid arousing suspicion. As for how to neutralize the barrier, if I don't mention the keyword holy sword, there's no other way except to argue that the Sun Aura's influence on foreign arts is greater than people think." Cyril spoke up. "Even within the Holy Church, the Sun Aura is the top priority when recruiting." He smiled rarely. "I've never seen anyone else with it besides you. But I think I finally know why." Leon clenched his fist. "Then we decide to mobilize the guild and the army, corner them, force them to hide, so that a small number of high-level soldiers can infiltrate and eliminate them." Cyril held up 2 fingers. "In that case, we need to prepare 2 things." He demanded the mobilization of the guild and the army, and the formation of a team to infiltrate their base. Leon was confused. "The former is simple because that lord can counter the heresy." But Cyril continued, "We need people who can face the heretics' high-level soldiers. This team must at least include people of a rank by guild standards." Leon pondered. "A rank?" he suddenly shouted. "Wait. A rank?" He got excited. "Lord, what do you think about recruiting the strong from the slums?" Cyril was surprised. "You mean the slums?" Leon suggested. "Even in the slums, there are 1 or 2 people at the same level as a rank. Snake Fang and the Coffin Keeper. Aren't they just right? Since they also tried to seize the flame, they'll definitely cooperate." Cyril hesitated at his idea. "But are they willing to participate?" Leon said confidently. "I'm sure if you talk to them personally, my lord, they'll have no choice." After hearing this, he was astonished. Cyril's eyes sparkled. "I see. Is it compulsory?" Leon also said aggressively. "Give them a chance to serve the church. I'm sure when you show them the Holy War Knight's badge, they'll agree immediately." Elliot felt helpless about this scene. "If the people you mentioned heard this, you'd get stabbed." Leon recalled the time when Han was about to punch him in the face. Although his fist hadn't touched his face yet, it had already made Lion's nose bleed. He thought about getting revenge and laughed happily. "I'm definitely not taking revenge for making my nose bleed." The guild's flag fluttered. Everyone in the guild's faces were pale with fear. Their eyes were wide open, and they were trembling all over. V's face was also pale. "Hello, Lord Leon," and Lion's expression was almost calm. Behind him was Cyril, wearing armor with a cold gaze. R was scared out of his wits. The people around were also nervous. "Isn't that a holy war knight? What business do they have with the guild?" Leon spoke up. "Rise, I'm here today on official business." Cyril took off his helmet and introduced himself. "I am Cesare, a bishop of the Holy Church. In the name of the Holy War Knight, I demand the guild's full cooperation." The entire guild burst into exclamations of surprise. "What?" The scene shifted to a room filled with sunlight streaming through the window. A bald man introduced himself. "I am Bernard, the head of this branch. Well, we haven't worked together yet, but please take care of me." Leon assessed inwardly. "He's higher rank than Han. I heard he was once a rank in his prime but retired due to a leg injury." Bernard spoke up. "I fully understand the urgency of the situation, to the point that a retired member of the Holy War Knights would request a meeting like this." Leon recalled the moment he handed the monster to Bernard. Perhaps because the head was experienced, although his expression stiffened when he heard about the short remaining time and estimated losses, the discussion proceeded very quickly. According to the head, among the 4 A-rank adventurers currently active in this city, only one could be mobilized. The others were on missions. "We'll leave the mobilization to the head. Then the bishop and I will go to the slums to forcibly conscript Han Snakefang." Well, his meeting with Han was full of threats. He probably had murderous intent. Although it was only for a moment, he had no choice but to comply with the coercion. Leon recalled Cyril's threat. "If you refuse, I'll list you all as heretics one by one. You'd better run to the end of the continent and find a hole to hide in." "Are you scared?" He probably complied because of that threat. Han, facing his threat, covered his face with his hand. "I've walked right into a trap. I thought this was a chance to eliminate them and throw the guild into chaos." Cyril frowned. "This proposal is for you and the coffin keeper. If you don't want to struggle alone, pass the word to him too." At this, Han asked in confusion. "Just me and the coffin keeper?" Cyril replied. "2 people are enough. The rest will evacuate the civilians before the attack begins." Han showed obvious irritation. "You want to go head-to-head with the snake's head with so few high-level soldiers?" Cyril smiled and replied. "You're a bit smarter than the average thug." Leon stood aside thinking, "We can't get rid of Han. We must unite against the real city. No matter what, it's better than all of us dying together." Leon was stunned. "Even if we say that, there are only this many people." His gaze fell on the guild adventurers who had gathered in just 2 days. The guild's archers were also fully assembled. Leon and Cyril observed the army from a high vantage point. Rise reported cheerfully, "We've sent emergency requests to all guild members of C rank and above. Most adventurers have decided to participate." Ben continued, "The total is about 1,500 people. This is truly what you'd call an all-out war. We've convinced the city's lord. The evidence has been secured. The main force has completely surrounded the 25th district. Melee attacks will be left to the adventurers and mercenaries, and those teams lacking individual combat capability will be responsible for covering the rear and ranged attacks," Elliot praised. "A wise decision. If they charge recklessly, they'll only be subdued by foreign arts. Instead of exhausting strength against the enemy, it's better to passively create disadvantages for them." Leon smiled in satisfaction. "But the core strength is still us." The core strength he referred to was Cyril and Han standing behind him. Then Bernard introduced, "And although it's just one person, the city's lord has sent us someone," the red-haired man said solemnly. "I am a senior knight from the Countess, i.e. the Conrad family. It's an honor to meet you, guardian of the goddess." Cyril greeted him amicably. "Well, I don't deserve that title. The goddess in heaven will bless and favor you." Leon was delighted to learn of Conrad's identity. "Is Conrad the one who has been famous for his brilliant military achievements since becoming a knight?" However, Han said contemptuously. "That's right, but I have a feeling I won't get along with the people here." Leon understood a bit. "Is that so? But he's still the boss of those slums." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded behind him. "Am I late?" Conrad asked warily. "Who are you?" The person wearing a crow mask replied. "You ask who I am, and you're the one who called me here." Han spoke up. "Since we've all been dragged into this mess, just do what you're told." "Coffin keeper," the coffin keeper replied. "I'll act in my own way. I'm an assassin, different from you," Cyril said coldly. "As long as you do your duty, I won't interfere. However," he warned, "if you dare to follow secretly, I'll show you that no one can escape the goddess's radiance." The coffin keeper was silent for a moment, then said, "Scary." He laughed cheerfully and then disappeared. Leon was still staring in horror at his dissipating afterimage, unable to believe it. "I didn't sense him at all. Even though I'm using the aura, I can't even see him with my naked eyes." Cyril returned to normal. "It seems there's only one left," Leon also remembered. "Ah, the adventurer hired by the guild." At that moment, a hand caught their attention. "Hello, I'm a bit late, aren't I?" It was a silver-haired girl. She explained, "Since this request didn't provide many details, I prepared quite a bit. My name is Karen." Lion's group was still in shock. How was this member so different from the one who appeared a few seconds ago? This team consisted of a bully, 2 adventurers, a retired holy war knight, a senior knight from an earl's family, and an assassin. Leon scratched his head. There's really no reason to form a team like this, but I guess I can't blame them. They were all selected based on individual combat power. He smiled. Let's begin. The scene shifted to a massive explosion in the city center. Fireballs were launched one after another. The 25th district was engulfed in flames. The white-masked people panicked. Surprise attack. Contact headquarters immediately. But before they could finish, one of them looked up. Countless fireballs were about to fall from the sky, and arrows of fire were aimed directly at the vital points of the white-masked crowd. The survivors hurriedly ordered, "Release the monsters." Immediately, the ground began to crack. Huge monsters emerged. The guild members continued to shoot arrows and fire. The monster raised its hand high and then destroyed the archer's position. They were covered in wounds and muttered in fear. "Arrows, useless," a silver-haired mercenary charged forward. "You weaklings, it's the mercenaries' turn. Send them all to hell," Sorrel pondered. "Things are starting to get stuck," Elliot continued. "They've controlled the situation excellently. But the monsters are not easy to deal with magical beasts. It's expected to last at least a few more tens of minutes. If they continue to act according to plan, those who realize they're at a disadvantage in a frontal attack will try to retreat into their shells." Conrad's face was pale. Before him was a massive tornado sweeping everything away, he exclaimed. "A tornado, he observed seriously. "It looks abnormal no matter how you look at it," Leon added. "Is it a foreign art?" Sorrel quickly rushed forward. "It's our turn." He followed the person in front in confusion. They were too fast. Was I too slow? Eventually, the group reached the base of the tornado. Conrad felt a bit apologetic to Leon, who was gasping for breath behind him. "Oh my, we didn't notice your situation. My fault," he hesitated and said. Then Conrad drew his sword wrapped in flames. "My task is to test the endurance of this barrier made of foreign arts." He slashed at the tornado without hesitation. Flame aura, the fire grew larger and enveloped the tornado. Leon clutched his chest and sighed. "Spiritual fire is really strong, as expected of Lord Conrad." Then he looked up at the intact tornado. Conrad sighed. "The barrier is strong." Han patted his shoulder and said arrogantly, "Weaklings should step aside." His eyes changed, veins bulging, and he clenched his fist. Sweat continued to rain down as Han punched at the whirlwind, but the vortex remained intact, showing no signs of weakening. Conrad watched with a mocking gaze. "Impressive." On the other hand, Ki is seriously analyzing the situation. "My divine magic should be able to break the barrier, but I need to conserve my strength for what lies ahead." Leon rolled his shoulders, revealing his grim expression. Han and Conrad stared at him wide-eyed. Karen wore the same look. Leon gripped the sword that was now crackling with electricity. "Islet, have you gathered enough power?" Islet replied confidently. "Of course, more than enough. Thanks to those bastards you just took down, I'm brimming with energy now." Leon's gaze sharpened as he assumed a stance. Islet reminded him that absorbing the power of a single aberrant mage was more effective than 1,000 monsters. "Don't hold back, go all out." It grinned excitedly. Leon took a deep breath. "All right, but don't get too carried away when you transform." The ground beneath his feet cracked from the surging power around him. Ki and Han tensed up. This was Leon's full-powered strike. The blow instantly shattered the whirlwind. The group quickly rushed toward the deep pit where the whirlwind had appeared. "The aberrant barrier has been broken. This is our chance." They leaped into the pit without hesitation, now walking through a damp tunnel. The light emitted by the mermaid illuminated the entire group. The old man asked nervously, "Guardian of the Coffin, are you here?" Coffin suddenly appeared beside him, startling Leon. "Of course, I've been watching from the shadows. It seems all 6 of us have made it in safely. Also those 2, though clad in full iron armor, make no sound when they move." Illicit explained, "That means their basic movement has reached an entirely different level." He gave a wry smile. "I still need to step up my own game." Karen pointed to a hatch. "Wait, there's a downward passage ahead." Ki and Han looked skeptical when they saw the door open. "Too suspicious. Could it be a trap?" Conrad chimed in. "Even so, we can't just ignore it." Before jumping down, Karen suddenly called out, "Everyone, this is definitely the only way down. I think we should try going in and checking it out." The group was a bit puzzled. "Oh, just like that?" Ki asked Karen. "Can you detect traps from this position?" But what he really meant was that Karen was sharp. Karen looked down with some difficulty. "It's a bit tough," she shared her analysis. "The area below the stairs is a completely different space from here, so I can't probe that area until we directly enter." Ki furrowed his brow and made up his mind. "Then let's go in. If we waste time, things will only get worse, not better." Conrad's gaze also sharpened. "Fine, let's hurry." The group gradually descended the stairs. Leon kept his eyes fixed on his own shadow. "I still can't sense the guardian of the coffin. I don't even know if he's following." He stepped down cautiously, one step at a time. However, the moment he took another step, the light turned red. The step beneath Leon's foot vanished instantly, making him cry out in fright. He closed his eyes tightly, bracing for pain, then snapped them open the next second. Leon stood frozen in place, bewildered. "Where am I? Everyone's gone." He looked around curiously. "I can't sense anyone's presence." Islet tapped the wall lightly to probe. "It's a labyrinth formation. A classic trick. It expands the base area by altering and extending space. The others should have been scattered somewhere in this maze. With luck, we'll run into them soon." Karen suddenly appeared from behind. "Oh, Junior, we meet again right after splitting up." Islet was also a bit awkward. "What a coincidence." She happily took Leon's hand. "Great, being alone in a place like this would have worried you, right?" Leon was puzzled by her words. "Junior?" he chuckled. "Then Senior, are you alone too?" Karen's expression changed. She glanced warily behind her. "There's a gloomy guy who's been clinging to me." Leon grew scared too. "A gloomy guy," Coffin emerged from the shadows. "Who are you talking about?" He fully materialized. "Gloomy," Karen said flatly. "Who else here is gloomy besides you?" she said irritably. "If you don't like it, stop crawling into my shadow. Why do you move around in there like a lunatic?" Coffin stood his ground. "I'll stay wherever I please." Watching Karen and Coffin argue, Leon thought to himself, "Good thing I ran into someone as sharp as Karen again. Honestly, I don't even need to worry about the chairman. Or Han or Mr. Conrad." He spoke up. "Let's go then." Karen agreed. "I like your confidence," she said playfully. "Can I trust you, Junior?" Leon assured her confidently. "I won't let you down." Leon and Karen ventured deeper into the tunnel together. At the end of the path stood 5 doors. Karen pointed to one without hesitation. "Oh, this way." Leon smiled awkwardly. He worried. "She's charging ahead faster than my instincts. Is this really okay?" "Follow her," Illicit affirmed. "She's never misjudged, so just follow." "That woman Karen has better pathfinding than even forest elves," Leon muttered. "She's that good," Illicit continued. "It might be due to her aura's nature. The darkness enveloping this place actually works in our favor." Karen suddenly raised her hand to signal a stop. Leon was startled by her gesture. "Wait, I sense enemy presence." After sensing for a moment, she found 3 people impossible to bypass. Karen turned her head slightly to ask for Leon's plan. "What do you want to do?" Leon fell into thought. "I have a feeling they're far stronger than the enemies in Sector 23. Even with the power of the Holy Sword now, I'm not sure I can beat them." After a moment of silence, he glared ahead and spoke decisively. "Take them out." Karen closed her eyes and asked in a teasing tone, "Isn't that a bit bold for someone of your Anka hour?" Leon shot back without backing down. "You know it too. It'd be pretty embarrassing to act cool and then need help. Look at yourself. If you're worse than me, that'd be even more embarrassing." Karen reluctantly drew her dagger and said, "Fine then." A faint smile crossed her lips. "Want to see who's faster?" Karen thought to herself. Emerald green aura. She radiated an undeniable power from head to toe. Karen shot forward like a rocket. Then she stuck to the wall like a gecko, making Leon's eyes nearly pop out in shock. He asked in confusion, "Is this an aura skill too?" Islet nodded. "She's using her aura to cling to the wall. Seeing how skilled she is, I'm sure she's been through some very harsh training." It reminded him, "Now you need to focus more on lightening your body, if you want to keep up with her speed." Leon shouted, "I know." As he scrambled to rush forward, a drop of sweat fell in front of one of the 3 black-robed figures. He instinctively looked up. Karen smiled and waved at him. He shouted, "Intruder!" His 2 companions turned around in alarm. Before they could move, 3 daggers flew in, piercing their foreheads with precision, and they fell backward. Leon, sweating, thought to himself, "Incredible. How could she throw so fast?" The mask shattered, and the black-robed figure clawed at the ground in fury. "How dare you!" The 3 figures had grotesque faces like monsters wearing human skin. They gritted their teeth and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" Karen replied calmly. "What else could it be?" She taunted them while hurling daggers. "Just a dump no one cares about." One of them knocked away a flying dagger with a tentacle and roared angrily. "Nonsense!" At that moment a mysterious rope shot out, wrapped around his leg, and yanked him off balance before he could resist. Karen bared her teeth and sneered, "Focus on counterattacking and this is what you get." A flash of cold light, and the black-robed figure's head flew into the air, its eyes still filled with shock, before hitting the ground. Leon was stunned, thinking, "Terrifying." He sighed in relief. Good thing they were taken out so fast they couldn't call for backup. "What about my opponent?" Something streaked past, sharp enough to slice off a strand of hair that drifted down. Before he could react, a burning sting hit his face and blood flued from a thin cut like a razor's slash. Islet sighed helplessly. "You're unlucky." "That's the strongest of the 3, Leon thought wryly. "You could have said that after the fight." He then commanded his eyes to open fully, pouring his aura without reserve onto the opponent. Leon suddenly paused. "Wait, but this guy, what did he throw at my face?" The monster clashed its 2 massive fists together, producing a thunderous boom. The force and killing intent radiating from the monster were so intense that Leon involuntarily felt every hair on his body stand on end like needles, terrified. He racked his memory. recalling having fought a monster that used a similar attack before. Leon finally remembered. Right, the stone slime. A gust of wind kicked up and hundreds of sharp spikes shot toward Leon like a rain of arrows. He burst forth with dazzling electric light, charging straight at the monster. With a few powerful swings of his arm, the spikes shattered in midair. The monster staggered, staring in disbelief. It widened its eyes and roared in extreme panic. Impossible, how could he cut down all my darts? Before it could react, Leon cleaved it in two. Leon stared at the sword in his hand, thinking, if I hadn't used the vision of these eyes, I couldn't have handled those attacks. Not to mention, without this holy sword, I couldn't have cut through its body. Islet immediately denied it. No, it's all because of your hard training that you could beat him. Well, though it's not perfect yet. But Karen praised him. You're already done? She smiled and said, you're a few seconds slower than me, but that's impressive. An Anka-hour person taking down an aberrant mage alone in this dungeon. You don't seem like someone lacking combat experience. Though you look like a rookie, this is pretty good. Leon froze, a chill running down his spine. What kind of terrifying thing was that? Octopus slices? Oh no, octopus skewers, right? He forced a smile. Think whatever you like. Leon suddenly stopped, studying the battlefield and pondering, what is this feeling? The cuts from those two darts are exactly the same, Leon analyzed to himself. For some reason, it looks familiar. Looking closer, the cross-section and depth of the cut seemed to be made with the same force and speed. He seemed to have figured it out. Could it be? Islet's lips curled slightly. You finally noticed, it nodded. Right, your guess is completely correct. Karen also sheathed her dagger. She suddenly turned and winked at Leon. Damn, looks like having you around made handling them easier for me. But when she looked at Coffin, her gaze turned icy. Put that gloomy guy aside. I don't think you can keep up with me. Karen smiled and said, you're pretty good at judging too. Leon stood frozen like a statue after hearing that. He lowered his head and commanded, show me. The system screen appeared instantly. Karen, title and occupation. Assassin, Guardian of the Coffin, level 45, strength. B, stamina. C, agility. A, aura. Skills. Advanced Dagger Mastery level 5, Advanced Throwing Mastery Max, Phantom Transformation level 9, Phantom level 7, Advanced Mana User level 7. The words Karen, title and occupation, assassin, guardian of the coffin slammed into Leon's eyes, and he suddenly became inexplicably flustered. Karen spoke up, all right, should we keep going deeper, little brother? Leon replied very stiffly and politely, yes, big sister. He lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself, in the light, she's Karen, an explorer. In Anka's darkness, she's a top-tier assassin. Leon stood frozen, a chill running down his spine, and continued thinking, one of the three ghosts of the slums and also an explorer? She's really dangerous. In Leon's eyes, Karen was a beautiful, sunny explorer, but he still couldn't believe she was also one of the three major bosses of the slums. Leon was silent for a long time. No one expected this. Han doesn't seem to know either. If the chairman knew, he would have told me long ago. He can't afford to bear the punishment for deceiving a knight other than me. He speculated privately. That means I'm the only one who knows Karen's true identity. Even if someone else knows, she'd never let me off. For an assassin, true identity is the most important secret. They'd go to any lengths to silence those in the know. He closed his eyes and reminded himself, I have to be as careful as possible. I must be careful not to let my expression change at all. She'll be watching me constantly. Karen suddenly stopped and warned, there's another enemy to the left. A hideous, ugly monster appeared before them. Its drool dripped continuously, sizzling into white smoke like acid upon contact with the ground. Karen, sweating, sighed. Not cute at all, totally kills my desire to fight. Karen swallowed hard. It's definitely not just about looks, Islet blurted out. Even if Karen throws all her daggers, it'd be hard to hit it. And it has recovery energy summoned by aberrant magic, Leon asked in confusion. Can we avoid it? Karen replied. Yes, but it'll take an extra 30 minutes, she added. And I'm not sure there won't be monsters on the rest of the path either. Leon sighed. Then it looks like fighting it is the only option. He glared at the monster, clenching his teeth. Are they trying to stall for time to complete the ritual? If the ritual is completed, they win, so they should have no reason to fight personally. A thought flashed through his mind. If that's the case, then we, he called out softly. Guardian of the Coffin. Coffin asked coldly. What is it, Leon? Leon's gaze was sharp as a blade as he asked him. Can you deliver the killing blow to that monster? Coffin countered. What if I can? Leon turned his head, his eyes filled with determination. Get ready when Sister Karen and I hold it off. Like it or not, we're all in the same boat now. Isn't it better to cooperate? Karen stood motionless, her lips pressed tightly together. After a moment's hesitation, Coffin nodded slightly. Understood. Leon clenched his fists. The stamina he had expended running here was already restored. Now he just needed to give it his all. A flicker of surprise flashed in the monster's vicious eyes. A bolt of lightning burst forth from within Leon, shooting straight toward the grotesque creature. The monster arched its back, lifted its head, and opened its massive jaws to let out a bone-chilling roar. A spinning orb of electricity condensed in its throat. Leon drew his sword and shouted, "Islet!" As the words left his lips, a dazzling light exploded from the blade in his hand. Leon recalled that this ability had already been proven when he faced the ghostly armor. One of the Holy Sword's basic traits was to neutralize anything harmful to life. The monster growled in fury. Before it could counterattack, Leon's blade slashed horizontally toward its neck. However, the strike only left a shallow scratch on its thick horn-like skin, failing to inflict real damage. Leon cursed under his breath. Damn it, so close. The monster then spat acidic saliva at him. He leapt into the air like lightning, and the ground exploded violently beneath him, gritting his teeth. Leon knew he wouldn't dodge the next attack. He quickly activated his visual ability. Resolute, he decided he would at least block it once. Karen flew in from behind and shouted, "Junior, now's your chance, do it again." She smiled, her eyes shimmering with trust like guiding stars in the dark night. Leon hesitated for a moment, trust or not, but he had little time to think and charged forward. The monster's massive glob of saliva was hurtling toward him. In a few seconds, Karen's dagger would touch that dangerous liquid. Her blade shot out like lightning, piercing through the monster's body and pinning it to the wall. Without hesitation, Leon hacked at its leg, then slashed across its neck. It opened its mouth and screamed in agony. Leon continued swinging at its head, but it dodged. He sighed inwardly, missed again. He had to be faster, swing harder. The monster lowered its body close to the ground, growling through clenched teeth. Its screech rang out like a challenge. Suddenly it glanced behind itself. Leon's eyes widened as he observed its movements. A dagger was stabbing straight into the monster's shadow. Its shadow was quickly riddled with daggers, as if the shadow itself were in pain. Coffin stood with his head lowered, a cold, cruel glint in his eyes. A sentence like a death sentence was uttered, and the monster's body was pinned down by hundreds of spikes. It let out a final howl of pain and despair. Then it fell to the ground like a heavy slab of meat, riddled with holes, its form long since unrecognizable. Leon was stunned. "That's incredible. Can an A- rank do this much?" Islet marveled. "It can't heal its wounds on its own. This is beyond its recovery ability." Leon was still in shock. It was a sinister attack technique meant to eliminate entities. Watching Coffin coldly retrieve his daggers, he thought to himself, "That's truly an assassin's move." Leon was startled when Karen slapped him hard on the shoulder and asked, "It's a forced team, but we worked pretty well together, didn't we?" He nodded while sheathing his sword. "You're right, I didn't expect you to shoot its tail with a dagger. That caught me completely off guard." The battle scene suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. Karen glanced at Coffin and replied sarcastically, "What's the big deal? Compared to that guy, it's nothing. I never thought an assassin could pull off a skill like that." She sighed, acknowledging it lived up to the name of an assassin's ultimate technique. Karen frowned. "Do you think the title of one of the slum lords is for nothing?" She pointed ahead and urged, "Keep moving, we don't have time to rest." Leon smiled on the surface and answered, "Coming right away." But inwardly, he mused that this was a race against time, and everything depended on whether he could arrive before the ritual began. Karen crouched behind the wall, her gaze cutting through the darkness ahead like a blade. She counted silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 aberrant mages. They were draped in robes, their faces hidden behind white masks. Karen asked, "Are we too early?" She noted that this group seemed tougher to handle. Leon sighed inwardly. When it came to comparing enemy and ally strength, she was probably the best in the team. He stared at the aberrant mages and remarked, "Each one is strong enough to give you chills. Those earlier ones would be hard to deal with if we faced more than two at once." Leon half closed his eyes, weighing two options. "So should we wait here for them to come, or go to them?" But Karen immediately shot it down. "Neither." Sweating profusely, she clutched her head and cried, "They might come too late, or we might miss each other on the way." Karen sighed helplessly. "I can't believe we're still gambling at this point," Leon exclaimed inwardly. "She looks just like an ordinary explorer." Knowing her true identity made it strange. A violent tremor shook the ground violently. Leon froze, his eyes wide. He nearly lost his balance and shouted, "What?" Cracking sounds came from above. Leon quickly looked up, his heart pounding with every fissure. "It's not far from here," Islet mused. "That's the vibration from two massive energies colliding." Leon glanced at Karen. Someone was, she glanced back at him. Fighting, the aberrant mages also sensed the tremor. They immediately shot off like arrows toward the source of the sound. Leon thought to himself, 4 of them are moving toward the sound. There's a new choice. He hesitated between helping the comrades who were fighting or defeating the remaining enemies and pushing deeper. Leon swallowed hard, then said clearly, "I think we should go to them. If they win and turn back, they'll end up behind us, and we'll lose most of our combat power." Leon clenched his fists, showing absolute resolve. "We need to gather as many people as possible." Karen exhaled and replied, "I agree. The remaining 4 don't look easy to deal with either." Leon was confused because Karen pressed her face to the ground and said, "Before that, She half closed her eyes, her body still, as if merging with the surrounding air, each breath carrying absolute focus as she sensed the movements of the aberrant mages. After a moment she said decisively, "This way." Leon thought, "This sensory ability is abnormally strong. It might be a different ability from my own clairvoyance and technique." The darkness ahead suddenly exuded an eerie aura, accompanied by sounds like tearing flesh. Leon and Karen froze on the spot. They stood petrified, watching as their comrade was lifted from the ground like a discarded object. Conrad's body was hoisted high, suspended in midair, blood spurting from his wounds like a rain of blood. Leon couldn't help but shout, "Lord Conrad!" and drew his sword, charging forward like an arrow. As soon as he attacked, the aberrant mages notified their companions of an uninvited guest. One of them blocked his path and said in a deep voice, "I'll handle this one." Leon shot a sharp glance behind him. Karen was backed against the wall with two enemies closing in from the front. One was coming for him, two for Karen. Then he looked around. It seemed Lord Conrad had already dealt with the ones on the ground. Islet immediately warned him not to worry about her. It cautioned, "Your enemy is strong. You must focus entirely on the one in front of you." The corner of that guy's mouth curled into a malicious smile, and his eyes glowed red like hot coals. He chanted some incantation to prepare a technique. The aberrant mage spread his arms and streaks of electric energy emanated from his body toward Leon. The Russian phrase he just muttered meant benevolence, justice, in your name. A chill ran down Leon's spine. Blue smoke, he wondered. Crimson eyes gleamed in the night, and the aberrant mage shouted, "It's an honor. You'll turn to dust with a single touch from me. I'm being generous by using Rage Wave on you. This is too easy a death for you." Islet whispered in Leon's ear, "This guy is a summoner." Leon was surprised. "A summoner," Islet began to explain. "Aberrant mages are divided into two types. Those who apply the aberration to themselves are called aberrants, and those who summon multidimensional creatures or elementals are called summoners. Neither type is quite sane." Leon drew his sword and retorted to the aberrant mage, "Too easy a death for me," he roared, his voice filled with anger and defiance. "I should be the one saying that." Then he swung his sword wildly, the blade whistling forward like a storm, fierce and swift. The aberrant mage sneered, "Fool, how can a sword block my astral radiance?" As soon as he spoke, his aberration was cut in two, dissipating into the air. The aberrant mage froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. Leon smirked coldly. "There's always an exception," he thought to himself. "The holy sword can pierce astral entities." The aberrant mage's body trembled violently. "Ridiculous. Even aura weapons can't break my aberration." He quickly cast another technique. A sinister, terrifying magic circle immediately appeared above his head. The incantation he chanted in Russian meant, "I won't let you go." Leon swung his sword and shattered the mage's circle, making him break out in a cold sweat. Before the aberrant mage could recover, Leon pierced his heart with a single thrust. The aberrant mage groaned and reached out to grab the blade. He forced out the words, "Do you really think this attack will work?" The aberrant mage stared blankly at the wound. "Why won't my wound heal? Can that attack nullify aberration?" He seemed unable to believe his eyes and stammered, "No, impossible. You are Leon." His gaze was as firm as steel, and he gripped the hilt tighter, driving it deeper. The aberrant mage died on the spot, his eyes still open. Leon pulled out his sword and turned to leave, his demeanor calm. Not looking back, he heard Karen's voice and glanced at her. "What, did I lose?" She stood with her arms crossed. She raised an eyebrow and teased, "How embarrassing," Leon thought to himself. "You took on two, though," but humbly made an excuse. "My opponent was probably weaker," he suddenly remembered. "But where's Lord Conrad?" Karen replied. "Over here." The two of them flew over to him. Conrad was covered in blood, trembling as he clutched his oozing wound. "Sorry you have to see me like this. I don't think I can accompany you any further." "Don't worry, let me go," he reassured Leon. "I'll just fall behind a bit. Once my injuries improve, I'll catch up with you." Karen called out softly, "Lord Conrad," she asked seriously, "how much time do you have?" Conrad choked up after a moment of silence. "So you already knew?" Karen pressed her lips together and replied, "If someone like you can't stop the bleeding, it can only be that reason." Leon froze, his eyes wide and unblinking. Conrad gritted his teeth against the intense pain, clutching his torn chest tightly. "I can probably hold on for about an hour. After that, I'm not sure." The words hit Leon's mind like a thunderbolt. "An hour? Can I take them all down in an hour? Even if I do, can I still heal him by then?" He turned around and reminded himself, "If I truly can't do anything, I won't dwell on it. But now I have the holy sword." Leon lowered his head and called out to Islet. It hummed in confirmation and then commanded, "Just repeat my words and you'll activate the divine healing spell to close his wounds." Without hesitation, Leon placed his hand on the bloody wound on Conrad's chest. A huge question mark formed in Karen's mind. Leon's voice rang out low and calm like an ancient guiding chant, "O noble goddess, please illuminate those who have given their all for justice. Do not let them feel the cold in the winter winds of the Valley of Death." As Leon spoke these words, his palm began to glow. Conrad's wound gradually shrank, and his eyes widened in speechless astonishment. Karen's pupils dilated in shock. This magic is at least at the bishop level. Conrad's wound healed instantly, as if it had never existed. His cheeks flushed and he grasped Leon's hand and expressed, "I understand. I heard you were the planner of this attack. Now I see. I understand why Lord Cesare trusts you so much. Are you a candidate for Cardinal of the Holy Church?" Islet chuckled smugly. "From knight to cardinal candidate, huh?" Leon was stunned by the remark. Conrad suddenly coughed. "Goodness, I got too excited. I'm not fully recovered yet and can't fight, but I can heal myself now." Leon seemed hesitant, but Conrad interjected. "You probably don't want to reveal your identity." He gave a thumbs up and a wink, promising, "I, Conrad, swear I'll keep it secret until your ordination." Islet sighed. "What a misunderstanding," while Leon replied with a grin. "Thank you," Karen said enthusiastically. "Wait here. I'll get you some refined medicine. Let's head back to where we want to go." Leon nodded. Soon, with that, the two left. Neither Karen nor Leon spoke. The atmosphere between them was dead silent. Suddenly, Karen turned around and gave a mysterious smile. She stepped forward, backing Leon against the wall, closing the distance to a suffocating proximity. Her eyes sparkled and her voice was soft but full of interest. "Is what Lord Conrad said true? A cardinal candidate at such a young age? I've never seen one before," Karen said curiously. "But with your solar aura and bishop-level spirit magic, it makes sense, doesn't it?" She fired off questions rapidly. "You're also skilled with weapons and using aura. Who taught you?" Leon closed his eyes and denied it. "I'm not a cardinal candidate." Karen suddenly put on a coquettish look. "Then are you a trainee holy knight? Come on, I'm too curious." Leon just turned away coldly. He thought to himself, if I didn't know her identity I might have fallen for it, but his tone was resolute and icy. "We're not that close yet." Leon turned his head in surprise when he heard her question. "Your defensive skills are quite meticulous. Are all the church knights like this?" She raised a hand to tie her hair back, revealing her striking figure, and said, "Most men confess when I question them." Long muttered to himself, "I won't fall for that." He called out expressionlessly, "Stop joking and think about what we should do." Leon turned around to seek advice. "Should we go find the others or go on our own?" She tied her hair while reassuring him. "You don't need to worry about that." Leon was stunned for 5 seconds. "Why?" Karen blinked, feigning mystery. "You'll know when we get there." In the distance, a group of people approached menacingly, and a body was thrown with a thud before them. Kay leaned against the wall, his gaze indifferent and cold. "You're here. Senior brother Leon." Han stepped on the corpse of the psychic, grinning coldly. "A bunch of brats." Long sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for them. Carlo smiled cheerfully, relieved that the two were safe. Keffin stood behind him, demanding with murderous intent, "Aren't you happy for me?" Kay walked away coldly, replying, "I don't know you yet." Keffin, powerless, understood. Meanwhile, in a corner, Leon was explaining the situation. Mr. Conrad was severely injured and couldn't continue fighting. After an hour or two of treatment, he'd be fine. But we don't have that much time. Kay mused, "Then there's no other choice. We'll have to take these people with us." Han spoke up, "Hey, you're an explorer, right? You must have some useful tools. If you don't want to die, bring them out." Karen sneered contemptuously. "Why don't you bring out what you're hiding first? Why always pick on the poor?" Han roared angrily. "What did you just say?" Kay stepped in to stop them. "All right, calm down. Let me explain our next move." Karen hid behind him, deliberately provoking Han. Cesare commanded sternly, "I, Cesare, will take the lead because I can resist psychic powers. Han and Karen will go in the middle." He pointed at Leon and continued, "As for Leon, you'll move in the back, just in case." After hearing this, Han pointed at Long and laughed mockingly. "Ah, our ace is this rookie who hasn't even wiped his nose clean?" Then he grew curious about Keffin's task. "All right, what about this gravekeeper?" Dion awkwardly smiled. "Forget about him. Leave him be, it's better for everyone, he's helped us a lot before." Karen blushed and chimed in. "That's right, don't judge by appearances, he's actually quite capable." Keffin sighed helplessly, thinking it was also fake. Han turned around, scratching his head awkwardly. "Leave anyone who doesn't listen behind," Char urged. "Let's go." Ahead in the darkness, a gloomy aura slowly spread. The group instinctively stopped in their tracks. Han frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. What kind of strange energy is this? Before them appeared a shimmering circle like a living door. Cesare speculated that it seemed to be a space formed by psychic powers. He began to cast a spell. Cesare passed through the circle and called out, "Come in." Everyone quickly followed suit. Leon looked around warily. Inside was a terrifyingly real knight. "I can't see or hear anything except the halo." He moved slowly, focusing his senses, feeling as if he were sinking into a thick, bottomless mire. A hand slowly reached out as if probing. Then Leon struggled to climb out, sighing in relief. Cesare, drenched in sweat, shouted a warning. "Careful, there's a group of psychics ahead. They're lying in ambush as if they knew this outcome all along." Leon was stunned. "We're surrounded. Did they know we were coming?" Marley's grinned sinisterly. "I've been waiting so long my neck's grown," he taunted. I didn't expect you to go to so much trouble for us. You must be exhausted." Marlies extended his hand contemptuously. "Let me say thank you," Cesare pondered, staring at Marlies' smug face, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you a missionary?" Marlies' eyes sharpened and he bared his teeth in a grin. "You recognize it?" Leon glanced at Elicet. "Missionary, is that a rank within Marlies?" It nodded. "Yes, Marlies has a clear hierarchy. The lowest level is the believers, granted psychic powers to use freely. Next are the priests, those ambitious enough to explore psychic power but ultimately controlled by it. And the highest level is the one that spreads these powers. They are called missionaries. In the church they are also respected figures holding key roles, at least at the bishop level." Marlies suddenly raised his arm and shouted inexplicably, "Today is wonderful, the ritual is complete, and the many heroic sacrifices were not in vain." Cesare wished he could put him on the altar to see a naked chicken. Marlies rambled on, "And the best part is, I get to teach the slaves of that foolish goddess a lesson," he preached amid the adoring gazes of his followers. "This is the true path to finding the one and only real God in this world." Long's group stood frozen like statues. Han was puzzled. "What ritual? I didn't see anything." Marlies immediately said a harsh word. "Truly an incorrigible inferior race. The contract is complete, and only the final step remains, to immerse you in despair." Leon turned to ask Elit. "He says the ritual is complete. Is it over?" It replied helplessly. "Not yet." Then it explained that it was like fishing. It used the essence of life as bait to lure monsters from various spatial dimensions. Leon frowned. "Fishing?" It answered. "Yes. So we still have time before they find the bait and the hook." Leon wondered again. "So no one knows when the monsters will find the bait and bite?" Elit agreed. "Right." Leon thought it could be an hour or just seconds. In other words, in this battle, time was everything. He gripped his sword and called out to Cesare, "Bishop." Cesare raised his hand to the sky and chanted a spell. "Almighty Saint, with your power that guides humanity from darkness, warm this place with your light." From his palm a full moon appeared. The moonlight shone, making everyone present look up. A sudden light illuminated every corner. The monsters widened their eyes, then covered their faces with their hands, letting out piercing screams. Elit remarked, "A combination of psychic power and halo techniques. Though not as effective as the sun, it can still block psychic summons, though my light works much better." Marlies' face twisted in pain, veins bulging. Someone shouted, "Anyway, this is enough. It's stopping them from summoning psychics." Karen took the chance to throw a dagger while they were distracted. Marlies grabbed a monster by the neck, using it as a shield. Cesare, Han, and Leon quickly took down the group of psychics. Leon thought to himself that the missionary hadn't really joined the fight yet. As he was busy protecting the ritual's starting point, he mused that he had to destroy the altar before they could use their psychic powers. Marlies laughed loudly, taunting, "Fools, do you think this is enough to stop the spell?" A terrifying voice echoed through the space. Many magic circles floated above Leon. From the center of the circles, monsters and sharp hands slowly emerged. Now Leon faced a group of psychics. His face was pale, sweat pouring down. "What did you eat to look so ugly?" Elicet glared at them and explained, "The psychic powers are blocked, so they can only use their remaining psychic energy to temporarily summon a swarm of chimeras. Since the energy is incomplete, they'll dissipate quickly." But Leon thought it would still take time to deal with them. He wondered, is the ritual ready to activate? The scene shifted to Han, who was winding up a punch to hit the damned monster. Han's fist struck the chimera's abdomen, tearing a hole in it. However, seeing the splattered blood, Han's face twisted. When he saw his hand corroded by the chimera's blood, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Meanwhile, Karen was throwing a knife at a chimera's head. She was already a bit tired. "Toxin ineffective? No, is it because they don't feel pain?" Kay said to Leon. "At this rate, we'll be exhausted by the end of the fight. The longer we drag this out, the more dangerous it gets," Leon agreed, looking worriedly at the holy sword. "Damn it, we need to break through here quickly. But I still can't unleash the full power of this holy sword." Elit warned, "If they catch the scent of a hero here, it'll be disastrous. They'll stop at nothing to exploit your weaknesses. Remember, you can only turn the tide when they let their guard down," Leon replied. "Got it. I know the only right thing I can do now is deliver a decisive blow." Marlies was laughing smugly at Leon's group's predicament, and Leon felt a tremor. Say bit his lips, Han frowned with constricted pupils, and Karen's expression stiffened. On the other side, Marlies was casting a psychic spell, and a strange red light rose from the summoning circle. He said triumphantly, "They're finally here. The gods' apostles have answered our call." The red light grew more intense. Leon clutched his chest, his heart pounding. He stared at the red hole before him, terrified by the overwhelming power he had never seen before. This was reality, he whispered. "Elicit," Elit replied. "There's no time to use the holy sword, but we need to try to break the current situation. We'll use half of our stored energy to cast a divine spell." Leon asked, "Will the divine spell work that way?" Elit admitted, It's difficult, however. It then smiled slightly, but thanks to Caesar's moon I've thought of a plan. Both the sun and the moon require enough of the goddess's divine imprint. Its plan involved Leon and us. We just need someone to be imbued with the essence of both the sun and the moon. It brought up Leon's status panel. Not only that, but we also need a bishop who can combine divine spells and a hero's cooperation. That's the true omen of doom for the enemy. Now recite it. Leon did so expressionlessly. He spread his hands and murmured, "Sun and moon, two disciples of the noble goddess who see through all beings, with devout gratitude. Your open eyes are the saint's favor. Your closed eyes are the noble kindness." Kay also recognized this as the first verse of the goddess's scripture. Han was puzzled. Different planets forming on Earth. Then, the two celestial bodies, the moon and the sun, appeared. Karen was captivated by the beauty, so warm. Leon focused and continued, "When the sun and moon shine together, all who look up to the sky will kneel sincerely," he concluded. Holy ground. As the words fell, the two celestial bodies emitted a dazzling golden light that melted the sticky chimeras. The red chimera was scorched. Ellet grinned. "Holy ground is indeed the bane of psychic powers. This domain rejects all foreign laws and beings." Say was the first to attack, swinging his mace at the chimera's head. "Now everyone!" Karen and Han agilely threw knives, taking down one chimera after another. Their actions drove Marley's mad. "Blasphemy, mere minions of the goddess," he snapped his fingers. "I'll kill you all." Then two chimeras suddenly felt a pressure. Something flew out of their bodies and landed in Marley's hand. His eyes bled, and he roared in fury, "Bastards, think of how many devout lambs and noble order lives I had to sacrifice to deal with you minions." He crushed the heart in his hand. As soon as the action ended, layers of red cloth wrapped around his body. "Watch closely, you fools. This is the glory of your so-called god." Marley's body grew massive, his face turning black, covered in red veins. A single red horn grew from his head. Kay and Leon gritted their teeth in tension. Marley's taunted, "What do you think, maggots? I'll prove to you that the god who grants power to people like me is the absolute authority." His body became burly, with spider-like legs sprouting from his back. Ellet warned, "At your current level, holy ground won't last long. If he's still this strong within it, you won't be able to handle him when the domain fades." While Leon was stunned, Han and Kay charged forward. Kay swung his chain mace at Marley's. At the same time, Han threw a series of punches. Attacks rained down on Marley's, however, he merely sneered. "Is that all you've got?" He grew excited. "Now it's my turn." With that, the legs on Marley's back stabbed deeply into Leon's group. Han and Karen were sent flying. Kay was no exception. He protected his head with his hands. Leon gritted his teeth, bracing himself with his hands on the ground. The gap is too big. His attack power has skyrocketed and his regeneration and defense are far beyond before. He gripped the holy sword tightly. In that case, the only effective attack against him. "Is it the fully formed holy sword?" He looked worriedly at Marley's. "But can I take him out in one strike? If not, won't we lose our last chance to stop him?" Marley said excitedly. "Power surges through me. Now you're nothing but ants to me." Leon frowned, glancing behind him at Kay, covered in wounds and lying on the rubble, and Han, unconscious. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I need to find a way to end this quickly. Any ideas?" Karen's pained cry caught Leon's attention. He rushed over to ask, "Are you okay?" She smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine." Her eyes sharpened. "We're in big trouble. My attacks and that gravekeeper's have no effect on him at all." Leon was surprised by her words. He recalled Karen's status panel he had seen. "Karen, gravekeeper, ghost step level 9, ghost step." Leon spoke up. "Sis, help me out. I need your power." Karen perked up. "Do you have a plan? Tell me your idea and I'll circle behind him." "Destroy that altar and stop the ritual. Confronting him head-on right now isn't wise." Karen said discontentedly. "Can't we just circle around behind him? What do you think? Do you think you're a wizard? You're not capable of teleportation." Leon retorted. "Why not just teleport over there?" Karen replied calmly. "How do you teleport?" He gritted his teeth in frustration. Finally, Leon decided to reveal the gravedigger's secret. "You can do it, right? Help me this once and in exchange I'll keep your secret." When the secret was discovered, Karen turned pale, and Leon continued to persuade her. "I know you have your reasons, but if we fail now, everyone dies, including me, you, and every person here." Karen quickly stepped away from him, her eyes full of vigilance. Leon felt the danger closing in and forced a smile. However, Karen decided to give in. "Fine, I'll help you, okay?" But she covered her face, blushing with shame. "How did you know, and why didn't you tell me?" She hid her face. "It's so embarrassing, it's killing me," Leon said calmly. "Killing you? I know you too well." Sure enough, her dart was already pressed under his chin. She smiled slightly. "Of course, secrets are a woman's charm, you know." At that moment, G was still unconscious. Khan crouched beside him. "Hey Bishop, how long are you planning to lie there?" He poked him mockingly. His words enraged G into waking up. "I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Leon and Esser were sprinting at full speed. She stopped. "This is as far as I can go. From now on, you have to go alone." She glanced cautiously behind her. "If I suddenly disappear, he'll definitely chase after me." Leon said gently, Don't die, his words made Karen's eyes widen in surprise. She snapped her fingers, enveloping Leon in caffeine. Never thought I'd be worried about by someone from a church. As Leon moved forward, Elixir explained, Ghost Step is a technique that allows the user to teleport instantly, but even high-level wizards struggle with long-distance teleportation. This distance is only enough for assassination. Leon was almost certain of victory, but this distance was also enough to circle behind him. Sure enough, while Marlies was busy destroying things, Leon emerged from the shadows behind him. He looked down at the glowing red pit. So this was the core of the ritual. Leon tensed up. A red sphere floated before him, the orb of life. Ellet agreed with his judgment. That's the orb of life, a crystallization forged from 10,000 lives. The holy sword in Leon's hand glowed and his anger was unforgivable. Esser suddenly shouted, Brother Leon! Immediately after, Leon's face turned deathly pale. Marlies' foot had pierced through his chest. Blood gushed from Leon's nose and mouth. Ellet called out in panic. Leon, Marlies sneered. You worthless lackeys, give up, he continued as he lifted Leon's body. You've lost your last chance, he muttered, looking at Leon's limp form. My great body has cast a curse upon you. That curse is death, Khan roared. Brother Leon, he cursed the fool. But before the two could reach him, Marlies knocked them away. He said, Don't rush, you'll all end up like him. Marlies laughed triumphantly. Dead. Leon's eyes gradually lost focus. Am I going to die, without stopping evil or doing a single righteous deed? He vaguely saw Elixir rushing over. What was Elixir saying? He couldn't hear. He recalled, Right, we were supposed to climb to the top of Titan Mountain together. Looks like I can't keep that promise. Leon's eyes slowly closed. A promise. Blood still flowed from his nose and mouth. Leon's voice and figure emerged. I believe in you. I believe you'll keep your promise no matter the cost. At that moment, Leon's eyes lit up. He grabbed the leg protruding from his shoulder tightly. Without hesitation, he severed it with his sword. Marlies frowned in surprise at Leon's resistance. Leon's body lost balance and rolled away on the ground. He propped himself up with his hands. Leon thought he had no chance of winning. Still, a hero's mission is to pursue victory, and that was what the teachers at the academy who always wanted him to improve had taught him. He stood up trembling. He was filled with rage. Leon still smiled and raised his sword even though one arm hung limp. Defeat him, save everyone like a hero. Marlies mocked. Bastard, at least I acknowledge your persistence. You're nearly dead, yet you still grip your sword. He swung all his tentacles at him. Since that's the case, try this again. Rodrigo Candias Elvina sighed softly. I have no other choice. He appeared beside Leon. You've done well, so just this once I'll help you. Rodrigo Candias Elvina smiled. Watch closely, my foolish disciple. Leon smiled back. He muttered. As each stance of the 7-star sword was listed, Leon's body moved like a phantom, appearing behind Marlies in the blink of an eye. 7 stars Big Dipper Alcade. Marlies panicked. What? When did he get behind me? The next second, Marlies' head left his neck. He groaned in pain as his head rolled away. Marlies roared, How dare you wound me again? Do you think cutting off my head is the end? It'll grow back immediately. The severed area began to bubble, and he exclaimed in surprise, It's not growing back, Leon taunted. You're still alive after being decapitated. How filthy. Leon's eyes turned golden, and the mark of Rodrigo Candias Elvina appeared on his forehead. Is this pitiful state what you wanted? Then why not go serve a Lord Arahan? They can wander around without a head or brain. Marlies' eyes turned bloodshot, and his face appeared on the headless body. This blasphemous insult, even your blood won't wash it away. Rodrigo Candias Elvina looked down at Leon's trembling hand, weakened by his injuries. Your body can't handle a second strike, but will you still try? Leon nodded silently. He said with satisfaction, Fine, but you'll pay a heavy price. Leon moved like lightning. 7 stars Big Dipper do be. Marlies panicked as his body was split in two. Why, what's happening? Why can't I regenerate? My power is fading. His body twisted. At this point, I'll take you all with me. He madly absorbed everything around him. Die, die, die. All of you die with me. Leon rested his sword on his shoulder. I knew you'd do that, so I held back a little, he said with interest. Now I'm really going to blow you to pieces. Marlies' eyes widened. Rodrigo Candias Elvina reminded him, Don't miss a single second, Leon. The true power of the 7-star sword lies in consecutive strikes. You lack experience in using each full stance, but if you infuse the essence of the stance into your sword, it can at least become a one-hit kill finisher. As Leon charged forward, he executed Big Dipper cross strike. Every blow landed on Marlies' body, shattering it into pieces. Cracks appeared on the orb of life, and then it shattered. Marlies fled in panic. The self-destruction process failed, and the orb of life was destroyed. Absurd, he panicked as his body was sucked in. No, I'm being pulled in. He tried to break free. I can't let it all end like this. Before he could finish, Marlies fell into a mouthful of fangs. It swallowed Marlies in one gulp and then burrowed underground. The ground finally fell silent, leaving only ruins. Ellet detached from Leon's body and sighed in relief. Look again, Leon yawned. So that's it. Ellet stated her judgment. It seems after the orb was destroyed, it chose to eat the smaller one. Hearing Ellet's proud words, Leon spat out blood. A few more seconds and we'd have been sacrificed to it too. At that moment Esser and Khan were covering one eye. Ellet was about to praise him, but Leon collapsed. He gasped for breath. Esser rushed over. "Leon, are you okay?" Leon didn't know what to say. "Oh, he interrupted worriedly. "Don't say anything, let me heal you." Light gradually mended Leon's wounds. Esser sighed in relief. "That was close. Good thing I wasn't too late," Leon said worriedly. "You should take care of yourself first." Karen hugged her shoulders. "We won, right, Junior?" "When I came, something flashed, and then he disappeared." "Did you defeat him?" Khan also remembered. "Oh right, what about the ritual or that thing? Someone explain," Leon replied. "We awakened that demon ritual and that thing was devoured by it, so he's definitely 100% dead." Suddenly he trembled and said to G, "Sir, I think I'm going to faint. Please remember to take care of me." Karen saw him collapse directly and exclaimed, "Junior?" Ellet smiled and glanced at the scene below. "Well done." It looked at his peaceful face. "Leon." Huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Karen turned pale. "Is this place going to collapse?" G barely managed to reply, "Very likely, since the one who created it is dead." Unlike the two, Khan panicked. "Instead of standing here analyzing, think about how to get out." Karen remembered, "We still need to pick up Lord Conrad." At that moment Conrad was standing still, holding his stomach. Khan cursed irritably. "Damn it!" The dawnlight finally appeared. Rodrigo Candias Elvina sighed inwardly. This time was a bit dangerous. He faced a conspiracy that could drown an entire city without even knowing how to manifest aura. "You should have helped instead of just watching. You only did it for fun because you were too bored yourself, right?" Rodrigo Candias Elvina said contemptuously. What can a foolish saint do after the hero dies? You should prioritize a new hero." Finally, he smiled and brushed it off. "Anyway, it's over, so let it be. Such dangers are routine for a hero, and I'm quite sure this is valuable experience for Leon." He paused for a moment. "Punishment?" Finally, Rodrigo Candias Elvina mused. "That thing is unavoidable anyway, and that is something I had to use even in my sealed state." He laughed cheerfully. "He should be able to manage on his own. That guy will reach Blank's level in no time, as long as he practices diligently. And I wonder if he can at least learn 2 techniques of the 7 Stars Big Dipper to show me." He worried. "He at least needs to be strong enough to protect himself before we head to the Titan camp." At that moment, Leon and his group had returned to the guild. The corridor outside the ward was silent. Leon lay unconscious on the hospital bed, gradually waking up. Then Leon sat up in panic. "Where am I?" Suddenly, his whole body ached intensely. Leon screamed. He curled up, letting out continuous cries of pain. Leon recalled the moment Marley's pierced his shoulder. Then he used all his strength to pull it out of his body. The memory of finally defeating Marley's was also vivid. He remembered everything he did before passing out. "I must have fainted right after." Leon looked at the clean room he was in and sighed. "This looks like the guild's recovery room, right? A bit too luxurious for a Cran adventurer." Leon suddenly remembered and called out urgently, "Ellet, Elixit, are you there?" Ellet quickly materialized from Leon's palm. He widened his eyes in surprise. "What's this? It looks a bit different." Elixit appeared as a holographic image. "Listen up, Leon." Leon focused on it. "If you're hearing this message, it means you're awake." Ellet continued smugly. "First, congratulations on surviving. Honestly, we won thanks to me, so I won't congratulate you on your victory." His arrogant words annoyed Leon. "You damn magic sword." Suddenly, Ellet turned serious. "Enough. I'm getting to the point. From now on you won't be able to talk to me for a month." Leon was stunned by this announcement. Elixit explained, "Are you sad? Even so, I have no choice, because I unleashed my power recklessly. The Holy Sword's power is now blocking my perception." Leon voiced his thoughts. "You used my body?" Ellet agreed. "Showing off sometimes brings problems." Leon was exasperated by its reasoning. "But what does that have to do with you showing off?" Ellet reiterated. "Anyway, you understand the situation, right? A whole month. You'd better learn how to manifest aura before I come back." "Got it. I personally demonstrated the 7 Stars Big Dipper for you. Try to imitate it, but don't push yourself too hard until you're fully recovered, unless you want to be cursed. That's my warning." Leon's expression turned serious. "With my Creek body, that move was already that strong. I can't imagine how terrifying Rodrigo was when he used it in the past." Ellet smiled and said goodbye. "My message ends here, getting a kid like you involved in an incident of that scale. A thorny path lies ahead of you," it praised. "Well, you're not too bad. Practice well." Leon also gave a thumbs up in response. "Don't worry. I promise I'll succeed on my own." Ellet began counting down. "All right, message over. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds." Its action made Leon panic. The light of the setting sun streamed through the window. Leon looked down at his palm thoughtfully. 7 Stars Big Dipper. When Elohit controlled my body, those vibrating wave layers, even the distortions in space, were incredible. That truly is the peak of human vision." He grew excited. The techniques of the 7 stars Big Dipper are performed with that level of aura vision. I must learn it at all costs. Leon recalled Ellet's words to him. He was silent for a moment, then Leon smiled gently. It doesn't feel bad but not good either. Just then a sound came from outside the door. G, with one hand injured, walked in carrying a basin of water. "Senior brother Leon, you're awake." Leon gave him a relaxed smile. Seeing the basin in his hand, he asked curiously, "Sir, how long was I unconscious?" Leon pondered. According to the elder, the hateful crusade had ended exactly 3 days ago. Just as the 5-man squad escaped the labyrinth, that nauseating entity was also eliminated. With the labyrinth's collapse, it was highly likely that the forbidden magic used was connected to it. Esser revealed that 56 had died and 107 were severely injured. I heard others were hurt too, though only lightly. Still, the casualties were too great for us to rejoice. He pulled open the curtains to welcome the sunlight. This time the hateful gathering couldn't run rampant as usual. For that alone, I already considered it a victory. Leon felt the same. It was regrettable not to save the others. But he still spoke up to agree with Esser, who continued, "I also investigated that dark magic further. It was indeed a repulsive sorcery. Thanks to your efforts we averted that disaster." Leon denied it without hesitation. "No, without you and everyone else I couldn't have done it." He pressed his lips together silently, finally breaking into a satisfied smile. "I was thinking." Esser smiled, feigning ignorance. He looked at Leon with expectant eyes. "If you hadn't been there, would the outcome have been different?" Upon hearing this, the esteemed hero's face instantly drained of color. Esser watched him with interest. "You look terrified." Leon stammered. "How did you know?" Esser explained. "I only confirmed it after the team was formed." Leon understood. That meant the elder had suspected from the start. He continued, "After all, I was once a member of the Ironblood Holy Knights. And being an elf, I have more life experience than most." Leon bowed his head in resignation. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you forever." But Esser analyzed that even the solar aura, no matter how powerful, couldn't sever forbidden magic so easily. The strike that cut through Leon's whirlwind was still etched in his mind. "Not only that, but I also realized you weren't yet strong enough to be a first-rate swordsman." Leon blushed. How embarrassing. Esser moved his chair closer to him. "Don't be shy," he shrugged. "I'm impressed by your courage to face challenges despite your inexperience, and the swordsmanship you displayed in the final battle was the key clue." His gaze sharpened. "The greatest hero in history, Rodri, and the 7-star sword he created." Esser recounted what he knew. "The Big Dipper, I read about it in a book chronicling heroic deeds since Rodri's martial arts records were long lost." He looked directly at Leon. "There's only one reason it appeared." Leon gave an awkward smile. "I have nothing to say." He suddenly asked, "Sir, do you remember the sword I used in the labyrinth?" Esser frowned in recollection. "Now that you mention it, it's gone. I couldn't bring it back when we fled." Leon felt the mark on his hand. "Elsight said that even if he wasn't here, I could still wield the holy sword." Leon commanded, "Appear." Then he drew the holy sword from his own palm. Esser stared in shock. Finally, Leon pulled the entire sword out. Esser was speechless, falling to his knees. "Oh goddess!" Esser clasped his hands together, praying before the holy sword. Flustered, he quickly begged forgiveness. "How shameful! Please forgive me for not recognizing the divine power of the goddess." Leon was equally at a loss. "I'm the one who should apologize for hiding this." Esser asked curiously, "Hero, do you still intend to keep your identity secret?" Leon sheathed the holy sword. He looked at the mark on his hand and affirmed, "Yes, this sword hasn't fully unsealed itself, and I'm still inexperienced." Leon resolved, "When I can truly live up to the title of hero, I'll reveal myself voluntarily." Esser trusted Leon's decision. He praised, "In my eyes you're already a worthy hero. You're very humble. In that case I'll keep your secret too," he tentatively asked. "But may I tell one person?" Leon readily agreed. "Who?" Esser revealed it was the Saintess. He continued, "The succession ceremony hasn't been completed yet, but I believe she'll be encouraged by this news." Leon consented. "Do as you see fit." Sir's face lit up with joy at Leon's permission. "Thank you very much, esteemed hero." Just then a knock came from outside. Esser reassured, "Don't worry, this room is completely soundproofed. Our conversation won't leak." He invited the person in, and the door creaked open. Karen entered carrying a basket of fruit and waved, "Hey, Junior, it's been 3 days, hasn't it?" She looked a bit awkward as the room's attention turned to her. "What's with the atmosphere in here?" Karen felt embarrassed and wanted to leave. "Did I come at a bad time? I'll come back later." Leon was puzzled to see Karen. "I forgot during the mission. Karen's true identity was the Coffin Keeper, one of the 3 demons of the slums, unknown even to Han River's Fang." He imagined her cold expression. "I said I'd keep her identity secret, but that was just a verbal promise easily broken. She must want a more solid guarantee from me. But she came at the wrong time." He glanced at Esser, who was quietly pouring water. With the bishop right here, Karen seemed to read Leon's thoughts. It's fine, Junior, he already knows everything. Leon stared blankly at the two, then it dawned on him. He cried out in disbelief. Esser explained, because of my aura your sun and my moon resonate, making me sensitive to anything that interferes with that connection. He fixed a meaningful gaze on Karen. How low are the odds of two people with dark traits being together? How strange, Leon replied. You must have sensed it when I space jumped. He broke out in a cold sweat. Aren't you going to scold me, even knowing her identity I didn't tell you? Esser calmly sipped his tea. Is it right to let the world know the truth or to give someone a chance to turn back? Leon was surprised by his question. Esser continued, assassins usually have no friends, but Miss Karen is different. He had strong faith in Karen. Though her hands are stained with blood, I can't forgive her crimes. But I can trust her as a comrade, Esser thought to himself. If her nature were truly that of a cold-blooded killer, she wouldn't have done this. At that moment Karen was on edge. What a nice atmosphere, looks like my sins can be wiped clean. Finally she mustered the courage to interject. Sorry, but what are you two laughing about? You're not secretly planning my death, are you? Esser suddenly spoke, startling her. Miss Karen, she stammered. Yes, he demanded seriously. First, tell us your story. How did you become an assassin, and why did you hide your identity as an adventurer? Karen's eyes widened in surprise at Esser. Soft sunlight streamed through the window frame. She sat silently facing Leon and Sir's gazes. Finally she spoke. What kind of people do you think are most looked down upon in this world? Esser frowned, puzzled. Karen's gaze sharpened. Orphans, especially half-breeds. Leon was taken aback. The past she shared wasn't an easy story. No food, clothes, shelter, or even parents to protect her. In some ways she was even lower than a disabled beggar. Truly the bottom of society. When she lived in the dangerous slums, someone saved her. But unfortunately, that helping hand had only dark intentions from start to finish, Karen recalled bitterly. It's common. Orphans are adopted because no one cares if they die. Then they're trained as assassins. Even if the success rate is only 1%, it's worth it. Leon sympathized with her plight. Even her adopter had no expectations. She was a half-breed of human and dark elf. She realized her talent early and succeeded in countless assassination missions, earning the alias Coffin Keeper. The organization grew stronger, just as Karen's techniques became faster and more precise. Her assassin career flourished, until only one person remained above her. The head of the entire organization. Karen stared intently at the floor. It didn't take long. I killed him in under 7 seconds, Leon imagined it. She, who had wiped out the entire assassin organization, including its leader, then climbed to become one of the 3 strongest in the slums. She never expected to become an assassin, only to repeat killings she never wanted. Yet Karen no longer wanted to live as the Coffin Keeper. After clearing out that filthy organization, she freed the orphans captured like her. Karen narrated, in those days I rarely acted as the Coffin Keeper. Since I couldn't live a normal life as that assassin, I became an adventurer to live like an ordinary person. Her eyes held sorrow, but her lips still smiled. But unfortunately, I guess the plan is over. Esser frowned uncomfortably, glancing at her, and even Leon fell into thought. Karen clenched her fists as if resolved. Now that my identity is exposed, I don't even think I can escape the temple. She made a pleading gesture. Please consider my contributions in the last crusade. I don't want to go to prison. So sentence me to alternative punishment like labor. Esser and Leon moved, suddenly became helpless. Esser was silent for a moment, then said, Brother Leon. Leon looked at him quizzically, only to see Esser smiling gently at him. Leon understood his intent. Does the elder want me to say something? He laughed along. I see. Leon clenched his fist. You want me to decide not as Leon, but as the hero. He reflected. She didn't want to be a killer, but she had to. Everything she showed us was that of a kind, principled person. With the wish to live a better new life like an ordinary person, Leon felt satisfied. Not everyone has the right to judge her, and there's no need to draw a sword against someone repenting their sins. Finally, he called out Karen's name. Karen asked nervously, What? Leon held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. You can freely pick one, and I promise to respect your decision. Karen froze at his words. She asked in confusion, What are you talking about? Why are you deciding this instead of the elder? Then Leon realized his mistake. Come to think of it, I just told the elder I didn't want to reveal my hero identity. The only one who knows I'm the hero is the elder. He recalled Sir's face, then the Saintess's figure also appeared in his imagination, along with the Saintess he was about to meet. Leon hesitated. Would revealing the hero identity to the Coffin Keeper be a problem? Esser suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Is something wrong? His expression was calm. I'm sure he can decide your matter. Karen leaned in and whispered to Leon, Hey, what were you two talking about? Leon showed the mark without hesitation. Sister Karen, think it over carefully, then choose one of these two options. Karen's eyes were filled with sacred golden light. The shadow of the holy sword was deeply etched in her gaze. After a week of fighting heretics in the labyrinth dungeon, I've fully recovered and want to leave. Leon said sincerely, "Thank you very much for your generous hospitality." Burnett laughed heartily. "You're welcome. Besides, I've been a poor host to the hero who resolved the city's crisis." He asked curiously, "I haven't repaid you yet. About our brief discussion last time, have you really considered that matter?" Leon answered firmly, "Yes." His reply piqued Burnett's interest. He patted Leon's shoulder. "Still, I'm glad to meet a passionate young hero like you. If you change your mind, let me know. I have a wide network, it'll help you a lot." Burnett revealed his plan. "I'll spread your name across the continent within 2 months." Leon hesitated. "That's a bit." Many people were moving around outside the guild. Leon stepped out. Karen was already waiting outside. Young Leon responded, "Sister Karen." Just his call made her face flush red. She elbowed Leon playfully. "What's this? You've got more manliness than when I last saw you." Leon touched his head. "Really?" Karen steered the conversation back to business. "You talked to the guildmaster after recovering, right?" Leon explained. "Yes, about my reward for this crusade, since it was so different from before." "So?" Karen looked expectant. "What's the reward?" Leon tried to recall. "The elder wanted to promote me and spread my fame to many other kingdoms," he announced with a bright smile. "But I refused." Karen was thunderstruck. She asked again in disbelief, Leon didn't realize the problem yet, and the elder also said something about introducing me to the Lord. He continued smiling. "But I refused that too." Karen was pale with shock. "What, are you crazy?" Karen held her head in frustration. "You're a hero but also a fool. You had a fortune handed to you and you just turned it down." Leon was silent. "If news of this crusade's achievement spreads across the continent," Karen listened to his analysis as if a light dawned, "that would lead to my existence being discovered by other enemies." Leon recalled, "When I fought those forbidden magic users with the holy sword's power, I nearly lost my life. But my combat strength is still too weak. I need to keep training, to become strong enough not to disgrace the holy sword." Karen picked up the thread. She looked at him with emotion. "That's why you made that proposal to me." In the past, Leon had said, "I am the hero of this era, chosen by the holy sword. In the name of the holy sword Elsite, may I invite you to be my companion?" Leon repeated. "You said you needed time to think about it," he asked as he walked alongside her. "So, have you decided?" Karen didn't answer, instead changing the subject. "Oh, this place is quite nice." The two walked under a large tree. Karen shared, "For us elves, forests and trees are as sacred as the goddess. Elven blood flows through my veins too, even if only a part." Without turning back, she continued, "The suggestion you made that day was like asking if I'd rather live proudly in the light than lurk in the shadows. Before I accept your offer, allow me to be honest about this." Karen looked down at her hands, which had been stained with countless people's blood. "Even now I feel no guilt for the blood on my hands. If I felt guilty, I wouldn't have survived this long." Leon looked at her in surprise. "For someone like me, born at the bottom of society, the marks left by their deaths and suffering will never fade." Karen's eyes were filled with loneliness. "So I don't want anyone else to live the way I used to, born without parents, living without love, desperately practicing skills meant only for killing." Her words echoed. "I hope no one lives that life anymore." Leon was speechless. Karen pleaded, "Little one, no, heroic knight. If you can fulfill this wish for me, if you can promise me this one thing," she knelt down, "I will bow to you with all my heart and dedicate this life to you." She waited silently for Leon's response. Meanwhile, Leon was still reeling from the shock. He recalled what Alice had said about the definition and duty of a true hero. "You will bring a brighter tomorrow." Leon decided to reach out his hand to Karen. "For a future where at least one fewer person suffers like you did." That day the coffin keeper died and only Karen remained alive. Now sitting under the tree, Karen asked curiously, "By the way, what happened to Khan?" Leon guessed. "I haven't heard anything about him." "Did he go back to the slums?" Karen revealed the truth. "You don't know at all, little one, he ran away," she narrated. "The very next day after the expedition ended, he packed up all his belongings in the slums and fled the city. No one knows where he went." Karen sighed. "He moved so fast I couldn't even track him." Leon could only force a bitter smile at this, but deep down he had an answer. He could also understand why he ran. Half of the slums had collapsed during the expedition, and the rest was waiting to be cleared. Not only that, but even though he participated in the expedition, if there was any record showing he had collaborated with the cult, even for a moment, he couldn't escape the punishment of the Iron-Blood Paladins. As Karen said, he'd face at least a few years of hard labor or prison. Leon said to Karen, "Still, I can't believe he ran the very next day." Karen commented, "Someone like him with so much to lose would usually hesitate over such a decision, but he abandoned everything without a second thought." Leon recalled Khan's arrogant face or his boastful expressions. And the way Khan got angry when cooperating with Leon. He smiled awkwardly. Was it my illusion that I felt we'd meet again? Karen stood up, dusting off her clothes. So now, she looked up at the sky. What do you plan to do next? I haven't heard your plan. You're not going to do anything reckless, are you? Karen turned back gently. Oh, hero. Leon's eyes widened, unable to look away from her for a moment. Did you think I had a plan? After rising to B rank, I'm heading to the Titan Mountains. Leon remembered Alice's warning before she left. 100 days is enough time for you to materialize your aura. B rank should be sufficient for that. Leon was a bit worried. I still have plenty of time before the 100 days are up. The problem is that Elset is still asleep and won't wake up for a month. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Karen was puzzled. Suddenly, Leon's face lit up. Senior. Karen flinched and stammered, What? You scared me. Leon praised her inwardly, an A-rank thief and masterful assassin, Karen. He recalled her reconnaissance and tracking skills, her ability to use the environment to her advantage, her mobility, and more. Leon remembered how hard he had to work to keep up with Karen, who was running upside down on the ceiling. He showed a friendly smile. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. Karen's face changed in shock. Leon didn't give her a chance to resist. To hell with your church, we need a spacious place. Karen tried to stop him. Wait, take care of what? I'm worried. Tell me, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You know my personality, Leon calculated. About 3 weeks and 2 days until Elset wakes up. I can only face him. If by then I've learned how to strengthen my aura, I need to better apply basic swordsmanship. Right now I only have a superficial grasp and it's unstable, he said hopefully. Just wait. Elset was in District 13. The residents were murmuring, thank goodness we at least have food to eat. All thanks to the church and the bishop, people were lining up for bread. The brown-haired boss looked fierce but spoke kindly. Take another one. You have a child, a girl carrying 2 kids said, touched. Oh, thank you. The brown-haired man bent down to hand bread to the child. I didn't bring these things. Here, he pointed behind him. If you want to thank someone, go to the church over there and pray to the goddess. Without the church you wouldn't get such kindness, the girl suddenly understood. Soft sunlight streamed into the church. Though small and cracked, it was incredibly warm. The residents prayed devoutly. A stark contrast to District 23, truly warm. Then an explosion came from behind the church. The praying residents froze. At that moment, Leon was swinging his sword with all his might at Karen. Karen gently held her blade and easily blocked Leon's sword. She shifted her feet, vanished instantly, and reappeared behind Leon. Leon quickly focused on the tip of the blade inches from his neck. He pushed off the ground hard. Leon sprang backward while parrying Karen's slash. Karen landed silently. Not bad, she praised. Your stealth is better than I thought. You'd make a better assassin than a knight. However, Leon was busy gritting his teeth against the strong recoil after the block. Karen continued, I'd say your movements are like a special forces soldier. Your technique is excellent but far from master level. As she spoke, she moved again. Karen split into another illusion, running parallel. Leon focused intently. She created an afterimage in just 2 steps. I have to track that speed with my eyes. He judged the left one was fake. Leon swung his sword backward. You're really... Karen's eyes widened too. She quickly ducked to avoid Leon's slash. You sensed it. Leon was just panting from exhaustion. Karen jumped back. I didn't use any aura but I was serious. She lifted 1 foot. All right, let me see how far you can see. Leon frowned nervously. 5 more afterimages appeared before him, illusions. Leon was surprised. Wasn't it just a simple clone technique before? Karen signaled. Here I come. Leon expanded his perception. Her speed was slower than before, but the problem was that this phenomenon disoriented my eyes, messing up my sense of direction and distance. Leon's eyes were bloodshot. Left or right, extend or retract my hand, the muscles in my eyes were working as if about to atrophy. In an instant Karen was behind him. When the sharp blade tip stabbed toward his neck, Leon's face turned pale. Karen announced the hit. You're dead, Junior. She laughed. That's the 100-second win out of 102, right? Leon raised his hand. I surrender. Is bullying a junior all the way to B rank that fun? Karen shamelessly didn't deny it. Of course, she explained. Using aura is like strengthening the body. Calculating is pointless. In an open space, you're no match for me, Karen taunted. Everything is in your favor, but you haven't won once. Leon shrank in frustration. Your words are sharper than your blade. Leon recalled. I did pretty well when driving off the thugs. 1 slash was enough to take them down easily. So I thought I'd grown a bit. But thinking of Karen, the gap between himself and her was too vast, and she seemed to not be going all out. Leon probed. So what do you think about my performance just now? Karen pretended to be reluctant. Oh, it's okay. Then she comforted. Just kidding, you did well, Leon eagerly asked. Really? Karen analyzed. If you can see through my afterimages, even a top-tier assassin would find you troublesome. Your skills already surpass most B ranks, Leon wondered. Even if I can't materialize my aura yet, Karen explained. Well, I admit aura weapons are strong, but they're useless if they don't hit. With your eyesight and stealth, it's not easy to hit you. Materialized aura can cut steel and destroy boulders, but it can't chase and defeat opponents on its own. Most assassins are weaker than adventurers of the same rank, but they win by using techniques that catch opponents off guard and tricks that win by any means. Still, that's a way to win. I don't. The Coffin Keeper eliminated opponents that way. Leon focused on her next words. Summarizing your strengths and weaknesses, Karen recalled the moment Leon faced her multiple aftermages alone. I admit your foundation is solid. During the fight, Karen had a moment of panic. Leon had almost hit her with his slash. Karen said seriously, "You have good eyes so you don't fall for traps, but that's it, you're just not deceived. You don't have the talent to deceive opponents. In other words, once you lose the advantage, it'll be hard to regain it." Hearing Karen's assessment, Leon's face turned serious. He fell into thought. Deceiving opponents, Karen happily grabbed his neck. Don't overthink it. Means are just to make up for skill gaps. They're just the foundation for counterattacks. She casually guessed about Leon's teacher. I don't know who taught you, but that person must be a genius no one understands or a foolish monster. Leon recalled Elsie's fierce expression and turned pale. Karen concluded, anyway, you lack creativity in attack and movement, she sincerely advised. You don't need to imitate me, but try to add more cards to your hand, hero. Leon agreed. Karen was right. If I had a trump card to secure victory, it would be a completely different story. But he clenched his fist. Because I don't have one, I need to add and strengthen my cards. Suddenly, the Coffin Keeper's hand landed on his shoulder, startling Leon back to reality. She whispered, all right, training for today is over. Let's move to the next part. Leon looked at the Coffin Keeper with cold sweat. You scared me. Karen beamed. Don't overthink it. Come on, let's practice materializing aura. Aura weapons, Karen asked. What did we mention last time? Leon blurted out. The connection between aura attributes and training methods, she nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, then Karen began to explain. Aura is refined from the power generated within the user. It's essentially the user's essence, Leon thought seriously. Essence, Karen continued with the basics. Life experiences, the subject's thoughts and things like that. In specific situations, some fight, some hide, some run, she analyzed. But that doesn't mean you can distinguish good from evil based on essence. Even a justice seeker, if they go astray, becomes arrogant. Cultivating your aura means enhancing the purity and power of your essence. Karen gave an example. For instance, the training method for a fire attribute aura might be destroying something, fighting someone, or tapping into your own potential. Most actions of a fire attribute aura lead to refinement. Leon sighed. That's terrifying. Karen leaned against the window frame. The difficulty of training depends on your attribute. Carrying out tasks itself is also a form of training, like my shadow attribute aura. She looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Now about the sun attribute, it's one of the attributes representing the goddess, appearing only in the greatest warriors throughout history. Her words made Leon blush with embarrassment. Karen probed, when you think of the sun, what essence comes to mind? Leon shyly turned away, avoiding her gaze. He voiced his thoughts. It illuminates the world with endless light, dispelling darkness. Thinking this, Leon suddenly realized, no wait, that's brilliance. Karen saw Leon staring at his hand with a surprised expression. It seems you've thought of something, Leon felt himself. I'm not sure if it's because of that fight just now. The aura inside me is burning, boiling, flowing through me. It's like molten lava flowing at the bottom of a mountain. If I guide this flow with my will, I can feel it gathering at my fingertips. Leon's hand was enveloped in a power like lightning. I feel like I could burn up at any moment. It's good to gather it, but now how do I release it? He snapped his eyes open. If it's the sun, I'm sure. Then he painfully clenched the arm holding the glowing orb. Karen was also surprised by his power. Leon assessed the orb inwardly, but this isn't enough for an aura weapon. Still, to achieve this in such a short time, in an instant, the orb in his hand exploded. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a pained cry. Karen asked worriedly, Junior, are you okay? Leon regretted borrowing Elsie's power. I had no idea materializing aura was at such a high level, however. Karen praised him. Amazing, Leon. The foundation of materializing aura is controlling it while releasing it outside the body, just like you did inside. Leon was panting from exhaustion, but his gaze remained locked on Karen. He could only emit light. Even if only for a few seconds he could sustain it. It was very close to an aura weapon. If he could make it larger and more stable, it would be perfect. Leon repeated, larger and more stable. Karen offered an association, likening the aura to his bloodline which he was drawing out from within himself. Since aura was an extremely physically demanding weapon, a stable cycle was crucial. However, using a mental image as a standard even once was a huge gamble. Karen didn't know that someone rushed in through the door, startling her. He continued, saying that you couldn't use them for long. even if you had created powerful forces like fire-type aura weapons such as explosion or eruption. Leon asked. So you finished your inspection, Kyle replied as he hung up his coat. Yes, with an annoyed smile, he said, I just got the repair estimate for the facilities you two destroyed. Hearing Kyle's tone, Leon and Karen felt a pang of guilt. Kyle then shifted to another topic. All right, let's talk about the compensation costs. We should also exchange an important opinion. He held up a letter. I've brought a letter from Her Highness the Saintess. Leon's eyes widened. The Saintess, he was curious. A letter. Kyle recalled that the succession ceremony must be underway. The scene shifted to a mountain range shrouded in a blizzard. Hidden among the peaks stood a towering spire. Suddenly, the top of the tower emitted a blue glow, while a dazzling point of light appeared in the distance. The pink-haired girl radiated a glittering golden light around her. The priests were astonished, finding it hard to believe that she alone had acquired holy power rivaling that of Lord Mi, even though Lord Mi was a bishop who had reached the master level. She should have been unable to suppress it and exploded, but it was unimaginable that she had surpassed the abilities of the former Saintess. The lead red-haired priest smiled with pride. The pink-haired girl was none other than the 8th-generation Saintess, Elhan, the strongest Saintess, who would assist the warrior who had been born. Elhan smiled gently as the bishops filed into the room. In the center of the room, a spiked warhammer was driven deep into the ground. The red-haired bishop recounted how the great hero, the former King Rodrigo, and the first Saintess had left their achievements on that journey. She had prayed behind that warrior. She prayed continuously to draw upon the power of everyone's goodwill, while the monks needed to borrow her power to banish demons. The seat of the predecessor was made of holy iron chains. They would form the continent's strongest knight order, and in the name of the goddess, the strongest Saintess would become the vice-captain. She smiled, with the seat beside her reserved for that warrior. Thus your destiny is blessed, you will fight alongside him. This was the aspiration of every Saintess. Elhan seemed to understand, and the bishop gave the order. Now proceed with the final trial. Elhan, prepare for battle. Elhan quickly removed her outer robe. She walked forward slowly. Layers of glowing white fabric wrapped around her body. Finally, a set of majestic armor appeared. Elhan reached for the holy iron chains. Then she lifted them with ease. The surrounding bishops were stunned by Elhan's strength. That was the strongest combat weapon, a truly magnificent great hammer. The bishops walked toward a cliff in the blizzard. The red-haired bishop explained that it was a mark left by the strongest sword of the former king. It was said that he left that mark with a single stroke. The mark she mentioned was the slash on the cliff, and the mark on the cliff was left by the former Saintess during her succession ceremony. Now let's see your power, Elhan. Elhan gripped her warhammer tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. The bishop announced, now it's your turn, 8th-generation Saintess Elhan. At that moment, Elhan was walking alone through the blizzard. She thought to herself, Warrior Sama, I have heard of your deeds. She recalled every achievement she had heard about, how Leon had cut through a storm with a single sword stroke, and how he had bravely faced malice. And finally, Leon had succeeded in destroying him. Elhan remarked that although there were still 6 months until the prophesied day, thinking of how swiftly you had grown, she closed her eyes and reflected, I who have just become the Saintess cannot help but feel ashamed, Elhan praised. You are truly brave, full of manliness. These thoughts made her stronger. I want to become a Saintess worthy of you, Warrior Sama. Elhan gripped her warhammer tightly. A whirlwind quickly appeared at her feet. She swung the warhammer back, and with a shout, Elhan slammed it into the ground. Boom! The ground split open. The red-haired bishop was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The other bishops were in the same state. A massive explosion occurred, and everything was shrouded in dust and smoke. When the dust cleared, it revealed the deep trench Elhan had just smashed open. She smiled slightly. Warrior Sama, I beg of you. Her face was full of admiration. Please accept this humble person. The scene shifted to Kyle reading the letter which mentioned that she was the inheritor of the holy iron chains. I offer myself to you. He looked at Leon with proud eyes. At the end of the letter, she wrote, I will strive to meet you as soon as possible. Leon was also shocked by what he heard. His face quickly turned pale. What is this? I've got goosebumps. I have a feeling I might be in trouble. He asked what kind of person the Saintess was. Kyle answered honestly, she is one who has obtained the highest authority and the strongest abilities. I'm sure she will be a great asset to you. The warrior Leon also had his thoughts. Yes, this might be good news for me. If the Saintess who has walked alongside the warrior for generations is truly this remarkable, then I must be highly skilled and not embarrass myself in front of her. He pondered that he had already grasped the direction for creating aura weapons. What remained was the form. Leon was curious about Kyle's attribute. My lord, your attribute is the moon, correct? Though Kyle didn't understand why he asked, he replied. Ah yes, Leon asked somewhat nervously. I hope it's not too forward of me to ask, but could you tell me the form you used to perfect your aura weapon? Kyle's face immediately became wary. Karen fell into a panic. She quickly signaled, "No, Leon, you can't ask an aura user that question. For an aura user to reveal the form of their aura weapon is tantamount to revealing their weakness." Contrary to her concern, Kyle was gracious. "It's fine, no problem," he explained. "I use the waxing and waning of the moon as my form. When I release a small amount of power, it's a crescent moon. When I unleash a stronger attack, it's a half moon. When I go all out, it's a full moon. Additionally, there are forms like the new moon or lunar eclipse." Leon was amazed. 5 forms. Karen listened blankly as he answered without hesitation. "He trusts both me and Leon that much?" Suddenly, Leon seemed to grasp the 5 forms of the moon. He imagined the moon transitioning from waning to full. But unlike the moon, the sun didn't have any states of transition. Leon's gaze sharpened. "Therefore, I can't build a form as perfectly as that." However, he imagined that blotting out the sun with a solar eclipse was entirely possible. "If I use the solar eclipse as a form to accumulate power," he thought with satisfaction, "as long as I find a way to maintain its essence, the sun will continue to burn and shine." Kyle also sensed that it seemed you've had a breakthrough. Leon agreed. "Yes, to imprint its form deeply in my mind. I want to try it now." By this time, the two had arrived at an open space. Leon gripped his sword. "Let's begin." Kyle spun his warhammer. "Pretty relaxed attitude. Let me see what you can create." Aura gathered on Leon's blade, classifying the aura. "All right, here I come." Kyle forcefully swung his spiked warhammer at Leon. "I'm coming." He gritted his teeth and parried the warhammer's trajectory with his sword. The warhammer slammed heavily behind Leon, carving out a large crater. Aura was coiling around Leon's hands, gripping the sword. He took a deep breath. Leon frowned. "Not this feeling. It's still hard to use it smoothly, even though I'm trying to dodge your attacks. And you're not even using your full strength yet. The chain's attacks carry the power of an aura weapon. Even a graze would be enough to wound me." Leon faced the spiked warhammer head-on. Dodging wasn't a good idea either. The distance between them was now very short. He had to observe its trajectory and find a way to counter it. To deal with a weapon like chains, he needed to maintain a certain distance. Leon lightly dodged the chain. "If I close the distance, it'll be safer. First, I need to dodge." Leon realized with a start that the chain was circling around him. He froze, not daring to move as the chains had formed a circle around him. Kyle taunted, "Think you can dodge?" The warrior Leon gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. "Can't dodge?" He stomped his foot hard. "No, I have to do it." He strove to concentrate his aura onto his sword. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise, trying to replicate the 7-star sword. At the same time, the chains were tightening around Leon's position. The sun was gradually being obscured by the moon. At the moment the solar eclipse took form, it would also be the moment Leon completed his solar eclipse sword technique. In the pitch-black sky, golden stars linked end to end, forming a band of light. "First, my target will be the 2nd star in the Big Dipper, Mach. Rather than just manifesting it in my subconscious, I need to use this will to make it tangibly real." Leon held the blade of power in his hand, and behind him, another self also raised its hand to gaze, feeling the power flowing within his body. The sword seemed to begin absorbing energy. "First, compress the aura, use it to coat the blade, and contain it. The pores that caused its leakage have been sealed. Through this method, the aura will materialize into the solar eclipse sword." Leon held his longsword, his eyes blazing. An immense power emanated from the sword in his hand. Kyle watched in astonishment as the chains surrounding Leon all snapped. Kyle stared at the hero in awe. It was he who held the sword in his hand, seemingly having expended considerable effort, struggling to catch his breath. This technique was still imperfect. He thought of the Big Dipper constellation. It was still far from creating the complete 7-star sword. This was only a temporary solution, a stopgap, so to speak. Even though it was an imperfect technique, his face was now covered in beads of sweat. Leon clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. "This will still be a trump card for me against enemies." Kyle was still amazed by the move he had just witnessed. "Incredible." Leon stood beside him and explained, "I cherish it very much." Karen called out from a distance, "Forgive the interruption, Leon. Someone's here to see you." It was Reese. She appeared with a joyful expression, her eyes bright. "Leon-sama, it's been a while," Leon also greeted with a smile. "Reese, the old house under that blue sky." Inside, the 4 sat around a table. Reese sat opposite. "This is our first meeting outside the guild, isn't it? Are you feeling better?" He was very polite and courteous. "Yes, thank you for your concern." Reese was very attentive and enthusiastic. "I was very worried about you, so I brought some high-grade potions." "Ah, and this, it's the Count's reward." She held a square box containing a gleaming silver ring. He looked at the silver ring resting on the fabric inside the box. Reese explained, "This silver ring contains spatial magic linked to another dimension. Though it can't hold much, it will still be very useful for you." Karen suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Interdimensional spatial magic? That's worth several hundred gold pieces. If its design were better, I'm sure it could be worth up to 1,000 gold. Reese also praised her generously. Indeed, Karen, you really know your stuff, and you haven't even fully shown it yet. She also pointed to her own ear, showing everyone that her earrings were of the same type. Then a small knife appeared in her hand, barely enough to hold a little something. So I use it instead of a handbag. Hearing this, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder I kept wondering where those daggers came from. He took the ring and put it on his arm. Leon reached toward the table where the red potion bottle sat and a screen appeared. He commanded, "Store." The red potion bottle was drawn into the screen following the gesture of his hand. Leon looked at the screen displaying the red potion bottle and the text X1, marveling. This is truly a convenient and practical magical item. Count Ben is much more generous than I imagined. And it wasn't over yet. Reese's expression turned serious as she gripped something in her hand. The second reason, Leon Sama has been promoted to B rank. Now you've met all the conditions for advancement. If you show me your aura weapon, I'll give you this badge. She pursed her lips, her eyes full of anticipation. He was also quite surprised. Leon recalled a memory from the past. 100 days, in less than 100 days, I've risen to B rank. Too bad Elso can't see this. His hand gripped his sword tightly, and Leon's expression was extremely serious. Reese's eyes still held a hint of bewilderment. I've already confirmed your aura weapon. Leon successfully received the badge. Looking at the glittering gold badge in his hand, he smiled. A B rank badge. When I was at the academy, I never thought I'd become a B rank adventurer. Kyle and Karen stood nearby, clapping and congratulating without pause. Congratulations, congratulations to the junior. And it wasn't over yet. Reese continued, there's one last reason. This is a request entrusted to Leon Sama. He looked at the paper in her hand, puzzled. A request? What request? Her eyes sparkled. Didn't you take that top-tier escort mission? Leon was baffled. Karen seemed to understand and glanced at him discreetly. Reese pointed at the map and explained, go around this way. Arrive at the Titan Mountains. Once the goods are ready, they'll depart. She winked. And who do you think I am? Since it's a request for Leon, I'll definitely do my best to save you a spot. Leon's face was already covered in sweat. Karen, meanwhile, seemed frozen, her expression dark as she turned to look at him. Save a spot, Leon quickly explained. Wait. How was I supposed to know I'd be going with you earlier? After that, the three waved goodbye to Reese. I will receive great help from the Count and Reese, including networks and influence. She is very willing to act as the liaison between both parties. Excellent. It wasn't until the merchants contacted us that we resumed training. Karen, dagger in hand, shot straight into the sky, aiming for Leon. Watching her grip the blade, he assessed that her speed was astonishing. It was even more dangerous than her dagger skills. He narrowed his eyes in observation, while Karen remained highly focused. As they clashed, he raised his sword to block. She grinned. Tisk, don't be fooled by your sight. His eyes reddened. He couldn't rely on his vision. From the start, this was a training exercise designed to improve his visual limitations. Leon concentrated, imagining himself in an isolated, empty space. To this end, he had also learned to use aura intuition to wield eclipse more adeptly. Focus, the fluctuations of the wind. He envisioned Karen's footsteps, the vibrations of the ground, the motion of her lifting her foot to leap. Karen was now attacking him from behind. Leon smiled faintly. He could sense it. He began to open his eyes. Karen was astonished to find he could see through her lightning-fast movements. Leon counterattacked, and she was sent flying. Karen praised him. Truly impressive. Who would have thought you'd master aura intuition so quickly? Leon lowered his eyes and smiled. All thanks to you, senior. Thank you. Flustered by the compliment, she blushed. What's this? But then she reached out and wrapped her arms around Leon's neck. How arrogant. As he walked, he reflected that if he let this feeling sink deeper into his body, he would become far stronger than he was now. Just then, a man approached, applauding. Congratulations, Mr. Leon. You've broken through again. Spotting the newcomer, he greeted him. Ah, hello, the man beamed. I bring good news for both of you. We have an appointment with the merchants this afternoon. They're not far from here. If we go to meet them, I think things will go smoothly. At that moment, Esser felt like a savior to the two of them. The sky was clear blue, the clouds pink. Below was a tent camp set up resembling an inhabited village. Finding this place was easy. Leon looked toward the area. Senior, shall we go? The sky was clear blue, clouds drifting inside a tent. Are you from the guild? Leon proudly presented the badge he had just received. Yes, I am Leon, a B-rank explorer. The other person sat majestically in a chair. I am from the Storm Trading Company. He extended his hand, 2 gold rings adorning his fingers. We're just a small trading company, so I hope you can protect us with care. He also reached out to shake. All right, his gaze was serious, as if on guard against something. Meanwhile, he was lost in thought, calculating. He recalled those calloused hands, the hands of a swordsman, and thought how the hands of someone who wields a pen would differ from those of someone who frequently holds one. He must have lived a more diligent life than I have, while I've still been spending time practicing swordsmanship. and grinned. "Your hands are chivalrous," he responded with a faint smile. He had expected the atmosphere to be tense. But just a second later, the two shook hands warmly, their attitude one of profound mutual trust, hoping for assistance. Beneath the tent, their discussion could be heard. "It seems we have extra hands," he was calculating. "However, our budget is quite limited, so I'm not sure we can afford to hire more guards." He sat opposite and spoke. The trading company's destination was the peak of the Titan Mountains, and affirmed, "Yes, that's right." But he interrupted, "You should know how dangerous the road is, right?" "Yes, I know. Everyone can imagine the hardships ahead on a mountain path leading to darkness, full of crevices and deep pits." He immediately offered a suggestion. "Then when you're walking a dangerous road, would you feel reassured knowing an A-rank explorer is escorting you?" He was shocked. "A rank," then he raised a hand to his chin. "I would feel very reassured, but hiring them would be expensive. I don't have that much money." He also thought it over. "And I don't know if an A-rank explorer would be willing to escort this small trading company." An A-rank badge was produced. Karen held the badge in her hand. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Karen, an A-rank explorer." This was followed by thunderous laughter. "I didn't recognize you. As a merchant, I need to have sharp eyes. It seems I'm not sharp enough yet." She cheerfully pointed at Leon. "Don't worry about the money. I'm just following Leon. So you only need to pay me the fee of a B-rank explorer." And quickly signed the documents on the table, his face beaming. "Our funds are quite tight. Thank you for your understanding. Miss Karen, next time I will compensate you both at the A-rank rate." Karen also cheerfully took the documents. "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing for butting in." He was willing to serve to the end. "I will prepare the most comfortable carriage for you two. On the road we will cover all living expenses." After coming out, "Leon, I wonder if it's appropriate for us to accept such treatment." "Of course it's appropriate," Karen said calmly, without a hint of worry. "I am a rank after all." Under the twilight sky with sparse clouds, he walked behind. "Hey senior, is this really okay?" She tilted her head to look at him. "Just look at the outcome. That merchant leader hired an A-rank explorer at a low price. In exchange we got better treatment." He suddenly sensed something. He looked to the other side, mercenaries. Karen nudged him with her elbow, teasing. "What's wrong? First time seeing mercenaries?" He looked bewildered and reached up to scratch his head. "I've seen them from afar once, but never this close." Memories of mercenaries from the time of the Conquest War surfaced. "Both sides were operating in different areas at the time, so I never interacted with them." He remembered that those men also had deep, long scars on their heads. They looked quite intimidating. But when their gazes swept over me, I didn't think they meant well. She reached out a hand. "To be honest, mercenaries tend to clash with explorers. Let's keep our distance, you understand." "Ah, okay." In the sunlight, he looked up as Leon gazed at the city, those houses with red and green roofs standing in the twilight. "So is it time to say goodbye to this city? I wonder if I'll ever be able to return here someday." The sight reminded him of the past when he had also bid himself farewell, leaving the cage called school, surviving alone in the forests and mountains, roasting charred meat. Now he faced the peaceful sight of the city and this side of the city. The brilliant smile of the little girl R, or the proud Khan. The two Mr. Anns, carefree, holding chains. He had walked and met many people. He smiled faintly. Even if he forgot all other places, the memories of this city remained vivid, with that sword locked by heavy chains. He thought he could leave after Elliot woke up, but if he missed this chance, he didn't know if there would be another. The journey to Mount Titan is very rare. His gaze was serious. More importantly, he shouldn't rely too much on Elliot. Although he had no choice but to accept his help during the Conquest War, even without Elliot, always moving around with protection isn't suitable for a warrior. The sunlight shone on the houses with cracked cement walls. "The goddess of fate will bless you both. She will protect everyone, just as the sun is in the sky during the day and the moon at night." Leon, carrying his luggage, bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you for everything, sir." He still smiled gently. "It's fine. I should be the one thanking you." He recalled the moments when terrifying monsters attacked. If this relationship hadn't happened, stopping the practice would have been impossible. We can see this as the guidance of the goddess, and at that time, Leon had counterattacked very powerfully. He reached out and handed over a necklace. The metal pendant glistened in the sunlight. "This item contains a sacred magic. This magic is used for healing. You can use it to draw the holy sword when you are in trouble." Leon took it and put it around his neck. "Thank you. I will keep it safe. This was an important item while Elliot was asleep." He smiled. "And this item has another function." He was stunned. "Another function." Sir's expression was extremely serious. "If you show this to the commander of the Holy Army, you can mobilize all nearby Red Chain Knights." Leon was so shocked he nearly dropped the necklace. "Knights of the Red Chain Order," he smiled. "So use it carefully. Non-holders can only use it once." He was sweating profusely as he looked at the pendant. "Thank you." He picked up the pendant and held it up. The authority was to summon the Red Chain Knights. Although it could only be used once, it was still very valuable. If an accident happened, this would be a huge help. The sun shone in the clear blue sky. Several carriages were already lined up, and was as cheerful as ever. "Good morning, are you both ready? I've brought today's breakfast." On the table was a lavish meal, no less than a royal feast. Leon stared, stunned. "Meat for breakfast? You didn't have to go to such trouble." But then came a hearty voice. "Ah, I'm so full, this is still too much." Karen nudged him with her elbow. "This looks like the first time you've been treated like this. Your expression is like someone used to hardship who can't enjoy good fortune." Leon hugged his bloated stomach and complained. "It's all because of you, sis." Karen seemed to sense something bad. She grinned. "We've run into a bit of trouble, haven't we?" Leon's gaze was vacant. Then he also looked up at the figures whose gazes weren't very friendly. "And someone is holding a sword, radiating killing intent." He frowned. "That's right, this is quite troublesome." Karen looked ahead. "I think so." She turned back and smiled. "We have a few troublesome guys next to us." Leon just stared blankly, not fully grasping the implication of her words. The afterglow of the setting sun, a gentle breeze blowing, leaves fluttered, and the carriage convoy continued on. Sitting inside, Leon smiled and remarked, "This is faster than I expected." Karen explained calmly. "Because it's a carriage that uses magic." He was puzzled. "A magic circle appears on each carriage," she explained. "The weight reduction magic is an effective and most common method, easy to implement and long-lasting. It's convenient but not perfect. The wheels have weak shock absorption, and they run faster and faster," she added. "We have to dispel the magic in rough places like the Titan Mountains. That's why we have to save as much time as possible." By now, the sky was growing dusky, the sun gradually disappearing behind the mountains. Leon and the others had set up tents and stopped to rest. Leon excitedly looked outside. "It looks like we're camping here." Karen leaned wearily against the wooden boards. "Because it gets dark too fast." He was still full of enthusiasm. "Let's go out too," she said. "I'm fine." Karen lay down and covered herself with a blanket. "I'm not hungry, you can go alone. Call me if something happens," he agreed. "Okay, Senior." Outside, people started tending to their own tasks. Some were cooking, others were replenishing the horse's energy. Leon walked out and kept observing. They were preparing to set up camp smoothly, watching how they moved in large numbers with seamless coordination, as if everyone were one body. "You could say they've been working together for a long time." His gaze was heavy, as if something bad was approaching. It was those men from earlier walking over. His attitude wasn't gentle. "I knew they'd approach when I was alone." "What do you want?" Hamio grinned. "What do we want, Hammy? You talk as if you're our boss." He showed no sign of backing down. "If that's how you see it, then consider it so." The man laughed loudly. "You're so arrogant just because you're traveling with an A- rank explorer. You're so green, is your skill just as green?" He was displeased. "Tisk. Who's arrogant? You surrounded me while I was walking alone. Just say it directly." He grew more provocative. "You're jealous of the treatment I'm getting and being pushed aside by a younger but more skilled and experienced kid, aren't you?" Ham gritted his teeth, veins bulging. "You little brat." The two faced off and a voice cut in. "All right, that's enough." Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It was Karen. She reminded them, "You're all adults and you're still arguing like this. If you don't believe in his ability, let him show you." Everyone was dumbfounded. A rank? Are you serious?" She pointed at him standing behind her. "Why, did you think I would take his side and intervene in the fight?" Those men were speechless. Hamson extended his hand. "No, if you act as a neutral referee, I'll fight him." Karen was pleased. "Very well," she considerately asked him. "You don't mind fighting him, do you?" Leon agreed with a smile. "It's fine." He looked at the situation before him. Everything was going as Karen had predicted. Karen held a dagger as if signaling to Leon. "If those mercenaries misunderstand you, just knock some sense into their heads with force. Ability is everything here." And he looked at the bracelet with the manifesting wings on his hand. What would Elcut say at a time like this? Suddenly thinking of that face, he frowned. "Forget it, no need to think about it." Looking at the three tough men before him, Leon smiled faintly. "B-rank veteran mercenaries, I don't think I'll lose." The surrounding atmosphere grew even more noisy and chaotic. The conflict between explorers and mercenaries was long-standing, because the guild had already split the two into separate professions. They clearly hate a B-rank rookie traveling with a pretty A-rank female explorer. He cast a weary glance at the crowd. "Tisk, I can't say I don't understand them." Amidst the commotion, Rakan excitedly announced, "Betting closes in 10 minutes. Place your bets, everyone." Everyone started pulling out coins to bet. 5 silver on Hansen, 3 silver on that mercenary. "I'm betting on the young explorer. If your men put all your money on it." Watching the scene before him, Leon's face paled. Now she's running a betting pool. She held up 5 fingers in front of her. A B-rank adventurer would face a B-rank mercenary. Who would claim glory? She pointed to the explosion. Would the merchant gentleman also like to place a bet? startled by being called out. He said, "Me?" Then he leaned in to whisper in Racken's ear. "Ahem." The two then turned to Leon, winked and gave a thumbs up in approval. He was drenched in sweat, it was too obvious. "Then why are you whispering?" a shout rang out. "Now the match begins." With a serious expression he walked toward the adventurer Leon, who would face Hansen, the representative of the Steel Claw Mercenary Guild. Hansen sized up his opponent. Racken approached the two. "As I said before, using aura weapons to attack each other is prohibited. Using unregistered weapons, scrolls, or shadow energy is also forbidden," she continued, announcing the rules. "Most importantly, you must follow my instructions. There is no time limit, but you must not leave the match boundary. Anyone who attacks the audience will be immediately disqualified. Understood?" Leon lowered his foot into a ready stance. "Understood, Senior." Hansen was also prepared. "I am fully aware. Ready, begin." The rustling of leaves sounded like enthusiastic cheers. Leon rested his hand on his sword, eyeing his opponent, who wielded a spear and shield. He observed the spear and shield-wielding foe. A B rank using a shield was rare, even for a C rank. His gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the opponent's weapon. The silver gleam from the scratches on the shield, it wasn't made of ordinary steel. Leon judged it was no ordinary shield. Hansen didn't avoid the topic either. "This shield is small, but it's made of some kind of alloy," he recalled. "I got it a few years ago while protecting a dwarf. You're telling me this so easily, is that okay?" Hansen was very calm. "It's fine. Even if I didn't tell you, you'd find out after the fight." Leon frowned. "More importantly, I didn't want to play tricks on a kid from the start." A smirk curled on his lips. "So he was looking down on me." Leon's eyes lit up with excitement. "I'll make you regret that. First, a footwork." Leon moved his feet as if a breeze swept across the ground and leaves began to dance. He charged straight at his opponent. Leon focused his gaze and raised his weapon with both hands. The duel unfolded. Leon swung his greatsword, attacking Hansen, but he quickly blocked the strike with his shield. However, due to the immense force of the attack, he was pushed back. What the hell, the destructive power is terrifying. But he didn't give up and counterattacked with his spear. "Ha!" He thrust directly at his opponent, his expression extremely fierce. His technique of wielding the spear with one hand, centered around feints and counterattacks using the alloy shield, was a defense-oriented fighting style. The scene was chaotic. Leon was actually unharmed, but because he had to fend off attacks, he was also struggling considerably. Damn, the more he attacked, the more damage he took. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike, feeling as if he were surrounded by a hedgehog's spines. "If I use Eclipse, I could split that shield, but I'm not sure I could split him along with it." Leon continued to defend. If this kept up, he looked at his opponent and gritted his teeth. He lowered his body, assuming a ready stance. "TCH, there's no other way. I'll have to use it." The onlookers outside were thoroughly entertained as he lowered his stance. Karen seemed to guess his next move. In the blink of an eye, Leon vanished, then planted a foot directly on the shield's surface. While Hansen was still stunned in surprise, Leon had already delivered a clean kick, sending him flying. Seeing that stance, Hansen never expected him to use a kick instead of his sword. Hansen flew through the air, but his mind was still racing with questions. Isn't this guy a traditional swordsman? It wasn't over yet. Leon charged forward again. Hansen raised his shield to block, but he wasn't in front of him. He had already appeared behind him. A smirk curled on Karen's lips. "That's an assassin's movement." With one blow he sent him flying. Hansen, midair, wore a stunned expression. He looked pitiful. The tip of the sword was already pointed at him. Seeing him standing in the dazzling sunlight, sword in hand, pointing directly at him, Hansen quickly said, "I surrender." At the same time, a shout rang out. "Match over. B-rank adventurer Leon wins." Those who had bet on Hansen turned pale, while only A was ecstatic, clutching a pile of cash. He looked over at Karen, who was joyfully hugging the money, and was also pleased. "The techniques I learned from my senior are pretty useful." He thought of Elsut's figure. If Elkut saw this, he'd definitely mock me for imitating an assassin, but mastering multiple techniques is also useful. That way I have more options. Besides Joe Rick, who else could defeat all enemies with just basic strategies? Hamill's expression soured and he clicked his tongue. His teammates nearby didn't like it either. "My turn," Gustav quickly stopped him. "Stop, Chief Gustav," he scolded seriously. "After observing the first match, I'm certain that none of you are a match for that kid." Hamel could only scratch his face in agreement, hitting the nail on the head. "Ah, that's true." Seeing Gustav's tall, burly figure and the scar at the corner of his eye, he was also startled. Is this the leader of the Steel Claw Mercenary Corps? But he never expected this tall man to bow his head before Leon. "I apologize," he explained. "Your skills are fully worthy of B rank. We misjudged you before. Our words and actions were inappropriate and caused trouble. It was our fault." Although the other party apologized, Leon was still sweating from nervousness. Then Gustav and his group started crying again. Tears streamed down their faces. "To be honest, we're just frustrated that we're old and still stuck at B rank." The 4 big men were pitifully huddled together in a cart. Thinking this, Gustav further expressed, "The 4 of us big men have to squeeze into one cart. Meanwhile, you're traveling with a beauty, so we were very jealous." They immediately thought of the scene of Karen leaning her head on his shoulder. The 2 were affectionate, romantic, and intimate. He admitted, "I apologize for my attitude toward you earlier." Karen just stood behind Leon, covering her mouth and laughing, and he, the boy standing in the brilliant sunlight, reached out his hand. "Let's go together from now on." Those people were immediately blinded by the light, covering their eyes. "My eyes, is this the demeanor of a strong person?" Then 2 hands clasped firmly together in cooperation. Gustav's expression was serious. "I truly owe you a favor. I won't forget this kindness." Leon was speechless. "No, there's no need for that." But Gustav wasn't finished. He put one hand on Leon's shoulder and pointed the other at the dazzling sun in the distance. "Repaying a comrade is a very important thing in life. Even if you don't accept it, I will still repay you. Just wait and see." Then cheers erupted. "Awesome, let's drink all night tonight. Tonight's moon is round and beautiful." A group of people were raising their glasses in celebration. Gustav kept toasting Leon, who tried his best to decline but couldn't refuse, so he downed it all. Then he passed out drunk. Karen just sat to the side, chin resting on her hand, enjoying the joyful scene of the night. The next morning, seeing him lying painfully on the pillow covered with a blanket with a towel over his eyes, she laughed. If everyone knew he ended up like this from drinking too much, they'd die laughing. Leon was drooling, sweating profusely. After reconciling with the mercenaries, the atmosphere of the caravan lightened considerably. Under the blue sky, tents were set up and people went about their usual activities. Surprisingly, the profits were quite meager, but I learned how to fight against the orc hordes in the mountains. According to Hansen, this caravan came from the north, and Leon had the chance to sit and chat with Hansen and his group. He learned that the place we were heading to might involve facing orcs multiple times, so I need to know more about that area. Those green-skinned, fanged monsters are terrifying. Not just Hansen. Every mercenary I met was boasting about their tricks for dealing with monsters. Watching Leonic show off his muscle strength, he was covered in sweat. "Thank you for your answers. Even though the questions were difficult, you gave the best answers you could." Leonic suddenly became serious. "Then can I ask you a question in return? What is your relationship with her?" At that moment, she was sleeping soundly inside, completely unaware they were talking about her. And Leon, caught off guard by a question he never expected, looked utterly bewildered. "Ha!" Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Leon replied, "Why are you suddenly asking this kind of question?" The 2 in front of him had slightly flushed cheeks, seeming a bit tipsy, and put on an expression as if they saw through everything. "Oh, why are you hiding it?" Then they shyly turned to each other and muttered, "It's obvious. A man and a woman sharing a carriage, what else could it be?" The other responded, "Of course, if you say that." Karen was both shy and angry. His cheeks also suddenly flushed, and he quickly denied loudly, "It's not like that." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from behind Leon. It was a man with pink hair. Leaning against a tree, he looked playful. "It was Halo," he said. "Then should we call it a close relationship between a senior and a junior?" Leon's heart skipped a beat, unsure what to say. Halo looked at him with a more serious gaze and said, "That's because the footwork of you 2 is extremely similar. It doesn't seem like just mutual respect, and you're not affected by the seniority gap either." Leon cautiously looked at the person leaning against the tree. He thought, isn't he Hamel? Before his class change he was a ranger, so his observation skills were quite good, thinking he could spot the similarities in their footwork from just one look. Thinking this, he turned to the 2 beside him, as if to clarify his relationship with his senior. "We became close after going on a mission together. There's no romantic feeling between us like you think." The 2 said, "Oh," but still seemed unconvinced by his words. Then they continued teasing Leon. Even Hamel, who had been leaning against the tree, couldn't resist his curiosity and came before Leon. "So that means there isn't any yet." Leon quickly lowered his voice and said to them, "It's not like that." As they spoke, they cast meaningful glances toward Leon and Karen's carriage, where she was lying inside taking a nap. Karen, lying in the carriage, had heard the entire conversation and couldn't help blushing. She quickly covered her face with the blanket. A moment later, Leon walked away, muttering to himself, "Even having an A-rank adventurer on a mission doesn't guarantee safety, but getting caught up in rumors of a B-rank rookie having an affair with his senior, no matter who saw us, I look like a full-fledged pimp." Nevertheless, he thought darkly, "There's no doubt I'll be misunderstood as hiding under a woman's skirt, relying on her help to get through this mission." Then he looked at his clenched fist and the silver ring gleaming on his hand. "So that's the only way left." Leon was still lost in thought. "I don't have time to slack off. The time I'm away from the carriage is limited. It's meal and camp rest time. To make the most efficient use of that brief time, Gustav, sensing something unusual, turned around in confusion, and suddenly an unexpected force slammed heavily into the ground. Grass and debris flew, and a few drops of fresh red blood fell to the ground one after another. It turned out Leon was practicing swordsmanship, struggling to resist the greatsword that was trying to slash down on his shoulder. He seemed to be using all his strength, fighting with his last ounce of energy, unwilling to give up. Gustav then added more force to his own blade, trying to overpower Leon. Gustav seemed very surprised by Leon's sudden surge in strength and encouraged him without hesitation. "What's this, strong enough to take an attack like this head-on?" The blood at the corner of Leon's mouth hadn't dried yet. He grinned fiercely. "I didn't take it, I blocked it. How many people do you think can do that?" Gustav withdrew his blade and replied, "Even though it had no technique, I used all my strength. I really didn't expect this." Then he slung his blade over his shoulder and looked at him admiringly. "You chose to block instead of dodge?" Leon collapsed to the ground, exhausted. "I kind of regret that decision." Gustav burst out laughing at his answer. "What? The more I get to know you, the more I like you." Leon knelt down and set his sword aside. He sighed inwardly. Using strength and speed against strength and speed was a pretty stupid decision in a sword duel. Watching Gustav turn and walk away, he thought to himself, if this were real combat, in the next instant he would be defenseless and done for. Leon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to him, "Thank you for accepting my request. It was an unforgettable lesson." He silently admired. "He is an extremely tough opponent. He is a high B rank mercenary, close to low A rank." Hearing Leon's words, Gustav said, "Don't worry about it. I have plenty of free time. Fighting against someone as experienced as you also taught me a lot." Then he suddenly reminded Leon seriously, "But we don't have much time to waste." He then pointed to the vast forest ahead. It was nearly dusk, and the last remnants of sunlight mixed with some twilight created a scene that was both magnificent and wild. "After today, we'll be entering the forest. If we make too much noise in the forest, those troublesome creatures will swarm us." Something suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. He asked him, "How long will it take to get out of the forest?" Gustav replied, "Who knows? If things go well, 4 days, at most 5. Then Leon looked directly into Gustav's eyes. "So we can fight those monsters, right?" Gustav affirmed. "Of course," he continued. "But I'm not sure if they'll attack such a small caravan. The danger level of that forest is moderate. The wagon train is ready to depart," Gustav went on. "If there are intermediate monsters inside, they'll definitely ambush us." Leon asked in confusion. "What if they are intermediate monsters?" Gustav recalled the image of those bloodshot-eyed, filthy, terrifying monsters. "In this area, it's likely to be kobolds." Leon was surprised to hear him repeat the monster's name, as if trying to etch it deep into his will. Gustav explained the creature to Leon. Compared to other species, adults stood about 4 to 5 meters tall. Their bodies were quite agile, not as clumsy as their described appearance and pot-bellies might suggest. Some individuals were very skilled at climbing. Leon seemed astonished by the monster's ability to climb trees. He asked Gustav again with an extremely surprised expression, but the latter replied very calmly. Those who hadn't seen it with their own eyes probably wouldn't believe it. Monsters living in the forest often resembled humans quite closely. Suddenly, Leon looked at him with eyes full of admiration. After a moment he thought to himself that he already knew something about monsters, but what Gustav told him was entirely new. By nightfall, Leon was still closely following Gustav, sitting and listening as he continued to talk about those creatures. He silently noted down the knowledge he gained from him. They didn't fight alone, but in groups, using goblins and orcs as their minions. Information like this was hard to come by. Leon marveled inwardly that if he hadn't experienced it himself, such things would be difficult to learn at the academy. He then thought how lucky he was to have come here. When it was completely dark, Anne announced to the caravan members, from now on, the caravan would enter the forest. Those on escort duty must fulfill their responsibilities. As he finished speaking, the wagon train drove one by one into the dark forest. A thought suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. Finally leaving those tedious plains, he then thought, heading toward the forest where monsters lurked. Leon sat in an extremely determined posture, staring straight ahead, sword in hand, ready for battle. Leon sighed inwardly. "Great focus." Suddenly, Karen spoke up from his side. "What?" She sat in a very relaxed posture, asking him with a hint of a smile on her lips. This question caught Leon's attention. He turned to look at her. Karen, still half closed-eyed, asked, "Is it time to work?" Leon assumed a battle-ready stance, sword in hand, and said to Karen, "We're about to enter the forest now. Who knows what kind of monsters might jump out and attack us?" Karen laughed at this. "Junior, we're not deep in yet. Nothing's going to happen. It won't be until tomorrow dawn or morning." She lay down and said comfortably to him, "So rest." Leon looked at her with slightly surprised eyes and apologized. "Ah, okay." Then he supported himself with his hands on the ground, preparing to lie down and relax. Since Karen said so, he was still under the residual magical influence from his fight with the leader, Gustav. Leon sighed. He had to recover to perfect condition before fighting monsters. The sky grew darker, and the wagon train continued moving forward. Suddenly, Karen sat up and woke Leon. He looked at her, not understanding what was happening. Outside, Ham-Mayo, with his eyes closed, also sensed something unusual. He smelled a strange odor in the air, then suddenly opened his eyes, full of alertness. He quickly raised his bow and aimed forward. Then Ham-Mayo shot arrows continuously into the air. A blue light shone down from the sky. Instantly, a group of terrifying monsters hidden in the bushes suddenly leaped out. They stared at the convoy with blood-red eyes. Someone shouted, "Ambush!" Leon and Karen quickly ran over. She said to Leon, "Let's go, Junior." Leon replied, "Yes." Hilo immediately took 3 arrows, aimed at the monsters, and accurately shot aura arrows. 3 sharp arrows flew forward rapidly with blue light, even frightening the coachman with their speed. In an instant, 3 demons were pierced through and eliminated. Gustav, already carrying his sword, walked over and praised without stint, "Well done, Hao, now it's our turn." Then he shouted and charged forward. The demons ahead didn't retreat because 3 of them had been eliminated. They wielded their weapons and charged fearlessly. Gustav didn't hesitate for a second and immediately swung his sword. His companion beside him quickly cleaved a demon in 2 with a great sword, creating chaos. Leon watched the scene before him. This was his first time witnessing such violence. He thought to himself that this was completely different from his previous hunts against cunning demons, where he always had to fight enemies alone. As he thought, he watched the 2 companions fighting side by side, cooperating against the demons. He then thought, "But now we have to fight together. This is a completely different offensive tactic." Suddenly, Gustav sensed something was wrong. He shouted loudly, "Leon!" It turned out Leon had been standing still, not knowing where to start. He stood there motionless, sword in hand. Gustav demanded, "Is this your first time fighting like this?" Gustav held his head in frustration. Then he suddenly shouted a warning to Leon. "Right!" A monster holding an axe charged terrifyingly. Leon was still at a loss, not knowing what to do. He looked at Gustav, then suddenly seemed to snap back to reality. He quickly picked up his sword and charged to the other side to fight alongside his companions. He thought to himself, "Right, just try it if you haven't done it." Leon charged at 2 demons wielding axes and swords. Then without hesitation he cleaved the 2 demons in half in an instant. But immediately after, Leon froze again. This feeling was like when he had trained in the forest before and fought goblins with Alice. He looked at his sword and then thought, but compared to then, he could now cut through them more easily. He suddenly looked at the 2 demons before him, laughing loudly with bright eyes, making them feel a chilling unease without understanding why. "I've improved." The blue light in the sky still illuminated the ground, allowing them to see the path and fight the monsters. Someone shouted loudly, "Hold the line," others assigned tasks. "I'll leave those in the trees to you," the person in the hat said to Al. "Leader, we'll handle the rear." Then the leader and others charged forward to continue fighting. "Good, leave the rest to us." Leon watched them cooperate so skillfully and praised inwardly. "Amazing, truly peak, so cool, so awesome, but most importantly," Gustav shouted as the demons continued to fall to his sword. The number of demons felled by his sharp blade was countless. Leon witnessed this scene. He marveled again. That longsword, and he can swing it so easily in the dense forest. Then he looked at his own sword and thought, "So impressive, should I?" Then he stepped back behind the others. However, perhaps due to first-time coordination, he used too much force, startling the other person. Leon said awkwardly, "Sorry." Then the other person angrily swung his sword and warned his teammate Lars, "Be careful not to bump into each other." Leon awkwardly held his head, constantly apologizing to his teammates, and then stepped on another teammate's clothes. Throughout the battle, Leon's apologies kept ringing out. Leon sat helplessly in a corner. He felt utterly useless. "I'm just a burden. Lack of experience is truly painful," he reflected on himself. "If I keep fighting like this, I'll only hinder everyone. I have to learn to maintain proper distance with my teammates." Leon gritted his teeth. "Can I just focus on maintaining my own magical perception? Concentrate and don't get in the way." Leon imagined the scene before him in his mind, as if in a fictional space. He told himself he must find an opportunity while keeping his distance. Then he suddenly saw not far away. While his teammate was distracted, a demon was trying to attack him from behind. Leon realized this was his chance. He immediately charged without hesitation, slashing at the demon and saving his teammate. Then the person turned around, scratched his ear, and awkwardly thanked him. "Sorry for scolding you earlier." Leon smiled and said, "It's okay." Not far away, Karen witnessed all this. She looked at him and chuckled inwardly, "Improving again, Leon." The blue light source in the sky finally faded to a faint glow, and the last batch of demons was eliminated one after another. Gustav turned to everyone and said, "Well done, looks like we've wiped them all out." The people behind cheered happily. Amid the cheers, Gustav continued, "We killed all those goblins. No one got hurt, just this little trouble and this guy." Leon and Karen exchanged smiles. Gustav continued, Ron's team, we need you to cover the rear, so head back to the wagons and rest. But then Gustav called him aside alone. Leon, can you stay a bit longer? There's one more thing for you. Join us, Leon agreed without hesitation. Yes, what is it? Gustav looked at him and smiled. He said, a fairy hunt. Leon was very surprised by Gustav's proposal. A fairy hunt? Karen unceremoniously put her arm around his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Looks like the escort team wants to catch a fairy. Seeing himself suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food, Gustav awkwardly cleared his throat. We've discussed it and got permission from the caravan master, but you know, fairies treat the strong and the weak very differently. He recalled the image of a green-skinned, red-eyed fairy. Gustav continued, for example, when facing her. Someone like Anka would obviously scare them shitless immediately. Karen understood. So I don't have to do anything. Gustav realized he had let something slip and quickly explained, just a metaphor. If you don't want to, we can cancel this hunt. Karen turned to ask Leon's opinion. Leon, do you want to go? Leon was also surprised by her attitude. Why are you asking me? Karen replied without hesitation. Because it's a fairy. She turned and continued. You've never encountered one before, have you? Why not take this chance to try and see if you can take one down? Leon thought to himself. Fairies? Those fairies usually live in swamp areas, ruling the surrounding regions with their regenerative abilities and ferocious nature, just like the fairies often appearing in comics. He continued thinking, their appearance is also different from other monsters. If I could fight one in person, I'd definitely gain a lot of experience. Leon recalled when he awakened his sword, because the 7-star sword's purification ability wouldn't work if the opponent was just a weak human. When he awakened his sword, the armored guard soldiers suddenly howled and covered their eyes. Immediately after, they fled, leaving Leon holding the gleaming sword. He realized that on the contrary, this sword would be effective against monsters with strange abilities. His thoughts returned to the present. Leon clenched his fists and confirmed extremely firmly, I'll do it. Seeing him so resolute, Karen was somewhat relieved and teased happily, I knew it. Then she turned and walked toward the wagon shed, leaving the two men standing there. I'm being treated as the ultimate trump card for this expedition, she sighed. Oh well, saves me from fighting, but after a few steps Karen stopped and said, but there's one condition. She looked back at Gustav. Give Leon a one-on-one chance with the fairy. Leon looked at her in surprise. Karen made the demand to Gustav in a domineering way, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. If Leon takes down that giant, make him pay for it too. Gustav had no choice but to accept her proposal, a hint of fear on his face, sweat pouring like a spring. All right, because I've already discussed this with the caravan master. The sky gradually shifted from bright to dark. The wagon train continued passing through the silent forest one after another. Leon sat in the wagon looking out. Beside him, Karen was leaning against the wagon wall, dozing off. Leon said, It's been 4 days since we entered this forest. We encountered fairies on Mort Day and then Nozel and Kobos for the next 2 days. The images of the monsters they had fought gradually emerged in his mind. Sometimes it was purple-haired wolves wielding axes, tongues dripping with bloodlust. Sometimes it was small blue dinosaurs, all fierce, terrifying, and extremely aggressive. He continued worriedly, I don't know what kind of monsters will attack us next, Karen comforted him. It doesn't matter, you've seen what they're like. Their shapes are always strange. Though they're monsters, at least they know fear too, Leon replied. Right? He agreed with her, but his gaze still looked into the distance, a hint of worry in his eyes. He continued, Because they attack day and night, we haven't even covered half the distance. According to the map, their wagon train is less than halfway out of that forest. Leon wondered. As expected, could those giants be commanding them to do this? All the monsters in the forest are behind us, though their attack power isn't too concerning for us. The best course now is to defeat the one manipulating them from behind. Then he looked at Karen and asked her, But is it possible that those giants won't attack again after all this? Karen had already sat up, playing with a sharp dagger in her hand, and replied, Unlikely. Then Karen's face suddenly turned full of surprise. Maybe, in her surprised gaze, a huge stone flew from somewhere, crashing into the front of their wagon. Leon, not yet realizing the anomaly, turned and asked her, What's wrong, leader? A loud crash rang out as the boulder heavily smashed into several wagons, splitting the stone in two. Those wagons were also crushed. Screams began to rise. What's happening? A stone suddenly fell from the sky. That stone immediately crushed a person to death, causing chaos. He died on the spot. The people around were still murmuring. No one had died in the previous ambush, but this attack killed 3 people. The only one capable of this was something fell beside the dead person, a black object. Someone recognized it, an eye patch. The image of that companion wearing a black eye patch flashed through Leon's mind. He carefully picked up the eye patch, gripping it tighter, his expression very serious. Karen behind him said to him, Look up at the sky, observe carefully. They're there, ready to act. As soon as she finished speaking, another huge stone flew from somewhere. The coachmen were momentarily at a loss, watching helplessly. After a moment of realization, several coachmen shouted in terror, "It must be those giants. They're throwing stones. Stones are falling. Watch out for the aftershocks." Chaos ensued as horses broke free, jumping and kicking wildly. The coachman shouted in panic, "We don't know where it will fall. We're doomed." That said, Leon was gripping his sword tightly, lost in thought, when a stone hurled from miles away struck him right on the head. A massive boulder fell, yet he stood there, oblivious, contemplating. It was like a catapult attack. Leon warned those around him to spread out and dodge nimbly, while he himself clutched his sword ready for battle, wondering inwardly, could the eclipse sword cut through such a huge rock? Could it? No, definitely not. Then he hesitated, unsure of the true extent of his blade's power. He debated whether to draw his sword and strike the rock or not. Suddenly, Gustav charged forward with that familiar blade in hand, leaping straight at the boulder before him. "You people are too noisy." Without another word, Gustav hurled the sword directly at the rock. He pushed it forward with all his might. Then, with his extraordinary strength, Gustav split the boulder in two behind him. Hammer and the others watched, their eyes filled with awe at his unparalleled power. Someone shouted, "Chief Gustav," while Leon was knocked backward by the debris from the rock. Gustav remained utterly resolute, turning back to shout, "Plan C," he yelled, commanding everyone to execute his plan. Blue Eagle Sword, Blood Lotus, and Perfect Archer, the caravan people, hide and find cover. Adventurers, beware of the monsters. They could attack from any direction. Leon sighed inwardly, feeling a grudging admiration for his strength, wisdom, and superb adaptability. Brilliant. In an instant he had calmed everyone down and perfectly organized their evacuation. An extremely terrifying roar came from behind. Everyone was drawn to the sound. The situation for the wagon train grew increasingly dire. The monsters in the forest charged at the group all at once, their eyes bloodshot, wielding the crudest weapons, attacking with their utmost speed and bloodlust. Gustav stood beside Leon, cursing angrily, "Damn it, at this rate, who knows when this will end? We must prioritize eliminating those giants." Then he gave orders to everyone. "Ham Hansen, take 4 mercenaries and find where the giants are. Attack them as soon as you locate them," Gustav shouted. The veins on his face bulged, revealing his intense fury. "Make sure they can't throw any more stones. Attack them one by one and wipe them out." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Before setting off, Karen said to Gustav, "Hey Chief, we're heading to the farthest place from here." Gustav was surprised. "The farthest place? Do you know where it is? Fine, I'll leave it to you." Immediately, Karen and Leon dashed into the pitch-black forest, moving at top speed. "Let's go, Leon." But they hadn't gone far before a few reckless creatures charged at them, trying to attack. Karen smiled, her eyes lighting up as if she had been waiting for this moment. "Daring to block our path, these little monsters have some nerve." Then within minutes she annihilated all those creatures under Leon's horrified gaze. After dealing with the foolish monsters, the two continued flying toward the direction from which the stones had come. She calmly warned him, "We're almost there, get ready." Then before them appeared a massive and terrifying troll. The troll held huge rocks in its hands, its eyes bloodshot, and carried a giant club on its back. Karen reminded Leon, "I'll cover you from behind, so go all out." Then she told him to duel the giant alone. "Be careful," Leon said to himself, using mercenary tactics to adjust and control the distance between them. "I need to get close to its line of sight before it notices me, then exploit its limited field of vision." The monster sensed something was off and turned its head. Leon had already drawn his sword, ready to fight the ferocious troll before him. Without hesitation, it swung its club at Leon, letting out a massive roar. Leon didn't retreat. He charged forward like an arrow from a bow. "Good, I'll finish you in one blow." But the stone shattered by the troll grazed Leon's face, drawing blood. The monster slammed its fingers into the ground, gouging out long holes. Then it hurled dirt at Leon repeatedly, blinding him so he couldn't attack. He realized he had lost his sight. It used sand to stop his advance. Leon gritted his teeth, angrily telling himself he had to overcome this no matter what. The giant covered its face with its hand. Its eyes slowly opened, bloodshot. Leon sensed something was wrong. Had it regained its vision? The recovery speed was incredible. The troll reached behind its neck, slowly pulling out the club, its body covered in bulging veins, looking utterly terrifying. Then it swung the club at Leon with force, aiming to finish him quickly. Did he realize that was a mace? Though it looked like a rotting piece of wood, getting hit by that would be fatal. Then he recalled his confrontation with Gustav and his massive sword. That was the only time he had managed to block such a blow head-on. It was during a sparring match. Leon smirked, silently warning himself not to make any more mistakes from now on. The troll didn't give Leon much time to think. It swung its mace at him with immense power. Leon was ready. "Come on." He immediately sidestepped, perfectly dodging the troll's lethal strike. He darted toward the troll like an arrow. Sword in hand, the troll quickly raised its club to swing at him. He realized it was faster than he had anticipated. If he wanted to fight it, he needed to get closer. What followed was an extremely tough battle for Leon. The troll launched a series of deadly attacks at him. He swiftly dodged them, seizing every opportunity to counterattack. No matter how small, Leon tried to close in on the troll. He needed to get nearer. The troll reached for the ground, attempting to use its sand-throwing trick to block his vision. However, Leon didn't let it succeed. He immediately struck its hand with his sword while shielding himself with his arm. The monster seized the moment when Leon was blocking the sand to launch a frontal attack. Sending him flying, Leon cursed. He realized it was using one hand for the mace and the other for throwing sand. Ah, such a hassle, I can't get any closer. Leon glared at the monster. He needed 2 more steps for his sword to reach it. Then he closed his eyes. Leaning against a tree, still gripping his sword, he had no other choice. Suddenly the blade emitted a strange glow. He hadn't used this technique because it wasn't perfected yet. The troll also sensed something was off. It turned toward Leon's position, staring at him with a rather confused look. Then it rushed at Leon, ready to swing and finish him. Leon thought, it must be aiming for the moment I'm concentrating my aura, trying to use its massive body to attack. But that's exactly what I want. The sword in Leon's hand blazed with an incredibly intense light, connecting with the stars in the sky, forming a beautiful golden halo. The monster was also surprised by its power. It let its guard down for a moment, and Leon seized that chance, charging at it and slashing horizontally across the troll's body. The troll's body parts fell off one by one. First the leg, then the arm. He had officially defeated it. The solar system is the system of my aura weapon, one of the techniques representing light and heat. The troll howled in agony, flames erupting from its severed limbs, the effect of the eclipse sword, a physical attack with super high heat. It fled in panic, dragging a burning leg and arm. But Leon, you've awakened. Gaining another ability, he had no intention of letting the troll go. Trying to run after going too far, they used those weaker monsters as distractions. The troll tried to climb to the top of the tree ahead. In unbearable pain, its eyes grew redder, snot and sweat streaming messily. And while you flaunt your destructive power, don't you realize you might die? A golden light radiated around him. Something like you, do you think I'd let you go? He recalled when he first joined the Legion, how people approached him and bought him beer. Though we haven't known each other long. Then the image of that eye-patched comrade who died flashed in his mind, struck by that troll's stone. No one should die so meaninglessly. Leon clenched his fist, his power multiplying in that moment. Then he roared, "Bastard!" The light blazed even fiercer. Leon immediately shot forward, chasing and destroying the troll. At that moment in the sky, the Big Dipper shone brighter than any other constellation. In the pitch-black forest, a golden-white light streaked straight through. Everything it passed was obliterated. Finally, Leon utterly defeated the troll, averaging the death of that wrongfully slain comrade. Leon suddenly collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what had just happened, comforting himself that he had done it. Then he laughed. "Thought I'd miss, thank goodness I didn't." Then he realized, unlike the Eclipse sword, which only needed to focus power on the blade, he hadn't expected that using the MC would consume so much aura even when his body was in perfect condition. Leon now felt utterly exhausted. With his current aura reserves, he couldn't use it a second time. Karen suddenly appeared, praising him. "You really beat it, that's for sure, our remarkable hunter," she smiled at him. "I blocked its escape route just in case." Leon looked at her fearfully. "Are you saying you did that for no reason, sis?" she replied. "Of course not. Good job, kid." Karen commented on Leon's technique. "It's not perfected yet, but I used the skill Ella taught me." Leon raised his sword high. He said to himself, "Relying on my own strength, without anyone's help I did it." Then he laughed, looking a bit silly, startling Karen, who was sitting nearby, thinking something was wrong with him. Then he suddenly collapsed onto her lap, exhausted, and fell asleep. Karen comforted him. "Looks like you're drained from using that technique. Don't worry, kid. Your senior will handle the rest." She gently stroked the head of the little one sleeping in her arms, praising him. "Well done, Leon." Leon had a strange dream, then slowly woke up. "When did I fall asleep?" He gradually relaxed. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong. "No, I don't have time to lie around now. Time waits for no one, I'm sure." Then he instinctively sat up slowly, gritting his teeth. He's getting stronger. He recalled Ryan's cold face, reminding himself, "You can't lose." Then another voice sounded, pulling him out of his subconscious. Leon snapped his eyes open. He found himself back in the wagon, lying under the covers, fast asleep. This was inside the wagon. He slowly turned over, sat up and pulled back the curtain to look outside. "All right, yesterday I already..." He remembered what he had done yesterday. Suddenly startled, unable to control his expression, he slumped down as if drained of strength. "Looks like I can't recover in a day." Then he struggled to reach into his clothes, his hand trembling. "I already have this. The Lord gave it to me to use at times like this." Leon pulled out a golden ring from his clothes marked with an emblem, the holy chain. Leon gripped the necklace tightly, and a golden light radiated around him. He suddenly felt his body recover instantly. He was utterly amazed by the necklace's restorative power. Its effect is much better than I thought. It's eliminated all the fatigue in my body. He recalled when Kay had given him the necklace. Leon said, "You said it was just an ordinary item. Thank you." As Leon was lost in thought, Karen was already standing there. "You're awake? Are you okay moving around like this?" Leon sat up, startled to see Karen hanging from the wagon's ceiling, looking down. "Do you remember the holy relic the Lord gave me? I've fully recovered. What happened?" "Would you explain what happened after I fell asleep, sis, please?" Karen was now walking with Leon, saying, "The troll hunt was a great success. I thought we'd only beat half of them, but we did better. We caught 3 out of 4. She paused, then continued, "The one that escaped was quickly defeated too, so they probably won't dare return to this forest," Leon replied, his eyes filled with anger. "I think so too, because they're just a bunch of cowards," Karen looked at him. "Now that they've lost a lot of forces, they won't block our way again until they've regrouped enough troops." Leon looked at the blue area on the other side. "Oh, that's, before them lay the defeated bodies, the trolls' corpses," she continued, "including the one you killed, 3 in total. If we convert them into gold coins, they'd be worth about 90 gold. Leon was surprised by the value of these trolls. "Are trolls that valuable? Their blood is a basic ingredient for making high-grade potions, so mages love buying their corpses." Saying this, Karen turned to him with a terrifying look. "Now about the ones my men killed are probably worth only half. Their bodies were cut in half and the most valuable blood has already drained. Half of 30 gold. Leon looked at her fearfully, sweating profusely. "I'm sorry." Then she walked away angrily. "You idiot fool." Leon looked at the defeated troll corpses, commenting, "The first one was attacked by 4 different weapons. The second was mine, and the last one," he looked at the utterly horrifying corpse before him, "I think I know who killed it." He could almost picture Gustav fiercely swinging his sword to finish off that troll. That was the mercenary Captain Gustav. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Miss Karen and Mr. Leon, is everyone here?" It was Arnon's voice. "Sir," he praised, "you two did well last night. I mean the way Mr. Leon defeated the goblins and the way Miss Karen stopped them from escaping." Karen replied on his behalf, "We just did our duty." He responded with a smile. "That's a good thing too." Leon suddenly asked, "What are the casualties?" The other two turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with confusion. Arnon replied, 8 dead, 21 injured. "We have no serious injuries, but a few people will stay behind in the next village." Leon clenched his fist in his hand. Arnon reassured them, "The guild will help arrange the funerals so things will go smoothly." Karen then asked, "Sir, what about the bounty on the goblins?" She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Arnon replied, "Of course, I'll give it to you, since each goblin is worth about 30 gold coins." Then he chuckled. "But their bodies were cut in half and most of the blood has drained. I'll still give you 30 gold coins." However, Karen refused. 15 gold coins is enough. Arnon said, "Sorry, what?" But Karen continued, "I usually don't like to haggle, so 15 gold coins is enough." Arnon still said, "But I can still give you 25 gold coins." Yet Karen declined. After collecting the money, the two returned to their tent. Leon suddenly asked her, "What's wrong? You refused to take that money." "I thought we could get more," Karen said. "Fool, why do you think they would give us a good price? If we owe someone a favor, we'll have to repay it later." Then she looked at him with a smile and said, "Because now I'm traveling with you, Leon." Leon looked at her in surprise as well. Karen continued, "There's no reason to owe anyone a favor." A thick, powerful hand reached out toward Leon. Gustav gave Leon a heavy pat on the shoulder, making him lose his balance a little. "You're awake? I'm glad you're not hurt anywhere." Leon smiled and greeted him. Then Gustav added, "When I'm not working, just call me Gustav or Big Brother." Then Gustav suddenly became serious and said to him, "By the way, Leon, about that goblin you killed." He asked him, "What technique did you use? That cut is very different from a normal sword cut. I'm curious, so I've been waiting for you to wake up." Leon said vaguely, "It's just an immature technique." Gustav quickly said, "Ah, I see, please forgive me." Leon also suddenly became serious. "Are your teammates okay?" Gustav suddenly didn't know what to say. He paused before answering, "They're fine. Hansen and Han just have minor injuries." Leonik is as energetic as ever. He suddenly rubbed Leon's head to comfort him. "Don't think about that anymore. Anyone who does this kind of dangerous work is always ready to die. Many people carry the will of the deceased." He thumped Leon's chest. "Although it's your choice to feel guilty or not guilty towards them, don't let it destroy yourself." Then he left, leaving Leon standing there alone. Leon watched his back and smiled softly. Karen appeared from somewhere and said, "It's normal to feel guilty and regretful about someone's death. Those feelings are for the living, not the dead. Those feelings have meaning and can move your heart," she continued. "Even if you are the greatest warrior, something similar might happen." Karen continued to rub Leon's head. making him a little embarrassed. "How is it, feeling better?" Karen continued to comfort him. "Elizabeth once said this to me. A person driven by a sense of responsibility won't last long. Belief is a value that runs through a lifetime, not fuel that will run out one day." Then she asked Leon, "Leon, do you happen to know anything about the desert region?" He was very surprised by her question and thought to himself, "Desert, that land covered in sand instead of fertile soil. It rarely rains there, and the temperature difference between day and night seems to be reversed. It's an extremely harsh environment for living things. To cross these huge sand dunes, nomads not only have to face survival issues but also fight countless monsters." Leon sat in the carriage with a scratch on his face listening to Karen's account. "That's what I know." Suddenly, Karen turned her head, winked playfully, and smiled. "But the desert in the border area isn't that big. We can cross it in a week by carriage." After hearing this, he stared blankly and retorted, "Then it's not really a desert, is it?" Outside, the carriage convoy was steadily traveling on the dirt road, and Leon could be faintly heard asking Karen, "So how many days does it take from here to the desert? We don't need to stay in the village for too long." She estimated the time. "That's right, at this speed, about 5 days." Leon repeated, 5 days? By then, Alice should be awake, right?" Leon looked at the sword leaning beside him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, showing a concerned expression. He couldn't help but picture Alice's smug, annoying face in his mind. Not hearing her voice for over a month, he did miss her a bit. At that moment, Karen was shielding the sun with her hand, looking into the distance, and her exclamation of surprise made Leon turn back curiously. "Oh, we finally left the forest." Leon and Karen looked out the carriage window together. The convoy was traveling on a sandy road, leaving behind wheel tracks and hoof prints with lush, dense forests in the distance. The convoy arrived at a vast desert area and decided to stop, set up tents, and make a fire to rest. Inside the carriage, Leon was rummaging through his backpack, muttering, "Where did I put the map?" The sword leaning beside him suddenly vibrated very slightly, and a thin electric current emerged from the gem embedded in the hilt. The sword's vibration grew stronger, and the gem on the hilt released more and more electricity. Then with a boom, Alice burst out of the gem, opening her mouth wide and laughing. "Ah, I'm back." Leon, who was looking for something, was so startled by the commotion beside him that his heart nearly jumped into his throat. He turned around at the same time, his eyes wide open, and shouted. He fell to the ground staring at Alice, who was crackling with electricity, holding her head high, hands on her hips, and smirking coldly, stammering, It turned its head and smiled at him. Leon focused on it, his expression relaxing, and softly called out, "Alice!" The reluctant atmosphere was about to turn pink, but it was immediately broken by Alice's teasing tone. "What's wrong? Did you forget how to get out?" Leon, still sitting on the ground, pointed at it angrily and accused. "You scared me. Did you have to be so dramatic?" Its bluish face bulged with veins, and it gritted its teeth. "It's been over a month." Finally it exploded, roaring and releasing crackling electricity. "Think about it, if you were forced to sleep for over a month straight, wouldn't you want to let loose completely?" Leon's ears were nearly deafened by its roar. He picked his ear and spat out. "So that's how it is?" He turned his head and muttered another sentence. "I wish I could go back a month." Alice glanced at him and sneered. "The moment we meet, my hard-trained disciple starts yelling at me. If it were the old days. Even if that demon jailer beat you half to death, you'd have to thank me." It crossed its arms and, extremely displeased, lectured him on manners. "In my time, the master was the king. Don't be so rude," Leon retorted. "Then you probably treated your master the same way, right?" Alice said expressionlessly. "No, I'm self-taught. I don't have a master." Leon gritted his teeth in anger, wanting nothing more than to punch it a few times. After a few exchanges, Alice changed her tune and switched to cool mode. "All right, enough joking. Has everything been okay this past month? Come on, tell me quickly what happened this month." Leon also became serious, his eyes sharp. "Okay." Outside, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Back to Leon. After listening to the whole story, Alice was stunned. The jailer Cesare found out your identity, and that person disguised as an adventurer became your teammate?" He recalled Karen kneeling in front of him and giving her evaluation. "If it's her, it's fine. Although she's an assassin, she's a good person. I personally think she can be trusted." After speaking, Leon obediently sat cross-legged in the corner, watching Alice stroke her chin and analyze the situation. "If what you say is true, then she really has no reason to betray you. For an inexperienced warrior, an assassin is precisely a dangerous enemy. She can make up for your lack of experience and skill." Then it lowered its head to inquire about Leon's situation. "What about you? Have you made any progress? You haven't been idle all month, have you?" The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, his eyes full of confidence. "Why don't you see for yourself?" Alice snapped her fingers and laughed. "Oh ho, pretty confident, huh?" An electronic panel suddenly appeared in the air, displaying Leon's nickname and level. Hero who scams his master, level 28, strength D, endurance D, agility D. Arcane skills, intermediate sword mastery level 7, Rodley vision level 4, martial body stage 3, intermediate arcane user level 3, secret sword art, beginning level 1. After reading the information on the electronic panel, both Leon and Alice were stunned, dumbfounded, and even Alice broke out in a cold sweat. Leon was surprised to find that his own stats had surpassed Leon's. They would have to fight to know each other's true strength, but he remembered Leon's abilities. Leon hadn't been idle these past few months either. Then he dismissed the thought, but the experience gained from the academy is always limited. His expression became determined, his eyes resolute. I don't think his training can be harsher than mine. Lost in thought, Leon heard a snicker. Turning his head, he saw Alice's expression that seemed to say, "Whose stats are these? Definitely not mine." It even spread its hands and said, "The system must have made a mistake, or I slept for 2 or 3 months instead of 1. Leon laughed. Alice suddenly changed her attitude. She pouted, "You really trained hard while I was away, huh?" She floated to the opposite side of Leon and continued, "You've already reached level 1, I suppose you've also learned a new way to move?" "That's the move you showed me before," he said, recalling the technique he used to kill the giant. "Although I can only use it once for now," Alice gently closed her eyes and offered praise. "But this still exceeds my expectations. Maybe you have a natural talent for learning." Before she could say much, she started getting slick again. That round face put on a pose it thought was handsome, its nose practically pointing to the sky in pride. "Tisk, but then again, it's all thanks to me. I just wanted to salvage my useless disciple. I never expected it would make you improve so much." Leon listened to her narcissism, petrified, while she stood there with her hands on her hips, proud of herself. "What an amazing master," Leon said, unable to stand her attitude. "Suddenly, I don't feel grateful at all," as they chatted happily. Sand drifted into Alice's nose with the wind, but the smell of sand is really strong. What remote corner of the world are we in? Amidst the swirling sand outside the carriage window, Alice's ethereal voice came through. "If we keep going by carriage like this, it's still quite far," Leon dutifully explained. "We're heading to Titan Mountain, right? We're on our way there. We took a commission to escort a merchant caravan." It looked out at the vast desert of sand and pondered. "Not bad, but crossing the desert, why take such a long route?" Leon followed its gaze, unconcerned. "What are you talking about? Although it takes time, I don't think there's a shorter way." As he spoke, he took out a map to check. "If we go through the canyon and follow the forest," Alice leaned in to look at the map. "Let me see." She looked at it and was stunned, then turned her head and angrily shouted at Leon, "Wait, how is this a desert?" Leon was baffled by the sudden outburst. "A desert is a desert. Wasn't it like this 100 years ago?" It seemed to hear something extremely unreasonable. It pointed a finger at the desert outside the window. 300 years ago, this was a vast grassland. There was almost no climate change here. And you say it turned into a desert? Recalling the lush trees and overgrown weeds of the past, Alice stated firmly, "This is definitely not a natural change. Someone turned this place into a desert." Leon broke out in a cold sweat, finding it hard to believe. "Can that even happen?" Alice's expression darkened. "If this had happened recently, it would be easy to investigate, but it's been too long. People have already disguised it as a natural phenomenon, even using a powerful spell strong enough to destroy an entire city. It would be very difficult to turn such a large area into a desert." Alice looked at Leon, her expression grave. "In any case, I smell something suspicious here." The atmosphere became tense. Leon looked at Alice seriously, asking with his eyes, "Alice, are you sure there's human involvement?" She sighed, reverted to her usual nonchalant demeanor, and said, "Who knows?" then offered a useful suggestion. "It's been too long. Even if you wanted to investigate, you couldn't, so forget it and do what you need to do." After all that analysis, the final conclusion was to just ignore it. Leon really wanted to punch this fluffy ball. "Then why did you tell me all that, bored? Come to think of it, we've been together for almost half a year." Leon lowered his head and suddenly smiled, his bangs hiding his eyes. "I never thought the emptiness would be so strong when you're not around." He silently thought, "Welcome back, Alice." Under the sunlight, Leon squinted his eyes, smiling happily, sitting opposite Alice. Outside the carriage window, Karen, drenched in sweat from the desert heat, saw Leon sitting in the carriage waving his hands and giggling foolishly, and felt very puzzled. The sunlight was dazzling, the wind and sand were blowing, and the carriage convoy continued to move steadily forward. Karen had already taken off her cloak with a smile, revealing her figure scorched by the desert heat. She complained, drenched in sweat, "It's so hot." Exhausted by the heat, Karen glanced at Leon sitting beside her. His cheeks were flushed, his face covered in sweat, but he didn't look uncomfortable. Instead, he was still grinning foolishly while wiping his sword. Karen fanned herself and couldn't help asking, "Leon, why do you look so energetic? Did something good happen?" Caught off guard, Leon smiled and stammered. she was just making casual conversation, and didn't really want to know the answer. He turned his head, unable to hide the smile on his face, probably because Alice is back. At that moment Alice was floating by the carriage door, looking at the road they had traveled, and said, "I just noticed, it's been less than half a year since we first met, but somehow its absence has come to feel so empty." "Stop," the lead driver shouted, then announced, "We'll set up camp here today. Park the wagons with their backs to the wind and light a fire to prepare dinner." Hearing this, Leon looked outside, feeling puzzled. "Leaving already?" Karen redraped her cloak, walked over to him, placed a hand on his head and spoke from experience, telling him that the desert night was far colder, darker and harsher than he imagined. If he didn't let his body cool down gradually, he'd be in danger of heat shock. Leon listened blankly to the lecture. When she finished, she jumped off the cart and ran off lightly. "Let's go." Long, draped in his cloak, looked back. "Islet, we were only halfway through our conversation when you stopped because you saw Ellis still lost in thought, staring at the path behind us. Elizet, the desert, there's not a trace left of the grasslands I remember from the past." It remembered standing here when it was still Rodrigo Candias Elvina, on that road lined with lush trees and grass. It just stood there in silence, listening to Islet's lament. It never expected 300 years to feel so long. Ellis snapped out of his reverie and turned his head with an apologetic tone. Sorry, she seems to be calling you." In the distance, Karen was waving for Long to come over. "Leon, hurry up." Night had fallen, the campfire crackled, and the pot of soup hanging above it gave off a rich aroma and billowing steam. The caravan members gathered around the bubbling soup pot, cheerfully waving and calling out to Karen and Leon as they approached. "Karen, Leon, there's stew over here. It's incredibly delicious." Elizet followed him, somewhat dazed by the sight before him. Leon and Karen were chatting about something, laughing and joking together, looking very happy. After a while, Gustav came over and playfully wrapped his arm around Leon's neck like a close brother. Nearby, the caravan members sat by the fire holding bowls of stew, smiling. It couldn't help but smile to itself and say, "I'm always regretting things that don't really matter." EP's expression was calm, carrying a sense of release, as if letting go of a long-held obsession. Even if it's grasslands, even if it's a desert, so what? Anyway, the one truly living in this era, Islet looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, "isn't me but you, Leon." On the other side, Leon was beaming, enjoying the happy moments with everyone. Late into the night, the campfire had died out, leaving only embers and ashes. The carriage was immersed in silent darkness. Inside the carriage, Leon was lost in a deep, sweet sleep. He woke up with his eyes half open. Leon sat up, frowning. "What's going on? What's this restless feeling?" Suddenly, Karen put a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Her eyes were sharp, glinting in the darkness like a beast sensing danger. Leon called out to Karen, confused. Outside, not far from the caravan camp, 3 or 4 sand ridges suddenly appeared on the sand, rushing towards the tents at incredible speed. On Long's side, Karen, sensing the situation outside, asked for Leon's opinion. "There are quite a few of them." "What do you plan to do?" he asked back. "Are they enemies?" she replied. "Yes, but they don't emit any killing intent at all. So I didn't sense them until they got close to the tents." Based on her feelings, she guessed they didn't seem to want to fight. He wondered, then what are the night watchmen outside doing? Outside, the sand ridges had already closed in on the guards' area. Karen explained, "They approached us through tunnels under the sand. Unless it's an experienced guard who can feel the vibrations underground, it's hard to detect." Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, "They're heading towards the cargo." The sand ridges had now turned, heading towards the area where several wagons were parked. Karen said, "I guess these guys will just steal the stuff and retreat on their own." She turned to look at Leon. "Leon, what do you want to do? I'll leave the decision to you." After learning the situation outside from Karen, he frowned, his eyes cold and sharp, silently wondering whether to shout and alert everyone. Then he dismissed the idea. "No, the enemy is already too close. We're at a disadvantage." Thinking of the merchants still sound asleep in the carts, he grew even more uncertain. Unable to guarantee that those sleeping people, waking up unarmed, could immediately join the fight. Suddenly, Islet interjected. "They all know that if they face the caravan's escorts head-on, their chances of winning are 0. That's why they chose to approach secretly, without alerting anyone on our side." Islet grinned, full of excitement, as if ready to charge out and fight the enemy at any moment. "If we wake everyone up, we'd win for sure, but casualties would be unavoidable." Kai, standing nearby and listening intently, saw its expression like a psychopathic killer eyeing its prey, and asked with a trembling voice, "Why do you seem so excited?" Iosiniodine chuckled rapidly. "I've been waiting ages for a fight. Finally, I get to see what my idiot disciple can do." Leon broke out in a cold sweat and gave a dry laugh. Right. He then put on a serious expression and asked Karen about the enemy's numbers. "Boss, how many of them are there in total?" She reported in detail. 14 are approaching the cargo boxes, 22 are surrounding the wagons, that's all I can sense. Although the enemy isn't skilled in combat, they have the advantage in numbers and familiarity with the desert terrain. Leon covered his face, still hesitating. A clumsy fight will only put us in a worse position. He wiped his face and finally made a decision. His bright eyes and confident expression said it all. Karen didn't need Leon to say it out loud. Just by looking at his eyes she knew what decision he had made. Karen pursed her lips tightly, instantly entering a combat state. Outside the enemy was still rustling and moving quickly beneath the sand. When they got close to the wagons, Karen was somehow already sitting on top of one. Her blue eyes glimmered in the night. She curled her lips into a smile, locked onto her target, and then suddenly jumped down from the roof. Karen soared through the air, looking down to see over a dozen sand ridges like giant earth dragons surrounding the wagons. At the same time she cast a spell, and specks of blue light appeared like countless fireflies. Multi-dimensional magic. Karen gently touched her earring, which was glowing. Winding blue light threads emerged from the earring, transforming into sharp darts. Spirit light weapon. She did a backflip, swinging both hands out, and dozens of darts imbued with magical power all pointed downward. Breathe. Karen withdrew her hands, and the magic exploded like a timed bomb. The darts shot down from all directions simultaneously, piercing the sand surface. The unsuspecting thieves were caught off guard. The darts embedded themselves in their palms, causing them to scream in pain, unable to hide any longer. They all wore gas masks and hats, wrapped up from head to toe. A few thieves soon noticed another person standing on top of a wagon holding a sword high, its blade shining as brightly as the sun. Leon was still shouting at the top of his lungs to alert everyone. Enemy attack, they're trying to steal the cargo boxes. Gustav and those nearby were jolted awake. The caravan members were also startled awake by the alarm and jumped up. Chaos erupted inside the carts as people shouted to each other. What's going on? Get up! A few thieves stood frozen like stone statues, sweating coldly. Gustav took the lead, raising his sword and shouting, "Don't just stand there, charge, remember." The sounds of fighting and shouting rose and fell, hats flying everywhere. In an unnoticed corner of the wagon, a thief with red eyes, who seemed to be the leader, was carrying a large bundle, while a few of his companions clicked their tongues in regret. TCH, if it weren't for that woman's dart attack. He clenched his fist and raised it, making a retreat gesture. The other companions received the signal and immediately burrowed into the ground and fled far away. Gustav announced to everyone, "They're running, don't let them get away." Karen rushed over from a distance, shouting at Moore while throwing a dart. Hey, you over there running off with the loot, give it back before you go." Moore, carrying the large bundle, leaped forward, catching a glimpse of the dart approaching the back of his neck. He immediately caught the dart effortlessly with one hand. Behind the red lenses of his gas mask were scarred eyes. He gripped the dart tightly and glanced back coldly. Leon, standing nearby with his sword at the ready, found it hard to believe. He caught Boss's throwing knife with just one hand. Moore didn't linger to waste time. He dropped the dart and immediately burrowed into the ground to escape, leaving Karen behind. She was silent, staring thoughtfully in the direction Moore had fled. Gustav shouted at the top of his lungs to inform everyone, "The enemy is retreating, Leon, they're charging straight towards you." Leon and Eilert were drenched in sweat as they glanced back. The ground was covered with all sorts of strange creatures rushing towards them at high speed. Eilert's lips curled up with interest. "Now let's see what my idiot disciple can do." The next second, it saw Leon still standing there with his head down and couldn't help but be stunned. The sword in his hand exuded a powerful aura. Long gripped the sword hilt with both hands, his whole body radiating fierce killing intent, sparks flying as he stared down his opponent. He thought to himself, if he used the meteor sword slashing technique here, after a few strikes, blood and flesh would surely fly. Leon suddenly stopped. "I could kill 10 more, but they're not monsters, and it doesn't seem like we're in a life-or-death situation." Blood was pooling at his feet. "They're just bandits. I can't let this turn into a one-sided massacre." Eilert glanced at him, a thought flashing through its mind. It said to Leon in an encouraging tone, "This is certainly something worth thinking about. It's okay to hesitate. After all, there's no standard answer to this." Ellis continued in a gentle voice, "You are a hero, not a murderer, even if you kill them or eradicate demons in the name of justice. You have to find your own answer." Leon still stood there, his face expressionless. "There are universal standards for right and wrong, but I can't set a standard for myself about who deserves punishment and who doesn't." Leon placed his hand on his chest. "Killing them would be because I can't forgive these bandits, but I could also catch them without killing them, or change them with words and actions." He lowered his head, his lips relaxing. "If it all comes from an upright heart, then what's right is just a matter of how people see it." Leon seemed to have figured it out. He calmly sheathed his sword. He said to himself silently, "My values aren't fully formed yet." He smiled slightly. "I'll find my own answer." Several bandits with their hands and feet tightly bound were brought out for questioning. They all looked up. A voice came from inside the tent. "In the attack just now on Okao, some cargo was stolen." Gustav roared. "Really?" someone replied. Those bandits ran off. They didn't dare to fight back, let alone steal anything. When did they take the goods? Karen said while twirling a dart. There was one guy, she described, who looked like the leader. He seemed very calm. Maybe he stole the goods before the fight even started. He did it stealthily, so he avoided my detection. Karen sighed. Strange. He didn't look like he had much skill. Did he use some relic or something? Anyway, it's a good thing we caught quite a few of them. Looking at the questioning glances directed at him, Dion wondered to himself, why did they all come at once? Only one should have been sent, right? He recalled that during the fight, aside from using a relic to evade his detection, the guy had caught Karen's thrown knife with ease. Leon concluded that he was no ordinary person. Anno spoke up timidly. Also, because they took an important cargo box. I request a pursuit. Gustav looked displeased and turned to question him. Pursuit? What are you thinking? Halo answered bluntly. Traces in the desert vanish in an instant, he then expressed. So if you agree, we'll set off before sunrise. As a cavalryman from the mountains, the desert is a blurry area for me. Even starting now, our chances of catching them have already halved. Karen pulled out a dart that exuded a rich fragrance and said, we can track them. She recalled the moment before she attacked that thief. Karen narrated, I left a tracking scent on that guy's hand. Anno grinned, looking very pleased. Good, I will reward you handsomely. Karen's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. All right. She suddenly glanced at Leon and said, Leon will definitely come along. This left Leon stunned for 2 seconds. Karen continued, I'll form the team. I'll handle Mr. Hamill. Hamill seized the opportunity to pledge his loyalty. I will give my life for the young lady. Karen. Anno took out a compass and said, You'll need this. Karen looked slightly surprised. A compass? It should be broken. Anno explained to her with interest. The stolen cargo box can't be distinguished from the ordinary ones. This compass is enchanted and will only react to the box we're looking for. If the box is within 10 meters of you, the needle will point precisely to it. Hamill was already ready to go. He walked to the entrance and urged everyone. This will be a race against time until sunrise. Let's go, Karen. Leon, as soon as he finished speaking. The three of them set off quickly with great momentum. Gustav stood there watching their receding figures, thinking, they have an A-rank ability user with them, so they won't be at a disadvantage in a fight. Whether they catch those guys or not, everyone's blood is pumping. A harsh sound echoed across the vast desert. All right, we can't make the same mistake again. Be 100% vigilant. Don't blink, the others shouted back in unison. Yes, Karen's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found something. She immediately urged the other two, the scent is fading, we need to speed up. As soon as she said that, their speed instantly increased 2 or 3 times. Ait clicked his tongue. Oh, your jumping skills have improved quite a bit, in this desert terrain. You can actually keep up with her. Leon was drenched in sweat, sticking out his tongue and shouting, Shut up, I'm dying. After moving for a while, Karen stopped and raised her hand to signal Long and Hamill. The scent is coming from a canyon, she said. We're here. After successfully descending into the canyon, everyone was astonished. Ham exclaimed, I never thought there'd be a canyon like this in the middle of the desert. Leon saw Karen placing her hand on the rock wall, her eyes thoughtful, and called out softly, Senior. Karen looked around and then asserted, This place wasn't formed naturally. It was man-made and it seems to have been built a long time ago. Everyone shouted in shock. Man-made? Karen replied calmly. That's right, it might be 100 years old. Look, there's something carved on this wall, it's worn down, so I'm not sure exactly what it says. Leon suddenly remembered something. Wait, 100 years ago, that means Islet seemed to have the same thought. You're probably right. I think this is where the desertification of this area began. Leon raised a question. Could there be a place in this land that turns it into a desert? Elsist replied helplessly. Of course not. Are all mining areas deserts? It then explained that it wasn't just any place. This was the heart of the mineral vein running through the grassland. The mining had turned the land into a place where no seed could grow. Leon pondered, who destroyed this vein and why? Ellet answered briefly. That's what you need to find out now. A massive commotion caught the attention of all three. Karen turned to Leon. Do you feel that? Leon replied with sharp eyes. I do. Karen sensed 3 people ahead of us. As she continued speaking, a chill ran down Leon's spine. And behind us there are hundreds. Leon, what should we do? Karen speculated. I think the bandits' hideout is up ahead. So what do you want to do now, Leon? Karen continued to assess. I believe the bandits discovered this abandoned place and used it as a base to expand their power. Behind that door guarded by a few people there are hundreds of them. Karen asked with murderous intent, should we wipe them all out? Leon gripped his sword hilt and fell into thought. 100 people. Do I need to kill them all to complete the mission? Right now I feel like I'm standing in a river of blood. How is that any different from a massacre? Leon was startled by a voice. Hey, I heard we're wasting our efforts today, another guy said. Don't wear me out. It turned out to be a conversation among a few bandits. One said, "We lost half our men and the boss killed 2 in a rage." The guy standing next to him sighed. "True, we shouldn't have messed with those civilians. A team of 5 or 6 travelers would have been safer," that guy recounted. "Wasn't it a few days ago, a family, they at least begged us to spare their child. The bandit had cruelly killed the couple back then." In a magnanimous tone he added, "Then we let the kid go." The guy beside him seemed dissatisfied with that decision. "Huh, really? How boring," the bandit replied with interest. "What are you talking about? Leaving a child alone in the desert, watching him slowly die of thirst under the scorching sun, isn't that more fun?" The guy beside him burst out laughing at those words. "Got it, that is more interesting," Leon thought calmly. "I've been trying to find a reason not to kill them, but now I don't need one." The sword in his hand erupted with a powerful aura. Seeing this, Elliot gently comforted him, saying it's okay to hesitate because in the end there's no definitive answer. Whether it's a massacre or eradicating evil in the name of justice, you must find the answer yourself. The bandits were baffled as the aura swept past them, before they could react. Leon struck down from above with a solar eclipse slash, scorching them all. With a determined look he declared, "This is my answer." Elliot smiled in satisfaction. After dealing with the perimeter, Leon and his companions quickly entered the interior. "All right, charge in," Karen cautioned carefully. "Though they're just small fry, they're numerous, so at the start, let's take them out with minimal losses." Her cheeks slightly flushed as she smiled. "I'll take the lead, follow me." With that, she accelerated forward, leaving 2 stunned young men behind. Hamel was a bit confused. "Karen, she looks like she's having a lot of fun." Leon, standing nearby, agreed. Karen silently assassinated several thieves like a gust of wind. She quickly took out one wave. Before the remaining thieves could react, Karen leapt into the air. Wherever she flew, thieves were knocked down. Not far away, a guy hiding behind a wall observed and quickly recognized something. "Isn't that the same woman from before? Damn, Mingjin needs to report to the boss immediately." But before he could act, he was spotted. A scream followed. After Karen finished off all the thieves, she confidently flicked her hair. She smiled as brightly as a flower. That was so satisfying. "My body got stiff from sitting in the carriage too long." Karen squinted with a smile. "I need to move around like this more often so my skills don't get rusty." Her 2 teammates were speechless at the sight. Ham asked curiously, "Is she always like this?" Leon replied with an awkward smile. "Yes," he added. "Good luck, young master." Suddenly startled, he called out to Senior Karen, gently wiping blood off her face as he said, "Senior, you have blood on your face." Karen froze for a few seconds, her heart racing. Without a word she turned and walked away, leaving Leon puzzled. Karen quickened her pace. "Let's go, let's go." Ham came over, slinging an arm around Leon's shoulder and teasing him. "What's up, you're pretty good at flirting too." "Nice one," Leon said awkwardly. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Ham smiled meaningfully. "You'll understand later, young master." After a long while the 3 moved on and spotted a suspicious room with 2 guards in front. Karen said softly, "The compass is reacting, pointing in that direction. The stolen goods must be there. I'll sneak in and check." She then turned back to instruct her companions. "You 2 deal with the guards and then come in." Karen stood up and the coffin spun around her. They vanished underground like lightning. Hamel exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, I've always known a rank is strong, but she's truly extraordinary." With that he quickly drew his bow. "All right, time for us to start too." A cannonball was loaded at the front of the bow. Ham let go. The cannonball roared toward the door. Inside, the thieves were desperately trying to pry open the chest, but with no luck. They trembled and shouted, Why can't we open it?" Moore stood with his arms crossed, watching angrily. "Useless bunch, open it now." The 3 of them quickly replied, "Why, yes, sir." The 2 doors in front of them exploded, sending fragments flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, blocking the view. Moore stumbled and roared, "What the hell, are we ambushed?" As the dust gradually cleared, he stared intently at the doorway. Leon and Hamel glared at him fiercely. Behind Moore's mask his skin was flushed as he stammered, "Are you from the merchant group?" Hamel glared back defiantly. "Hey, you bandits, we're here to take back what's ours." Moore lowered his head, calculating. "A swordsman and an archer. They got here unscathed, so their levels must be high. I can't just fight them head on, better run now." The coffin was assassinating from behind him, but he seemed to sense it. Moore did a backflip, kicking the knife out of the coffin's hand. But he also injured his own leg. Moore fell to the ground in pain. The coffin clicked its tongue. "Nice dodge, I was aiming to kill you," it taunted. "This is all because you chose to be a bandit. 4 years ago I wouldn't have missed." Moore was struck as if by lightning and screamed, "What?" He thought, "This guy knows my past, impossible. Everyone who knew my past is dead." Then he paused. "Wait, there's one more person. You know me from 4 years ago, and you're still alive." The coffin's mask gradually blurred. "Long time no see, it's Karen." She stared at him intently and called out Moore. Moore exclaimed in shock, "The coffin keeper." Leon remained very calm as several thieves attacked him simultaneously. He then turned and swung his sword, sending them flying. HMPH, looking around, "I think we've dealt with almost all of them," he added with murderous intent. And the leader too. Leon clicked his tongue, glancing at Moore. He was slightly surprised to see Karen. Moore's leg was trembling violently. Karen taunted while spinning her throwing knives. "Hey, I told you, didn't I? Quit or I'll kill you myself." She pointed her knife at him and said sternly. Karen exuded a suffocating killing intent. With hundreds of blades aimed at Moore, Karen said coldly, "Die." Moore's eyes turned red, veins bulging. He slammed the ground hard and said, "Are you serious? Coffin keeper, don't get cocky. Discretion is the better part of valor," he taunted as he added, "I'm not the same as before." The image of Karen standing proudly over hundreds of corpses flashed in his mind. Moore thought to himself, just as the coffin keeper expected, she's still the nightmare of the underworld, just like when she ruled. No matter how much I've changed, the gap in our abilities is too vast. Moore fell face first to the ground. No matter how I think about it, I'm about to die. So I'll go all out from the start. Karen stood still, coldly questioning, "How dare you defy me? I command you to die." With that, she decisively waved her hand and the knives shot straight at Moore. The blades pierced Moore's arm, pinning him to the ground. A slight smile curled at the corner of Karen's mouth. "How many more can you take?" Moore extended his claws, but before he could attack Karen, he was struck by countless knives. Deep stab wounds appeared all over Moore's body, and his mask shattered. Moore howled in pain as a sharp knife flew in. Moore fell to his knees with all his remaining strength. Leon and Hamill watched nervously. Hamill suddenly lowered his head. Karen was a bit surprised. Moore blurted out, "I've lost too much blood. You're absolutely a monster." He cried out in grievance, "But why? Why are you doing this?" Moore shouted hoarsely. "Weren't you doing well? It's not like your parents were killed, not like you were kidnapped," he repeated. "You were an orphan once. I supported you, made you strong." Moore accused Karen. "Why do you hold a grudge?" Moore questioned. "That disgusting leader, so you killed him." Moore asked with resentment, "But why did you disband the organization?" Karen said coldly, "You never helped me become strong." Moore laughed twistedly. "Bastard, didn't the organization take you in? Otherwise your corpse would be lying somewhere." Karen lowered her head. "Yeah, that's true, but my life didn't get better after I escaped that extreme situation." Moore froze and asked, "What?" Karen opened up. "My life has been full of misfortune, born an orphan, raised as a killer. I didn't even gain this power willingly. That's why I decided to protect what's mine," Moore roared unwillingly. "What the hell is that thing?" Karen clenched her fist and answered succinctly. "Freedom." Moore froze for a few seconds, then he burst out laughing. "What? Freedom?" Moore raised his voice and accused. "You could have gotten that damn freedom for yourself, so why did you want to share it with us?" he continued. "We don't need it, we can't become like you. All we have left is a dagger, nothing else, no hope, no other way to live." Moore covered his face, his voice dropping. "Ah? In the end it's just a blurry shadow." Karen reached out, walked over and pulled Moore into an embrace. Then she whispered, "I'm sorry, maybe this is the result of me turning a blind eye to everyone." Karen suddenly looked at Leon, who was a bit surprised. Karen thought to herself, "You too, I wish you could have had the same chance as me." Karen stood up and said, "This is a new order, live well." Moore urged, "Live on, find yourself." With that, Karen turned and quickly ran toward her companions. Leon called out with interest. "Senior," Karen asked him. "Sorry, am I a bit late?" "The goods." Karen took out the compass to find the real chest and said, "This is it. Take everything." Leon immediately replied, "Understood." Karen smiled. "All right, now let's head back." The ground suddenly shook violently, throwing the three off balance. Karen gritted her teeth and said, "Someone press the self-destruct button." It was Moore. He sneered, "Watch closely." "This is who I am," Leon shouted. "That's a self-destruct device. We have to get out of here." Explosions were happening all around. Moore sat calmly amidst the ruins. A heavy sound echoed in the darkness. Gustav's men exclaimed in surprise. "Chief?" Gustav smiled in satisfaction. "Leon, Karen and Hamill returned safely," Gustav spoke up. "They're back. Also, we can no longer investigate the internal structure of Vane. Moore's explosion destroyed everything. What's left is a dry, hot desert and a caravan. It's a miracle we survived." Elliot glanced back, its eyes filled with killing intent. "Anyway, that place had been hidden for over 100 years. It continued, "Even if we don't know who created Vane, I doubt they left any traces." Leon listened, a bit puzzled, and replied, "Really? It could only sigh with closed eyes. We'll investigate next time." As he was talking with Elliot, someone called him over. "Leon." He looked toward a woman not far away and asked, "What is it, Senior?" Karen excitedly held out her hand and said, "Look, we're here," she added. "That's the ancient city of Vankas." A massive city appeared before everyone. The entrance was getting closer. Leon couldn't hide his surprise at the sight and could only manage a wow. As they approached the city gate, he said, "This is the first time I've seen such high walls." Karen wasn't surprised and simply replied, "Of course, this city guards the border and it's under the jurisdiction of a marquis, so." A soldier came forward, spoke with Anand and shook hands. She then explained to him that the city was allowed to have its own army. The city wasn't noisy, it was quite quiet with only a few people on the streets. Leon and Karen were talking when they suddenly heard someone say, "I'll be here for about 4 days, so get ready." A glanced back and added, "What are you two planning to do?" They stared at him blankly for a moment. Leon awkwardly asked back, "What do you mean by that?" He cheerfully extended his hand and said, "You can stay in the room we booked, but if you have other plans, make sure to come back before we leave." Karen just snorted in response. After a moment's thought, she pointed upward and said to him, "We're looking for something. We'll use the booked room. Just tell us the location." I nodded and continued, "If you go past the 3 rows of houses on the left side of the main road, you'll see a bar called Goat Sea. That's where we've booked. In front of them is a house right up against the city wall. You'll use the largest room upstairs. It might look shabby from the outside, but the furniture inside is very complete and looks luxurious," he added. "It's the room with the double bed." The two of them widened their eyes at that, the image of a double bed flashing through their minds. Leon's face darkened as he worriedly asked, "You mean we're staying in the same room?" Seeing his reaction, he asked with some confusion, "Wouldn't that be more comfortable?" The moment he thought about sharing a room with his senior, his face flushed bright red. Seeing this, Karen asked, "What's wrong?" She walked over, put her hand on his shoulder, and continued, "Why are you so shy?" Karen raised her voice and asked, "Are you looking forward to it? HMPH. Her eyes now held a meaningful smile as she looked at him. Leon, seeing this, shouted in embarrassment, "I'm not going to do anything with that." He immediately turned and ran off, leaving Karen and Arnold watching. Seeing his reaction, Arnold looked at her with concern. "Oh dear, did I do something stupid?" Seeing this, Karen just raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed, replying, "It's fine." She turned back, blinked at him, and added, "Anyway, I'll be out until dark. I'm off." With that, Karen waved at Arnold and turned to leave. He stammered after her, Miss Karen, should I book another room?" Hearing this, her body froze. Karen stood there motionless for a moment, then let out a soft, "Ah." She said it wasn't necessary. But even from behind, it was clear that Karen was now blushing furiously with embarrassment. "See you later." With that, she ran off swiftly, leaving him standing there bewildered and sweating. As soon as she was out of there, she let out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Karen sat on the rooftop, looking down at her own body, her hands resting on her thighs. She mused to herself that heroes always have powerful allies. Karen thought of Leon again, but quickly continued her train of thought. Just because she was Leon's first teammate didn't mean she would always be by his side. What if someone stronger than her showed up, she thought, placing a hand on her chest. Can I still stay by Leon's side? You have to work harder, Karen. A place where your skills and value can shine. This city is my opportunity. Then she pushed herself again, looking more determined than ever. I need to make Leon feel like he can't do without me. He should be around here somewhere. Karen said this as she looked down at the surroundings of the castle below. Suddenly, she smiled slightly, her eyes bright, and said, "Found it." Down below, Leon was talking with Elliot. "Oh my senior, even in a gender-separated school, sharing a carriage is one thing, but sharing a room," it just looked at him and replied. "Idiot." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Ahem, sorry, Mr. Leon." He turned around worriedly to look at Arnold. Arnold raised his hand to cover his mouth as if trying to hide the awkward atmosphere, and forced himself to say, "I'm terribly sorry for putting you in such an embarrassing situation." Leon scratched his head and replied, "It's fine, no need to apologize to me." "Ah, but what about the things we bought?" He suddenly remembered the purple box. It didn't look like an ordinary item. A's face suddenly turned serious as he said, "The contents are a secret," but when he looked up and saw that he was interested in it, he didn't know what to say next. "But I can reveal a little to the person who risked his neck to get it back. You can't tell anyone." With that, he walked closer, looked around, and Leon, seeing this, awkwardly replied, "Of course. The contents are," he covered his hand and whispered into his ear, "black crystal." As he said this, the contents of the box seemed to materialize. A large glowing crystal. "It's a top-grade flawless item, jewelry worth millions of gold coins," he continued. "More importantly, this is a request from Lady Rubina." The imposing image of that lord appeared. It was a personal request from the next city. He couldn't hide the fear on his face, but he continued speaking to him. "A lord's authority is equivalent to a count's. If you lose his belongings, he will retaliate at any cost." Hearing this, Leon's face gradually changed and he said fearfully, "That's something that can't be lost." He replied to him, "Exactly, thanks to you, we're saved." By now, dusk was falling. Leon spoke up, "Senior," as he opened the carriage curtain to call Karen, but suddenly saw something. He looked puzzled at a note pinned by a dart. He picked up the note and read it. "I'll be back. She said she was looking for something. Has she already gone looking?" He was thinking when suddenly a voice came from behind. "Are you alone?" He turned around to see a group of people who didn't look very friendly. Looks like Senior has already left." He replied to them worriedly. One person in the group spoke up. "What?" Another person chimed in. "She's not here." He was very confused, not knowing what they meant, but they ignored him and continued talking. "Should we go? We've been waiting for her. No choice." With that, the leader of the group suddenly walked over, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Let's go." Leon asked in surprise. Go where? The leader's face suddenly stiffened as he looked at him and said, What do you mean, to the tavern? Where else? Leon was so surprised he hadn't reacted yet. He turned back to the crowd and shouted, Hey you guys, he's coming with us. Everyone just went, oh, and then started chattering noisily. You're braver than I thought. HMPH, don't try to slip away like last time. Whoever throws up first pays, everyone shouted in unison. Let's go drink, he could only shout in vain. Karen was currently looking down from a high place, muttering to herself. I must be around here somewhere. She suddenly let out a glint flashing in her eyes. Found it. At that moment a full moon was faintly visible from behind the clouds. A man with a bloody face was desperately resisting a foot pressing down on his face, muttering repeatedly, Damn it. The cries of damn it still echoed amidst the scene of many people lying scattered on the ground. The scene shifted to a memory. When Karen passed by this group, the leader had approached her with an extremely sinister intent to lure her. Only then did he look up at the person whose foot was on his face. It was none other than the incredibly dashing Karen, the one they thought they could bully. A murderous intent suddenly flared in her eyes as she called out softly, Hey old man. At that moment only one thought flashed through the leader's mind. I'm done. Karen's voice had just fallen. I want to ask you something. He had already knelt down hastily. What? I mean, please ask whatever you want, she said coldly. Where is the location of the largest organization in this city? I'm not talking about your thug gangs, but the ones dealing in smuggling and the black market. He was extremely surprised to hear this. That, only one thought remained in his mind. Tell her and he'd die. Don't tell her and he'd die too. After that, the sky had turned to night. The leader was now beaten black and blue by Karen. She said softly, I see. Karen's eyes seemed to see through everything, but she deduced that this area was under the control of Golden A. It was an organization specializing in smuggling and black market dealings because they controlled immense wealth. They had high-ranking figures backing them. An image of that person formed in Karen's mind. However, the Marquis, the lord of this land, is protecting them. She didn't linger and continued walking forward. Karen let out a soft sigh. This is a bit troublesome. It seemed she had reached the place she wanted to go. She stopped. Karen looked at the symbol on the wall and muttered to herself, It's been about 10 years since I last saw it. Before her was a huge door, but it seemed she hadn't forgotten the meaning of coffin keeper. Karen recalled the question Leon had asked her. Yes, I was curious why that was your code name, Senior. She had only replied softly, I don't think it matters even if you know, because I'm no longer an assassin. It's a secret method of contact, he exclaimed in surprise. Contact method, Karen explained. Organizations operating in the shadows have their own unique ways of contacting. In the ground spider organization I once belonged to, they used an undertaker in the area to make contact. The coffin would contain mission details, such as the target's identification and the reward for completing the mission. Leon understood upon hearing this. Oh, I see, Karen continued. Compared to this cumbersome method, most organizations use more direct and simple approaches. She went on to give examples, such as when someone came to commission a job, the organization would use a lamp that created visual illusions to block out others outside the door. The real entrance opens separately, visible only to those who want to commission a job. For everyone else, they would just futilely try the fake door and leave empty-handed. Karen reached out and touched the wall, thinking to herself, But for someone like me who can manipulate darkness, my arm had already passed directly through that wall back then. Visual illusions don't work. And so Karen passed through the illusory wall with extreme ease, and what appeared before her eyes was an extremely deep entrance. The moment Karen's foot touched the step below, a magic circle appeared. She looked puzzled at the new thing before her. Inside that secret room, someone seemed to sense something. He turned his head, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. The door to this room also opened at that moment. Karen calmly poked her head in and waved, saying hello. This man was the butler, Glenn. He crossed his hands calmly and said, Welcome. Intruder, how do you like our welcome? Hearing this, Karen let out a soft ah, recalling the large number of weapons embedded in the wall as she passed by, and replied calmly, Not bad. The butler, Glenn, then pointed and said to her, Come, sit down. Why did you come in without following the procedure? Karen simply replied, I want to buy information. He let out an oh, and asked, What information do you want? Karen's eyes sharpened as she said, Information about the Rube territory. The butler, Glenn, couldn't hide his surprise. She didn't hesitate and continued, I'll pay, so don't hold back. Refusing to sell anything goes against your principles, doesn't it? The butler, Glenn, softly repeated, Principles, huh? Then he immediately spoke, All right, the price is 800 gold coins. Hearing this, Karen immediately panicked. That's too expensive. Can I get a discount by offering information in exchange? The butler, Glenn, hesitated for a moment. Fine, I'll lower it to 700 gold coins. Although angry, Karen could only grit her teeth and bargain. Please make it cheaper. Her eyes grew colder as she said calmly, "That should be fine, head butler." He was utterly shocked and blurted out in disbelief, "What?" Karen pointed confidently at her own eyes and said, "Your disguise is good, but you can't fool me. The operator of Golden A, the one responsible for managing the black market in this area, and also one of the most trusted servants of Marquis Van Cass." When he heard her say head butler Glenn, a glint flashed in his eyes. Only then did he remove his hood and sigh. "How rude of me," Karen muttered. "Are you going to sell it to me or not? It seems you're quite interested in my information, aren't you? Don't disappoint me." On the other side, the butler Glenn was still lost in thought, the eyesight to see through my disguise in an instant. "She's at least a rank. Even if I drive her away, if she's from the guild, it would be hard to silence her." In the end he had to accept 260 gold coins, not a penny less. Karen didn't say much more and replied softly, "Fine." The butler Glenn then said, "Rube is nothing short of an abyss right now." She asked in surprise, "An abyss?" He closed one eye and said deeply, "Exactly. Nothing that enters can escape." A stream of water smoothly turned towards a cold beer mug accompanied by shouts of "Cheers." Leon was currently gulping down that beer when a voice sounded like an abyss. "Cheers, whoever throws up is a dog. Cheers." He finally let out a refreshing breath. Several people around shouted excitedly, "Well done, kid, you're something." The waiter, while bringing out food, asked, "So where are you mercenaries heading next?" The man hesitated slightly. "Probably the Rube territory." She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh my, that place, it's where other mercenaries don't want to go." "You're too bold. It seems you haven't heard the rumor," Gustav asked in surprise. "HMPH, a rumor." The waiter then explained the rumor about a monster that rules the streets at night. "I'm talking about a vampire." Leon was extremely surprised upon hearing this, wondering to himself about this thing called a vampire. Vampires, possessing intelligence comparable to humans and astonishing magical abilities, they are an undead race. They are mid to high-level monsters. Although they can coexist with humans, they are ostracized due to their blood-sucking habits. It is said that only a few surviving vampires hide among other creatures. Although the church hasn't denied their extinction, they are unrecognized beings in any territory. The group in front of Leon and Illist suddenly started shouting, "Stop talking nonsense. We finally ran into a vampire. Let it come if it wants. We'll snap its neck in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Leon mused. "A vampire. Thinking of vampires," he revealed a smile full of interest. Leon was already thinking about whether to eliminate it or talk to it first. Elliot looked at him. His thoughts were written all over his face. Leon noticed Elliot staring at him and called its name in confusion. Elliot said, "In my era there weren't many vampires left because the powerful ones had all joined the Demon Lord's army and were later dealt with by me. I've never seen a normal vampire, not like the ones you think would be killed." Leon fell into thought again upon hearing this. Whether they could coexist with humans remains unknown. But it's still worth mentioning, as a hero, it's my duty to discern what is evil. How to deal with vampires is a matter for later consideration. I must see for myself with my own eyes. Suddenly a hand slammed heavily against the wall. Gustav Hamel and Leon looked at the approaching figure in confusion. Jerome flashed a cunning smile and spoke, "Did you book the whole place?" "Too noisy." The people around began to murmur. Gustav simply drank his water in silence. He slammed his cup heavily onto the table. Everyone was in a good mood. "Jerome, don't cause trouble here," Jerome replied with displeasure. "Do you think I'm your subordinate? What gives you the right to order me around?" Gustav warned him with a glare. "If you think I'm ordering you, then I'll say it again. Leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, the other spat into his cup. The people in the room tensed up at the sight. Jerome said smugly, "And what if I don't want to?" Gustav immediately stood up. "Aren't you tired of this kind of thing?" His face was now flushed with anger, veins bulging. "Let's go outside and talk. I promise you'll never do this again." Outside it was a moonlit night. Leon and everyone inside watched them nervously. Leon asked quietly, "Elliot, do mercenaries fight often?" Elliot smiled and explained, "Yes, after all, it's a profession that demands you prove yourself with strength. If someone looks down on you and you do nothing, your value will gradually diminish, so they might fight at any moment for revenge." Hamel suddenly spoke up. "Something strange, as if Jerome is deliberately provoking him. This time he's really too impatient." Leon glanced at him. "Is that strange? It's not the first time Jerome has challenged the boss, but he's never asked for a duel so proactively like today. After all, if they really fight, the outcome clearly favors one side," Leon blurted out. "Is their skill gap that big? Yes, not many can match our boss. Jerome is known for taking easy jobs, but his attitude changed too quickly today. Could he have someone backing him up? I'm a bit worried. Something's off." Leon immediately reassured him. "Impossible, Captain Gustav." Gustav looked at them confidently and said, "Don't worry, I can definitely beat these rookies." Jerome immediately interjected, "Arrogant bastard, what are the rules? Same as usual, death or surrender." Elliot reminded them, "We're about to watch a duel between two senior mercenaries. Watch closely." Leon saw Jerome gripping his knife tightly, veins bulging on his hand. "Then let's begin." As soon as he spoke, he had already charged in front of Gustav. Gustav gritted his teeth in surprise. Jerome's eyes were wild as he swiftly swung his blade down. Wielding dual swords, the strike wounded Gustav's face and shoulder. He immediately retreated to keep his distance. Jerome looked at him smugly and spoke. "How about it, Gustav? Am I still easy to handle?" Elliot quickly assessed. "Is Jerome's sword a zealot's sword? The center of gravity is forward. Seeing how easily he controls those two swords, this fight won't be simple." Gustav flashed a provocative smile, and a layer of light radiated around his body. Even his hands changed color. "You've advanced." Jerome frowned nervously, thinking to himself. "Gray aura, he's using his steel aura." Jerome laughed excitedly, his body now surrounded by water. "I knew you'd use that move. My aura attribute is water. With my new skill wave, I'll make you sell salt." He swung his blade down, but it was quickly blocked by Gustav. Jerome attacked continuously while Gustav defended. The scene was a mix of dust and water. A loud crash shook the heavens and earth. The onlookers cried out in surprise at the fierce attack, nearly getting caught up in it. Leon raised his hand to shield himself from the shockwave. As a result, two blurry figures gradually emerged from the dust. Jerome had now put down his dual swords. He sat on the ground exhausted, looking ahead. Gustav immediately signaled to stop, or one of them would die. Jerome flashed a sinister smile. "Right, don't you think that person will be you? That was just a warm-up. The real fear starts now. Do you still have the strength to stand? Don't pretend to be dangerous." Sharp things began to grow from Jerome's hand resting on the ground. He bared his fangs and his eyes turned bloodshot. Gustav stared blankly at the dust in front of him. Hamel cried out in terror. He disappeared. Gustav looked around nervously. Facing Jerome's disappearance, Leon immediately used his eye technique to observe. He saw him in the sky and was startled. "Look up!" Jerome aimed at Gustav from above, ready to dive down. He roared as he charged, while Gustav still stared blankly at the shining slash marks swirling around him. His greatsword was already stained with blood. Giga writhed in pain, covered in cuts, screaming. "Impossible! He actually cut through my steel aura. How does that bastard Jerome have such power?" He smiled smugly. While behind him Gustav had already fallen, the crowd watched nervously as Jerome approached him, unsure how he had attacked. They were pale with fear, not expecting Jerome's attack speed to be so fast. No, that speed should be on par with Karen, Leon thought. Jerome stomped heavily on Gustav's thigh, making him cry out in pain. His teammates immediately rushed forward. "Captain, you bastard!" Suddenly, several of them were stopped. "Wait!" Two vampires warned them. "If a third party accidentally intervenes in a duel, what should we do?" The mercenaries froze at the sight of the two red-eyed figures before them. Unsure if they were acquaintances of the team, Gustav, his eyes bloodshot, looked at Jerome with concern. "All right, speak, Gustav. You're on your knees now. Beg me to spare you." His eyes widened, drool dripping from his mouth. Elliot suddenly startled. He shouted, "Leon, quickly draw your sword," and pointed at the sky, "then release your solar aura." Leon, confused, immediately drew his sword. As soon as it was drawn, it radiated light like the sun. Jerome turned his head curiously, then howled in pain, black smoke rising from his body. The vampires blocking the way also howled from being burned. Jerome and the two lay motionless on the ground. Leon asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why did they all suddenly fall?" "Elliot, are these guys?" "Yes, they're all half-vampires," you exclaimed in surprise. "Half-vampires? What's that?" "Not vampires," Elliot immediately explained. "Half-vampires are those who've drunk a serum containing vampire blood. Simply put, they're half-human, half-vampire. They weaken in sunlight and double in strength at night. Their regeneration is also enhanced, though not as much as a regular vampire. On the other hand, if wounded by silver weapons, their lives are at risk. They also can't use black magic, but at midnight they're still tough to handle. You managed to take them down easily thanks to the holy sword and solar aura. So are they connected to vampires?" "Yes." Gustav walked over and called him. "Leon, this matter, Captain, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Leon looked him over. He was in bad shape, seriously injured. Treating him was the priority. "I had no time to beat around the bush," he continued. "Are they half-vampires?" "Half-vampires." The moon was now partially covered by clouds. Jerome groaned and opened his eyes, his gaze lingering on his subordinates who were dazzled and couldn't open their eyes. Team members had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Hey Jerome, you're awake? Let's talk," he cried out in fear. Wait, this violates the rules." His agonized scream tore through the night sky. Leon had already returned to his room, sitting in thought. According to Jerome's confession, Count Lubina is the root of the problem, right? The next destination of the storm expedition is Lubina. He recruits mercenaries and adventurers from all over, turns them into his minions, and builds an army. What is he plotting? And he's trying to obtain black quartz through the storm expedition. I'll be injured with Captain Gustav early tomorrow morning, so I need to sleep now. But where's Senior Karen? What's she doing? Hasn't she come back yet? She'd better come back and sleep early or she'll be tired tomorrow. Elliot looked at him in confusion. Of course. Are you two planning to sleep together? Leon stared blankly at him. Huh? What did you say, Elliot? What do you mean by sleeping together? He remembered what Arrow had said about a very comfortable double bed, which made him blush with embarrassment. He immediately explained nervously, What are you saying, you pervert? I'm sitting here waiting because I'm worried about her. Karen suddenly appeared at the window. Leon, so you're here. I was looking for you. But what were you saying about waiting? Waiting for who? He replied flusteredly. No, I'm not waiting for anyone. His behavior confused her. Listen, this is important, Leon stammered, blushing. Don't be too surprised. No, don't be scared. Ah, fine. Karen also suddenly blushed, thinking, I got this info from the Golden Carriage. I'll show Leon how strong my intelligence-gathering skills are. She exclaimed excitedly, within the territory of Lord Lubina, there's a vampire. Karen threw back her cloak, her eyes sparkling like stars. Leon stared blankly at her, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. He looked at her, pretending to be surprised. Karen shouted angrily at Leon's face, What kind of expression is that? They both told him, startling him. A vampire. Karen was moved to tears. That's the reaction I was hoping for. Leon looked at her in confusion. There's a vampire mixed in within Lubina's territory, and continued. And if that's not enough, they'll try to seize all power. But the mastermind behind all this is Lord Lubina. Are you sure? That's what's happened so far. Ever since Dami appeared, I've been convinced the number of vampires is increasing. Besides that, Jerome has someone backing him, and that someone is likely Lord Lubina, Gustav continued. And that someone is likely Lord Lubina, but luckily, we found out before hearing it from Lubina himself, so we have more time to prepare. Anne's expression was tense. Even if we have time, we still can't prepare in advance. If those desert bandits had stolen that item, we'd have a reason to speak, but now we've come this far. If we don't hand over that item, it will be an insult to the Lord. Nobles value honor more than life. They will never let it go. All of Lubina's territory will see the Storm Mackenzie merchants as enemies. If that's true, Gustav said seriously, then there's really no saving it. I think we should step into that dangerous place. Even though this decision is quite unwise, Karen and Leon listened nervously. But I can't give up here. If I quit halfway to protect myself, I'd be destroying my own credibility and reputation with my own hands. He smiled, determined. Since I've accepted a client's commission, I will do my utmost to complete it wholeheartedly. Arrow excitedly slammed the table and stood up. I'll use all the money I have left. From now on, I'll recruit more mercenaries and prepare silver weapons and holy water to fight vampires. I won't sit back and beg for your help. The two smiled at each other, pleased, and then shook hands. Leon looked at them and said to Karen, They solve problems pretty quickly. Karen's eyes darkened and she whispered, Leon, can we talk for a bit? Leon looked at her curiously. Senior, she turned her head and said firmly, You'll be really surprised this week. I managed to get this info from the black market. Saying it will definitely shock you. Leon could only force an awkward smile. Karen leaned in close. This isn't info just anyone could guess. All right. Moore attacked us in the desert, probably because he got orders from Lord Lubina, Leon exclaimed in surprise. What? She was pleased to see his reaction. How could that idiot Moore know which box held the valuable goods? And if a large bandit gang is active, they wouldn't know each other's whereabouts. Even rumors couldn't tell them. Yet they came without hindrance, Leon replied blankly. They suddenly appeared and went straight for that part. That's exactly what I'm saying. They acted as if following Lubina's orders, doing dirty work, and unfortunately they ran into me. So Lord Lubina doesn't want us to get there. They exchanged nervous glances. This is just my idea. No matter how big the territory, suddenly having a merchant caravan join is indeed difficult. Regardless, the guards there are very loyal. She smiled gently. He can't go after a newly arrived merchant, so isn't the best way to cause some unfortunate accidents? Leon nodded thoughtfully. If Lord Lubina is plotting something in his territory, he'll make some plans to avoid drawing attention. So that's why he tried to plunder the goods he ordered. But he didn't expect Storm Morning Ride to protect the goods, defeat the bandits, and ultimately have no choice but to enter Lubina. He stroked his chin in thought. From the Lord's perspective, things are getting more complicated and dangerous. Since Storm Morning Ride exceeded his expectations, the danger is gradually increasing. Now he's definitely planning to eliminate everyone in Lubin. Leon looked at the necklace in his hand and made up his mind. So I can't hesitate any longer. It's time to use the Holy Kill Organization badge I got from Bishop Cesare. He suddenly spoke, startling Karen. Senior, there are some things I need to take care of. It was already dark, and tonight's moon was strange, actually purple. The conditions were quite good. Lubina's night truly lived up to its nickname, the City of Night. A strange smoke drifted out of a room near the city gate where a man sat reading a book. Are you back, Roman? He replied respectfully, "Yes, your highness." He smiled meaningfully and said, "Your meaning? What does your highness mean? For a failure like me, you don't even need to speak." He laughed and answered, "In my heart, you will always be your highness. You are a noble vampire who inherits the bloodline of Wallachia, Lord Tepes of the three great bloodlines of Nosferatu." Roman carefully observed the outside through the broken window. There were no subordinates of that lord within a kilometer. "We can stay here for at least 5 days. Good." Tepes clenched his fists in anger. "How did I end up like this? Only the 2 of us are left of my family. I have committed a grave sin. I never expected that the place I found for us to settle down would bring so much disaster to the family." Roman spoke to soothe him. "Your highness, that sin belongs to evil." Tepes felt that even without fault he should bear the responsibility. Suddenly his eyes turned an incomprehensible crimson. Roman called out in concern, but he stopped him. Tepes's eyes widened in shock and 2 red lights also appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Roman thought to himself, he used the magic eye, a power that allows him to share senses with those who have accepted his blood. Even if I haven't bled directly, they will equate everything with Lord Tepes. The image of bloodstains on the ground surfaced, and the moment Gustav was struck down by Jerome. He saw Jerome's sinister face appear on the blade, followed by the scene of Leon drawing the holy sword and using the halo. Tepes clearly saw his face, sneered in surprise, and then laughed uncontrollably. "Good, very good, Roman. It seems heaven hasn't decided to let me die yet." Roman looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about? I saw a fragment of the Lord." "You mean Danyasha?" He was defeated by someone with holy power. The way he instantly annihilated my hybrids. It seems his position in the Vatican is quite high. If so, he would know a lot about me." "That means," Tepes looked at Roman triumphantly, "this is the beginning of my counterattack." He raised his blood-red hands. "Andre Lubina, you bastard, open your eyes wide and watch. With my claws I'll tear you to pieces. What a mess." "Oh no, I'm off track. Where am I? All right. I was discussing vampire battles, wasn't I?" Islet said gloomily to Leon. To capture all of the Demon King's soldiers, they attacked Rot's castle directly with only a few vampires. Leon didn't say a word, drooling. That battle resulted in the death of 90 of the vampires, including Rot. From then on, they disappeared from the annals of history. But a few survived and escaped from there. Who would have thought they'd return 3 years later? Leon, with a dark face, was annoyed by what Islet said. He lay down on the bed because this guy's storytelling wasn't interesting, and he couldn't train in the carriage while listening to his nonsense. Leon held his face, feeling restless about the calm on the way to Lubina. He looked at Eilis with contempt, just because it was a blabbering, nagging thing. Islet suddenly wanted to say something. So where are we now?" It only said that, and he yelled, "All right, shut up." Karen then lowered her head to inform them they had arrived. "We have reached the Lubina territory. Although this place can't compare to a fortress like Vanka's, it's still quite large for a wall near the border." Longhorn looked at the place. "Can only I see it? The castle is sparkling." Islet immediately warned him to be wary of that trap. They used a large amount of silver to construct this magic circle, and the magic on the city wall was just to drive away vampires. I think they might have other intentions, but I can't figure out what. Is it a trap to catch vampires? Could it be different from what we think? If the Lord of Lubina controls vampires, why would he do this? The guards saw their carriage approaching and ordered them to stop. Arno got off to introduce themselves. "Which caravan is this?" "I am Arno from Storm Mekon." "Ah, you've finally arrived. The Lord has been waiting for you for a while. Please go in." "All right." The carriage slowly passed through the fortress's protective wall. Leon sat uneasily and asked, "Is this the power of the trap? It's completely different from holy power." Karen suddenly became scared. "What's wrong? I have a bad feeling." Leon looked at Islet and whispered, "What if we were vampires? Also curious, would we be burned to death? Anyway, the guards at the city gate are neither hybrids nor vampires." "Really great, Elizet. From now on we need to be more careful. We don't know when the enemy will attack." Leon observed the surrounding residents and shouted inwardly, No, how is no one?" He was stunned. What the hell? From the city gate to the capital, not a single hybrid or vampire. Is the news that there are vampires in Lubina false? No, the sun is still out, so of course it's not easy to find them. Their group was stopped again as they approached the palace. "I am Brad, a senior knight. From now on, except for merchants, only adventurers and mercenaries above B rank can enter. This is the Lord's order." Leon and Karen looked at them in confusion. "Us too, these are valuable items to be delivered. Why can't people bring them in?" Good. I can answer all your questions. The people in your group have already gone in and they can't help but admire. It's magnificent," Leonic asked curiously. "This is my first time in a place like this. How should I address him?" Ham immediately reminded him. "Shut up. When you see the Lord, you will naturally bow your head." Too noisy. Soon all of them appeared at the door of a room. The guard knocked to inform the Lord. After he allowed it, the door immediately opened. The Lord of Lubina stood by the window observing them. Anro knelt respectfully. Leon also bowed to him, then whispered to Elizet. It immediately dismissed Long's thought. No, that Lord is not a vampire, he repeated in surprise. The Lord is not a vampire. Islet looked at his cold expression and affirmed, he's something more troublesome than that. Leon looked at the man in front of him and thought, he's not a vampire. He frowned in confusion. Islet spoke to soothe him. He's just an ordinary person too. The guards in this room are the same. If the Lord of Lubina and his men aren't vampires, then is the news about vampires lurking here false? The Lord of Lubina finally spoke. Come here, Mr. Enro of Storm Mekon. Leon sized him up. In his manner of speaking he didn't feel the arrogance of a noble, and his eyes were exceptionally warm and kind. Anyway, he doesn't look like a bad person, the Lord of Lubina continued. Before we talk, I'd like to receive the goods I ordered first. Enro respectfully handed over the goods. Yes, my lord, here you are. Inside the box was a brilliant black gem. He picked up the gem, observing the Lord of Lubina while exclaiming, Oh, excellent, very satisfying. As promised, the box contains 1,000 gold bars. Also, you get a 2% discount on all goods purchased in my territory. Arno bowed his head gratefully and said, Thank you. The Lord of Lubina laughed heartily. Don't thank me. If that's the case, suddenly, Arno felt a strange sensation wash over him. The Lord of Lubina's gaze turned dangerous as he looked at him. Now put the business aside for a moment. Leon and his companions were also startled. What I'm about to say, I hope you won't be too surprised. There is a vampire lurking in Lubina. Leon and Elset's expressions immediately turned to shock. Karen, Gustav, and Hamel were equally surprised. Only Arno was so shocked he covered his face and cried out. Feeling he had overstepped, he said frantically, Your servant deserves death. Please forgive your servant's rudeness. Leon thought it was natural for him to be surprised. Who would have expected him to say it himself? The Lord of Lubina began to speak. We patrol day and night, but my strength alone is not enough, because those vampires are very good at hiding. And I'm also worried because my soldiers have never seen a vampire. So I want to ask you to help me hunt the vampires. What do you think? The entire team looked at him with serious and tense expressions. I promise to reward your efforts with money, and I will provide silver weapons and holy relics. Leon weighed his options inwardly. I can't just stand by. I only have one path anyway. He arranged for me to stay in a VIP villa. I feel like he's plotting something. He wants to monitor my every move. I have no choice but to accept. The whole team began to discuss. Gustav stroked his chin and analyzed. I don't know if what the Lord said is true. He was the one who brought up the vampire topic. I find him suspicious, but I have no evidence to prove it. Leon and Karen suddenly glanced at him. He waved his hands in fear. Please, I hope what you're saying is true. What if he finds out we suspect him and investigates us? Islet began to convey its understanding to Leon. If Storm Mekonki were a great merchant who could rule the entire kingdom, it would be fine. In his eyes, a medium merchant is just an ordinary rich person. So using them as bait to lure vampires would work even without you. After all, this is his territory. I can't investigate him without evidence. Even if I had it, I couldn't make him confess, Leon whispered to it. Then is it best to treat Lubina as an ally? But the Lord of Lubina, Islet broke through his doubts. The Lord is not a vampire. He is a high-level mage. Leon frowned in surprise and repeated, A high-level mage? I'm not sure about that magic circle, but he definitely created it. His killing intent and the magic he uses are identical. Leon listened thoughtfully as Islet analyzed. If the Lord sees those vampires as enemies, he wouldn't need my help. If he slightly altered the magic circle at the city gate, he could burn all the vampires in the city to death. There must be a reason he wants to keep those vampires alive. Or, with the mission to eliminate all vampires, he wants to stop Storm Mekonki from interfering. He thought to himself. Like Islet said, I'm sure the Lord is plotting something in the territory. He concealed the fact that he is a high-level mage. So including Storm Mekonki on the list related to this matter and separating the guards from the merchants are also part of his scheme. If those mercenaries get bitten by a hybrid's fangs, Karen and the others definitely won't be safe. I won't let that happen. Thinking this, he unconsciously clenched his fist. But the biggest problem now was that Elset kept muttering that the Lord was our enemy. It leaned in close to Arnold and Gustav, telling them he was the enemy, but they couldn't hear it. Leon thought helplessly, if it weren't for the fact that only I know about Islet's existence, I wouldn't be able to learn the truth about the Lord of Lubina. Karen is the only one who believes. Karen is the only one who believes in me. Karen suddenly sighed. She looked at them, puzzled by their pensive expressions. Annoyed by this, she stood up and shouted, Go to sleep. I want to rest. We'll talk tomorrow. We can't do anything like this anyway. The few of them fearfully agreed with her words. Good night, everyone. Good night. On the way back to her room, Karen heard Leon's account and exclaimed in surprise, What? The Lord of Lubina is a mage, and not just that, he's high level. It's really dangerous. If he's reached a level where even I can't detect him, he's definitely a special target. With my current attack power, I'm not sure I can win. I need more time." He looked at her and nodded. "I'm glad that before coming here, I used the holy necklace granted by the Pope to request aid from the Knights of the Holy Iron Chain Order. But I'm still a bit worried because I'm not sure how many knights will come or when they'll arrive. We might have to fight the entire capital, so we need at least 3 people." Suddenly, Karen warily looked outside. What's wrong?" "Nothing. Rest well. See you tomorrow." "All right, Senior, good night." Leon entered the room and hung up his clothes. His door suddenly closed. He looked behind him in confusion. Karen was already standing there, smiling at him. "Senior." She reached out and forcefully pushed Leon toward the bed. She pressed tightly against Leon on the bed. He blushed and called her name in confusion. Karen smiled at him, then gestured for him to be quiet. Outside the window of Leon's room in the villa where their team was staying, a mysterious person was lying there. The person secretly looked inside and saw Karen pressing down on Leon. Not only that, but they were also kissing passionately. The dim room was lit by moonlight, casting the shadows of the two on the bed. Seeing this, the person was so surprised they blushed, and then they immediately left. Leon lay there blankly. Karen, who had done that, was also stunned. "All right, he's gone." The two of them sat on the edge of the bed. Karen had disguised them with black smoke. "I knew something was off. There's no way they wouldn't monitor us. What do you think?" "Right," Leon replied, blushing. How would I know? Really? Actually, I don't know either." Islet saw this and called out helplessly. "These two fools," Karen said excitedly. "All right, should we start monitoring now, right now? They really are watching us, but it's just their little tricks. Since they created that illusion, they definitely wouldn't expect us to come out." Leon didn't quite agree. "There are guards everywhere. Are you sure you won't get caught?" "What, did you forget?" Karen summoned something. "Report, sir." She looked at Leon confidently. "Where do you want me to take you?" Tonight's moon was full of mystery when suddenly something wrapped tightly from head to toe appeared flying. It quickly landed on a rooftop. From the black smoke, Karen and Leon emerged. "Well, the view is nice. I have to say this place is developed really well. So this is why it's called the city that never sleeps, because the night is more beautiful than the day." Although it wasn't deep into the night yet, the streets were already quiet. Standing this far away, they could still clearly sense the presence of everyone in the buildings here. Leon asked curiously, "Is it because of the vampire rumors?" That's possible. "Look, here comes the patrol. Why do they look more like civilians than a patrol?" Islet said immediately. "Silver weapons. Clearly, they're preparing to fight vampires," Leon answered in confusion. "I don't know. According to you, what's the relationship between vampires and the Lord? If I said they were enemies, that would be rash, but I don't understand why he wants to capture them alive. You already have the answer." Leon looked at it in confusion. "The world isn't always divided into allies and enemies," he exclaimed in surprise. "So vampires are neither allies nor enemies?" Impossible, he began to think. Neither allies nor enemies. I need to reconsider that statement. Think about it. From the start, I had no reason to assume vampires were hostile. The vampire and Lord Reuben. Doesn't that mean they're both enemies? Or we should ally with one of them. Karen suddenly called his name. She pointed ahead. He looked around. Up ahead seemed to be the slums. "What now?" he whispered, looking in her direction. "Could the vampires be hiding here?" Islet quickly speculated that vampires live luxuriously and extravagantly, so they're often called nobles of the night, and they're known for despising humans. Because of their arrogance, I don't think they'd hide here. It grinned slyly. "If that's the case, the situation is quite dangerous. Let's go, Senior." Karen looked around and complained. "It's too eerie. Why is this place so damp? Strange, there are no footprints here and no one lives here. Even if I spread my aura further to sense, the result is the same. No matter how wealthy Lord Rubena's territory is, this place can't be without poor people." Leon was alert to everything around him. Something is definitely wrong here. Even if this place has many rich people, there must be poor people too. If the rich live in those big mansions, then the poor would surely live in single-room houses. However, this place has no poor people, only traces of their existence, but no clues about them. Think about it. What kind of demonic things did Lord Rubena do to the poor in his territory to make it like this? Karen and Leon both felt a sense of fear and didn't like this place at all. "Let's go back." A cloud of black smoke suddenly enveloped them. Leon and Karen widened their eyes in shock. The two quickly dodged. He drew his sword to defend. "An ambush, Senior? I couldn't even see it coming." Karen stared ahead warily. From the smoke, figures gradually emerged. 2 vampires, Ties and Roman. Leon thought nervously. Are they moving through the fog? A mage, or an assassin like Senior? Islet issued a warning. "These guys are vampires." Leon exclaimed in surprise. "Vampires." Typus immediately introduced himself. You know where I am. I am Ties, the last heir of the Nosferatu Wallachia family. Leon stared at him, suspecting under his pressure that he could ambush me quickly. But he didn't. Are these guys friend or foe? Leon assessed seriously, but still breathed a sigh of relief. I don't sense much malice from them. He gave up the chance to ambush me just to talk. Leon secretly cast a questioning glance at Ken beside him. As if reading his thoughts, she also nodded slightly. Let's take a gamble. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively sheathed his sword. In the sky, the full moon was surrounded by dark clouds. A serious voice rang out. So why have you appeared? Surely not to fight? If you want to talk, first prove your sincerity. Typus grinned, revealing a sinister smile, just as expected. Let me ask you one thing. Recall the image of you holding a dazzling light, leading a group of people in black robes. His voice deepened slightly, and his gaze grew colder. Through Ryan, I saw you use holy power. Are you from the church? Leon and Karen were shocked to hear this. What's going on? Leon was secretly surprised. What's going on? He clearly knows I'm from the church, so why would he expose himself to me? Alec also appeared beside him. He stroked his chin, frowning in thought. If he were a sinister vampire, he would have stayed away from you upon seeing the holy church. Leon thought to himself, I did impersonate them earlier over there. Thinking this, Leon pretended to be nonchalant on the surface and answered lightly. That's right. Islet looked at his slightly red face and commented. You really know how to pretend. An exclamation of surprise rang out. Oh, then a pair of cold hands quickly reached out and firmly grasped Leon's hand as if clutching a lifeline. He was radiant, his eyes shining, and exclaimed happily, Oh, I knew it. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Leon was momentarily stunned, and the smile on his face stiffened at his words. Typus happily held Leon's hand tightly, not letting go. Roman beside him gently patted his chest in relief, while Karen looked at them in confusion. The next morning in the villa, Hamel and Leonic inexplicably wore expressions of shock. Not only did they look strange, but Gustav and A also showed unexpected tension. Suddenly Gustav slammed the table and shouted, Ridiculous! The Lord keeps dozens of vampires and feeds them with the flesh of the poor. Karen crossed her arms, looking indifferent, and nodded lightly. This is the first piece of information we got. Leon glanced at Karen beside him, secretly relieved, and also glad to have a senior companion, since an Amona's rank adventurer's words are more credible. Suddenly, Leonic and Hamel spoke, trembling slightly. Lord Rubena is a high-level mage, his power far beyond ordinary people. Did you hear all this from that vampire? It sounds completely unbelievable, but since it's Karen's intelligence, it sounds hard to believe, but it must be true. Gustav stroked his chin and answered seriously. So to sum it up, Lord Rubena uses the poor as sacrifices to feed vampires. He tames vampires to threaten others. So keeping me here is to silence me. That means, no matter the outcome, as long as I'm in his territory, he can monitor me and force me to surrender. Karen looked at him and said in a cold tone, So we need to hurry. I'm sure he knows that even if he forces me to surrender, it'll take at most 10 days, and during that time a lot will definitely happen. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned gloomy with fear. Gustav still didn't fully believe her. He barked, What if the information you got is false? How can I trust that damned blood-sucking bastard? Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared in the room, accompanied by a strange voice. We feel the same. Typus appeared like a ghost behind Gustav, instantly startling him. Living on blood isn't pleasant either. Gustav reflexively jumped onto the opposite table away from Typus. The people in the room were also startled and screamed. A vampire, you. Before he could finish, Typus placed his hand on his chest and spoke calmly. Hello, this is my true form, so I can't move during the day. I'm not here to fight, so don't worry. I know it's hard to believe, but what they said is true. Gustav looked at him warily. Different. Based on your words alone, I can't stake my life and my companion's lives on it. I need evidence. Hearing this, Typus quickly pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from somewhere. All right, take a look. This is a certificate from the church. This is proof that the Wallachia family was exterminated. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed expressions of disbelief. A vampire family. Typus began to tell the story. 300 years ago, some of us became part of the Demon King's army. They abandoned coexistence with humans and committed serious crimes against the goddess. As a result, most vampires were slaughtered by the hero Rodrigo. Even the Wallachia family, who never joined the Demon King's army, faced execution. A priest blessed us, and in exchange, the tribe had to serve the church for 200 years. And one of us lived on to continue the bloodline. Leon frowned slightly, thinking this was exactly what Islet had told him. Suddenly it turned to look at him and said, HMPH, 250 years is nothing to humans, but to those immortals that time is insignificant. That's why those undead are so melodramatic, exposure to sunlight and severe injuries. As long as their hearts and brains don't touch silver, they're a race that can live for thousands of years. After fulfilling our duty, I and the whole tribe set out to find a place to settle. We eventually made our home in Rubena, but Gustav frowned, his face turning grim, and he finished his sentence. "You mean Lord Rubena stabbed you in the back?" Tappet decisively confirmed. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and closed his eyes in thought. "Now that I've seen the church's proof, I have no reason to doubt you, but we're trapped here." After saying this, he turned to call Leon. "You've already requested help from the Holy Iron Chain Knights, right? When will they arrive?" He was startled and stammered, "I don't know." Gustav heard this and showed a twisted smile. "Then I have no choice but to fight the Lord with my own strength." Karen immediately objected. "No, Typus's skill is about the same as mine, and in his current state, he can't fight the Lord in his own territory. A mage can cast stronger magic, and most importantly, there's no more terrifying opponent than a fully prepared mage. If a mage has lived in his territory for decades, even against a skilled swordsman, victory isn't guaranteed. We should slowly wear down their strength or wait until our power is superior to win." Gustav repeated incredulously. "Superior power, huh?" They remembered the woman who bowed respectfully before the church statue. "It must be that. We need holy power." Spoke up then. "So what we can do now is wait for the Knights of the Holy Iron Chain to arrive." Gustav continued. "If that's the case, while we wait, we should wear down the Lord's power as much as possible." Haro said awkwardly with a smile. "Boss, we've been watched for an hour. With our movements restricted, how can we do that?" Although we managed to shake them off today, everyone sank into helpless thought. Annette raised a hand and suggested, "How about I pretend to fight?" Typus and Gustav and the others looked at him blankly. Pretend to fight. That night, a huge explosion suddenly rang out in the city. "An ambush? What's going on?" The soldiers looked at the person before them in confusion. "Feeling better?" Leon stared at them with a serious expression. Gulu asked curiously, "Who are you?" Leon remained alert but answered him. "I'm Leon, a merchant from Storm Minch. I'm currently carrying out Lord Rubena's orders to find vampires." He looked up at the sky with him and saw someone flying there. "Move aside." Typus's blood-red eyes frightened them. "A vampire, it's a vampire." Leon slowly drew his holy sword and calmed Brad. "Leave it to me, okay?" He raised his holy sword high and watched him nervously. Typus also raised his sharp claws, showing a sinister smile. The group had already discussed the plan earlier. "Should we pretend to fight?" Gustav stroked his chin, hesitating. True, no one thought of this option. Hamel and Leonic exchanged smug glances. The Lord would never expect them to cooperate with vampires. Karen spoke up then. "If we're putting on this act together, we should choose the time and place of the battle ourselves. In other words, we can stage this show anywhere in Rubena." Gustav and Anya looked at her and nodded in agreement. "Deal. Now let Lord Rubena watch the show." Gustav roared and swung his greatsword forcefully. He struck something, creating a red trail that flew out and exploded. Roman and Gustav looked toward the city, each lost in thought. Karen and Leon were right. Evidence that Lord Rubena is a mage. Every corner of the territory. Those buildings that only the Lord could enter, and those towers built with magic arrays to protect the territory. Karen had already analyzed some places in the city for them. If he's a mage, there must be buildings in this territory containing magic arrays he created, and magic arrays to enhance their effects. Like those two towers over there. Gustav looked in the direction she pointed and immediately said, "How about we destroy them?" Leon picked up where Karen left off. "And some of them are fake towers used to confuse the eye." Hamo frowned nervously. "You mean we need to destroy the right towers, right? But if we insist on destroying the real ones, the master will immediately suspect us, so we should create an accident." Another explosion occurred near where Leon stood. He and Islet chuckled to themselves. "Chief Gustav and Roman did a good job. It'll take at least a few days, at most 10. Everything will end when the Lord finds out. We'll pretend to fight and secretly choose which towers to destroy." "I understand." Tep summoned an energy sphere from his hand. "Then take this." Elrit remembered something and looked at him warningly. "You can't use spirit light," Leon exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" Teps threw the energy sphere directly at him. He chased after the distracted Leon, and the energy sphere exploded violently, making him a little frightened. Leon trembled as he looked behind him. How could he possibly defeat such a strong opponent without using spirit light? Elrit smirked triumphantly. "Of course," he shouted at her. "Why is this happening? This doesn't seem like a fake fight at all." His attacks were the real deal. Elrit looked at him with a dangerous expression. "That's because your spirit light can kill vampires. Even a single light cut would turn him to ashes." He was too shocked to speak. "I have to fight a strong enemy without using spirit light and accidentally destroy the tower. Is this crazy? It's too difficult. I can only use my physical strength and an ordinary sword to pretend to fight a high-ranking vampire. Oh, this is insane." Teps kept attacking with his power. The continuous explosions he sent forced Leon to dodge quickly. Teps soon stopped to observe the ruins below, but seemed to sense danger and grew tense. Leon rushed out of the smoke from somewhere and closed in on Teps. He attacked quickly, but only cut through the air. Leon looked around for him, unaware that Tepes was diving down from above to attack. With quick reflexes, he sliced the energy sphere away, sending it flying into the distance. The sphere hurtled towards a nearby tower and exploded. Some towers were broken in half, others had chunks missing. Leon panted wearily. Just then, Elret appeared with a sinister smile. "Ha, could this count as training?" Leon replied with a bitter smile. "Hey, don't say it isn't." She immediately put on a wrong expression, making him think she was joking. Continuous explosions appeared, and he shouted, "Oh, this is too dangerous, let's go, damn sword." Soon it was morning. Leon sat behind a ruined wall, trembling nonstop. "Good, that's 6 days in a row." Elret watched him and chuckled inwardly. Things seem to be getting easier. At least 10 magic towers have been destroyed and the magic circle is weakening. The target is gradually weakening. Through the window the city was filled with smoke. Lord Rubina clenched his fists in anger. He rubbed his hand, which wore 3 magic rings of different colors, so angry that his entire body emitted a purple spirit light. Those bastards! In the night a dark shadow flashed by like lightning. Tepes was momentarily stunned. Miss Angela. As for Angela, the moment she landed, she immediately walked over and punched the opposite wall hard. In the blink of an eye the wall was shattered by her fist. A loud noise suddenly rang out in the city, which had been immersed in silence. This also caught the attention of Leon and his group. He immediately turned his gaze towards the direction of the earthquake-like sound. Damien lowered his head and spoke in a gloomy tone. "It was Miss Angela. That's her power. She's twice as strong as me. Stronger than most of our seniors." He finished speaking and turned to Lion's group. "So Angela alone is enough to handle the prison situation. The problem is that we are the ones who have to go talk to the Lord." Everyone else's expressions turned serious. Gustav grinned slightly in doubt. "Are we the problem? After all, there are 5 B ranks and 1 A rank, plus the Knights of the Iron Chain Order. Isn't that enough?" Damien frowned with displeasure and replied, "At best, we can only tie with the Lord. But if someone dies or loses combat capability afterwards, I'm not sure we can win." The night was deep. The sound of weapons clashing rang out, accompanied by a loud shout. "Who?" A gatekeeper called out a warning towards the direction Gustav's group was coming from. "Coming to see the Lord in the middle of the night? Be sensible and go back." Damien replied in a gloomy voice. "You should be the one to go back and say that." Then he took out a golden ring and held it up. "I am Damien, the 38th Knight of the Iron Chain Order of the Church. I am here to investigate some matters." The gatekeepers were immediately startled and exclaimed upon seeing this. "What? The Church? A Knight of the Iron Chain Order?" Just then, a dark figure slowly walked behind the 2 gatekeepers and commanded, "Lower your weapons." The gatekeepers instinctively turned around immediately. The steward, the newcomer, a white-haired man with a fierce expression, said, "Please forgive our rudeness, my lord, please come in. Please follow me." Elret looked at his back and pouted, sending the steward to welcome someone from the church. How serious. In the Lord's room, several people stopped in front of a familiar statue by the door. Ham frowned nervously. "The atmosphere is completely different from when we came this morning." Hansen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's more somber, it might be a trap. Anyway, let's hurry." Hearing these words, Leon and Karen's expressions immediately became alert. Gustav squinted coldly, interrupting their thoughts. "Since we're already here, there's no turning back." After speaking, he turned back with a slight smile. "Right, Leon?" He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and answered firmly, "Yes." Then a loud shout rang out. "Let's go." The door slowly opened. Lord Rubina walked past them calmly holding a glass of red wine. "Welcome." He raised his glass slightly and continued, "Please forgive me for not offering a warm welcome. Since you're here to investigate, I assume you don't want tea either, Knight Damien?" Hearing this, Damien frowned and replied coldly, "Don't play dumb. I'm not here for fun." After a brief pause, his expression turned ferocious. "You are suspected of using the Volkia clan for personal purposes after they served the church, and using their power to rule the world." Lord Rubina showed a surprised expression. "Oh, how did you know? It seems you already know everything." He calmly took a sip of red wine. "Even if I deny it, you would still choose to believe them, so I won't bother explaining." Then he coldly cast his gaze over the group. Lion's face appeared behind Damien, immediately catching his attention. Lord Rubina grinned widely. "You guys are pretty impressive too, secretly helping those bats destroy my towers. You're quite something, kid." After a brief pause, his eyes turned terrifying. "I will make sure you don't die easily." Gustav replied with a contemptuous grin. "That's not certain." A flash of killing intent quickly passed through Lord Rubina's pupils, and the smile immediately vanished from his lips. "What?" Gustav laughed fearlessly. "If vampires are bats, then when you drink that pile of blood, what's the difference between you and a bat? So you've confessed yourself. Seems you're quite honest." Lord Rubina's face darkened, and he immediately retorted, "Compared to those ignorant fools, you seem to have a way with words." Gustav didn't let him off and continued to taunt. "Got it. So that means you're no different from me." Leon, standing behind listening to this, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Oh, he's quite good at arguing. Gustav's words successfully enraged the Lord, making him growl angrily. Do you want to die? He was fearless, his eyes full of provocation as he replied. Didn't you say you wouldn't let us die easily? Why do you keep trying to scare people? Is it because you're old and your mind is going senile? Lord Rubina was rendered speechless by his words, his face turning blue with rage, his eyes wide open as if he wanted to devour everyone, his whole body trembling nonstop. After a long while, he stammered intermittently, You bastard." It seemed he had reached his limit. He grabbed the necklace around his neck. A slip of the tongue can be a curse. With that, he took off the necklace, held it up in front of him, and without another word crushed the gem directly. Lord Rubina's eyes turned bloodshot, accompanied by manic laughter. Now I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a piercing shriek in a frenzy. An explosion sounded behind him, sending his entire body flying high into the air. A loud shout rang out in the chaotic space. "Get back!" Everyone instinctively scattered in all directions, dodging the incoming attack. Leon gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his sword. Lord Rubina now seemed like a completely different person, a terrifying grin curling at the corners of his mouth. A magic circle drawn with blood-red lines appeared beneath his feet. Karen immediately warned everyone cautiously. "That amount of magical power is also astonishing. From this, he is at least level 7. Damn old man has been hiding it." Damien's expression also turned serious as he replied, "It must be that necklace, right? Destroy that pendant and we can win." Hearing their conversation, Lord Rubina grinned coldly. "Don't babble in front of me if you don't know anything. Let me help you die in your so-called glory." "First," he said as he extended his arm forward, creating a red sphere. "Is it you?" A piercing shriek rang out, and the red sphere in his hand quickly shot forward. Gustav immediately assumed a defensive stance, but the red energy source flashed through them like lightning, hitting Gustav directly. A flash of white light appeared, and then he slammed heavily into the wall. Everyone's faces showed expressions of disbelief. They all turned their gaze to the wall beside them. A scream of shock rang out. Leader on the wall, Gustav was heavily struck, his body covered in wounds plastered against it. Damien turned to Lord Rubina and shouted loudly, "Do you attack without thinking? Did you really make a sacrifice, using the blood and souls of the poor for personal gain?" "Ah," Lord Rubina raised his chin and replied provocatively. "So what?" Watching Gustav lying on the ground beaten and barely alive. Leon gritted his teeth, his face covered in bulging veins without him even realizing it. He was enveloped in a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. In the morning, in a luxurious villa, Gustav leaned against the wall, sighing with a relaxed expression. "Phew, it seems everything is going smoothly, right?" Leon, sitting nearby, immediately replied upon hearing this. "Strange, the Lord didn't even pay attention." Before he could finish, he hurriedly interrupted. "He hasn't shown his true colors yet. Maybe he needs more time, but dragging it out will make things worse. Any news from the Iron Chain Order?" Leon touched his chin and replied thoughtfully, "No, but they need to get here soon." Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Leon. The two were startled and turned around at the same time. Karen added with a bright smile, "They've arrived, those knights of the Iron Chain Order." Soon it was evening. Leon and Karen stopped together in front of a very ordinary-looking house. He asked curiously, "A private room in a restaurant? That's strange, senior." But seeing Karen tightly holding his arm, Leon closed his eyes tightly and asked helplessly again, "Do we really have to do this?" She nodded and replied shyly, "It's just an act." "Just an act? I already told the maid we were going to have dinner in town. They won't follow a dating couple. It'll also make the Lord less suspicious." As soon as they walked into the restaurant, a waiter enthusiastically asked them, "Under whose name is the reservation?" Karen smiled and quickly replied, "Noel." Upon hearing this, he could only force a smile. "What? That's a reading of Lion's Chest." The waiter didn't think much of it and happily welcomed them. "Welcome. Your room is on the 4th floor. What would you like to order? We'll have today's special." "Ah, 4 servings, okay." "All right, please enjoy your meal." As soon as the two entered the room, they saw Damien and Angela already sitting there. Damien's expression carried a heavy killing intent, ready for battle. Angela just looked at them with emotionless eyes. Leon lowered his head and thought to himself, "Although they look quite young, they seem quite experienced. As expected, they don't need to carry weapons, but both exude an overwhelming aura." Elrit looked at him smugly and replied, "Has your ability to observe others improved since being with Karen? Although they are not on the same level as Seha, they are quite strong." Without thinking much, he and Karen immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Nice to meet you. I'm Leon. Thank you for your help." Damien smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, hello. Bishop Sheikah has mentioned you. I'm Damien, and this is Angela." As a return gesture, she nodded lightly to the two of them. Damien explained again, "She can't speak, so I hope you'll understand." Leon didn't mind, instead asking, "Do you already know the situation here?" He lowered his head in thought and replied, "Yes, you are carrying out the operation to destroy the magic towers by pretending to fight Prince Teps. So you know Teps?" "Yes. The Wallachia clan was quite famous back then. It's unfortunate that after working hard for 250 years, they got involved in this kind of thing. What bad luck. I think I missed some things, so tell me from the beginning." Leon nodded and replied, "Okay." Outside, the night was sinking into silence. Suddenly, the sound of an angry slap on the table rang out, arresting the entire vampire race and raising them to extract essence. "There is only one type of magic that can do this, and that is dark magic." "I know what the Lord is plotting," Leon whispered. Based on his reaction, it seemed serious. Elrit nodded in agreement. "Yes, he seems to understand the situation well, and dragons are a race that cannot clearly distinguish between body and soul. They use this to make themselves stronger. Dark magic that drains life force works on the body. They use the poor as food for vampires, then drain their life force." Hearing this, Leon shouted angrily, "Is that even allowed?" Damien replied calmly, "Normally, no. They use the poor as food for vampires, then drain their life force. They would have taken over the world long ago. Consuming large amounts of blood is taboo for them. It leads to death. However, the vampire's life is none of the Lord's concern. His goal is to absorb all the power of the vampires and become the world's ruler. So he doesn't care if vampires die from drinking too much blood." Suddenly, Angela held up 3 fingers. Leon and Karen were both confused. Damien quickly explained, "This gesture means the risk assessment is 3. So I hope everyone will cooperate sincerely." Long frowned and asked seriously, 3 risk levels? Like the disaster in that city, the all-consuming Dark Knight disaster that Leon handled before was level 3. Level 2 is a national-level disaster, and level 1 is a disaster threatening the entire world. Except for the Demon King incident, no disaster has reached that level. So the danger is only assessed as 3 levels. If it's level 2, more than half of the Iron Cavalry Knights will have to handle it. At the same time, we will also request assistance from other countries. If such things happen frequently, the world will fall into chaos. Lion's face also darkened at his words. Damien clenched his fists in anger and continued, "So since it's come to this, let's go directly to Lord Rubina tonight. If he refuses to answer, we will pass judgment on him ourselves in the name of the church." At night, in Rubina's prison, a dark figure swiftly darted through the shadows. A voice sounded behind Angela. "This place looks like an ordinary prison on the outside, but it's actually a secret location for imprisoning dragon demons. Nice to meet you, Miss Angela." Tepes and Roman appeared behind her from a puff of black smoke. As if responding to his greeting, she gave a slight nod acknowledging him. Tepes added, "We've already heard. My task is to help you, to help the prisoners escape and join Lion's team. We've already scouted this place." Roman continued, "The Lord has set up a magic circle here that mimics sunlight so we can't attack. If you can destroy that magic circle, we can get close, but you'll have to destroy it yourself." As if answering him, Angela leapt down. Tepes exclaimed in surprise. Miss Angela, in the blink of an eye, she was already standing in front of the prison wall. She raised her hand clad in iron armor. Iron fist, though she didn't speak. Looking at that arm radiating dazzling light was enough to understand what she intended to do. And so, without warning, Angela punched the wall in front of her with all her might. A deafening roar rang out, accompanied by flying rubble. Seeing this, Tepes and Roman turned pale, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they cried out, "As expected of the church's hound, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time." Lord Rubina gritted his teeth and said to Damien, Why is such powerful dark magic forbidden? Look closely. The magic you prohibit is created by draining life force and sacrificing others. Why is this exquisite magic forbidden? Thanks to those insignificant, worthless lives, I shortened the time and their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Why does God forbid this magic? Damien asked him back in a gloomy tone. Are you asking me? Lord Rubina replied calmly. No, he roared madly. I'll make you realize your own foolishness. Hamel and Damien's expressions froze instantly. A robe fluttered gently in the wind. It was none other than Leon. He stepped forward alone, holding his sword. He swung his sword, cutting a beam of light in front of him. Lord Rubina recoiled in terror. Damien was secretly astonished as he looked at the sword in his hand. He dispelled all the gloomy atmosphere in this room. Was this the matter the elder mentioned? Leon acted as if he hadn't seen everyone's reactions. His voice rang out coldly. Let's begin. Damien closed his eyes tightly, reached his hand forward and spoke. Lord, grant light to this dark and cold place. Let people see your mercy. Let them see their betrayal. Grant me light. A dazzling light flickered in the center of the magic circle. In an instant it spread outward like a bomb. Lord Rubina's hands began to tremble, and the veins on the back of his hands twitched incessantly. He cried out in panic, Is my power fading? As if unable to accept this fact, he roared in anger. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. You insects, your power is nothing to me. Die? Hang called out loudly to Leonic. He understood and immediately shouted, "Got it!" A foot stomped hard on the ground, cracking and sinking the surrounding earth into a deep pit, and another hand reached out, pressing heavily on Hansen's shoulder as if to transfer strength. In front of them an iron shield fell without warning. The gleaming shield perfectly sheltered them behind it, just barely missing the red energy ball that was about to hit them. A roar sounded as the energy ball slammed straight into the shield, causing energy streams to burst out from the sides. But its power didn't seem to weaken. Instead, it appeared to envelop the two of them. After a series of futile attacks, the energy stream gradually dissipated. Apart from a few small scratches on the shield's surface, there was indeed no other damage. In front of the shield, deep and long furrows of earth were left wherever the energy stream had passed. Leon called out worriedly to his teammates Leonic and Hansen. The two had vacant stares and were breathing wearily. Lord Rubina said smugly, "Did you think hiding behind a shield like timid mice would save your lives? Foolish." Suddenly an arrow shot straight toward his eye. It was too sudden for him to dodge, and the arrow pierced straight into his eye. Damien was stunned by the sight. H. Mayo, who had appeared from nowhere, said, "Now anything to say, you bastard?" H. Mayo, standing behind the shield, was the one who shot the arrow, and he and the other two grinned smugly. Leon shouted, "Is everyone all right?" The three of them gave him a thumbs up to confirm they were fine, but he didn't think so. The Lord's voice rang out, making everyone turn their heads nervously. A red gemstone on his hand shattered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You damn peasants, how dare you break my ring?" H. Mayo asked blankly. "Is he okay?" "No, impossible. I clearly hit his eye. That arrow was also imbued with guiding flames. It couldn't have been dodged." Damien frowned and replied, "I see, that ring is a high-level item that nullifies physical damage. I lost a precious arrow." It seems he's even angrier now. As if responding to his words, Lord Rubina gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastards won't live in peace." Countless dark shadows quickly emerged from the magic circle. He squinted and roared fiercely, "No, even if you die, your souls won't find peace. You'll become my slaves." Damien and Leon both looked displeased at this, and even Hansen's group felt the same. Lord Rubina floated in the air, the swarm of monsters beneath him already poised to pounce. Damien shouted angrily, "He's summoning souls from hell? That's about a level 5 high-grade spell." H. Mayo rushed forward and shot an arrow into the swarm of monsters. "Damn it, my attacks are barely scratching them." Leonic also swung his axe. "My weapon is useless too." Suddenly a dark hand reached out, taking the person off guard. It immediately grabbed tightly onto the hem of their clothes. Leon instinctively leapt away. In the blink of an eye they were all cornered. Surrounded on all sides by monsters, there was no escape. Islet squinted and said softly, "Even with aura weapons, dealing with this bunch is a bit tricky." Long was surprised and exclaimed, "Really? Then what about attacking like I did when fighting the Dark Knight?" Leon unleashed a dazzling light, making the group of knights wince and cover their eyes in pain. Islet replied firmly, "No, be careful when using the holy sword. He might pull some tricks with those rings." Just then a dart pierced through a soul and stuck straight into the ground. The whole team warily looked at the same time. In an instant, a flurry of darts rained down, piercing through the group of shadows. The one throwing the darts was Karen. Leon called her name happily. Karen landed lightly, and the bodies of the black monsters gradually recovered. Their bodies twisted, healing as if never injured. Karen gave a helpless smile. "Knew it wouldn't work, really don't want to fight these ugly things." She placed her hand on the ground. "Forget it, everyone's in danger anyway." A glint flashed in Karen's eyes. "Let me show you my skill." At the same time, hands slowly emerged from the ground around Karen. They tightly entangled the monsters. Leonic breathed a slight sigh of relief. "They're not moving, ghosts are blocking them." Hamel also perked up. It was worth waiting for Karen. Light appeared beside Leon. "Oh, this battle looks much more reasonable now. She's using ghosts to hinder those souls." Damien stepped forward. "Now it's my turn." He gathered a ball of light in his palm. "Light, please illuminate those who have lost their way." The dazzling light shot straight forward, shocking the people below. Ham stared in amazement at the glowing arrow, and even Leonic's axe emitted a golden light. Hansen's shield and spear were in the same state. Damien spoke, "I have bestowed divine power upon everyone's weapons." Leon kept his eyes on the light on his sword and gave an awkward smile. "So this is divine power." Dam pretended to be modest after being praised. "It's nothing special, just the blessing of the Holy Spirit." Leon whispered to Islet, "So it's about infusing divine power into weapons." Islet was satisfied with this situation. "It's good too, we can hide the fact that your sword is the holy sword." A decisive beam of light split a black soul in two, and black smoke spread around the hand gripping the giant blade covered in holy light. Gustav rested the blade on his shoulder and smiled. "Why aren't these fools fighting?" Long was overjoyed to see him. "Gustav, thank goodness, at least the injury isn't serious," Hang asked in confusion. "Weren't you dead?" Leonic mocked. "Always boasting about your stamina, and you went down in one hit." But Gustav wasn't angry. He just responded with a smile. His smile lifted the spirits of the other three. Gustav boasted, "That attack was actually nothing to me. I was just playing dead, that way I could see how you all fought. It was pretty interesting," he shouted. "Charge, brave warriors." As soon as Gustav finished speaking, everyone attacked simultaneously. Leading the charge was the furious Lord Rubina. "You bastards!" While he was distracted, Karen appeared behind him, her blade aimed at Rubina's head. She used the momentum to swing the blade high. But just as the blade was about to fall, Lord Rubina blocked the attack with a magic ring covering his arm. Karen clicked her tongue in disdain. She vanished from Lord Rubina's sight like a wisp of smoke. He looked around anxiously. "That damned woman distracted me." A glowing arrow was speeding forward. It shot straight toward Rubina's magic ring. He gritted his teeth. "Arrows again? Do you think that once the smoke clears, I'll show a weakness in front of you?" Lord Rubina couldn't believe it. What? Those dead men? What ultimately appeared before him was only the shadow of Lion's team. The whole team appeared unharmed. Lord Rubina released pressure and anger. "You worthless scum are forcing my hand." He pinched his middle finger and thumb together. Lord Rubina snapped his fingers. The next second, crimson tentacles burst out from behind him. They pierced through the entire mansion like spider legs. Damien nervously watched the red tentacles on the ceiling. Brad suddenly appeared in front of Leon. "He's the swordsman senior I met last time." Leon gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. "I won't let you get away with this. What did you do to them?" The sky was crisscrossed with red light. It shot straight toward the two gate guards and then pierced into their mouths. Other guards saw the situation was bad and ran over. "What is this?" The two guards who had just been knocked down made suspicious sounds and slowly sat up. Their faces were blue and purple, and they roared as they walked toward the living. "Brad, what's going on?" He turned around and saw that the two guards behind him had also been attacked, with red light heading toward Brad. Lord Rubina showed a satisfied smile. "Good, you've come, my slaves." As he spoke, a horde of walking corpses led by Brad approached step by step. Lion's pupils contracted in shock. "Wait, these people." He recognized the person standing in front of him. "He's the swordsman senior I met last time." Long gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. "I won't let you get away with this. What did you do to them?" Beside him, Damien was already so angry his veins bulged. "Brazi," he explained. "This is a form of dark magic, detonating the latent power within living people, temporarily turning them into powerful monsters." His gaze was fixed on Brad, who was losing his sanity. "I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his own guards." Brad directly attacked Gustav, but he quickly blocked it. Blood spurted from Gustav's nose. "What the hell? Too strong." Brad bounced back. Damien behind him warned, "Be careful. These frenzied people feel no pain and their strength far exceeds normal. Because they're now in an out-of-control state. Unless it's a fatal attack, they won't die. Moreover, their aura is also enhanced." Brad let out a terrifying howl. Gustav gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Damn it, then we'll just have to cut off their heads." Hansen was also busy fending off attacks. Suddenly he slipped. Hansen panicked at his serious mistake. Damn it, he had been using too much force fighting those souls earlier. The guard took the opportunity to thrust his spear, the sharp tip piercing through Hansen's shoulder. Leonic was too worried, calling Hansen's name, and didn't notice the guard attacking from behind. That guard knocked him down with a single punch. Leonic's eyes went blank, blood streaming down his face. Lion's hand holding the sword trembled as he watched his comrades fall one by one. Everyone, Damien was still trying to protect Hansen. Long wondered why he hadn't seen Karen. Senior Karen is gone again, probably too busy dealing with the Lord. Even if I want to help, damn it, I can't move. He struggled to fend off Brad's attacks. Islet's voice suddenly sounded in Lion's ear. "Calm down, Leon," it reminded him. "Pay attention to how they move." Elliot analyzed that even if they were in a brainless state, they were just ordinary swordsmen. So taking on two at once would actually be easier. Ron was puzzled. "Fighting two at once? What are you talking about? Wouldn't that make things worse?" Elliot reiterated. "Remember the fight in the forest. If you face a swordsman while moving unconsciously, you can outpace them in thought and action. One-on-one, their strength would certainly prevail. But if you fight two at once, you can make them collide with each other." Leon finally caught on. "Oh, I see," Elsie chuckled softly. "Exactly." Leon leapt away from Brad. He charged toward the two guards beside Damien. They stared at him blankly. Damien was surprised. "Ron," Leon shouted provocatively. "Hey, you idiots, come at me." The two guards groaned on the ground. They quickly grabbed their weapons and lunged at Leon. But suddenly they crashed into each other, suspended midair. Leon was satisfied. Then, with a flick of his toe, he vanished from the spot in seconds. He landed clean strikes on both guards. Leon swiftly took them down. But before he could catch his breath, Damien shouted in panic. "Leon, behind you!" Leon quickly glanced back to see Brad's massive frame right beside him. Leon hurriedly drew his sword. Damn it, but before he could attack, his arm was grabbed. Brad seized Leon by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Just then, a red light came racing from behind Brad. Leon watched warily. Red flames engulfed Brad and Leon. Amid the terrified screams of Leon's companions, the fire consumed them both. Lord Rubina grinned. Suddenly, the holy sword in Leon's hand emitted a golden light, dispelling the red flames. Leon squinted as he saw the sacred light encasing the blade shatter. Could the holy power granted by Lord Ben withstand dark magic? If not, I'd have been burned to death. He was thinking this when something interrupted his train of thought. Brad's body before him was charred. Leon was shocked. Did he plan to kill even his own guards along with me? You bastard! The ring on Lord Rubina's hand melted. He said angrily, "You weren't destroyed by me, and that a rank woman distracting me is a real nuisance." At that moment, Ron's pupils contracted in fear. Before him hung Karen, suspended in midair, her body covered in bloody wounds. "Senior," Leon rushed forward in fury. "You damn old man." Lord Rubina gathered dark magic in his palm and commanded, "Stop." Karen was tightly bound by tentacles, her face rapidly paling from pain, and he sneered, "I want to negotiate with you. If you accept, I'll spare her." Though cautious, Leon relented. "I didn't expect you'd want to negotiate with me too." Lord Rubina bared sharp teeth and grinned triumphantly. "You're clever. I like clever people." He was so focused on his praise that he didn't notice the veins bulging on Leon's sword hand. "Few young men are as skilled as you. You deserve more respect than those mercenaries. So I'm giving you a chance to join my forces and fight alongside me against those mercenaries and the church bastards." While Lord Rubina was busy persuading Leon, the others were fighting desperately. "I'll guarantee your life and hers." His face twisted menacingly. "If you refuse, she dies immediately," Lord Rubina challenged. "What do you think? Not a hard offer to accept, is it, however?" Leon remained silent. Elliot added, "Are you going to refuse outright? Don't play coy." It sneered mockingly. Elliot devised a plan. Pretend to agree to his proposal, then when he lets his guard down, take him down with Mecha Q. Its gaze focused intently. "First, because you're not yet skilled with Mecha Q. He's already seen you take your stance. Do you think a lord would care about your movements? As a high-level dark magic user, he'll definitely bind you with a special oath. It's too dangerous," Leon muttered irritably. "Damn it, what should I do now? Karen's in danger, and there's no time. The only thing I can think of is—" Lord Rubina looked puzzled as Leon spoke to the air. He thought, "Is this kid crazy?" Elliot said calmly. "Calm down," Leon gritted his teeth. "How can I calm down? This is clearly an emergency." Elliot gave him a meaningful smile. "Did you forget something?" Leon was stunned too. "What did I forget?" Suddenly, Lord Rubina quickly glanced above his head. The wall above Leon's head was also shaking, and the mansion exploded instantly. Leon saw a large hole in the roof above him, and a figure slowly descended from the night sky. He shouted loudly. Elliot said with satisfaction, "Perfect timing." Angela landed beside Leon. Leon's face lit up with joy again. "Ah, Miss Angela." Angela appeared with a cold expression. She glared at everyone. Damien smiled back. "A bit late." Angela just nodded at him. Suddenly the guards fighting Damien's group charged at her. Damien warned, "Angela, watch out." Two guards swung their swords at Angela simultaneously, and holy light gathered in her gloves. Angela pulled her fist back, then in seconds she struck both guards at once. Lord Rubina broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. He couldn't believe his eyes. "What is she?" The spikes on Angela's steel gloves glowed. She drew her thumb across her neck, making a gesture to kill Lord Rubina. He was enraged by her contemptuous attitude. "You bastard." Angela clenched her fists again and exhaled. The two guards she had just defeated collapsed to the ground. Leon watched her and chuckled softly. He suddenly understood. "Now I see why Angela chose to go on that mission alone," he observed her. "She's pretty strong." Though her entrance was a bit, Elliot analyzed Angela. "She channels aura throughout her body and releases it as physical impact." "Well done," it praised repeatedly. "If she makes even a small mistake, the power within her could kill her. Besides her strong body, her spirit is also extraordinary." Leon was shocked. "That dangerous?" Elliot gave an example. "Think about it. Try concentrating Miraxus aura into your body instead of channeling it through a weapon. That much aura is no different from gunpowder. If it flows inside you and you make a mistake," Leon imagined it. "Would his body explode like a balloon?" Elliot agreed with his guess. They both turned back to observe Angela. She was already a bit exhausted. Leon clenched his hand nervously. "To use that method in battle, indeed there are people in this world stronger than I imagined." His gaze grew determined. "I won't lose either." Angela faced Lord Rubina again. He glared at her with hatred. "Who the hell is she?" Angela raised her hand and drew her thumb across her neck, making a gesture to eliminate him. As soon as the action ended, Lord Rubina went berserk. "How dare you? I'll kill you." Angela clashed her fists together. She planted one foot back, assuming a running stance. In an instant, Angela appeared before Lord Rubina. Her fist shot forward like lightning. Lord Rubina blocked with a dark magic barrier. They clashed simultaneously, but Lord Rubina seemed more strained. He still said confidently, "No matter how many times you punch, you can't break this barrier." But the next moment slapped him in the face. A huge crack appeared in the barrier. Cracks spread across the entire barrier. He stared wide-eyed. "How is that possible?" Finally, the barrier shattered completely. Leon showed a confident smile, and Gustav's eyes were filled with joy. Damien glanced at the scene with hope, and Leonic and Hamel also turned to look at that victorious moment. They all said in unison, "It's broken." Angela landed perfectly. Lord Rubina froze when he heard the shouts. "Surrender," Damien commanded. "Andre Rubina." Lord Rubina remained silent, trying to turn the tide. Damien gritted his teeth, filled with anger. Those knights you enchanted, now you must pay for your crimes." Lord Rubina still forced a confident smile. "You think I'll surrender? Did you forget?" He pointed triumphantly at Karen. "I have a hostage." But suddenly Karen appeared behind Lord Rubina. "You mean me," he answered instinctively. "Yeah, you." Then, realizing the situation, Lord Rubina immediately turned around. "Huh?" Karen smiled calmly, pointing her blade at him. "Let me end this." She stabbed without hesitation into the back of Lord Rubina's neck. Before he fell, he still couldn't believe it. What happened? Lord Rubina recalled the image of Karen tied up. He had definitely bound her. But looking closely, he saw it was Coffin who was tied. Karen leapt back a distance. Leon rushed forward quickly. "Senior, are you okay? What happened?" Karen just sighed tiredly, not answering immediately. She nodded slightly and explained, "He did catch me, but instead of killing me, he chose to use me as a hostage. So I switched places with my shadow. Without Angela, it probably wouldn't have worked." Leon's face turned serious. "Are you sure you're okay?" Karen was startled by Leon's outburst. I'm fine." She was a bit worried. "Are you angry?" Leon just turned around. "Senior, step back." Karen obediently complied. Okay." Just then, Lord Rubina was trying to get up. "You bastards, I'll have my revenge." When he looked up, he was met with a sharp sword tip. Leon looked down at him coldly. "Surrender, Lord Rubina." He gritted his teeth, trying to escape the situation. Lord Rubina laughed loudly, raising his hand with the broken finger. "I still have a trump card." Leon looked at him with disgust. "Damn it, are you sure about that ring?" The finger where Lord Rubina had worn the ring was already severed. Karen raised the ring in her hand. You," he asked. "You mean this, such a precious item? How could I let a villain like you continue using it?" "Thank you, I'll make good use of it." Lord Rubina went mad seeing his possession taken. "You bastards, one day I'll take revenge on all of you." Black smoke gradually appeared. "Give it up, it's time to surrender." His twisted expression froze. Teps emerged from the black smoke. "Andre," Teps's voice came, "it's time to surrender." Lord Rubina was full of resentment. "You?" Veins bulged on Teps's palm. He raised his arm covered in red blood vessels. "Surrender, Rubina." Lord Rubina's pained groans echoed in the night. He laughed triumphantly. "Surrender?" Lord Rubina held a crystal in his hand. "Fine, you trash." Teps watched warily. He finally recognized what Reuben was holding. That is, in the past a merchant had brought a black box. The merchant personally presented it to Lord Rubina. Inside the black box was the very crystal Lord Rubina now possessed. Leon's group screamed when they recognized the black crystal. At that moment, Lord Rubina was about to swallow it. Leon's face turned pale. He swallowed the black crystal. The power of dark magic surged from within Lord Rubina's body. His blood-red pupils widened. A red crystal appeared on Lord Rubina's neck and he grinned triumphantly. Gustav and Hamel cried out in pain, clutching their ears tightly. Karen groaned in agony, trying to cover her ears. "My ears." Even Teps was affected by Rubina's laughter. In the end, the area around Lord Rubina was swept clean. Teps's mouth fell open. "How is that possible? This method?" His pupils contracted in horror. A Nosferatu from one of the three great clans, a vampire with the ability to control sound. Teps couldn't tear his gaze away from the two wings sprouting from Lord Rubina's back. The power of the Elizabeth family? Lord Rubina's appearance had grown younger. "Now do you see how well prepared I was?" He narrated. "I found the bloodline of Nosferatu and made that power my own. Now it's your turn to die." Leon trembled. "What the hell is going on?" Leonic, though shaking all over, still smiled. "Why am I shaking like this?" Hamel teased. "Idiot, are you scared?" Leonic cursed. "Damn it." Leon struggled to hold on. His aura was gradually strengthening, so his breathing ability was decreasing. Lord Rubina looked down at Leon's group. "I didn't want to do this because I wasn't ready, but you forced me. Now I am the Lord of the Night." He spread his arms proudly. "This world is mine, and your final moments are mine too. I will drain all your life force and turn you into nourishment for my vampire path." Hamel's face stiffened, and Damien gritted his teeth, enduring. "The moon." Everyone was shocked to see the moon gradually turning blood red. Teps explained. "That's a blood moon. The blood moon turns everything it shines upon into objects and dominates everything within its influence," he said nervously. "That's a power unique to vampires. Used to rule over all vampires." Lord Rubina stood still, and Angela charged to attack. She went straight for his face. Leonic and Hansen cheered. "Nice one, that's just the beginning." But when the smoke cleared, Lord Rubina's face remained intact. "How pathetic." He grabbed her head and dark magic engulfed Angela. Her body lost all strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. Damien called her name in panic. Lord Rubina announced, "Now it's your turn." Leon looked around and saw floating drops of blood. So it was blood vessels. Tepes issued a warning and everyone ran. Countless blood bubbles floated in the air, then transformed into crimson cross-shaped light. A pillar of force crashed down, blasting a massive crater in the ruins of the mansion. Tepes lay motionless on the ground, Gustav's face covered in blood. The other members were also severely injured. Karen opened her eyes and looked around. What happened? Blood dripped down. Karen's eyes widened as she looked at the person shielding her. "Senior, are you all right?" Karen whispered. Leon was drenched in blood, but his expression was relaxed. "Thank goodness." Karen quickly scolded him. "You idiot, if you get hurt, what am I supposed to do?" Leon placed a hand on her shoulder. "There's something more important. I need your help. Get Tepes and Roman out of here as fast as you can." Karen vehemently opposed. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. How can you take care of yourself in this state?" But Leon just looked at her silently. In the end, Karen relented and agreed. She suddenly spoke. "But Leon," Karen warned, "if you die I'll hate you for the rest of my life, got it?" Leon smiled faintly. He answered firmly, "Yes." Lord Lubina flew high in the air, looking at his palm. His hand was pitch black, with long, sharp black nails and veins like molten lava winding across his palm. "Perfect. With the help of the black crystal, I've finally succeeded in becoming a vampire. The life force accumulated over decades is now all mine." Lubina's lips curled and demonic energy surged around him. The vampire king who had vanished 300 years ago had now returned in this shell. Just then, someone approached, interrupting his self-introduction. Lubina's attention was drawn to the newcomer. Looking down from above, "There's still someone who can move?" Leon held a sword in each hand, his face covered in blood, his clothes soaked through. Though severely wounded, his eyes were sharp, his will tenacious, unyielding and undiminished. "I'll be your opponent, Lord Lubina." Lubina, as if hearing something absurd, kindly advised, "HMPH, don't talk nonsense." Watching the blood dripping onto the tiled floor, he offered a compliment. "But I have to admit you can take a hit. What do you plan to do next?" Lubina let out a contemptuous smile, asking and answering himself. "What can you possibly do?" At that moment, on Leon's side, a dark vortex quickly enveloped the people behind him. Seeing the vortex take them away, Leon disappeared and Lubina drawled, "Ah, I see. Heh, you were buying time for that woman to escape. It's futile even if she runs." He frowned and confidently declared, "The current Lubina is completely under my control. No matter what you do, you can't escape this place." Suddenly, Leon's pupils contracted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yes, that's it." Lubina's voice rang out with interest. He grinned grotesquely, his eye sockets like two bloody pits. "Suffer, fear me, weep before me. I promise you'll regret it when you die." His laughter and ramblings echoed endlessly. Leon sighed and muttered to himself, "Why is he so annoying?" He stood up, slung his sword over his shoulder and complained loudly, "Do you have to babble non-stop just because you're using dark magic? I only delayed a little. Your mouth hasn't shut up." Lubina, enraged by the scolding, ground his teeth. "What did you say?" He flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his hands above his head, gathering a dark sphere. "Buying time, bastard, how foolish. Even at the end you dare challenge my patience." In the corner, Dammy, severely wounded, lay collapsed on the ground. The pressure from Lubina's aura made it even harder for him to get up. Such terrifying power. No, if this land on Leon's side, he was still secretly stalling for time while sensing Karen's presence. "Senior has gone far. I can no longer locate her aura." When he confirmed she seemed to have reached a safe position, he finally relaxed. "Good." Leon swung his longsword. The outdated longsword in his hand began to glow and transform. Iris contemptuously bared her fangs. "How foolish. Why sacrifice yourself to become a vampire?" Leon gripped the holy sword, radiating dazzling light, and raised it high. His voice rang out like a judgment. "Ready, Lubina?" A strangled scream came from somewhere. Oh, the holy sword in Leon's hand grew brighter and brighter. It was a blindingly intense light, rivaling the midday sun. With sharp eyes, Leon held the holy sword and lunged forward. The vampire Lubina, flaunting his power, was blinded by this righteous light, standing frozen, gritting his teeth as he watched it approach. Finally, the light burst forth, engulfing everything around, including Lubina, burning him from a vampire to ashes. Where the light passed, it brought healing, mending all wounds. Hammeo looked at his hand in surprise. What happened?" The wound healed on its own. Dam stared incredulously at his restored body. Then he widened his eyes at the glowing object on the other side. "No way. That light, is it the light of the holy sword?" At that moment, Leon's gaze was cold and resolute, fixed straight ahead without flinching, holding the glowing holy sword horizontally before him. The black crystal on Lubina's chest melted from the light, and his skin began to peel and melt like wax, revealing a pale skull with blood-red eye sockets and half its hair gone. He groaned and fell to the ground, whether from pain or unwillingness. Those he had assimilated fared no better. All were charred black, writhing in agony. Iris floated beside Leon and commented, "A demon giving up humanity for extraordinary power. That choice was somewhat clever." Leon and Iris both looked toward the distant, dusty area, more precisely at the spot where Lubina had fallen. It continued, "The holy sword's light made him wish he were dead," Iris grinned maliciously. "Besides the vampire's immense strength, life experience is important, as is the knowledge that makes humans fear them," you remarked. "So Lubina lacked these things?" "Exactly. Suddenly becoming a vampire, he couldn't control the energy within him." As she spoke, Iris seemed to sense danger approaching from afar. She turned warily and cursed under her breath. At that moment, Lubina had already transformed from a vampire into a black-boned spirit, closing in on Leon, who, unaware of the imminent danger, turned his head and let out an "ah." While Leon was distracted, the black-boned Lubina sank its teeth deep into his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Iris screamed in terror. The scene shifted to outside. A blood moon hung high in the night sky. A loud voice came from somewhere in the city. "Kokorin, please let us go." Getting closer, it was clear it was the bound Tepes and Roman. He was still struggling incessantly. "I will destroy Andre with my own hands." The weakened Karen leaned against the wall and flatly refused. "No." Then she pointed at Tepes and Roman, who were firmly held by Kofin. "Do you two want to die together? Going back as vampires will only hinder Leon. I can let you go, but only if you both stay here." As soon as she finished, Kofin immediately released Tepes. He lowered his head, his bangs hiding eyes full of bitterness and anger. "The enemy who wiped out my entire clan is right before me, and I can do nothing. What a disgrace." Roman, who had been silent, didn't speak, but seemed to tacitly agree with Tepes. Suddenly, Tepes' eyes turned red. Aura surged from his pupils. He looked at his hand. "Ha!" Roman stared in surprise at his transformation. "Lord Tepes, your power." He suddenly pointed at a door in the corner of the room. "That door." He glanced at it and said to Roman, "Someone is calling me from behind that door," Roman speculated. "If your power is reacting, then," as if understanding Roman's thoughts, Tepes confirmed, "Yes, there's a vampire behind the door." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked to the door. Karen followed, testing with a bitter smile. "Wait, Tepes, if you go in, will a bunch of vampires pop out?" Without looking back, he replied, "We'll know when we go in." The door creaked open. The three entered the room one by one. Karen looked around, growing more uneasy as she walked. "I don't think anyone's here." At that moment, Tepes spoke. "Are you calling me?" She didn't understand what was happening and turned back with a big question mark. As soon as she looked, her eyes widened and she stopped the others. Tepes frowned, his gaze sharp as he stared ahead. Before them was a cell holding a person whose face was unclear, only a blood-red eye visible. The person was gritting their teeth, desperately gripping the iron bars. Karen looked at the figure behind the bars, uncertain. What's going on? Is it a vampire, or a half-blood?" She pursed her lips, her expression tense. "Feels like some kind of dead person." The person in the cell kept shaking the bars, but it seemed the other two couldn't see it. She hid behind Tepes, stammering a live commentary. "That thing is moving." The person desperately reached out a hand, making meaningless guttural sounds. Tepes didn't hesitate any longer and quickly walked up to them. Then he sat down, his expression serious, and took the outstretched hand. Tepes frowned, his blood-red pupils dilating again, releasing his aura. Tepes used his ability to connect his aura with the prisoners. He entered the person's consciousness and saw a memory. In the memory, Lubina stood against the light, smiling as he held a child's hand. The memory shifted to a stormy night. Lubina's face cold, standing in a dark room with a syringe filled with red liquid. Without a word, he injected it into an arm chained to a bed. Then he grinned, as if conducting a great experiment. The drug reacted with the body, and the chained arm began to change. The arm was covered in red and white veins, nails growing long and sharp, turning black. The scene switched to Leon and the black-boned spirit. The black-boned spirit's fangs pierced Leon's flesh. But unfortunately, a golden aura surged from the wound, striking its jaw directly. The row of solid white teeth quickly corroded from the golden aura. Lubina broke free, screaming like a stuck pig. Leon, enduring the pain, clutched his bitten shoulder and looked over. "Ah, was it the light from before?" He wasted no time, immediately activating his power, leaping up and swinging his sword at Lubina. My chances now. How could he let himself be cut again? At this critical moment he tilted his head back, gathering light. Lubina charged up and directly unleashed a massive sonic wave, spreading like a tornado in all directions, sweeping everything away. Leon's face twisted from the sonic wave, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, eyes wide, mouth agape, as he flew backward. The path of the sonic wave left clear marks, a testament to its terrifying power. Leon knelt on one knee, planting his sword in the ground to support his trembling body, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. His face covered in blood, he looked up at Lubina. "Sonic attack, I can't hear." Leon frowned, his expression growing more serious, thinking that if he hadn't used his aura to create a shield around his neck and head, he might have died from the bite or had his head explode. Iris appeared beside him and asked, "Well done, Leon. Are you okay?" Leon answered steadily. As you can see, I'm fine. Now Lubina's head was just bone, expressionless, only seen standing on the other side, growling low. Iris recalled the earlier scene and sighed. Anyway, suddenly appearing like that was really startling. Lubina stood there like a zombie, head tilted, the bones under his skin either reddened by the holy sword's light or something else. Iris observed for a while, analyzing the situation. He's in a frenzy now, left with only survival instincts, but he'll be more dangerous than before. He can't use spells anymore, but he can use vampire skills. Be careful, Leon chuckled lightly and answered confidently. It's fine, Iris warned. Don't underestimate him. The bloodline power of the three Nosferatu families, the bloodline of Wallachia. Elizabeth's sonic waves, Stragoy's shadows, Iris said. But the Wallachia family's ability won't work on you. That was most obvious when you fought Teps. And you can block the Elizabeth family's abilities with your aura. So you've only got the Stragoy family's ability left to face, right? Leon, holding his sword, remained quite confident. Anyway, the Lord is weakened. I only need to use 80 of my aura to eliminate him. Dragging this fight out does me no good. Let's end it quickly. Iris still had doubts. But if you attack now, he'll know immediately. Once he touches it, he'll die. He won't let you get close. Leon lowered his head and answered softly. I know. Then he looked up, a smile on his lips, his gaze resolute. But I have to do it. Iris snorted, seemingly approving of his will. Well said. The break was over. Lubina attacked first. A dark area appeared beneath his feet and streaks of shadow shot out rapidly, aimed at Leon. But Leon didn't dodge, he charged straight ahead. The shadows, like sharp blades, cut into his flesh, blood splattering. He didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and kept pushing forward, ignoring the increasing wounds. Leon focused all his concentration nervously. He can still control shadows? Is it not harmed by the aura's light? Damn, I should have asked Senior Karen for advice. When he was only a few meters from Lubina, Leon pushed off the ground and leaped, channeling power into his arm, ready to swing his sword. One small mistake and I'll die too. I've bet all my stamina, so I have to go all out, Leon shouted, his aura exploding around him, his eyes also glowing with aura light. Lubina wasn't to be outdone, opening his mouth wider. Leon decisively swung his sword for a fatal blow. The holy sword, with its aura light, cut into his waist. Lubina seemed frozen, one hand still in a striking pose, his entire side corroded by the aura light. He growled like a beast as if laughing. Leon's pupils contracted in surprise. Even though I cut him with the holy sword, is he still alive? Lubina threw his head back and roared, his shadow shooting out in all directions from beneath him, while streams of lava-like blood erupted from his body, causing a earth-shattering tremor. Meanwhile, Leon was about to strike him again with his sword when he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Amid the ruins, looking into the distance, something was floating in the sky, extending countless tentacles from its center, resembling a 1,000-legged spider. Up close it was pitch black, covered in bloody tumors, with a faint human figure visible inside. Leon was stunned by the sight. The dark night sky was dotted with a blood-red moon, making it especially terrifying. The villagers murmured, why are you all here? Look, it's a blood moon. I heard a noise from the castle. What's happening? At that moment, a tall, shadowy figure with sharp teeth appeared behind a man. The man sensed it and slowly looked up, but before he could see clearly, the monster attacked. Blood splattered, accompanied by a piercing scream. One by one, the villagers present were attacked by the monster. Cries for help and screams mingled together. Then a bitten man said to everyone, "It's sucking my blood. At the same time, it's stealing our shadows, restricting our movements." Everyone was tightly gripped by the monsters, who were frantically drinking their blood. These blood-sucking monsters were none other than the Lord's tentacles. The scene shifted to Leon, who was now struggling in agony. Watching the Lord's actions, he realized something. He blurted out, "He's draining the blood of the entire city. Is he planning to turn back into a vampire? He's performing a restoration ritual." The one who created this ritual also sensed the danger and sealed it away. For an incomplete vampire, the consequences of doing this are severe. At this, Obliterate gritted her teeth and said, "That's a forbidden technique." This activated his survival instinct. If he spread it everywhere, the entire city would vanish without a trace. It was as if he understood what Elixit was saying. In other words, was the whole city being devoured? No. Before the two could finish speaking, the Lord's tentacles attacked wildly. Caught off guard, he was bitten many times and shouted anxiously at the Lord. The Lord sneered, his body nearly fully restored. "My body is gradually recovering." He turned to Leon, who was wrapped in tentacles, and thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't move. I can only use the remaining spiritual energy to protect myself. But this is only temporary. I've lost too much blood. I don't even have the strength to move, let alone gather more spiritual energy." The villagers' cries for help were still pitiful. "Help, it hurts, save me. Please save me. Someone help me. I don't want to die, I want to live." These pleas seemed to give him spiritual strength. He picked up his sword, surrounded by golden lightning. No choice, I have to do this. This is why I wanted to become a hero, to save the innocent people persecuted by evil spirits. The tentacles gradually split apart and then shattered, revealing the figure of the brave young man. Seeing this, the Lord was greatly shocked. You're troublesome. Then I'll use all my strength to take you down. Saying this, he controlled the tentacles to rush at Leon quickly, saying triumphantly, now die. At that moment, Karen's figure flashed in his mind. She called out to him, if you die, I'll hate you. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. He assumed a combat stance. It would be troublesome if I died. Leon focused all his attention, his lips moving slightly as he uttered the technique. 7 stars. Divine art battle machine. His graceful sword strokes traced shimmering stars, intricately connected. Then he closed in on the Lord. The Lord's eyes widened in extreme shock. He stared at Leon in disbelief, but Leon only said coldly, this is your end. Demon Reuben with one slash cut through his shell, losing gravity. The shell fell with the Lord's body. Until his death, he couldn't understand why Leon could kill him so quickly. But at that moment, the image of his young daughter holding a teddy bear and sweetly calling him daddy flashed through his mind. The scene of the father and daughter embracing tightly, and the happy time spent with his little girl, were all over. That day, he found his little son lying stiffly on the ground, a pool of blood beside her. The little girl had died from a strange disease. He called her name in despair. He held his little daughter tightly. Wait, Daddy will save you. On a rainy night, with heavy rain outside the window in the study, he scratched his head in thought. That incurable disease took the lives of my wife and daughter. Even as a high-level mage, I can't find a cure. I've tried everything. I can't lose Leah, even if I have to sell my soul. Then a thought struck him, and he blurted out, that's it, dark magic. From that night on, he kept capturing poor people for experiments. Then what he desired succeeded, and he sneered, obsidian fossil is the key. I've obtained the vampire power I've always craved. The butler beside him with red-rimmed eyes said, great, now you can cure the young lady. Hearing this, he felt confused. Is there such a thing in the world? Back to the present, his body began to soften like melting mud. A pair of feet walked up to him. The Lord looked up at what the person was holding. It was Leah's teddy bear. The teddy bear evoked the little girl's sweet voice. I'll always wait for Daddy. Daddy? The person holding the teddy bear was Taze. He said coldly, this is what she said when she gave it to me. In the scene, he injected red liquid into Leah's tiny arm. This turned her into a mindless beast that only roared. He remembered everything. Those purposes that never existed from the start. Did I forget something? Was it power that blinded me? My original purpose was my daughter. Then he called out Leah's name in despair. Meanwhile, the Lord's tentacles in the city had dissipated, leaving everyone both relieved and frightened by what had just happened. Everyone was covered in blood. Back to the Lord. After remembering everything, he regretfully reached out to touch the teddy bear, struggling to call out his little daughter's name, Leah. Just as his hand was about to touch the worn-out teddy bear, his arm began to rapidly dissipate. Tepes said with a contemptuous expression, vampires do not distinguish between body and soul. When we die, the soul does not leave the body but dissipates together with the flesh. Looking at the Lord's corpse, he continued, this is the punishment for your deeds, Andre Rubina. The scene shifted to Gustav and the others. He gently wiped the blood from his lips and said, is it over? Hearing this, Hilo and Leonic shouted unhappily, boss, don't say such unlucky things. Don't you remember last time you said that OGE was beheaded but came back to life? Why do you like bringing people back from the dead so much? If you say things like that, they really will come back to life. Just do as we say and don't make things too serious. Gustav was embarrassed and stunned by their excitement, then changed the subject, asking, by the way, where did Leon go? Hilo calmed down and pointed in Leon's direction. Over by Leon, Angela and Damien were using healing magic to treat the various wounds on his body. Leon said tiredly and politely, thank you, I feel much better. I'm fine now, treat yourselves. They ignored him and continued treating him, leaving Leon troubled. He gestured that he was fine and didn't need further treatment. Seeing his insistence on refusing, Damien had to speak up. Even if we die, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, the smile on Leon's face became even more awkward. He said to Elitet, they don't care whether I need it or not. Elitet replied calmly, I guess they're the kind of people who would sacrifice themselves for our well-being. At that moment, Damien's deep voice sounded, you're amazing, Leon. Earlier, I was wondering why my senior kept urging us to help you with all our might. Now I understand. Leon glanced away secretly and said softly, sorry for not telling you before. Damien replied calmly, it's normal. After all, you wanted to keep your identity a secret. We respect your decision. Angela and I will help you keep this secret. Since there's nothing holding you back anymore, we'll try our best to avoid conflict with the royal family. The two were so focused on talking that they didn't notice Karen standing behind them. Karen asked Leon with a displeased expression. Did you almost die? Unable to control her emotions, she angrily walked up to him and scolded. I listened to you and left because you were so confident, but look at yourself, what's this? Karen scared Leon into a fluster. Senior, before she could finish, she continued scolding. I was an idiot to trust you. You almost died, Leon, that's the reason. Before she could finish her scolding, Leon fainted from exhaustion, falling toward her. He collapsed into her warm embrace and passed out. This also startled her. Her face gradually reddened, and she froze for a moment before calming down and hugging him. Idiot. The next day, the royal court heard news about Rubina. The Lord was considered a truly wealthy and powerful figure in the kingdom. If any of them died suddenly from unnatural causes, it would cause massive upheaval, affecting not only the royal family but also the high nobility. However, in Wallachia, those who had rendered service to the church and those innocently captured for blood were considered witnesses to the crimes committed by Lord Rubina. Damien declared loudly at the meeting, Lord Rubina has been found guilty and sentenced to death. Although we had help from adventurers and mercenaries this time, they didn't contribute much. So if you summon them as witnesses, they don't know much and can't say anything. Thanks to the 2 squads of the Ironlock Knights resolving this matter, the kingdom is gradually returning to normal. In Leon's convoy, Karen said we still have a long way to go. The nobles are quite concerned about this matter, so they'll likely use it as an excuse to obstruct us in various ways. So, I borrowed some authority from the church and slipped away. Then she looked at Leon and chuckled, You're finally awake. Leon replied softly, Then he thought to himself, maybe he had fallen asleep in his senior's arms that day. He couldn't believe 4 days had passed. Karen continued, Everyone in the team is fine. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Suddenly, he noticed a wound on her abdomen that looked serious. He asked worriedly, Senior, are you okay? You're injured. Hearing this, she gently touched the already bandaged wound on her abdomen. It's much better. It didn't hit any vital organs, just bled a bit, so it's healing quickly. Hearing this, Leon perked up again. I see. Karen seemed to want to say something but held back. After hesitating for a moment, she stammered, Leon, I'm sorry. Hearing her apologize, he was stunned. Huff or what? Karen continued. You were angry, weren't you, when I swapped positions? Actually, I thought about it too. At the time I wanted to surprise you, so I acted on my own. Next time, I promise I'll tell you in advance what I plan to do. Hearing this, Leon grinned, confusing Karen. What do you mean? I wasn't angry at you, Senior. I was just blaming myself for not being able to handle unexpected situations. So do what you want. Senior, next time, even if you don't say it, I'll understand. Hearing this, Karen's face turned bright red with shyness. Then, feeling awkward, she made up an excuse to leave quickly. I'm going to get some air. Her actions left Leon puzzled. At that moment, Obliterate spoke up. You've truly become a hero. That's right. Karen's strength comes from her unique tactics and quick thinking and actions. By apologizing and seeking your understanding, it actually became her weakness. Leon smiled and affirmed this. If my ignorance limits my teammates, then I can't yet call myself a hero. Obliterate smiled with satisfaction. Good, you've matured. Your next stop is the Titan Mountains, he said seriously. It's said to be where King Roderick left his relics, ruled by giants. But how do we get there? Have you already planned to find King Roderick's relics? It's located in the desert city of Jock. A city without a lord, law, or order. This city harbors outlaws. At that moment, a figure flew out of a house's window. The person hit the ground hard and passed out. The next second, a muscular man walked out of the house. That man was Odin. He sneered, Idiot, how dare you attack me? Odin, Arank said cheerfully to the guys drinking inside. Let's go, today's drinks are on me, drink up. The people inside responded, All right, so generous, as expected of Odin. Near the unconscious guy, 2 men surrounded a person in a blue cloak. The one with an eye patch teased, Did you see that? Terrifying. Really scary. Do you know where this is? I told you this isn't a place for an innocent girl like you. The one with a birthmark on his face leered, It's dangerous. The one in a hood said excitedly, Hey, she smiled, Please allow us. The one with the eye patch added, How about we take you with us? They laughed smugly, Come serve me. The one with the birthmark suddenly pinched her chin. How about I take you to the red light district? Get it done quickly, then I'll sell you. Should fetch a good price. However, when he turned his head, he saw his 2 accomplices backing away with pale faces. Hey, are you okay? The one with the birthmark still didn't understand. What? His accomplice stammered. Your hand. The one with the birthmark kept smiling as he looked down at his twisted arm. Is there a problem? He yelled. My hand? Saintess Aaron burst with lightning all over her body. Everyone. The 3 thugs broke out in a cold sweat, staring intently at her. Aaron asked with an excited expression, Want to atone for your sins? The scene shifted to where Leon and Karen were heading. In the sky, a massive dragon was soaring. Countless dragons gathered near the mountain peak. Karen exclaimed, Wow, all B-rank Wen's dragons and the Titan Peak. Just being close is terrifying. Leon agreed with her feelings. Karen hugged herself, secretly scared. The ghostly energy in the forest is so abundant too, it feels like a single misstep could kill you with that energy. No wonder those guilds don't accept missions related to the Titan Mountains. This place is rich in herbal resources, along with many rare treasures, which is why quite a few adventurers come here. Unfortunately, few make it back alive. She seemed somewhat interested. That means Leon also finds this place dangerous, Alyssa added. This godforsaken land ruled by the giant king is so fearsome that even a few dragons wisely avoid circling nearby. Karen thought to herself that her instincts were resisting going there. Elliot narrated that this mountain range is a world of giants and monsters, not for humans, and there's no better place for training. She flashed a sinister smile at Leon. Of course, if you can survive, then so be it. Leon cursed that damn mirror with worry. Elliot taunted. Scared? Leon retorted. Are you kidding me? I've come this far. Am I supposed to turn back now? He called out Karen's name with sparkling eyes. Seeing Leon's excited attitude, Karen sensed something was off. Finally, she shook her head helplessly. I knew it. Fine, let's go. The group advanced with determination. Then let's go together. Screams and a massive explosion echoed from the city as punishment. The spiked mace remained embedded in the bloody, mangled body. I wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking exhausted. As the smoke cleared, 4 figures with bruised and battered faces were revealed. That's it then. Khan was hiding behind a wall, too scared to make a sound. What's going on? Who is she? She looks way too dangerous. He observed Ilhan. What's the deal? A former soldier turned criminal for blowing his boss's head off. Like a disgraced A-rank knight, she took out those guys single-handedly. Did she really beat them all by herself? How strange. Who is she? Suddenly, the spiked mace flew straight at Khan, smashing the wall he was hiding behind. Ilhan revealed a terrifying smile. I see you. Khan tensed up. Wait. As Ira prepared to swing the mace again, he raised his hand. Khan panicked and quickly pleaded, Wait, hold on, that's not fair at all, I just got here. Ilhan looked at him with contempt. Not fair, someone like you who's about to be slaughtered dares to say that? Khan grew even more frightened. No, listen to me first. She mercilessly brought down the mace. I don't want to hear it, Khan shouted. Hey, you were sent here by the church, right? His face grew increasingly tense. I'm the boss of the slums, but I've already been recognized by your side. Damn it, if you don't believe me, go ask Bishop Pope Chair. The mace stopped abruptly right in front of Khan. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Then huge cracks appeared around Khan, blood dripped from his nose and his eyes were still wide open because the mace was just a hair's breadth from his head. Ilhan sat down facing him. Ah, so you're Khan, the slum boss, Khan whispered. You know me. Suddenly a person jumped up from the ground and shouted. Khan couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell, how is he still alive? I saw you snap his neck and break his spine with that mace. Ilhan explained innocently. When I hit him, I quickly applied holy magic on top. Even if their bones break, they heal and they come back to life. Even if they can't move anymore and look like they're dying, they recover completely, as if nothing happened. Khan observed the thugs who were clutching their heads on the verge of madness. These freaks, killing them isn't enough, but her holy power can heal their wounds. Who the hell is she? Ilhan asked with an excited expression. Oh right, do you know someone named Lord Leon, the one involved in that conquest operation? Khan recognized Lord Leon. Ah, that brat? Ilhan's face turned threatening. Brat, screams and explosions immediately followed. Punishment. Hey, Khan began, I'll forgive your earlier actions. Khan was still confused. Wait, what? You beat me half to death, she instructed. If you see him or know anything about him, tell me. Then Ilhan's face flushed. Wait, you don't need to tell me his preferences or sleep habits, that's too rude, though I am a bit curious. She clapped her hands. All right, now take me to BY. Khan was stunned. Ha? Ilhan put her hand on his shoulder, leaving no room for refusal, and they set off. He was dragged along by her, still dazed. What the hell is this? What's going on? Ilhan, on the other hand, was unusually excited. All right, straight to District B. Khan asked himself if he had been too hard on himself. In the Titan Mountains, a man was chopping off a dragon's head with an axe. The man in the conical hat asked, Can you keep fighting? The man with the braid replied, My ribs are broken, and my left collarbone is snapped. Both looked up at the sky simultaneously. That's a problem. Above them was a red dragon with razor-sharp teeth. Its massive body coiled around the mountain peak, roaring at them. Fighting a dragon will be a bit tough. The man in the conical hat tightened his grip on the axe. If it doesn't kill us and we both charge at once, then we kill it. The dragon attacked them. Karen observed and concluded, These giants must be from the Titan tribe. Leon agreed, watching them fight the dragon without flinching. He observed the dragon, which was completely unharmed, but the dragon was stronger than them. At that moment, the 2 Titan tribe members were busy dealing with the red dragon's tail. Leon commented while assessing the dragon, It looks more like it's playing with them than fighting. Is it really a monster? Elliot answered. Its behavior clearly proves it's a monster because it has terrifying power, so it's not afraid and dares to toy with our lives. Leon replied seriously. Understood. Elliot continued, Its perception is quite good. Within 3 kilometers it knows we're here, and we're its next target. What are you going to do? Help them or run? Karen analyzed with annoyance. The Titan Mountains say it's the ruler here. We run into a dragon on the first day, and it's S-rank, with intelligence comparable to humans. Is this a nightmare? Suddenly, she looked at Leon in surprise. Leon, what are you going to do? Seeing his serious expression, she seemed to understand. Wait, why did I ask such a stupid question? At that moment, the man in the conical hat was raising his axe high. Then he threw the axe at the dragon. The axe spun in an arc as it flew. Finally, it managed to cut into the dragon. The axe returned to the man in the conical hat. How does that feel? He was about to continue, but only saw the dragon's tail already pressed against his face. I've launched 3 consecutive attacks. The tail flung the man in the conical hat into the air, and also knocked the braided man flying. Finally, both fell freely to the ground. The dragon slammed them hard into the ground with a decisive attack. Both spat blood and rolled their eyes, and the dragon let out a ferocious roar. The braided man managed a weak smile. Damn, the man in the conical hat replied. We might really die this time. Suddenly, El's voice rang out. 7 stars of the Big Dipper, divine technique battle skill, followed by a sharp slash that severed the dragon's neck. The dragon glanced at the direction of the attack. Leon looked behind him and then called out to Karen. Karen charged down from above the dragon's head, unleashing countless darts that simultaneously struck the wound Leon had inflicted. Karen was ecstatic. The poison has seeped into its body. The dragon's neck began to swell, and the open wound gradually healed. Finally, it expelled all her darts from its body. The dragon roared in fury at being provoked. Ian and Leon broke out in cold sweat, seeing that their attacks had no effect on the dragon. We're dead as expected, Leon spoke up. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. He took out an item and said, please accept this. The 2 giants behind stared in amazement at Leon and Karen. He tossed a potion bottle to the giants. It's small but very effective. The braided man was confused. But Leon insisted seriously, let's take down that lizard first. You can still fight, right? The man in the conical hat smiled with interest. We can still fight, yes. No, is that what you mean? The 2 giants pulled themselves together. Is that a problem? Leon smiled, seeing the giants regain their spirit. Karen was also very pleased with this attitude. The 2 giants declared, we'll take that lizard's head no matter what. Leon's group and the 2 giants had entered a battle-ready state. They charged at the dragon. Let's go. Karen, Leon, and the 2 giants were already in combat mode. Dragon, we'll take your head no matter what. The dragon stretched its neck and roared at the 4. As the group began their charge, the man in the conical hat shouted, together. A golden flash flickered in Leon's eyes as it activated, then burst into a holy aura reaching maximum vision. Everything in Leon's sight began to lose color. He froze. How? Why is there no color? Elliot quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid, Leon, it explained. This phenomenon is temporary. Your brain hasn't caught up with your movement speed yet, so time feels slow now if you don't train your vision. You won't be able to see anything right now. This isn't the time to talk, focus. Leon nodded and pulled himself together. Ah, okay. The dragon's roaring movement slowed down before Leon's eyes. Elliot reminded him, use this time to think of an attack. Leon glanced at the dragon's neck, then looked at its lower legs. But after looking, he gritted his teeth in disappointment. Its defense is high. Karen and I both need to hit its weak points for it to work. Damn, where's its weakness? It must have one. He noticed the dragon's wings, likely. The wing area. Finally, he looked at the dragon's most vulnerable part, its eyes, as the dragon swung its tail to attack Leon's group. Leon loudly warned the other 3. Dodge its attack first. Everyone move. The 4 quickly leaped away from the ground, shattered by the dragon's tail. The braided man stared intently ahead. That was close. The man in the conical hat chimed in. Yeah, if that kid hadn't warned us. Karen also expressed gratitude. He spoke too fast. I couldn't see its movement direction. Thank you, Leon. The dragon's cold eyes flickered in the spreading dust. It roared angrily. This behavior put Leon on alert. It's changed. From playing to wanting to kill us, a surge of power suddenly erupted from behind him. Karen's expression also grew more serious. That dragon changed its mind. Leon tensed up. He thought to himself, she's changed too. Then she leaped toward the dragon. She endured those shadow blades. With a gesture of her finger, the blades shot toward the dragon at high speed. They aimed straight for its burning eyes. As the blades pierced the dragon's eyes, a painful roar tore through the space. The braided and bearded man froze. What the hell? She's that strong? Is she crazy? The dragon kept its injured eye closed. It suddenly opened it, but the eye was completely healed. Karen was frustrated that her attack had no effect. Hey, even if you're S-rank, don't you think you're overdoing it? The man in the conical hat praised. Oh, your girlfriend looks pretty impressive, huh? The braided man also shot Leon a meaningful glance. Looks like you've done quite a bit. He quickly returned to battle mode. But we already know where to attack. The man in the conical hat asserted. We'll protect you. Leon nodded in agreement. The dragon suddenly froze, cautiously glancing behind it, its body trembling as it moved away from the swords embedded in the ground. The 2 giants seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously. One swung his axe, and the other thrust his spear at the dragon's 2 feet. The dragon roared in pain, but then it suddenly stared straight ahead. Leon appeared in its line of sight. He was holding a glowing sword in a fighting stance. Leon's eyes met the dragon's. The dragon froze, sensing a serious threat to its life. It immediately condensed a shadow ball and attacked Leon. When the ball reached Leon's position, it suddenly expanded, turning into a pitch-black cage that sealed off all exits. Leon gripped his sword nervously. The only source of light. What's going on? I can't see anything. He panicked. What's happening? Ellet, Karen, Mr. Giant. Everyone, Illicit suddenly spoke. Is it a shadow attribute? That's troublesome. Leon turned his head at the sound. Ellet, where are you? Illicit calmed him down. Leon, don't panic, it suggested in the darkness. Open a path, create light. At the same time, Leon's eyes filled with the light from the holy sword. Ellet encouraged him. Do what you can. Hearing this, Leon regained his confidence. He executed a divine technique battle skill. Third form, 7 stars of the Big Dipper focused attack. Outside, the scene fell into silence. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared inside the black sphere. The dragon's eyes widened in surprise as patches of light swirled around it. In just a few seconds, Leon moved so fast that only trails of light remained. He successfully sliced off one of the dragon's eyes. When Leon finished his technique, 5 bright stars appeared where the dragon was. Soft light streamed in through the window. Leon slowly opened his eyes to adjust to the light. Before him was a huge dome. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Then he glanced at the person sleeping beside him. Leon froze when he saw Karen. She was sleeping soundly in thin clothes. He stammered in panic. Karen, Leon muttered. Where am I? What's going on? Karen opened her eyes. Leon, you're awake. Leon quickly covered himself and moved away from her. No, I can, but not now, Karen teased, her collar slipping down her arm. Oh really, you don't remember what happened yesterday? That's a bit sad. She looked away shyly. About yesterday, Leon, you were a bit too intense. Leon was bewildered. Intense? What did I do? Seeing his expression, Karen burst out laughing. What are you thinking? She cleared up the misunderstanding. Idiot, yesterday you had a high fever of 40 degrees and I took care of you all night by myself. Leon gradually regained his senses. Oh, was it you who took care of me? Karen's expression turned haughty. Damn it, you don't remember anything, do you? Leon began to recall as well. She recounted that after being hit by you, Leon slashed the dragon's eye. However, that strike only left a deep scar on its eye and didn't kill the dragon. Karen mentioned the dragon's erratic fire breathing. Whether it was its survival instinct kicking in, it seemed fiercer than at the start. No, it seemed more accurate to say that after venting it flew off somewhere else. Karen angrily clamped Leon's neck. And what about that little hero beside you? She scolded. Do you know how long you were unconscious after using your skill? Did you realize you could have fallen from that height? Leon apologized in confusion. Karen was still fuming. You almost died, you know. Leon suddenly stopped, recalling something. When the dragon was spewing fire wildly, Karen charged straight at it without hesitation. The man with the braid tried to stop her. Little girl, charging into its flames like that is too risky. He remembered the worried expression on Karen's face when she called his name. The only one who came to save him. He remembered that moment Karen tightly held the unconscious Leon. He sincerely thanked her. Leon's words made Karen's face flush bright red. What are you suddenly saying? That was only natural. The 2 giants also rushed in. Thank you, Karen. Is that kid awake? Before them stood Leon and Karen in an ambiguous pose. They decisively turned around. I told you they're dating. Got it. Leon and Karen quickly stopped them. Hey, wait, you've got it wrong. Finally, Karen introduced with a smile. We only met yesterday. She mentioned the man with the braid. This is UGA. UGA smiled and praised. Kid, you're impressive. Karen continued to introduce the man in the conical hat. This is Juru. Juru extended his hand in greeting. Leon reached out to shake it. The powerful grip from Juru's massive hand left Leon with a wry smile. Karen suddenly reminded him, these guys are incredibly strong. Giant wolves and Joe, steer clear of them. On the way here we didn't see any trace of demons either. Leon, being tossed around by Juru's handshake, silently agreed. That makes sense, UGA began. Miss Karen said you're looking for the giant king, right? Leon said politely. Ah yes, he thought for a moment and said, if you want to know about the king, I think you should meet the village head chef. UGA said excitedly, but are you okay now? Juru also gave a meaningful smile. I think you should rest, Leon said in confusion. I'm fine. The 2 giants simultaneously approached with mischievous grins. Really? Their smiles sent a chill down Leon's spine. Hey, what's this feeling? The 2 giants decided. Then let's go. As soon as Leon and Karen stepped outside, they felt breathless. Leon couldn't help but gasp in awe at the massive city before him. The people around greeted Juru and UGA as they walked down the street. Leon marveled at how enormous they were. Karen replied, they're titans. He suddenly gaped at the sight of a giant wolf's corpse. Is that a giant wolf? And there's a woe too. And this Joe is a monster that can single-handedly destroy a small territory. It's taken dozens, even hundreds of lives. I've faced too many A-rank and S-rank monsters. Karen also looked regretfully at the trampled mushroom. The mushroom Leon stepped on would cost 2 magic swords to buy. Alice had also remarked that the Titans were incredibly strong. Leon muttered quietly, I didn't expect them to be this powerful. Although Alice had explained that their physique was like a rank fairies, they also possessed intelligence and artistic talent. They were all warriors and hunters capable of soloing monsters below S rank. Then the group of 4 arrived at a giant skull enveloped in red flames. We're here. This is the Titans' training ground, the Hell Hall. Piercing screams came from inside. Juru clenched his fist full of determination. Let's go in now, the head chef is waiting. Leon was also a bit scared. I just heard screams, didn't I? This place doesn't look inviting at all. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from inside and the Titans flew out simultaneously. They all crashed heavily onto the ground behind Leon and the others. Leon went on alert. Enemy or not, a figure appeared from the skull. Are you two the village's guests? Leon and Karen were both sweating nervously. The figure who appeared was a female Titan with fiery red hair. I am the village head chef, Van Con. Van Con's massive body stood before Karen and Leon. Leon nervously pursed his lips. He assessed inwardly, I can't beat her, I can't beat her. Van Con flexed the muscles in her arm. Look at these muscles, she continued to show off. And this, finally, when she saw Karen and Leon only offering awkward smiles, she fell silent. Karen whispered, what's going on? It's like she's trying to tell us something. Leon replied. I don't know, should we just ask her? The ones Van Con had just sent flying were now getting excited. As expected, you're the best. Van Con's muscles are the best. I want to touch them. Karen and Leon got goosebumps all over. Van Con extended her muscular arm toward Leon. Want to touch, however. Leon flatly refused. Van Con looked disappointed and made a disgusted face. Thanks, her gaze turned sharp. Are you here for Rodrigo's last will? Leon was about to make his request. If she knew anything, Van Con immediately cut him off. I don't do things for free. Leon was confused by her words. Van Con suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Leon felt uneasy seeing her expression. The two arrived at the arena area. The crowd around cheered. Fight, fight, muscles, muscles, Van Con excitedly introduced. This is Leon, a guest visiting our village. He's a brave man who dared to face Drake. The spectators in the stands were intrigued. Drake, really? That little guy? One of them laughed happily. Looks interesting, Van Con announced loudly. He says he wants a match. Hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm soared. What? How brave. All right, let me find you a suitable opponent. What a hero. Leon was startled by the sudden commotion. Van Con reminded him. If you want answers, accept the match, Alice had also agreed. Good opportunity. You can learn a lot from sparring with them and you won't die. Leon's resolve surged. Right now, he decided. Damn it, fine, I accept, the Titans praised him. This human has guts. I like him, Karen commented. Titans are really too combative, Lugo calmly replied. No, it's just every head chef's hobby. A man stepped forward to challenge. I'll be your first opponent. The Titan facing Leon was a man with a high ponytail wielding a spear. Van Con announced. Then your opponent is Carl, he said. Brave, I'll take good care of you. A glint of gold flashed in Leon's eyes. Honored, the Titans in the stands jeered. That kid's expression changed. Don't lose before I get my turn. Van Con suddenly made a bet with Karen. Want to bet on who wins? Karen said confidently. I bet on Leon. Van Con looked at her with interest. Van Con leaned close to Karen. Want to touch? Karen panicked and refused. Van Con was about to persist. How about just then? Carl had already leapt high. Swinging his spear, let's begin. The moment his weapon hit the ground, it split open into a large crater. Leon blocked the flying debris with his sword. That's a heavy hit, incredible strength. He quickly glanced behind him, sensing a figure rushing toward him. This feeling, is it aura? Leon ducked to avoid the sweep of Carl's weapon. Smoke and dust enveloped the arena. Leon crouched on the ground, looking up at Carl. So this is Titan strength. Carl wanted to keep fighting. Fight properly. Karen's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect Titans could use aura too, Lugo narrated. Juru and I are novices. If we could use aura like them, he declared, we could kill that Drake dragon in one hit. Juru retorted. No, Titans have a harder time controlling aura than humans. It took me 30 years to get to this level, to learn aura. The body must constantly absorb enough aura, but with a body this size, we need a considerable amount of aura to count as enough. So compared to humans, practice is inefficient. It might take 10 years or more. DeLugo watched the fight. Oh, someone's won. The white smoke gradually cleared, revealing Leon's figure holding a longsword. When Leon's sword was at his own neck, Carl stammered, I lost. Van Con declared Leon the winner. Carl put his arm around Leon's shoulder. You're amazing. What was that skill? Tell me. The crowd cheered for Leon's victory. Awesome, well fought. Didn't expect him to take down Carl. Small but skilled, huh? They said enthusiastically. Want to take a break? My turn. Leon stammered in disbelief. My turn. As soon as he spoke, the three Titans all stared at Leon with smiles. Leon finally realized the problem. Wait! Leon's terrified shout echoed throughout the arena. The matches finally ended. Leon returned to his lodging. He was wrapped in bandages, trembling on the bed. Alicent said disdainfully, 1-2, lost 7. That win rate looks pretty low. It scolded him. Titans aren't used to the distance you create, and you don't need to do that anymore, understand? If you remembered your weaknesses, you could have won 6. Leon was annoyed by its words. This damn sword is such a nuisance. Alicent got angry. What? Leon shouted. That body size is cheating. Who got me involved in this? Alicent suddenly froze. Huh? Didn't I tell you? Leon also froze. What? Alicent pointed at itself proudly. This was 3 years ago. The one who taught the Titan skills, that was me. Leon was silent for a moment, then shouted. What? Hundreds of years ago? Among those ogres, there was one who didn't accept being a monster and begged the gods for help. If you agree to my request, I'll give my life and willingly subdue all monsters. The goddess agreed to that request. She granted them massive bodies and gave them the ability to speak and think like humans. Finally, she bestowed them with abundant physical strength and called them Titans. Leon interjected. The legend of the Titans, I learned it at the academy, but this is the first I've heard about you teaching them. Alicent, but how is this such a coincidence? Suddenly the aura around Alicent grew stronger. That matter, it gritted its teeth, filled with anger. It's all because of that goddess, that fool. Leon couldn't believe it. Fool. The scene shifted to Rodrigo Candias Elvina. What? Wait. He pointed at the sky and cursed. Hey, you despicable goddess. You stir up all this trouble and then want to just walk away like nothing happened? He turned back in surprise at the Titan standing beside him. Rodrigo Candias Elvina forced a smile. Seriously, these guys, seeing the Titan's blank faces, he grew irritated. I have to teach them? Back in the present, Alicent was still annoyed. But they've done pretty well now. At first, they couldn't understand a word I said. It was infuriating. She, the goddess, said, the rest is up to you, and just left me there. No good deed goes unpunished, Leon agreed. Yeah, there's no way you'd volunteer for that. Alicent finally calmed down. Anyway, I taught them pretty well. It recalled the past and smiled proudly because that one hadn't been granted the wisdom of the human world by the goddess. Can you call him a genius? Leon's expression turned serious. The birth of the Titans, Alicent replied. Yeah, his name is Cam, the Titan King, it narrated. After my teaching, his skills were quite good, and centuries later he surpassed the swordsman rank. Leon also marveled. A Titan reaching swordsman rank, that's overpowered. Alicent got back to the point. Now focus on your sparring with the Titans. After all, you don't have much experience yet. Leon looked at his own palm. Yeah, all I can do now is, he thought to himself. Before meeting him, I kept practicing to improve my abilities. Rodrigo's last will is being kept by the Titan King, to be passed to me. I need to prove I'm worthy. He clenched his fist, full of determination. Here, worthy means physical strength. The saint's voice rang out and lightning flashed through the surrounding space. These impatient men, she glared with disgust. They should be chopping wood for food instead of robbing the poor. Khan was too nervous to interject. Elahan kept scolding until everyone around had fallen. Feel ashamed of yourselves. Go clean up that mess at the city gate. She suddenly turned to ask Khan, where did you say I was earlier? Where is this? Khan pointed behind him. See for yourself. Elahan's face lit up with joy. Finally here. The free city. Before them was a bustling city. The two walked to the city gate. Elahan marveled. Oh, this place is lively. The city's residents bustled about, she said with some emotion. So lively. If the city-devouring phenomenon happened here, she imagined the city being overrun by monsters, this lively place would be severely damaged. Thankfully, Lord Leon stopped it. What a huge contribution. She imagined Leon's handsome face on her own, while Khan just reluctantly agreed to brush it off. Oh, got it, Elahan suddenly remembered. How about we go to the slums first? Khan was surprised. The slums? Why there? Aren't we going to see Cesare? Elahan looked at him with sparkling eyes. Ah, I can see him anytime. I'd rather go where Lord Leon saved people. Khan also accepted. All right, I have enough authority to get us there quickly. The sky was gradually taking on the colors of dusk. Khan almost felt nostalgic. That place brings back so many memories, even as I am now looking back. Suddenly, Khan froze in disbelief. The slums before him had transformed into a bustling neighborhood. This is the slums? Khan recalled the drunks who used to sit in dark corners and the menacing thugs who always loitered around the area. He blurted out, how does it look so bright? Khan was in despair. My hiding spot. Before him stood a warm orphanage. How did it become an orphanage? He left dejectedly. Let's go back, Yehan hurried after him. Han, wait for me. The area around the church remained very quiet. Kay was gently blowing on the tea in his hand. He smiled easily. What a peaceful and elegant afternoon. Suddenly, Kay glanced outside the door. Who could be coming at this hour? Then he opened the door himself. He greeted with a beaming smile. Hello. However, before him was Khan's despicable face. Hello, long time no see. Kay still smiled without answering, and within seconds he closed the door. Khan said angrily, Hey, is it necessary to look down on me like this? He kept knocking on the door. Open up, you bastard. Kay gritted his teeth and braced the door. I don't want this peaceful afternoon ruined at all. Suddenly, Yihan's gentle voice made Kay freeze. It was Cesare Yihan. He quickly pulled the door open, causing the standing Khan to get hit directly in the face by the door panel. Yihan smiled at him gently. Long time no see. Kay stared at her with wide eyes. Khan questioned him. Kay helplessly patted his forehead. Oh my God, he scolded loudly. Why do you always run around everywhere? The saint was stunned by these words, while Yihan was too scared to speak. Khan was furious. Saint Yihan left without permission. Do you know what you've done? He kept reprimanding. The cathedral and the Iron Chain Knights all had to go out looking for you. How dare you leave without permission? He suddenly stopped. Kay recalled the moment Yihan climbed the city wall. She showed off innocently. Cesare, look, he was terrified at the time. Saint, dangerous. Immediately after, Yihan indeed fell. Kay cried out, Saint. He repeated the same thing when he saw Yihan scribbling on the church's banner. Her radiant smile was deeply etched in his mind. Kay could only sigh helplessly. She hasn't changed at all. Khan glanced curiously at the two. But what's your relationship? Yihan narrated with loving eyes. Cesare is from the cathedral and has been taking care of me since I was 3. Khan looked at her in surprise. I see, Yihan got to the point. More importantly, you know why I'm here, right? She said directly. Cesare, I want to learn more about Prophet's Day. As soon as she finished, Kay's expression turned serious. Prophet's Day. The revelation tells us in advance what will happen in the world. In other words, that day will predict the appearance of the hero, he said calmly. And the Sword Saint has already revealed himself to the world. So it seems that day is also near. Many places in the world have already seen evil phenomena, disasters that the people cannot handle on their own. The hero will deal with those things. But the city lockdown phenomenon and the use of vampires are also part of these omens. Khan gritted his teeth. Is the city lockdown phenomenon also part of it? I don't quite understand what you're talking about, but if so, the world is going to be destroyed. Right? Kay agreed with him. Chaos is about to befall us, so Saint, you should start preparing slowly. Yihan stood up abruptly. I'm already prepared. She placed her hand on her chest. For the past 300 years, 7 generations of saints have been waiting for the hero to inherit their cause. Yihan declared confidently, I am the 8th generation saint. Yihan vowed to save the world alongside the hero. The next second, she became infatuated. Hero, wait for me. Khan couldn't help but wonder at her attitude. Has she seen his face? Kay also said reluctantly. No, at this moment the Titans were extremely excited. Good physique. In the arena, Leon agilely dodged fists embedded with blades. He seized Rug's opening. He broke through Rug's defense. A Titan leader excitedly said to the person beside him, Amazing, he looks much stronger than last week. The other person retorted, thinking Rug had weakened. Just then, Leon swung a fierce slash, but it was blocked by Dirug's handcuffs. A crack appeared in the handcuffs under Leon's strength. Dirug launched consecutive attacks. This brat, a glint flashed in Leon's eyes. He gripped the holy sword tightly. Leon gradually repelled Rug's punches in an instant. Rug appeared behind Leon. He thought triumphantly, got him. Without hesitation, Rug slammed his fist down on Leon. The Titans cheered, he got him. Human, well done, Rug, but Rug felt something was wrong. He only had a piece of Leon's cloak in his hands. Dirug tensed up, not realizing Leon was already above him. He struck his sword straight down on his head. Rug's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness instantly. As Leon jumped back, he crashed to the ground. Finally, Leon landed lightly. Dirug was unconscious. The referee declared Leon the winner. Everyone marveled at Leon's strength. Amazing, young man. I completely didn't see his movement direction. Me too, I didn't see it either. Karen was utterly shocked. Even I didn't see it. She focused on observing Leon. That speed. Karen recalled the time they used to spar, though I hate to admit it. I wonder who would win in a real fight. The Titans excitedly wanted to charge in. My turn. No. Fight me. I'll use my trident against you. In contrast, Karen was looking down. If I lose, she felt Leon's shadow was too big. No, at this rate I can't catch up to him. I have to work harder. If I'm useless to Leon, I might as well die. She suddenly wanted to challenge Leon. Fight me, Leon. No, not like this. Leon looked at her in confusion. Karen, Dirug had already woken up by then, he praised. Good fight. He said politely, thanks to you. Dirug blushed and slapped Leon hard. What, too shy? The surrounding Titans froze, looking confused. Dirug panicked when he saw he had flattened Leon to the ground. Sorry, my hand slipped, I hit too hard. Leon said weakly, it's okay. The people around teased, oh my god, Dirug went too far. Dirug tried to defend himself. No, just then, Fancan appeared. What a mess. She called Leon's name and he quickly turned to look at her, smiling as he announced the good news. He's looking for you. Leon was puzzled. Him, Illicete explained. The Titan King, Cam. Leon tensed up. Finally, Leon and Fancan arrived at a small bridge spanning a deep valley. She reminded him, from here on it's a restricted area, requiring permission to enter. This is the farthest I can go. The Titan King only allows you to go in alone, Leon exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Fancan guided Leon. In that canyon there's a space-time rift. If you pass through it, a waterfall will appear, Leon wondered. A space-time rift? Illicete explained. That's right, the space-time rift is why the Titans are here. The goddess tasked them with subduing monsters from another world, Leon said with respect. Only the Titans can guard this hellish path full of A-rank and S-rank monsters. Islet agreed with him. By then, Leon had reached the base of the waterfall. Is this it? Is this the Titan King's residence? Suddenly, he saw a figure standing under the waterfall. Huh, someone's there, the person spoke. Are you the one? As soon as he said it, pressure surged toward Leon. The Titan King stood before Leon with a dangerous aura. You wanted to see me? Leon clenched his teeth in fear. He's too fast. When did he get in front of me? I'm sure I saw him standing at the waterfall just now. The two observed each other in silence. Leon's hands trembled from fear and the pressure from Cam. I can't move. Cam still stared at him. Leon tried to raise his hand. Damn it, he clenched his fist with all his might. Damn it, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Yes, Leon yelled with all his strength. The current hero, Leon. I've come to inherit the legacy left by the previous hero, Rodri. Cam didn't answer, just pondered. He crossed his arms over his chest. Rodri's legacy? Cam leaned close to Leon's face. The energy you use is the same as mine. What's your relationship with Rodri? Are you blood relatives? Leon answered firmly. I am his student. Cam's expression changed instantly. Student? Impossible, judging by your appearance. He stated his observations from the eyes to the movement. I know you learned movement and skill application from Rodri, but you're still green, he sneered. Rodri's disciples all died long ago. Even the rare geniuses born in that era couldn't handle his teaching methods. This happened repeatedly, so Rodri also gave up taking disciples. Do you know how many people have emitted the same energy as you? He threatened. So do you think you're qualified to inherit Rodri's legacy? As the pressure surged again, Leon felt powerless. Oh, giving up just like that? Islet's voice rang out as the mark on Leon's hand lit up. The qualifications are certainly enough. Cam widened his eyes in surprise. This voice, Islet materialized. It's me. Cam stared at it in confusion. What is this? It signaled. Leon, pick up the sword. Leon, though unsure, did so. Ah, okay. Rodrigo Candias Elvina immediately appeared. Long time no see. It's been 300 years, hasn't it? Veins bulged on Cam's face. When he uttered the name Rodrigo Candias Elvina, he roared and punched directly at Rodrigo Candias Elvina. Rodrigo, the mountain peak is still silent, but just 1 second later, a massive explosion occurred. The center of the explosion was Leon and Cam. Rodrigo Candias Elvina taunted, you still need a few thousand more years of training. Chasm went mad. You bastard. Leon stood trembling but still gripped the sword tightly like a lifeline. I'm not going to die, am I? However, when he saw Cam's power increase, his face immediately turned pale. Cam declared, I'm going to kill you. Leon panicked at these words. Wait. As Cam's angry roar echoed, 3 more big explosions occurred. Rodrigo, the dust of battle filled the air. Leon curled up, surrounded by huge craters. Cam had also calmed down by then. Sorry doing such ugly things in front of you on our first meeting. Islet beside him chimed in. In the end, you're just hyperactive. Leon immediately retorted to Cam's words. No, I'm also involved. He asked timidly. Can I call you Lord Cam? Cam leaned in. What? Lord Cam? Leon was startled. No, Cam finally rubbed his forehead with his hand. I don't want to acknowledge him as my master at all, but I'm not his disciple anymore anyway. His expression turned serious. I want to confirm one thing. Rodrigo is, Leon seemed to realize something. He also responded seriously, Mad Dog. The two immediately high-fived. From now on, you're my first and only brother. Call me bro. Leon agreed with this opinion. Cam continued, then I'll teach you, brother. It's the cave behind the waterfall. Leon complied. Brother. Islet trembled with anger. These bastards. Cam led Leon deep inside the waterfall. All right, this way. Leon was stunned by the spectacular sight. Oh, who knew there was such a magnificent cave behind the waterfall? Cam glanced at the mushrooms. That bastard planted some herbs and plants to keep himself healthy. These plants have also lived for 300 years, so they're very effective. Cam and Leon walked to the stone platform with books. And this pile of books, Leon looked in amazement. Oh, what are these? Cam explained. When Rodrigo was here, he hurriedly read through that pile and then tossed it aside. Martial arts books, teaching how to use aura and build stamina. We don't study those, but we learned a lot from them. Leon voiced his thoughts. So brother, that's Rodri's legacy, right? Islet suddenly said. Chasm, I need you to remember to adjust your strength. Avoid hitting his head and heart, Cam replied. I'll be careful, do my best. Leon had no idea what was going on. Hey, wait, brother. Islet, what are you talking about? Islet's voice was full of malice. Leon, from now on you will learn telekinesis. That is my legacy. Leon was bewildered. Wait, what? The legacy is telekinesis. When he saw the aura of the two people opposite him, he panicked even more. Wait, what's going on? Cam explained. There's only one way to learn telekinesis. After exhausting your stamina and the aura in your body, when you face the door of death multiple times, you will comprehend it. It's that simple. He turned fierce. In other words, I will be the one to bring you to the door of death. Leon stammered nervously, then shouted, "If that's the case, wait," Leon yelled. "Karen, I'll leave the rest to you." Karen immediately leapt out, but her eyes were still following Leon as he ran back. "Ah, Leon, wait, I'm busy dealing with monsters." "Wait a moment, Leon." Karen gritted her teeth in anger. "With my current skills, I can't keep up with Leon." Suddenly, a gush of hot blood spurted from behind Karen. She looked back in horror to see a monster's hand piercing through Leon's chest. At that moment, his mouth was still repeating Karen's name. Tears welled up from the corners of Karen's eyes. "No, Leon, no, if only I were stronger." She called out Leon's name in despair. The sunlight of the day streamed through the window frame, mixed with Karen's rapid breaths. Tears still streamed down her face. Was it a dream? The surroundings where Karen was were completely silent. At that moment, Karen was carefully wiping a dart. Thinking of her current strength, she felt sad. This is still not enough. I must become stronger. The caffeine guardian, the top assassin of the dark zone, the big sister of the slums. That's why no one dares to challenge me. If someone of my level appears, I can definitely defeat them. Even if they're stronger than me, I can handle it. Karen smiled bitterly. But I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are many strong and dangerous people in this world who always surround Leon. The hero already has his own path. No matter how skilled an assassin is, they can't help him. Instead, I should let go and let him walk his own path. If I don't become stronger, I might die or at least get seriously injured, facing problems I can't handle. When I come back after getting the will, Leon will definitely be much stronger. Karen felt inferior, so he won't need me anymore. She hugged herself tightly. I don't want that to happen at all. I have to get stronger, but I haven't trained since becoming an assassin. No, even if I trained hard, it would be futile because I've already reached my physical limits. I stopped training because I don't have any hidden skills. Karen looked sadly at her palm. Is this the limit of being a born assassin? I don't know how to make myself stronger. Suddenly, Leon's knock came from outside. "Karen, are you in there?" Karen returned to her usual cheerful state. "Leon, you're back." She was startled when she saw Leon walk in exhausted. "What's wrong?" Leon answered with an awkward smile. "Ah, Karen is here." Karen asked curiously. "What are you holding?" Leon explained. "Ah, these are some herbs that have grown for over 300 years and a martial arts book personally written by Rodri." Karen suddenly understood. Rodri, that means she clapped her hands excitedly. "Oh, is that what Rodri left behind? That's amazing. So you inherited the will. Leon, you're incredible. You've improved so much from the beginning to now. Well done, Leon." Instead, Leon threw the items to Karen. "No, these are for you." "Karen, I'll go back after giving these to you," Karen asked in disbelief. "For me? Really? Aren't these Rodri's will items? You came back just to give these to me? Although they're not the will, they must be precious. Giving them to me? Is it okay to take these?" Leon just kept nodding in response to her questions. He gently spoke his thoughts. "You've helped me a lot, but unfortunately I've never done anything for you. I want to give them to you." Karen listened to Leon's words, her eyes wide with surprise. "I've already asked that bastard who wrote this book. He said it would be very helpful to you." Karen was confused. "Bastard, you don't mean Saint King Rodri, do you?" Leon quickly denied it. No, it's my master." Karen was even more bewildered. Master. The sky was exceptionally clear at that moment. Karen was carefully eating mushrooms one bite at a time. She recalled Leon's words of advice. "I'll be staying with my master for a while. If you don't see me for the next few days, don't worry. Goodbye." Karen looked at Leon's tired back in confusion. He said he wouldn't die. She happily recalled Leon's words. "I'm going to enjoy this. It's so comfortable." Karen was curious. His master might be Titan King Kasim. I wonder what happened. Anyway, this book is mine. Should I try reading it? She read the title of the book. Dance of the Soul's Twilight. For those with the Dark Knight or Ghost attribute. She stopped because the book emitted a soft glow. Karen became extremely serious. Skills were flashing through Karen's mind one by one. Amazing. This is truly a new turning point. As long as I learn half of what's in this book. The scene shifts to the Titan King's residence. Leon was covered in wounds at this moment. He lay on the ground forming a pool of blood. Elliot commented, "Not enough," he also agreed. Elizabeth analyzed, "If someone can learn telekinesis, this skill requires the practitioner to focus on an invisible mental force. If one can master this skill in just a day or two, they can become a master." CM pointed at the mark on his forehead and said, "Look at this scar. It was left when that bastard taught me telekinesis. I died and came back to life for months." Leon was still gasping for air, not yet regaining consciousness. CM said before throwing Leon aside, "No, let me help you recover." The throw sent Leon directly into a lake. His strength gradually recovered underwater. Leon finally surfaced full of vitality. "I thought I was dead just now. I don't even have the strength to speak. Is it necessary to be this serious?" Elliot smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry. If you really die, I'll revive you." He was serious. "All right. In that case, CM responded as well. One more time, Leon trembled in fear. Kill me, at Chef Wenkin's place. DeLugo laughed while struggling to block his opponent's attacks. I almost killed you. How embarrassing, the opponent also responded. I think so too. The Titans in the stands cheered and booed, finding the two annoying. UGA, is that all you can do? Then let me defeat you next. Karen suddenly appeared from the void. Sorry, can I join in? DeLugo looked at her in surprise, and the brown-haired man was no exception. The other Titans were also stunned. Karen smiled gently at them. She introduced herself. My specialty is assassination, so I'll use assassination weapons and poison. If you're afraid, you can refuse my offer, she said provocatively. Who wants to fight me? The surrounding Titans became curious. Isn't she the girl with that young boy? Young girl. You'll get hurt, the red brown-haired man exclaimed. Oh, what a brave girl, DeLugo warned. Watch your words. His face was completely serious. She's a beast. Karen blushed as she remembered being caught with Leon. Beast UGA, it's not what you think, however. DeLugo's thoughts went back to the previous battle. Huh, what do you mean? The brown-haired man grinned. Anyway, Titans never back down. That man named Cass looked at him with contempt and sneered. Not bad. Over here, an infinite power emanated from Leon. His hair standing on end. Did he finally have a will? Leon had now stood up from the ruins, his gaze sharp and determined as he looked at the Titan King. One more time. Hearing this, the Titan immediately rushed behind Leon, catching him off guard. He said to him, Don't let your guard down. Then he struck Leon hard with a palm. After being hit, his body shattered into stones and couldn't recover. Covered in blood, he fell into a pile of rubble. The Titan was surprised. Did I kill him again? He might really be dead this time. But the pile of rubble suddenly shook, and a person slowly crawled out with all his strength. He immediately crawled into the water to ease the pain. Good thing I'm still alive, the Titan asked Leon. Kid, are you okay? Leon, recovering his vitality underwater, gave a thumbs up to show he was fine. On the day of prophecy, a sword broke all its shackles. That day, the seal on the holy sword would be released. If the sword's seal is released, he can unleash the sword's full power. Leon tightly gripped the holy sword, its blade emitting a dazzling light. Leon would be 10 times stronger than now. But is that enough? Disaster is coming. A vision of the future emerged. At that time he would face the dark forces behind him alone, which was too difficult for the children burdened with the mission of salvation. Leon was still soaking in the water, not hearing the conversation on the shore. Leon, if it's him, then he can definitely do it, Elliot replied with a smile. He has potential. A smile with 2 gold teeth, a shiny gold bell hanging around his neck. That slender-waisted man and his 2 accomplices were strolling around, smiling to reveal his 2 gold teeth, looking very flashy. Suddenly he saw a stranger sitting at the door. Who's squatting at the door? The man seemed not to hear the slender-waisted man's question. He was muttering to himself, So I'm annoying, why am I here? The slender-waisted man, still unaware of his place, kicked the man. Get lost, why are you blocking the way? Suddenly the faces of the 3 turned black and their courage vanished. The curse words on the tip of their tongues were reduced to half. You want? Han turned back to look at the 3 little brats in front of him and asked, What did you say? The 3 realized they had messed with the wrong person. What? He's not human. The 3 quickly knelt down to apologize, begging for mercy. Someone wearing pink shoes and a flowing white dress with a thin blue coat over it. Look here, a wooden stake struck thousands of times by a wooden sword, a bucket for personal use. The marks here clearly showed someone had lived here before. A voice of agreement sounded. The pink-haired young lady shouted excitedly, I'm sure this is the hero's training ground. I've finally made it here. She took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed. It seems like his sweat is here. Then something flashed through the girl's mind. She turned around. So this place is, following the girl's gaze, was an extremely wide, deep pit. Inside was the root of an ancient tree with the holy sword stuck in it. She quickly knelt down to pray to the goddess. If you hear me, she continued, please show a sign. Then she muttered to herself. It feels like someone is watching me. From the moment I entered the village, she commanded. I see you mean no harm, so come out yourself. A man emerged from the bushes saying, Forgive me, Saintess. He knelt down and introduced himself. I am Rembo, a swordsman from Jin. I have come to welcome the Saintess's arrival. The pink-haired girl became serious. Jin, why would a royal swordsman be here? She asked herself. Is it because of that person? Behind the man, another well-dressed person also came out of the bushes. That person placed his hand on his chest and politely greeted her. A pleasure to meet you, Saintess. The blond man introduced himself seriously. Leon Konum Gladius von Jin, the legitimate heir to the royal family, has come to welcome you. The pink-haired girl still didn't understand what was happening. A member of the royal family, she replied. This meeting is unexpected, she continued. I'm honored that you recognize who I am, but then she realized something. The prophecy should have been sent to the Jin palace, but I didn't expect the prince to come here, the blond man said. Ever since I learned that the day of prophecy was approaching, I knew someone from the church would come here. His hair fluttered in the wind, and the 2 met face to face for the first time, their emotions hard to describe. Then the pink-haired girl spoke first. "What do you need me to do?" The man's face suddenly darkened, and his hands clenched into fists, trembling as he said, "Saintess, please answer my question." He stammered, "Am I not the hero?" The servant standing by watching was surprised by the question. "What, Your Highness Leon, why do you ask that?" The pink-haired girl still replied coldly, "Of course not. The hero has already appeared for over a year." The older man was very confused. The pink-haired girl continued, "I thought you already knew, but it turns out you know nothing." The man claiming to be His Highness was furious. "How could I delude myself into thinking I'm the hero?" "Ah, I see. So it's because the name Leon also means lion." The servant was still trying to salvage the situation. "Impossible. The Saintess must be mistaken. The name Leon and the birth date coinciding with the day of prophecy, His Highness Leon is definitely the hero." However, the girl still replied coldly, "So the birthday also matches? Now I know why you're so confident." The servant still shouted, unable to believe it. "This can't be." "Look again," she still replied. "No matter how many times you ask me, my answer won't change." That guy angrily shouted, "The Saintess must be mistaken." The blond man tried to stop his servant. Lord Dewey calmed down, however. The Saintess was no longer calm, and electricity began to emanate around her. "You're being a bit rude." The girl's eyes were full of anger, but she was still trying to control herself. "I'll forgive you this once. Next time don't blame me." The servant became very scared. "I'm sorry." The blond man recalled. "A year? Confidence. You were born on the same day as the prophecy, and the name Leon means lion." Leon had once defeated someone with the same name as the blond man. After the match he just looked at him and smiled. The blond man suddenly understood. "So it's little Leon?" The pink-haired girl laughed, as if confirming it. He forced out the words one by one, reluctantly admitting, "Then little Leon is the hero." The man accompanying him suddenly became very worried. "Your Highness," but he didn't know what to say. A memory surfaced in blonde Leon's mind of his father being killed by someone with a sword. That demon, covered in blood, didn't hesitate to plunge the sharp sword into Leon's father's heart. Little Leon witnessed the whole process. He weakly called out to his father. That demon saw the little boy in front of him and showed a savage smile. He pulled the sword from the boy's father and said to him, "Oh my brother is dead." His uncle dragged the blood-stained sword toward Leon. "Come here, Leon." He reached out to grab him. "If I kill my nephew." Blonde Leon was still just a little boy who didn't know what was happening, watching helplessly. That blood-stained hand reached toward him. "Then the throne will be mine alone." Leon's eyes were full of fear, as if his heart was already dead. Unable to understand anything he said, suddenly, the servant rushed over from somewhere, quickly picked up the little blonde boy Leon, and fled, escaping from that demon's grasp. Outside the city, heavy rain poured down and Leon's uncle roared, "Find that boy, and if you do, kill him." A servant fell while protecting the boy. As he lay dying, he struggled to convey his final words. "Your Highness, please don't forget. You are the rightful heir to this empire. Do everything in your power to draw the sacred sword on the day of the divine sacrifice and reclaim your position." LSHN watched the servant in agony. At that moment, Leon's eyes were filled with terror, tears streaming down his face mingling with the rain. The elderly servant now held the boy in his arms, one hand gripping a sword as he fought against the group. One of his eyes was injured, bleeding heavily. "You must survive." The pink-haired girl turned to leave. "Then I'll be going," but Rupert shouted loudly, "Please wait. I can't let you go like this." He drew his sword. "Please reconsider." The blonde Leon looked at him in surprise. "Rupert," yet the pink-haired girl replied as before, "Didn't I say there's no second chance? You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit?" Rupert was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Then he shouted for His Highness. To save the poor commoners oppressed by the tyrant king, he drew his sword, ready to fight the pink-haired girl to the death, and yelled, "For the bright future of the nation. Only Lord Leon can achieve this." Leon was astonished to hear these words from his loyal servant. He alone is worthy of being a hero. By now, the pink-haired girl had lost patience with the man before her. She raised her hand, turning it into a thunderous fist to deliver punishment. The next second, Rupert was struck down in agony. He died in pain, his body no longer whole. Leon watched his loyal servant sacrifice himself for him and cried out in disbelief, "Rupert!" He immediately drew his sword, his eyes losing their usual refinement. At that moment, only one purpose remained in his gaze: to avenge Rupert. He charged at the pink-haired girl, swinging his sharp blade toward her, yet the next second the sword shattered into hundreds of pieces, flying through the air. She said to Leon, "Your attack means nothing to me. Your speed is decent, though." Leon froze for a few seconds, then turned back and shouted, "Shut up! How can you kill so casually and still call yourself a saint, just like my father?" The pink-haired girl suddenly smiled. "But he's not dead yet." She pointed at the corpse. "Look." Rupert suddenly sat there unharmed, staring at the blonde Leon. He said, "Lord Leon," the pink-haired girl interrupted, asking the blonde Leon, "Between the throne and being a hero, if you could only choose one, which would it be?" Leon looked at her uneasily, unsure how to answer. The pink-haired girl continued, "If the Gled family is the root of all evil, what would you do?" Do you think you can treat royalty and commoners fairly? More importantly, before ascending the throne, can you prioritize other matters? This alone proves you don't meet the criteria to be a hero, the pink-haired girl said. Then she bid farewell to the two. Leon still stood there, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Leon was truly honing his magic and his own strength. The Titan King said, "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. You've earnestly endured this harsh training, and now you've reaped the rewards." Leon called out to him. "Master," the Titan King said, "be proud. You've achieved what others would need over 100 years to accomplish." Leon looked at him. "Thank you." Elship suddenly appeared, startling the two. It asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Want me to praise him?" The Titan King cursed it. "What a damn bastard." This made it furious, shouting, "Really, you guys?" Then it suddenly said to Leon, "You finished earlier than expected." "Leon?" He turned to it and said, "Finishing early? Is there a time limit?" It replied, "Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is your birthday." Leon was surprised. "Birthday? I thought it was something important." Suddenly his eyes widened and he gasped. Ellet said, "Looks like you remember." "That's right, tomorrow is your birthday, the same day as the divine sacrifice." Ellet said, "Right on time for your birthday. Well done, Leon." Then it continued, "Otherwise, why do you think I pushed you to practice teleportation? After the sacred sword seal is broken, the recovery time has greatly improved, so I can't let you be exhausted in body and mind." Leon was amazed. "Is this good? Happy?" The sky grew darker. It said to Leon, "It's late. Let's begin." Leon turned his head in surprise, following its gaze, and let out a strange exclamation. The solar eclipse began. The moon, sun and earth aligned. A strange light appeared in the pitch-black sky. Leon stood in a clear, cloudy sky. He was astonished by the sight before him. "This is," a voice sounded. "Hello, Leon." Leon was startled. Then a blinding light dazzled his eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hand. The goddess appeared. Leon quickly knelt, one hand on the ground to keep from collapsing. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, tears streaming down his face before he realized it. "Am I crying?" The goddess smiled as she looked at Leon. She said, "No strategy is greater than a firm will. Don't abandon the oars just because the waves are rough." He sensed a change, merely surprised. His fingers were regaining sensation. "This space is my dwelling. Without my permission, nothing can harm you." Then she reached out to him. "All right, lift your head." Leon lifted his head, his tears already stopped. "Goddess." She chuckled lightly. "It's good to see you, Leon." He thought to himself, "That white silhouette, is this what the goddess looks like?" Suddenly his inner thoughts were all heard. "That white silhouette, is this what the goddess looks like?" To see the goddess's face, one must belong to the divine tier. Leon scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry." The goddess suddenly looked surprised. Leon, I didn't mean you have too many flaws." She quickly waved her hand. "If you weren't like Rodri, an ordinary person's eyes simply couldn't accurately see the divine face," Leon replied. "Ah, I see. Can she read my mind?" the goddess answered. "Yes. The first time Rodri met me, he looked me straight in the eyes." The goddess recalled the first time she met that man, who stared at her face and asked, "Are you the goddess? That guy was such an unlovable child." Then the goddess continued, "All right, Leon, listen. No matter how high the mountain, there's a path to climb. No matter how dangerous the road, there's a way to walk. Understand? Is that wrong?" Then the goddess suddenly started crying. Leon looked at her and smiled. "She's too adorable. Now I understand why Ellet said the goddess is a bit silly." The goddess suddenly said, "I'm not silly." Leon remembered she could read his thoughts and quickly covered his mouth to apologize. "Goddess, let's end the story here," she said seriously. "Leon, this path isn't a burden you must bear. If you don't want to continue, tell me now." A firm determination flashed in Leon's eyes. "This path is full of thorns. Every step you take, your feet will be covered in blood. It's not too late. If you want an ordinary life, I can turn back time and restore your peace." Leon replied, "Goddess, I'm not a special or extraordinary person." He recalled the image of Leon. "I was born an ordinary person. I hated my life. I was plagued by inferiority, a child who accomplished nothing. But he bravely stood up, took up his sword and fought. I left the academy and gained many experiences afterward. I know I'm not qualified to be a hero. But Ellet told you. You are the one I chose," Leon repeated. "Ellet chose me. Even if I have to sacrifice this life, I will prove his decision was right." The goddess smiled and said, "I knew that question was unnecessary." She raised one hand to the sky. "Leon, I appoint you as the goddess's spokesperson." A shimmering light shone upon Leon. "Now I will bestow blessings upon the spokesperson." Leon suddenly felt a tremendous change in his body. A knight's mark appeared on his chest, a power to fight against the evil of the world. This power can aid you. It can also be transformed from the energy of the sun and moon. Next came the purification mark. This power grants you the ability to detoxify, break curses, and eliminate infections. The prayer mark appeared on Leon's forehead, eliminating the filth invading his mind while enhancing his rationality and spiritual strength. Finally, the surveillance mark appeared in Leon's eyes. This power allows him to see imbalances and dangers threatening the world and to see through others' souls. "Hero Leon," She extended both hands toward him. All of this is now yours, Leon suddenly floated in midair. Your clothes are a bit strange. The only thing I can think of is the same outfit as Rodri's. Then the goddess snapped her fingers. She said, this is your birthday gift. A new set of clothes, my swordsman Leon. Unsure how to face the coming storm, may the future you bring be filled with happiness. Leon appeared in a new outfit. The goddess smiled and said, I will always be here. Then she dissolved into specks of starlight in the sky. I will always be here, a voice called out to him. Leon stood in a scene surrounded by clouds and blue sky. The goddess said, you're awake? According to the prophecy of the divine sacrifice, you shouldn't be standing here. Leon was surprised. He recalled the image of Leon bravely holding his sword. His eyes were incredibly sharp. He is more worthy of being a hero than I am. But then he remembered what Elet had once said. What goddess's choice? That's utter nonsense, it said to him. My choice is you, Leon. Thinking of this, Leon smiled with even more confidence. The goddess was somewhat surprised by Leon's attitude. He answered her question. I firmly refuse to bow to fate, and Elet also rejects the goddess's decision, Leon replied. I believe in Elet's choice. The goddess was stunned, unsure what to say, and stared at Leon in slight daze. Leon stood there with unparalleled confidence, and then the goddess laughed along with him. She said, my swordsman Leon. Unsure how to face the coming storm, may the future you bring be filled with happiness. Then she vanished, merging into the stars in the sky. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to remind Leon, I will always be here watching over you every day. Leon suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. The goddess said, oh no. Leon sensed trouble. He flailed, trying to grab something, but it was too late. But I'm in the sky right now. As soon as he said it, he free fell from the sky, plummeting toward the forest below. Goddess, he cried out in pain. The Titan King and Elet heard the shout and looked toward the forest in surprise. Elet laughed and said, back pretty quickly. Leon rubbed his sore body from the high-altitude fall and grumbled angrily. Thought I was going to die. Elet said, welcome back, Leon. Leon smiled back at it and replied, I'm back, Elet. The two of them looked at Leon's power panel. His strength and skills had significantly improved. Elet said, not bad, and you got 4 marks. That silly woman gave you quite a lot. Leon replied, really? He turned to it and said, Elet, how many did you get back then? As if hit on a sore spot, Elet had been waiting for this question and shouted, none. Leon was surprised, unsure how to comfort him, and casually said, forget it, Elet. It immediately became dejected, propping itself up on its arm and asking what he meant. Leon spread his right hand, looking at it, feeling full of power. I understand, he repeated, then clenched his fist and smiled. It feels like I've been reborn, the Titan King said. Congratulations, Leon. This is your birthday gift. Then he charged and threw a punch at him. But Leon quickly dodged in time. He swiftly sidestepped. The Titan King turned back to look at him, his eyes full of surprise. Leon also seemed surprised by his own speed. I saw it. Elet watched the two of them with a very amused expression. In the blink of an eye, Leon had evaded the Titan's attack. He drew the sacred sword. I'm sure it was beyond my line of sight. Cassie Room smiled and said, you've changed. That cloak is the same one that bastard wore. He turned back and said, I hate it. Leon, too, entered a battle-ready stance. Cassie Room shouted, I'll kill you. A beam of light suddenly swung toward Leon, slamming him heavily into the earthen wall behind him. From the rubble, Leon stood up completely unharmed and said to the Titan again, I dodged your move again, Room continued. Again. This time he used all his power, throwing consecutive punches at Leon. The fist came fiercely, yet Leon, gripping his sacred sword, dodged every attack. He charged at the Titan. But the Titan stopped him instantly with just one fist. The Titan King said, enough. You're still 30 years too early to defeat me, Leon conceded. I forgot, Master, thank you for the birthday gift. The Titan King set him down. Congratulations again, he replied. Thank you for the blessings you've brought me. Then he called Elet, who replied, what is it, Leon? He asked, can I wear your cloak? Elet answered, fool, of course you can. Then it laughed and said, you're my foolish apprentice after all. Leon smiled in agreement. At the training hall, Cassie Room walked in. Training hall, it's been a while. The two people inside looked at the newcomer in surprise. The Titan King entered with an extremely arrogant posture. You two haven't changed much. The two suddenly changed expressions and replied with a smile. Sir, everyone in the guild hall stood up and greeted him happily. Mr. Crumb, they shouted loudly. The Emperor has returned. Kasiram asked everyone, how has everything been lately? They exchanged greetings. How is the space-time rift? He replied. Still the same. Leon looked around intently, thinking to himself, isn't she here? Karen, a girl, came running from somewhere, shouting loudly. Leon quickly turned around, delighted. Then that hand suddenly lunged at him. She jumped onto him, and the two embraced tightly. You're back. Leon, she said happily. Finally back. That's great. Leon greeted her. Are you okay? Then he suddenly realized something. He said, Karen, you've changed so much. She didn't understand what he meant. Then she quickly denied it. I haven't gained weight. I eat very little. It's impossible. I've been training a lot, Leon quickly explained. That's not what I meant. he said seriously. You've become much stronger. Karen returned the compliment. You look more handsome too. The people around who witnessed all this also started talking. Their love is really passionate. This precisely left the two momentarily speechless. The two giants nearby said, That's really the case. The other quickly chimed in agreement. Then Karen and Leon quickly separated and explained. It's just a misunderstanding. The two expressed their understanding. Got it. Over here, Kasiram and Aelid also witnessed the whole process. Kasiram spoke. Really? Aelid agreed with him. I can't always interfere and act in the name of the master. But then everyone thought, since everyone is here anyway, let's have a party. The others quickly responded. They sat around the food, chatting enthusiastically. Today's banquet is to celebrate Leon successfully becoming a hero. Let's raise our glasses together. The giant had Leon sit on his shoulder shouting loudly, startling him for a moment. She said loudly, presenting the goddess. Everyone cheers together. They shouted, Cheers. Everyone's back to congratulate you. A toast to the hero. Kasiram and Aelid sat outside watching them eat and drink heartily. Karen turned to look at Leon while others continued to toast him. Drink this cup, Leon. Cheers. Leon held a beer mug the size of a barrel, unsure how to drink it. That night, everyone joyfully celebrated his becoming a hero. A female giant suddenly said, Where did Leon go? Come here. But she was suddenly silenced by a hand covering her mouth from behind. He reminded her, Don't call out, let them have some time together. Leon and Karen sat side by side on a log. He said, You seem close to the Titans. Karen replied, You've surprised me too. Hey, listen, the poison I brew is different now. She recounted that the Titan said Barak was known for his ability to petrify others. If they could obtain the liquid from its eye, she could use its power. Another person said, Like this leaf, we use it as a sedative, but those monsters outside the ridge die instantly upon touching it. The female giant said, That's right. Come on, Karen. Time for training. They forced her into intense training, scaring her so much she had to run away. Leon praised her, saying it was good. Karam, who overheard this conversation, was speechless, thinking they had been catching up all this time. He angrily decided to act for justice and couldn't let this slide. Disciple, I'm getting angry. Karen said, I planned to become a master and show off when you returned, but I didn't succeed, so I stopped improving myself, she continued. If I had tried a little harder, maybe I could have reached that level. But I feel weaker than before, so I've completely lost my direction, Leon comforted her. Same here, Karen. My body and thoughts are the same. They didn't know that Crumb had overheard their entire conversation. He suddenly spoke. That's called the barrier phenomenon. The two turned to greet him. Titan King, Master Kasi said. I thought you two going off alone would have some wonderful time, but you're talking about training. Truly doing something no one would expect. He looked at Leon and called him stupid. Leon was surprised, not understanding why he was being scolded. Karen quickly changed the subject. Barrier phenomenon? What's that? Crumb replied. Usually people at your level should know this. You don't, but if she were truly a master, then talent and effort were never the issue. It leans more towards luck, Kasiram continued. If someone spends 10 years unable to reach that level, while for another it might take just one day, that's the chance to become a master. In other words, recognizing the opportunity is very important. Karen and Leon looked at him. Opportunity, Kasiram said. After training, if you feel something unusual in your body, you need to take time to adjust yourself. This process takes about 6 months, Leon said. 6 months? That's too long, Kasiram said. That's why I gave you that opportunity. Leon repeated the word opportunity in his mind, clenched his fist, flawless. Leon said, I will seize that opportunity. No matter what happens, I won't give up. The two said in unison, We will overcome it. A loud noise came, and those goblins were running in droves somewhere, the ground shaking with their steps. A giant dragon was roaring and spewing fire. Its abdomen glowed with a fiery red light, surrounded by sparks falling from its flames. Suddenly, a few goblins turned around and saw something extremely surprising. A fierce fire was erupting. The dragon continued to spew fire more violently than before. Giants were dying in droves. Their bodies were scorched and mutilated by the flames. The scene was extremely tragic. The dragon seemed very satisfied with its achievements. It paused, sneering contemptuously at what it considered its own work, its own effort. Leon arrived and immediately drew his sword. The dragon sneered contemptuously, as if not considering Leon a worthy opponent, but then its eyes suddenly went dark. It cried out in pain while Leon stood aside watching it. He crossed his arms with a proud posture and a satisfied smile. Last night CM had said, I will give you the opportunity. Leon replied, Yes, I'll do anything for the opportunity. Karen replied, Tell me. Their eyes showed immense determination. The Titan King seemed very satisfied with their attitude. He said, Go defeat Drake. Leon extended his hand and a panel appeared showing the difficulty of fighting the monster. Defeating Drake was extremely difficult. S rank. Leon was a bit surprised. Defeat Drake? Karen looked at the panel on Leon's hand with a curious expression. She also said, "Interesting, is this the hero's ability?" Alasip watched him from the side and smiled. "Great, it's furious because last time you dared to take one of its eyes, Leon. And now it's attacking everything. You and the cliff monsters, kill it, Leon." At dawn, the three of them had already arrived at the canyon. Karen said, "Impressive." Leon also found it very interesting. "We're going to hunt Drake here, though it seems a bit difficult because it always attacks by charging almost entirely high-altitude attacks. If it uses its breath attack, we can dodge and run," Aelot said. "I never taught you the importance of using terrain, but it seems you're good at that too." Leon replied, "Fighting an S-rank monster, can't let my guard down because unexpected situations might happen." Aelot sneered contemptuously and praised him. "Good thinking. Its eyes are more aggressive than Leon's." Leon made up his mind. "Today I will definitely defeat Drake," he said. "Come here, my prey." In the distance, Drake had already arrived, waiting to pounce on Leon. It spread its wings and flew towards him extremely fast, brushing past Leon with all its might. Leon realized the situation was against him. "That dragon was too fast," he exclaimed. "Too fast, it's a bit hard to keep up with its movements." Meanwhile, the dragon had already spewed a huge flame at Leon. It burned down the entire forest below the cliff. Everything the flames touched turned to ash. The massive flames rose in competition, filling the entire area. Leon used the purification mark. Drake's eyes suddenly showed extreme surprise. Leon quickly drew his sword, ready to fight this fierce monster. He used divine technique, Ursa Major. All the power converged onto Leon's sword. Drake cried out in fear. He quickly swung his sword to one side and began gathering power again. The stars in the sky were gradually connecting. One star brighter than all the others, the Big Dipper could extinguish its breath. The dinosaur let out an extremely loud roar, its power flow shifting from red to purple-black. Its power threads shot out, trying to entangle Leon and immobilize him. It seemed that since their last encounter, this monster had prepared thoroughly, and its current power was not to be underestimated. Rays of black power mixed with purple shot into the air, spreading at an alarming speed, poisoning and killing all the goblins in the nearby area. Each goblin died foaming at the mouth, and even low-level monsters were affected. Those threads rushed towards Leon, trying to bind him. Leon felt his body becoming somewhat numb. Aelot also noticed Leon's disadvantage. "Leon, in your current state, you can still endure for a while. If it were the old you, your body might already be paralyzed. This energy, nearby creatures would probably die of heart attacks from the pressure." Leon smiled. Sweat beaded on his cheeks. Suddenly a drop of purple rain fell. It was like poison, landing on his shoulder and immediately burning. Suddenly, the fire spread wider on Leon's cloak. Worse, the fire was extremely hard to put out, catching him off guard. "What the hell?" Leon was furious. Veins bulging on his forehead. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. It was summoned by Drake. It swept through all living things nearby. Aelot sensed something was wrong. Could it be? Drake the dragon summoned the most powerful spell from above. "Damn it, that's ancient magic." Aelot shouted loudly, urgently warning him. "Dodge, Leon." The rain was still pouring down. The surrounding scenery burned fiercely. Aelot said, "Each drop of rain, its magical energy becomes more concentrated." Leon and Aelot temporarily hid in a crevice in the mountain. It said, "It knows the canyon makes its attacks disadvantageous," Leon added. "So it's using that kind of attack, that damned lizard," Aelot said. "No time. This rock will eventually melt too. While we can still use this terrain, eliminate it as soon as possible before it escapes. The mountains here are endless, and we can use that feature too. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for you," Leon replied. "I don't want to drag it out either. If it continues like this." The raindrops fell less densely. Leon said, "The rain has stopped." However, the falling raindrops began to form sharp diamond shapes, stabbing straight down. Those transformed raindrops aimed directly at Leon and Aelot. Both were very surprised. Leon said, "Aelot, am I seeing this right? It's coming towards me. Looks like it's targeting me." Aelot said helplessly, "Was this part of your plan too?" Leon was momentarily speechless. More and more raindrops fell on Leon and Aelot's position. He sidestepped to dodge the sharp raindrops, which fell straight towards his location. Leon flew as fast as he could, dodging the raindrops. He flew in a zigzag pattern down from the upper mine network. Leon cursed angrily. It wouldn't stop. Then he turned and slashed at the sharp raindrops with his sword. However, suddenly a drop landed at Leon's feet. Leon was both scared and extremely exhausted. "If I have an advantage in this terrain, what if it turns out to be open terrain?" Then he stepped back, pressing against the rock wall. He looked behind him and realized something was wrong. Leon shouted loudly, "Is this the end?" Leon looked up. Above him, Drake seemed to be waiting just for Leon to fall into the trap. Leon realized, "Did it corner me?" The huge dragon stood on the mountaintop, looking down at Leon below. It looked at him, and then roared. Leon looked at it as if everything was going according to his plan. The dragon didn't understand why he was looking at it and smiling. Suddenly, Karen flew in from somewhere. The dragon turned around and let out a huge roar. Karen was now flying in the air with magic already summoned at her side. Karen chuckled. "Dance of the Twilight Souls." The dragon showed a surprised expression. "Ghostly thorn." Then she immediately thrust the thorn into the dragon's body, making it let out a painful roar. The huge thorn pierced deep into the dragon's skin. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, then blew it a kiss. The dragon immediately let out a painful roar. The next second, one of its wings broke off from its body. The dragon fell straight off the cliff with a loud crash, raising dust. Karen said, "Leon, I think it's done. What do you think?" He looked at her and smiled. "Amazing. You always manage to pierce through the shadow rain and attack it from behind. How did you do it?" she replied. "The shadow aura attribute is a low-level attribute. I used the rain to rise to a high place," Leon praised. "You're incredible." She asked back. "Really?" Leon affirmed. "Of course," he continued. "Having you here makes me feel much safer, Karen." But the poisonous rain wasn't over yet. The ancient magic concentrated in one place, black smoke drifting towards Drake buried in the rubble. Inside, a fiery red glow began to shine again. Leon said, "Tenacious." Drake emerged from the rubble. It let out a fierce roar, and even without its wings it still looked as terrifying as at the start. Aelot warned the two, "Kill it before its wings regenerate, hurry up." If Leon couldn't end the fight in one blow, he wouldn't use it until he found its weakness. Lorne gripped the holy sword tightly and nodded to Alice to show he understood. They both summoned their most powerful magic simultaneously and said confidently, "Now it's our turn." Another massive explosion rang out. The wyvern charged at them swiftly, but Leon dodged its attack just in time. It turned back to look at him with a mocking grin. Leon swung his sword. "My turn now," and then he drove the blade into it with force. Deathblade. The wyvern howled in agony, its body covered in burning wounds. Karen suddenly spoke up. "I think I understand what that dance is." The wyvern had just turned its head when it saw Karen's sharp mirror blade aimed directly at its eye, ready to pierce. In an instant its pupils contracted violently. It screamed in terror, the wounds on its body still blazing fiercely. Karen was now standing on the wyvern, waiting just a moment to take its other eye. "Thanks," Karen said, hiding her tenderness, her gaze at it both gentle and utterly terrifying. With that she thrust the tip of her sword deep into its eye. The monster couldn't defend itself and could only let out a piercing scream. Its purple blood gushed out endlessly. Leon watched his assistant pierce its eye before his eyes and couldn't help but praise, "Well done, Karen." Karen quickly flew away from it, leaving the monster to its fate. The wyvern had no way out. It used all its remaining strength to create a black sphere, pulling Leon into another space where only it and the boy existed. Leon was also surprised that the monster's power was still so formidable after enduring so many attacks. He wondered, "This trick again," Alit said. "It's the same attack as before." Leon stepped into a pitch-black space, unable to see his surroundings clearly. Even in the darkness, the mark bestowed by the goddess in Leon's eyes was no longer what it used to be. He held the holy sword horizontally in front of him. "I understand." Lorne summoned the power within the holy sword and began the 7 stars shine. Divine combat art. The stars in the universe began to flicker, with one star shining brighter than all the rest. Then, like lightning, Leon struck a fierce blow at the wyvern's abdomen. Blood gushed from its body like a fountain. The wyvern howled in pain. Leon hadn't yet come to his senses. He raised his arm covered in its blood. "What is this?" The blood from its abdomen was thick like resin. Suddenly a clawed hand struck out. The wyvern tried to stomp hard on Leon. He fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood, letting out a muffled groan. Then a loud crash followed. The wyvern desperately spewed flames, trying to burn everything around it. A blazing sea of fire spread before its eyes. Karen said, "The darkness is dispelled. What about Leon?" But the wyvern still refused to give up. It kept attacking fiercely, slamming down at the spot where he lay. Alice was furious. Even if Leon woke up, that fatal blow was still extremely dangerous. The wyvern swung its tail, ready to smash it down on the now defenseless person. Leon watched the scene in terror but couldn't make a sound. Alice and Karen were both horrified. In Lorne's subconscious, he realized he couldn't dodge. There was no other choice. Leon summoned even greater power and used telekinesis. A blinding light burst from Leon, obscuring everything around him. He still held the glowing sword in his hand. Leon looked at the dragon before him, his gaze sweeping to its side. Karen was now petrified by his magic, frozen in the pose of rushing to save him from the wyvern. Leon's eyes grew even more determined. He looked at the dragon, which was turning to stone as the flames around them surged. Lorne let out a soft breath, then raised the holy sword to finish it. Like lightning, he sliced off the wyvern's tail in one stroke. A flawless cut separated its tail from its body. The wyvern's tail fell before Lorne's eyes. He continued watching. The magic had now reached its time limit, and everything returned to normal. Karen happily called his name. Lorne, meanwhile, the wyvern howled in agony. Even with its tail severed, it was still preparing for its next attack. Leon said, trembling, "If it," then he realized his legs hadn't recovered yet. He called out to Alit, who was also very surprised by what Leon was about to do. "Hey, are you really going to do that?" Leon turned back and said firmly, "Yes." Alit said, "Seriously, you're such an ungrateful brat." But Leon still pretended not to hear. "Take care, master. Divine combat art." The 7 stars began to shine, radiating light. Leon hurled the holy sword in his hand with force toward the wyvern. A beam of light pierced through the air, slashing straight at the wyvern, severing its head from its body. Leon retrieved the sword. Done. The next second, the remaining part of the dragon crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Alit said, "The wyvern's threat level has been revised to S. However, your swordsmanship looks more dangerous. That final move is really rare to see on a wyvern that can use ancient magic. If you hadn't killed it now, it might have absorbed demonic power later and evolved into a demon wyvern." Leon looked at Alice and smiled. "No wonder I thought it was stronger than before." Alice replied, "Indeed, but you bastard, don't you feel sorry for me?" Leon gave an awkward smile and said, "Sorry for being so reckless." Leon's nonchalant attitude made Alit nearly explode with anger. He continued to defend himself. "I knew I wouldn't lose, so." Karen flew over at that moment and suddenly leaned close to Leon, making him tremble a little. "What's wrong, Karen?" she said. "Are you completely unharmed?" Leon was very surprised by Karen's words. She recalled the first time he defeated a goblin and then collapsed from exhaustion, falling asleep peacefully on her lap. "Leon, how many times have you used your skills? That time you were covered in blood after defeating the monster, you also collapsed from exhaustion in my arms." "You passed out every time," she said. He replied, "Oh, that's right," he remembered. "Come to think of it, the knight's mark helped me recover." He raised his hand to his chest. "There's the mark bestowed by the queen here." "Amazing," Karen continued. "But hero, did you see that final strike I made?" Leon quickly chimed in, praising her. "Amazing," Karen went on. "Even if I really did that, it was still fun," she said happily. "It was like I merged with the ghost. I've never controlled my aura like that before." Suddenly she became very serious and said, "So Leon, I'm not sure if that was really me." Leon was very surprised by what he heard. Karen continued, "I might have become a master." Leon was momentarily at a loss for words, just staring at her with wide eyes. Cassie Rem, who had overheard their entire conversation, crossed his arms and looked at them with immense pride, saying, "That's exactly it." Karen happily pressed. "Really?" Cassie Rem replied. "Usually people know when they've reached a certain level. Even if you've just reached it, if you've broken through the bottleneck, then recall how you broke through and perfected it." Karen said, "Thank you, Titan King." Suddenly he turned around and called out to Leon in the opposite direction. "Apprentice?" Lorne looked at him, not knowing what to say. Cassie Rem said seriously, "I don't know what to say to you anymore." Leon retorted, "Have I made no progress at all?" Cassie Rem had to answer. "No, it's meaningless to say anything now. If you keep training and fighting like this, you'll develop yourself in the direction you want, because that's the path you've chosen." The other Titans shouted excitedly, "Amazing, you actually killed an S-class wyvern." Then one Titan said, "Young boy and Miss Karen, you two are incredible." The two of them were enjoying the praise from the other Titans. "Thanks to them as well." The tall female Titan said, "Congratulations, Karen." She replied modestly, "Thank you, thanks to you." Then that Titan directly took Karen away. "To commemorate today, I've prepared a gift. Lorne, I'm borrowing Karen. Let's go." Karen still didn't understand what was happening and could only obediently lie on the female Titan's shoulder. "I'll be back before dinner," they reminded everyone. Leon was full of question marks. "Before dinner?" Seeing him worried about Karen, the other Titan said, "Don't worry, we've boiled it with an antidote substance, so the toxins have all been removed from its body." Another chimed in, "You'll definitely get to eat the meat." Leon seemed not to understand what the two in front of him were saying. "Meat?" Even though Juru fainted after tasting it. Another said, "What a shame we can't roast or boil it." Lorne said speechlessly, "Monster meat," everyone said, "isn't it?" Cassie Rem said, "The wyvern I killed 20 years ago wasn't poisonous, but this one seems a bit toxic." Lorne silently decided to go hungry. Suddenly a voice rang out. "All right, quiet down," the female Titan said. "I'd like to introduce everyone to our new Titan warrior." Karen appeared in a new outfit, even bolder than her first one. "Introducing myself, I'm the new warrior Karen." All the Titans went wild because Karen looked so beautiful, and they shouted excitedly. Karen walked up to Leon and asked, "What do you think, Leon?" Leon hesitated and said, "It suits you, Karen." Waiting for that very line, she smiled happily and said, "I knew it." Then Karen turned and ran off. "Time to eat, Leon." But then he added, "All right, too hot, Karen." She said thank you, but the next second she couldn't help but cry out, "You can't compare yourself to a female Titan warrior like that." Two Titans brought out 2 red, steaming legs and happily introduced them. "These are specially boiled wyvern legs." Poisonous gas and resentment emanated from around the legs. Leon hesitated and said, "Are we going to eat this?" "I think it's still poisonous." Karen said to Leon with a sense of responsibility, "Hey hero, how about you try it first?" but Leon quickly replied, "No, you should eat first, Karen, since you're a poison expert." The two looked at the red meat in their hands, their eyes filled with extreme fear. The people around them were drooling as they watched. "Everyone's waiting for us to taste it." They struggled to bring the toxin-filled meat to their mouths, then bit down together with clenched teeth. The people around still sat waiting to see if Leon and Karen would have any reaction. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and shouted in unison, "It's delicious, it's not poisonous, and it's very tender. It's fragrant and tender with just the right amount of fat," the female titan said. "There's plenty more, eat up." Then she turned to the other titans and said, "All right, everyone, dig in," they said in unison. "Thanks for this meal." A man's hand gripped the edge of a rock tightly, trembling, out of breath. The man suddenly called out to the person ahead, "Hey!" Then, as if using his last bit of strength, he suddenly shouted, "Yihan, wait!" The pink-haired girl was already standing at the mountain peak, waving down and shouting, "Han, hurry up!" He looked at her with a tired and helpless expression. "When did she get up there?" Yihan didn't answer, turning to gaze at the towering mountain ranges in the distance. "Finally, I can see the other side of the Titan Mountains," Han suddenly shouted. "Idiot, I've been traveling non-stop for 4 days without rest." Then he turned to the pink-haired girl in front of him and begged, "Let's take a break." As he spoke, he blamed himself for impulsively following her here. Despite that, the pink-haired girl was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue, and turned to encourage Han. "Almost there, we'll see the hero soon." She looked at the scene before her and said softly, "Please wait for us, chosen hero." Then, without a moment's hesitation, she sped up, leaving the exhausted Han behind, not forgetting to remind him, "Hurry up, Han." Han stood at the bottom of the valley, his face full of bitterness, cursing to himself, "If I'm her vice commander, then my stamina is too weak." Then he looked around and saw the wyvern's corpse not yet cleaned up, bloodstains everywhere, creating an extremely terrifying scene with many other monster corpses scattered around. And she had been eliminating these monsters as she walked. Han said to himself, "She's like a real monster." In the Titan Mountains, night had fallen, and a bonfire was lit, illuminating the path for people and driving away the surrounding monsters. The white bones stripped of meat were scattered everywhere, and unabashed chewing sounds could be heard. The Titans finished processing the wyvern leg meat, satisfied, holding their round bellies and laughing happily. "So full," someone immediately chimed in. "Right, the harder they are to kill, the better they taste." Cassie Rem was talking with Leon when he suddenly asked, "Are you heading east? That's dwarf territory." "Why go to the dwarf kingdom?" Leon looked at him seriously and said, "Because the saint is heading this way." As soon as he said this, Karen, who was sitting behind and still listening to the conversation, was startled, her face darkening. "The saint?" Cassie Rem, on the other hand, had the complete opposite reaction, crossing his arms and saying to Leon with a relaxed expression, "Rodrigo's comrade and also a descendant of the saint, but you didn't agree to meet her here." "Why?" Leon raised his hand to his chest and said, "I feel she's heading east. How to put it, it's like there's some kind of connection between her and me." Karen's face grew darker and darker. She repeated his words, "A connection with the church's saint." Then an image formed in her mind of the saint in spotless white robes, hands clasped in prayer, completely different from the rough warriors or even mages who traveled with the hero. Her status in society was extremely noble, and her power was incomparable, placing her on a level completely different from a killer like herself. Then she bit her nails, her face full of fear. Leon noticed something was wrong with Karen and turned back to ask, "Is something wrong?" Karen was startled and quickly denied it. "No," then he said to Karen, "We're setting out tomorrow, go prepare." She quickly pulled herself together and said, "Let's go." A thought crossed Karen's mind. "Who cares about her? I'm strong myself, I won't lose to the saint," she silently encouraged herself. "Let's go, Karen." The next morning, CM said to the two of them, "I have to continue my mission to eliminate temporal anomalies, and you should keep carrying out the hero's task the goddess gave you." Lorne looked at him, his face filled with joy but also a hint of reluctance and unwillingness to part. CM reached out his hand and said, "The next time you see me you'll definitely be stronger." "Good luck." The two shook hands. "He was my first and only disciple." Lorne replied, "Please continue to teach me next time, master." The female titan took the opportunity to show off her strength. She flexed her muscles and asked him, "Do you want to touch them one last time?" This sent a chill down Leon's spine and he quickly dodged away. The female titan seemed a bit displeased by the rejection. Then Leon and Karen bid farewell to Titan Village. He said, "Thank you for everything." Karen added, "Thanks to everyone, we've learned a lot." The other Titans said goodbye in unison and reminded them, we welcome new members to the fitness club anytime." Others added, "If you pass by here, remember to come see us. Next time, let's have another match, and I'll definitely win." The female Titan also waved goodbye to the two of them. "If you don't die, we'll definitely meet again. I hope we can still drink together." Then they all said in unison, "Farewell, great warriors, craftsmen of Sandrak, and friends of the Titans." The two daggers spun in the air several times before falling back into Karen's hands. She picked them up and said, These are really sharp. These daggers are made from Drake's bones and teeth. It turns out the Titans, knowing they were about to leave, went all out to sharpen many daggers for Karen. The one she held was a typical one, light and durable, and looked like it would come in handy. Then she happily said to him, "Awesome, that saves a lot of money." Leon was also spinning something in his hand and agreed with Karen. "They gave us way too much." A food statistics table appeared on Leon's wristband. Even with the wristband for storage, we still had to leave more than half of the fruits they gifted us back in the village. They said to each other, "They're so kind," the other agreed. Then Leon turned to her and asked, "But Karen, do you know anything about the dwarf kingdom?" Karen's eyes suddenly lit up like stars in the night sky. "I've been waiting for you to ask that," Karen continued. "I knew you would ask, so I've already inquired," Leon replied. "Just as I expected," Karen said happily. "You can't do without me, can you?" The dwarf kingdom, a red-haired man, is forging iron bars on both sides. Their talent lies in art, and they are famous for making cutting-edge weapons, especially the tapered steel that takes craftsmen 1 to 2 years to forge. These weapons are auctioned across the entire continent, Karen continued. In the past 350 years, tapered steel has had independent serial numbers, and only 258 pieces have been forged, so it has become very rare. Leon replied, "Understood." Obliterate continued to provide information for the two of them. Tapered steel is just a deceptive name. In reality, it's just scrap metal. Leon was shocked by the information Obliterate provided. Obliterate was also surprised by Leon's reaction. "What do you mean?" Then Lorne's face darkened, and he asked Obliterate seriously, "Obliterate, have you ever had a feud with anyone like Master CM did?" Obliterate recalled the time when he was still in human form and had gone to the dwarf kingdom, messing up the steel the people there had painstakingly forged, making them sweat profusely. Then he looked at Leon and said, "This secret will make you tremble with fear. This divine sword." Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the holy mark on Lorne's hand, and he himself seemed not to understand what was happening. A new task slowly appeared before Leon. Eliminate the ghost sword. Leon stared at the screen in front of him in surprise, thinking, a sudden mission? Suddenly, Karen shouted his name from the top of a cliff. Then, without waiting for Leon's reply, Karen hurriedly added, "There's a fight going on over the hill and it looks really bad." Karen's expression also became very tense. Obliterate reminded Leon, "Let's go, Leon." "The danger of the mission," Leon nodded in response to Obliterate's words. Then he called out Karen's name loudly. She understood his meaning, got it. Immediately after, the two of them hid together behind a large rock to observe the situation outside. Leon spoke first, 3 carriages and 15 people. Karen replied, "This should be a small caravan." A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he listened. Outside, the carriages had stopped and a few people had come out. Leon quickly recognized a pair of blood-red eyes. It was terrifying, fixed on a sword, surrounded by red sparks, looking extremely horrifying. A ghost sword, Leon thought. A cloaked figure of unknown identity, also emitting a red glow around him, held that terrifying red sword. Blood dripped densely onto the ground. Damn it! A man was seriously injured, trying to press his hand on the wound to stop the bleeding, blood gushing from his mouth and face. The man was still trying to maintain a calm expression, but in reality he was almost completely exhausted. He said to the person in front of him, "I feel like I've seen you once before, but I can't remember your name." The cloaked figure with the obscured face also looked at the pink-haired person in front of him with a complex expression. He still held the blood-red sword in his hand. He said, "Garan Gale." Then he revealed an extremely eerie smile, the veins on his face bulging, making him look even more terrifying. His eyes red as blood. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What's happening?" The scene shifted. A man had already been struck in the neck and fallen, blood gushing from his neck and mouth like a fountain. 5C ranks, another person was taken down in the same way. "Ha," he let out a weak sound. "And me a B rank. My physical condition is so bad now." He still held the bow and arrow tightly in his hand. He still stubbornly taunted, "How could we possibly beat a raging A-rank guy?" The demon in front of him seemed hypnotized, his eyes filled with malice and brutality. He raised the sword in his hand and the blood vessels on the sword spread to his hand. "Harrow," he said angrily. "Impossible." Then he turned his head to look at the ordinary people hiding in fear behind the carriage, not daring to come to the rescue. "That stingy merchant, if we had one more B rank, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way then. Damn it, that's why the price was so cheap. I knew it. I shouldn't have taken the mission near Titan Mountain." He was so annoyed that he could only curse. All the swear words he could use for venting were used. The sword in the other's hand showed no intention of letting him go, the look in its eyes still flickering with cold, merciless light. Ham was terrified now. "You a rank merchant, why did you suddenly go crazy?" He pointed at the other in fear, saying, "Go away, go somewhere else. You look really scary holding that sword." Then he tried to reach for something behind him, but only touched empty air. Ham was horrified to find he had no arrows left. He laughed at himself mockingly, unwilling to end it like this, not wanting to die here at all. The A-rank mercenary raised his sword high, ready to finish off the person in front of him with one strike. Hamio was still thinking to himself, "Damn it, I knew this would happen, looks like I can't keep the promise to drink with them." Before dying, he still cherished the happy times he had spent with his mercenary team. They drank and sang together, having a great time. Then he struggled one last time. "Sorry, Gustav." The red sword slashed down swiftly. Hamel could only weakly tremble and raise the bow in his hand, hoping to lessen the force and reduce the pain. But he suddenly opened his eyes and found something was wrong. It turned out that the red sword about to strike the top of Hamelo's head was suddenly blocked by another white sword. It was Leon who had blocked the man's blow for him. He turned to greet him. "Long time no see. Hamo, still in the mood for jokes? Are you okay?" Ham was as happy as if he had found gold, and 2 streams of tears were about to fall. "You brat." Karen beside him also bent down, raised her hand and greeted Harlow. "Hello, Mr. Harlow." By this time he was already in tears, streaming down like a fountain. "Karen," he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, saved. Thought I was about to die," Leon said to Karen. "You take care of the caravan, I'll handle him." Karen replied, "Okay, Leon." Hamo was very surprised. "Wait, kid, you want to fight him alone?" he continued. "I know you're strong, but no, he's a rank. He's Gale Garan. I don't know what he took, but he can't feel pain, he just wants to kill." The A-rank mercenary's eyes had somehow rolled back and he was mumbling something incoherently. Then he fell to the ground, still holding the sword that had snapped in two. Leon turned back and asked, "What did you just say?" Ham was also stunned by what had just happened and mumbled back, "Nothing." Leon turned back to look at Hamelo, his expression serious. The man in blue suddenly mumbled a few words. "What just happened?" The broken sword in his hand also gradually evaporated. Finally, only a cloud of black dust remained, drifting away with the wind. Did the sword disappear? The merchants who had been hiding behind the carriage and not daring to speak now rushed over, and quickly bowed to Leon in thanks. "Thank you, my benefactor." Leon humbly waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing. I just did what I had to do." They then asked, "But where are you headed?" Leon was surprised by their direct question. The sun was getting harsher. The carriage team continued its original journey as if the bloody conflict just moments ago had never happened. Ham sat in the carriage, his face already bandaged with white gauze. He sat upright and said, "Ghost sword." "Wait a minute," Ham continued. "No wonder I felt that sword was a bit strange. A bit scary. But I also wanted to try that sword, like I was being tempted." Ham was still rambling on. His eyes turned red too, then he couldn't feel pain. "I never thought an A- rank could be controlled by a ghost sword, especially gun. Are you sure we can leave him alone? What if he goes crazy again?" Lorne reassured Hamo. "The ghost sword is there, he'll be fine." Then he continued, "The important thing is he's a key witness to prove everything about the ghost sword. We just need to take care of him." Then he turned to look behind him, very surprised by the sight before him. Karen had somehow tied the man into a cocoon-like shape and hung him upside down. When she was discovered, there was no fear on her face. Instead, she was very proud, waiting for Leon's praise. Garan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with extreme surprise and fear. "He's awake." The whole room suddenly fell silent. The four of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say, only able to stare wide-eyed at each other. From Gun's perspective, the two guys in front of him were demons. Through Gun's filter, the eyes of those two became extremely terrifying. Even Karen turned into a red-eyed demon, looking at him with a strange smile. He suddenly screamed in fear, frantically twisting his cocoon-like body, trying to break free, but to no avail. As he struggled, he shouted, "I'm sorry, I'll compensate for all the losses, please spare me." The other three were surprised to hear that the birthplace of the ghost sword was Duenna. Garan confirmed again with a firm and fearful look, "I paid 300 gold coins for it." He recalled the scene when he first saw the ghost sword. "It was shinier than other swords. It was just an ordinary blacksmith's shop, but from the first time I saw that sword, I fell in love with it. I didn't feel any demonic power from that sword. Then I left and took this mission. When I was eliminating goblins, I felt great." The expression on his face when he was controlled by the sword was extremely eerie. "It was like I had become a true swordsman," he continued. "But during the process of eliminating goblins, my consciousness was gradually eroded, and the inner desire to kill began to rise. If he were an A-rank master, he wouldn't be controlled, but low-level people are easily eroded by that kind of demonic energy." Leon took over from Karen. "What if it's not just a ghost sword? I think it might be dangerous." Suddenly, a loud announcement came, "We're here," at the entrance. It caught the attention of the two. In front of the two was a stone statue of a certain hero. Leon looked at the scene before him and said, "This is the Dwarf Kingdom, Dune." In front of the carriage team was a large mountain with statues of 3 heroes carved into it. The holy mark on Leon's hand glowed again. A new task descended upon Lorne. He needed to eliminate the metal invaders. Leon looked at the task panel in front of him and repeated the name of the next monster to be eliminated. Metal invaders. Voices of conversation came from the canyon. "This is a special characteristic of Yugen." The dwarf population is only 3/7 of the human population. They don't have cities and territories, but use a term called zone to divide their territory. It was Hamelo's voice. He confidently continued, so if Zone 8 has steel mills and mines, then Zone 9 will have a series of furnaces and iron processing facilities. Each zone has a special scientific process and division of labor. Hearing this, Leon blurted out in some surprise, "Zones sounds pretty good." An echo suddenly came from behind. Arrived at Eugen. Seeing this, Leon and Karen turned their heads. Leon said, "Oh, so this is Eugen." They were talking there at the entrance next to Zone 13. "Unfortunately, this is the farthest I can go. I have to take care of this trip's business." The man in the white hat bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you very much, Mr. Leon." Then he took out a money bag and handed it to him. "Although this small amount is not enough to repay your efforts, I have put all the money I have into it. Please accept it." Leon waved his hand in refusal. "Ah, no need," the man continued. "We can never repay the debt of you saving our lives. We were safe all the way here." Meanwhile, Hamel was deep in thought. "Come to think of it, we didn't encounter a single monster on the way here. Usually we'd run into one every day or two. Ah, how strange." Suddenly, someone threw a dagger into his hand, startling Hameo. "Mr. Hamel, take this. It's from Karen," she replied with a smile. Hamel froze, not knowing what to do with the thing. Then he got on the carriage ready to go back, but didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Kid, Karen, see you next time." Leon and Karen also raised their hands in response. "Good. Please give my regards to the chief," Hamel continued. "Karen, thank you for the dagger. I'll take good care of it." Leon looked confused, not understanding what was happening. "Dagger?" The person beside him told him that Karen had given him a great gift. Leon still didn't get it. The person had to explain that anything made from Drake's bones and scales would retain the aura of an S-class creature. For a month, no small monster would dare approach him. Leon finally understood and said with a smile, "I get it, that's great, Karen." Over by Karen and Galen, she asked him, "Galen, where are we going next?" He replied with a serious expression. "To the guild headquarters in District 13, she asked doubtfully. "Right now," he said, "of course." The scene shifted to the guild headquarters. In District 13, a voice came from inside. "So you're the benefactor of Gallo?" Leon and Karen raised their rank badges and introduced themselves. "I'm B-rank Leon," Karen said. "I'm A-rank Karen." Guildmaster Ryan looked thoughtful, carefully weighing things. He asked the two, "Does the demon sword really incite a killing urge just by touching it? That sounds terrifying, but what's the evidence?" A sharp gaze then fell upon them. Galen spoke up, answering that the sword turned to ash the moment it broke. Upon hearing this, Guildmaster Ryan exclaimed, "Crazy, if that's true. We have to stop the craftsmen of Eugen from their current work and contact the church." "I believe your words, but without evidence, it's hard to get Eugen's craftsmen to stop their livelihood." He warned that the risk was too great, then shouted authoritatively, "Bring me the evidence." He raised his membership card and said, "I will grant you the guild's investigative authority. You can investigate facilities up to the 3rd level. Please find the evidence for this matter as soon as possible." Suddenly a voice sounded, "What? Rombert isn't here? Then he's with that brown-haired old man." He asked, "Are you a guild investigator?" Then he replied, He's not here." Galen, drenched in sweat, denied it, saying it was impossible. He shouted affirmatively and intensely, "I bought the sword right here." The brown-haired old man had a calm expression. "Ah, are you here to make a claim?" He provided information. "Rombert, the one who forged your sword, has been ordered to leave. He went to District 1 a week ago. If you want to make a claim, go find him yourself." His words hit them like a thunderbolt. District 1, huh? With that, he slammed the door shut. "I'm busy, goodbye," Galen said to Leon. "We're in big trouble." Lion's expression had already turned panicked. "Ah, what's wrong?" He replied that District 1 was the capital of Eugen, about 100 kilometers from here. They quickly moved there, and Leon and Karen's eyes sparkled with joy. There was a pipe billowing smoke. They said to each other, "Is this a steam train?" Karen was very excited, amazed that something so big could move on its own. "A gadfly burns a flea." "Oh," then she asked Galen, "Is the place we're going the capital of Dugan?" He replied that the place was called the Steel Heart. He frowned as he spoke. Later at night, District 1 was not only far but also a difficult place to enter, because the area was protected by 1st and 2nd level facilities. Even if you were a resident of this city, you couldn't enter carelessly. One wrong step and you'd be immediately expelled. "We're here." The three got off the train. Leon said, "You can tell just by being here." Karen added, "The metallic smell is so strong and there are too many chimneys." Surrounding them were huge pipes constantly belching thick smoke. A worker said to them, "It's hot enough just standing here. Please finish your business and leave." They nodded in agreement. The three left that place and continued on. Leon and Karen wondered why all these houses had their doors closed. Galen replied, "The craftsmen here have very strict safety regulations." Leon imagined it in his mind, feeling like they were being watched. Soon they reached their destination, standing in front of another area with closed doors. "That's the forge." The three were at the Machina forge. A voice wondered if Lomart was inside. Then they reached out to knock. "Is anyone there?" Their expressions froze and they smiled awkwardly. Someone opened the door from inside and said, "Who is it? Why all the noise in broad daylight?" The person who came out was a muscular man. It was Pedro, looking displeased. The four of them stared at each other. Leon was a bit surprised by his appearance and thought to himself, "Ah, he's scary." Pedro looked at the three of them with a scrutinizing gaze. He asked if they were guild investigators, then immediately shooed them away. "Get lost, I'm busy." "I hate those guild bastards." Galen spoke up. "Please wait." Then he said loudly, "I heard Lombard is at this forge. Please tell him that Galen, the man who bought his sword, is looking for him." Hearing this, Pedro remembered the name Lombard. "Ah, that guy who came a week ago," he refused bluntly. "No, go back." Galen wouldn't accept it and asked doubtfully, "Why? What's the reason?" Pedro replied without changing his expression. "No reason needed." "Get lost," Galen insisted stubbornly. "This is a guild request," Pedro said. "I don't care. I told you to get lost, so get lost." Eret sighed helplessly. "Dwarves are as stubborn as ever." Then it called out, "Leon?" He replied, It gave a meaningful smile and suggested, "Lend me your body." Leon looked confused, not knowing what was happening. As for Karen, she shouted angrily, "This is infuriating, really, that old man." Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder from behind. "Wait, young lady." Karen turned around, puzzled by the address. "Young lady?" Leon smiled and said, "Sorry." She looked at him in surprise, blushing, and thought, "Is it Leon?" Leon stepped forward to face Pedro directly. He walked over and said something to Pedro. Behind him were the hopeful gazes of Karen and Galen. What Leon said made Pedro furious, veins bulging, but then he suddenly agreed and said to them, "Come in." The two behind him couldn't believe their eyes. They asked him, "Leon, what did you do?" He smiled awkwardly and replied, "I proposed." "No, maybe a challenge." Karen and Galen still didn't understand his words. "A challenge," Pedro urged. "Come on, come in. This is the best Machina forge in District 1. They also walked in. Leon was quite surprised by the temperature inside and blurted out, "Amazingly hot," a voice sounded, and everyone noticed Pedro saying something inexplicable. The people working in the forge were also puzzled. Everyone whispered, "These guys say they want to challenge that." "What? Which guys?" Pedro spoke up. He continued with a very dangerous smile. "That challenge I, Pedro, craftsman of Machina, accept." The people in the forge cheered him on. Pedro crushed them. "Don't let them leave here alive." As for the three of them, they could only force a bitter smile. Galen looked at Leon and stammered doubtfully, "Leon, what you whispered just now, was that it? How did you know about that?" Galen's face turned pale with fear. "What kind of trouble have you stirred up?" Karen asked doubtfully. "What is it? Tell me," he explained to her. 3,000 years ago, Holy King Rodri shattered the strongest metal and pride of the dwarves. Since then, a tradition has been passed down in the dwarven kingdom of Yenyen, known as Rodri's legacy. If anyone can destroy a weapon made of Eugenstone, that person can make any request of the craftsman who made it. But if the challenge fails, hearing this, Leon and Karen's expressions became worried. She asked, "What happens then?" Galen, sweating profusely, continued, "Then you have to be a slave in this forge for 10 years. The two of them imagined being cursed at while working. "Look at those slaves." Leon angrily questioned Eret. "That demon sword, why didn't you tell me about all this?" It spoke up to reassure everyone, "Don't worry." With an untrustworthy smile, in the forge, a man raised the Hubon axe, numbered 007. "This is my masterpiece." It was Pedro. He smiled provocatively. "Come on, kid." Leon bravely picked up his sword, showing no fear. Karen encouraged him. "Leon, you must destroy it at all costs, understand?" Galen, on the other hand, looked dejected. He would definitely lose. He would definitely fail. Would he have to be a slave here for another 10 years? Eret told him, "This is a lesson. Leon, you can now freely use the shadow step and footwork. I plan to teach you the next move. Don't just use your eyes, use all your aura to feel it, like this." His eyes suddenly lit up and a powerful energy radiated around him. As for Pedro, he was raising his huge axe thinking, "Oh, Eret is inside again." It instructed him, 7 parts steel, 2 parts sage steel, and the remaining 1 part is mithril. To increase aura conductivity, they used the Eastern metal lamination method, hammering the metal to its thinnest. "Did you see it?" Leon replied. "Yes, I saw it. Amazing. I didn't expect to see it so clearly." It added, "This is a special service." Then Pedro and Leon engaged in battle. Pedro charged in to attack first, while Eret continued, "I'll show you directly." Leon smiled. "Okay." Pedro charged fiercely, his eyes like burning flames, determined to win. Lion's lips curled up slightly, without any panic. Pedro's axe blade suddenly shattered into countless pieces. He blurted out, "Weak point." Pedro couldn't believe what had happened. He couldn't believe Leon had shattered his axe blade. Leon turned his head and smiled triumphantly. "You'll need to bring out something harder than that, huh?" Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Even Karen was shocked by his strength. Pedro's hand trembled slightly, and his lips quivered. "Masterpiece, my proudest work. Physician Hanbin," then he roared in despair. "Hanbin," Chief Craftsman Lombard, with a mix of surprise and fear in his voice, said shakily, "I'm going to complain to him." Had someone finally dared to challenge the undefeated Rodri and shattered Eugenstun No 007? Then he, like Pedro, roared. Did it have to go that far? Meanwhile, the craftsman and Pedro were immersed in an atmosphere of disappointment. What have we been doing for these 3,000 years? I'm an incompetent person. At that moment, Lion's expression turned serious, and he said in a cold tone, because it's a matter concerning the demon sword. Lombard looked confused. Demon sword? Does that sword react to blood? Yes, Leon replied softly. Hearing his confirmation, he panicked. What? How could I have made something like that? Leon calmly explained. I don't think it's something you, Mr. Lombard, could have made. The possibility lies in the problem being with some of the raw minerals used as materials. Can we know the source of the original ore used to make that sword? He calmed down and said seriously, we don't know the supply source either. The amount shipped out daily alone equals several months' production of a small kingdom. There's an agency that specifically records and handles cargo transport. Go to the Archives Administration. The scene shifted to the Archives Administration, where Gallen's piercing voice could be heard from outside. What? Even as a guild investigator, I can't access the information? Why? It's just a simple cargo transport record. Can't even a third-level authority see it? The female administrator there looked a bit troubled and said, only the highest authority can see it. A flicker of surprise crossed Lion's face. The highest authority? Who is that? As soon as he finished speaking, a commanding voice sounded behind the three of them. It's me. His voice brought a sense of fear and pressure to the three. The man who had just spoken was tall and imposing, towering over them. He looked at the three of them with eyes that seemed to crackle with electricity. Karen and Leon immediately assumed a defensive stance. Karen thought to herself, this guy appeared behind 3A-rank individuals without anyone noticing. Leon looked wary. Damn, no time. His instincts told him this guy was strong. He then continued, hello, nice to meet you. I serve as the Grand Master of Eugen and a Cardinal of the Holy Church. My name is Alexander. Karen and Gallen showed a flicker of surprise. Cardinal, Grand Master. Leon was also a bit surprised like the other two. Alexander. Leon suddenly realized something, and then he said to Eret, you handle this mission. Eret slightly curled the corner of its mouth and smiled. Really strong. This is probably the strongest person so far. The title of Grand Master symbolizes the best craftsman, and he's also fortunate enough to inherit the advantages of both humans and DFs. Half DF, he muttered blankly. If he's half DF, before he could finish, Alexander spoke. That sword, is it the one that destroyed Pedro's weapon? Hearing this, Leon was slightly startled. Alexander's eyes were still fixed on the sword at Lion's waist. Seeing that it wasn't good for him to keep staring, Leon gestured. Would you like to try holding it? He said as he took off the sword and held it out to him. Alexander was slightly surprised. Is it really okay? Leon nodded. Yes. Eret, still maintaining its upward curved smile, said, oh, seeing is believing, right? After receiving his definite confirmation, Alexander reached out and took the sword. The moment he drew it, a powerful light seemed to burst forth, forming a gentle yet strong wind. This made his eyes light up. He stared in awe at the sword, which was bright as new and without a single scratch. After a moment, he came back to his senses, returned the sword to Leon, and said softly, please follow me. In a room bathed in sunlight streaming through the windows. At the table, Alexander was with Leon and the other two. He spoke up, I didn't expect something like this to happen, so that's why you're here. At this, Leon suddenly asked, speaking of which, Cardinal Alexander, why did you set access restrictions on the place we were investigating? Hearing this, he lifted his clothes with his hand, showing them the mark on his arm. I felt a bump. The three of them were surprised when they saw it. He continued, that's right, it's the mark of the guide. When I detect a dangerous anomaly, the mark on my arm glows. My daily job is to observe the entire kingdom of Eugen with this mark. The mark reacted at that mine. Upon hearing this, Karen asked shrewdly, so there's something there, right? He replied calmly. Exactly, so I immediately restricted access. But according to Mr. Ron, enough ore to forge hundreds of swords in all the blacksmith shops across the kingdom may have already leaked out. Ron was startled by the staggering number and blurted out, hundreds of swords. Alex understood his thoughts and relaxed. First, I'll issue orders to all blacksmith shops nationwide. Please test any newly forged weapons by dripping a few drops of blood on them. Everyone present agreed it was a good idea. The conversation then turned to Ewan's mine, a vast site with dozens or even hundreds of entrances and tunnels also inhabited by monsters. Therefore, Alex concluded, so we need a large number of soldiers. I'll issue a general attack order to all my guilds under the name of EU. Then he looked at Gong sitting beside him. Mr. Gallen. Gal understood and replied, yes, I'll relay it as soon as possible. After the trio of Ron stood up, Alexander saw them off at the door. Then see you in 5 days, Ron said. Thank you all for your hard work. Gal turned and gestured. I'm off, I need to hurry and notify. Gal looked back and said see you later. Before Leon could walk away, Alex suddenly called them back. Then he knelt on one knee. Ah, servant of the goddess Alexa, I humbly seek the hero's guidance. I sincerely thank the light guide for this visit. Seeing him so solemn, Leon ran over in confusion. Your Eminence, please rise, I'm not used to this yet. Alexandra couldn't help but laugh. Leon's eyes widened, staring blankly in bewilderment. Alex said gently, you are the hero I've always admired. I look forward to working with you. Hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up. He squinted and smiled. All right, I look forward to working with you too, somewhere under the dazzling sunlight. Someone asked, are we in the right place? Another replied, M13 Zone, Tunnel 2. Leon and his companions stood outside observing. We have to go in, right? The three of them now stood before Tunnel 2. Karen suddenly asked, we're still missing one person, right? Leon smiled and replied, yeah, wait a bit longer. Recalling yesterday, Alexander had told them all personnel teams had reached their respective zones. Leon's team was Team 8. Just then, Karen tilted her head in confusion. Your Eminence, Alexander, but you said each team has 4 people. Then who's the last person on our team? Back in the present, someone spoke up. Hello? The 3 members of Leon's team all turned to look. The last member of Leon's team had arrived. The girl continued, I'm a bit late. Without exaggeration, the newcomer was a stunning beauty with a perfect figure. She began to introduce herself. I'm Hazel, an A-rank adventurer, nicknamed the Witch. Hazel smiled against a backdrop of brilliant flowers. Nice to meet you, Leon welcomed her frankly. You're here, glad to meet you. Karen was speechless with shock. She screamed inwardly, totally the mature woman type. Meanwhile, the young man Gong blushed and stammered an introduction. I'm Gong, an A-rank mercenary, nicknamed Wind Feather, or simply nice to meet you. Then Karen reluctantly introduced herself. I'm Karen, a rank no nickname. But Hazel ignored her completely and asked Leon, and you? Karen was furious at being so dismissed. Meanwhile, the asked Leon replied innocently, Ah, I'm Leon, B rank. This introduction seemed to surprise Hazel considerably. She hadn't expected him to be B rank. Then Hazel leaned in and said frankly, That's strange. Not counting Karen, you're stronger than Gallon and me. Why are you still B rank? Leon replied awkwardly. Aye, Hazel narrowed her eyes slightly and waited quietly for an answer. It was her focused gaze that made Leon realize ignoring it would only raise more suspicion. Trapped, Leon racked his brain and stammered, I only registered as an adventurer not long ago. Fortunately, this answer seemed to pass muster. Is that so? It's just a matter of time then. Leon smiled and replied, Exactly. Hazel smiled and said, With your ability, Leon, you'll get a gold badge soon. So I'll treat you as an equal teammate regardless of rank. With that, Hazel slowly walked forward. All right, let's go. Although Hazel seemed to have won over the 2 male members of the team, Karen didn't like her at all. The bulging veins on her face clearly showed her anger. Suddenly, someone called Leon. Mr. Ron, just listen, don't answer. Elliot had appeared beside him without warning. It thought to itself, that guy can use telepathy even from this distance, Leon whispered to Elliot. That's Her Eminence Alexandra's voice. Through telepathy, Alexandra continued. 5 days ago, I ordered all blacksmiths nationwide to conduct blood tests on weapons. But there's bad news. It seems someone has already tested weapons with blood and bought them before us. Hearing this bad news, Leon's eyes widened. Over there, Alexander believed monsters had invaded the mine, contaminating the ore, and that a behind-the-scenes force was directing it. As he spoke, the veins on his face seemed to bulge with anger. In my judgment, that behind-the-scenes force is, he paused, as if catching his breath. I believe it's chaos. When that word reached his ears, Leon's expression immediately turned serious. He muttered the name of that force under his breath. Leon suddenly looked at the smiling Ellis beside him. Does Elis know about chaos? It replied, Yes, that's evil, mentioning it. Leon's eyes widened instantly, and his voice became excited. Evil? Chaos is the evil faction? Elliot continued. Exactly, they're the ones who tried to devour that city over there. They are the enemies of heroes. Then it explained them in detail to Leon. After speaking of despair and destruction, Elliot showed a disgusted expression when mentioning chaos. As for chaos, they're just a bunch of lunatics. After digesting everything, Leon was a bit dazed, that's all. Elliot then added, and that's what makes them a threat. It turned around and said, because you can't predict what they'll do next. So what should we do? We just keep moving forward as usual. After Ellis finished, the determination in Leon's eyes became clearer. He agreed with its words. In a rather barren place with no trees around and quite complex terrain, a young man ran up to report that the positions were set. Berg, Team 14 is ready for battle. Teams 8 and 11 will combine at the command center. Too heavy. He was expressionless, coldly commanding the people there. All right, Team 14, start entering mine M13.5. Team 14 Captain Berg, over here. Alexander was walking into the mine alone, fearless. How is Her Eminence Alexandra doing? His Eminence has independently entered the massive A5 mine. Entering A5, estimated danger level S, even sending 5 teams in, we're not sure we'd win. He was initially surprised but instantly understood. And His Eminence is fighting alone? Every step he takes is so majestic. Right, that's just how Her Eminence Alexana is. Alexander observed the surroundings for a long time before commenting, not only monsters fleeing from Caius, but also the use of the great light vein to create and distribute cursed swords. Unexpectedly, as he pondered, a threatening giant snake loomed above his head. I believe chaos is orchestrating this in an organized manner, yet Alexander instantly anticipated and triggered an explosion. The giant snake was blasted into many disgustingly messy pieces, but they don't always act alone. Even if their goals differ, they're still just trash in the end. His eyes were murky, hiding danger behind them. Right? Alex looked at the person before him, confirming in a hoarse voice. Bishop Cordia revealed a mysterious expression, showing a chilling smile. You found me, you dog of the goddess. In another mind, Leon used his sword to clear the piled rocks, sending them flying in all directions. Before him now were countless heaps of rubble. Hazel came from somewhere, clicking her tongue in admiration. But Leon only replied with 2 words, "It's just Leon." "You're amazing, thank you." As if on purpose, as soon as she finished speaking, her high-heeled foot slipped on a stone, losing balance. "Hurry up and get to a rank." The nearby Galen witnessed this and didn't know how to react, so he stayed silent. In contrast, Karen seemed displeased, staring wide-eyed. Hazel tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body against him, complaining in a coquettish tone. "Ah, I fell." She was startled by this shameless self-directed act. Leon crouched down and gave a perfunctory greeting, but she thought otherwise. "Are you okay? It seems I twisted my ankle." Hazel's cheeks flushed, pressing close and using a seductive voice. "It's hard to move. What to do? We need to move quickly." "Leon, if it's not too much trouble, could you carry me on your back?" Of course. Getting her wish, she immediately adjusted her posture. Then she thanked him, but behind her a dark shadow appeared as if mocking. "Thanks, no problem." Suddenly, Hazel sensed something, her eyes turning sharp as if to kill. A long rope imbued with magic was thrown toward the group. She immediately signaled everyone to dodge to the sides to avoid injury. "Danger, everyone take cover." Fortunately, no one was hit, but the stones suffered. They were sliced into many smooth fragments without a trace of debris. Seeing this, Karen gritted her teeth, full of suspicion. The stones were cut like butter. The owner of those long ropes appeared. Midrin Slim. Hazel looked at Midrin Slim, worried about what was coming, and quickly informed everyone about it. "That's right, it's a very troublesome monster. Though they look fragile on the outside, they are S-rank monsters." "Wait." Hearing her words, she froze, fear surging in her heart. "You're joking, right?" Those Midrin Slims had many tentacles. They were creatures bred from precious Mitran minerals. Their tentacles were sharper than any sword. They looked dangerous, always eager to attack opponents, and you had to shatter the core inside their bodies. But they were also protected by Mitran. Suddenly, Hazel saw him walking forward and called out to him. But he didn't look back, instead proposing a condition as if already decided. "Can I give it a try? I'm already quite good at eliminating Slims." The 3 behind him exclaimed in unison at his words. "Slim expert." Then Leon recalled a pastime of his, looking a bit childish. "That's right, experience earned with blood in the past. Of course, damn it." His tone was firm and reassuring. "Wait for me." She saw Leon's resolve but still couldn't shake her worry. "Even though you're a rank, you can't fight them alone." Hazel's pupils widened to their maximum, her mind blank. Pieces of stone with sharp cut marks flew everywhere. He eliminated all the Midran Slims, smashing them to pieces. Body here, tentacles there, all taken care of. Leon's expression remained cold, indescribably cool. Behind him were the remains of the Midran Slims. Then Leon turned to his companions and said, "Then let's head to the rendezvous point together." Galen witnessed this, extremely excited, constantly praising and bringing up their past. "You're truly outstanding. Last time at the blacksmith shop I guessed your ability, but I never imagined it would exceed expectations." Karen proudly raised her face, taunting Hazel's earlier words. "See, you said it was impossible? For Leon, it's just a small matter." At that moment she cast aside everything and spoke her true feelings about Leon. She looked quite shy. "I really like you." A flash of lightning struck the dagger behind him. "Ah, right." No one could guess what Leon was thinking at this moment. "I used to be an assassin." Alexander walked without stopping, fearless in his heart. In the cult, the leader was also called. Perhaps he had long seen through Cordia and the dark forces behind the 9 demons. Alexander's next words sounded somewhat harsh, as if spitting and mocking the men in black. "The leadership has only 9 people, comparable to the cardinal level in the Holy Spirit Church. But regardless, the 9 demons are just cockroaches in the sewer." He widened his eyes, asking with a tone of contempt and threat, "Isn't that right?" Neither had made a move yet, just standing there taunting each other. "Cordia, the leader of despair." Then Cordia showed a ferocious smile. "Really, you're coming at me with that wound again?" He revealed an extremely arrogant, murderous expression, emphasizing each word. "Alexander, the half-blood cardinal of Eugen." Then Cordia scratched his head. A gesture of contempt combined with a mocking tone, creating an unbearable, grating resonance. "Damn it, can't you stop following me? Aren't you tired of being the goddess's dog?" Hearing Alex's admission, he suddenly became serious. "That's right, I am a dog." Then he summoned his exclusive weapon, crackling with lightning like a hound biting down on pests invading the front yard. He coldly gripped the massive axe in his hand that was the hound, with the weight of the weapon. Veins bulging, radiating power. Alexandra, the serpent of St. Church's third Cardinal Xander. Alex gritted his teeth and declared with a resounding voice that he would tear your bones apart piece by piece, yet Cordia showed no fear, instead provoking him with keen interest. "Come on." Swift as lightning, he lunged forward, assuming a ready stance. Over at mine number 5, a fireball spell had already been summoned, engulfing everything in flames. The giant spiders were scorched black, writhing in the intense heat. Garan witnessed it firsthand, which gave him a different perspective on her. He was full of praise. Oh, truly exquisite. For now, setting aside those words of admiration, he focused solely on the group of charred spiders, strange spider-type monsters in this place. Long leaned in from behind to ask, puzzled, and she began to explain. "What's wrong? Spider-type monsters rarely appear in mining areas. Apart from Stillen, there's neither insect-type monsters for food nor sources for web-spinning silk." He turned his gaze to Ellet, who floated in mid-air pondering, but it was only a fleeting thought. Something was happening. "I'll no use thinking about it now." Karen hid a small knife behind her back, unsure of her intentions. She suddenly gasped, forcing a strained expression. Hands on her hips, Karen said with a slightly competitive tone, "No choice. A high-level mage is an irreplaceable member and must be prioritized for protection in the team." Determination burned in her eyes as she silently affirmed, "This time for the mission, I'll endure it." Just then, Hegel suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled backward, losing too much blood. As luck would have it, she fell right into Leon's arms. Seeing her weak state, he had no choice but to ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest." Miss Chen Chu had barely spoken when she struck out again. A surge of magic about to erupt. "No, I've already decided. I must kill that woman now." But at that moment an earthquake shook the surroundings, drawing everyone's attention. Karen halted all actions, using only her mind to deduce the problem. This tremor seemed to indicate a great battle taking place somewhere. Leon interjected, effectively confirming it. "Lady Alexandra, the exit is ahead. We need to move quickly. We've already reached the midway rendezvous point. Your squad has already exited mine number 5 and is waiting for everyone to assemble." A voice came from the adjacent mine. Has no one arrived yet?" He quickly identified who they were but remained calm and observant. "Looks like we're the first team." "What? Weren't we Team 14 the earliest?" A group of tall figures emerged. Berg arrogantly pressed on. "Which reckless fool dares to arrive before us?" Garan called out, seemingly pleased to encounter this person. "Oh, BG," he recognized an acquaintance, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Damn, it's Gorn." Lost, Leon stood quietly in the back, sensing something unusual beside him. Illicit seemed to understand as well. He immediately signaled to it. Ellet. Right. He and Berg were still chatting animatedly, appearing very in sync. It seems everyone is here. Team 11 hasn't arrived yet, but they should be here soon." When Gorn mentioned what had happened, the conversation turned serious. "Did you encounter anything unusual on the way?" He immediately waved his hand, unwilling to listen further and complaining. "Don't ask, we ran into that dragon halfway. It ate my expensive shield." Suddenly, Leon lunged from behind, sword in hand, aiming to assassinate Berg. Startled, Berg reacted slowly. He decisively slashed off his arm. Berg could only turn his head to look at the severed arm. Karen and Hel were stunned by the chaos. Garan roared in fury as if he wanted to devour Leon. "Long Leon, what are you doing? Berg is our teammate." He blocked him, preventing him from approaching excitedly. "Teammate?" Leon coldly demanded. Garan, "accept the facts." "Step aside, Gorn, take a closer look." Despite the complaint, Berg's lips curled upward. "It hurts." He became more eerie than ever. The severed arm was reattached in a disjointed manner. "What did you do to your teammate?" He froze, eyes wide. Everyone stared in shock at the horrifying body. "Is that spider silk?" The secret was exposed. His entire body was covered in spider silk. Could it be that the entire Team 14 has Hegel's eyes darted, her presence imposing as if they were all connected? Those spider silks in the end where they gathered. Above, a giant spider was spinning silk. "What is that?" A glint flashed in Leon's eyes, white bone patterns covering his golden pupils. Above, the giant spider with blood-red eyes bared its fangs, glaring menacingly at everyone, emitting threatening growls. Karen and Garan both looked up at it, and she asked, "What is that thing?" Garan frowned in disgust, his voice trembling as he said, "A giant spider." Karen added, "Commentary, I absolutely hate this disgusting thing." Leon's gaze remained fixed on the ugly giant spider monster, a sudden flash of light in his hand. The system panel in his hand displayed a notification. Mine intruder, mirror spider, scale difficulty. 1 target, Kalido spider. Responsible, Hero Leon mission content. Eliminate the extra-dimensional creature escaped from the demon realm, the mirror spider. The mirror spider, also known as the Khalid spider, uses its mirror-like internal organs to capture prey and weaves their replicas with silk. It reuses victims as bait and combat power, can move through mirror surfaces, and freely uses illusions of light, shadow, and mirrors. Seeing the information on the system screen, a flicker of surprise crossed Leon's eyes. He blurted out involuntarily, "Mirror spider Khalid," beside him. Garan exclaimed in shock, his face contorted. "What? Replicas?" Leon nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Garan recalled the image of the spider and nodded in sudden understanding. "So that thing is a monster from the mirror rift. It captures prey and uses the mirror in its belly to create replicas, right?" Leon nodded again. "Yes, that's right." Hagel's eyes suddenly turned serious. "If that's the case," Karen seemed to understand her meaning and softly finished her sentence, "in its belly." Berg closed his eyes tightly, his entire body wrapped like a cocoon in a mass of spider silk. Two voices rang out. "They're still alive." The team members appeared one by one. They were now entwined with venom and white spider silk, rolled into thick coils, the doubtful voice whispered. "Berg and the team members are still alive?" Garan gritted his teeth. He began to explain. "Those things wrapped in spider silk are all replicas, just cut those silks." With that, Garan swiftly drew his sword, his face dark, veins bulging, and shouted, "Storm sword dance!" A gale swept through and sound waves propagated through the air. Soon, Garan had already closed in on Berg's replica. He gripped the sword hilt, ready to strike and cut the silks, just immobile puppets. Ellet muttered, cursing Gorn's intense reaction. "How foolish, it makes you angry, makes you open your mouth and roar at it." Spider silk itself is a very long material. If it reaches a certain thickness, its strength and toughness are 3 times that of steel. What if it's a monster's silk? Garan paid no heed. Charging straight in like a beast and slashing down, Red Dragon 5 elements, after perfectly executing the attack. Garan suddenly froze, eyes wide in disbelief. The spider silk had now tightly entangled his sharp blade. Cold sweat broke out on Gorn's face as he muttered under his breath, "Can't cut it." The puppet Berg twisted its body, turned its head to look at him, and called out, "Garan." The spider silk immediately controlled the puppet Berg. It swung its arm, slashing horizontally at Gorn's waist. Blood spurted from the wound. Leon's eyes widened as he shouted at him, "Garan." He was knocked back, his body scraping against the ground, the wound bleeding profusely. Garan struggled in pain, both hands clutching the wound, coughing loudly. "This movement, it's not just copying the appearance, is it?" He frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked ahead in panic. The puppet Berg held a long sword, its tip pointing high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Garan barely sat up, looking up at his sinister smile. Unexpectedly, before he could strike, Karen stepped forward, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she chuckled softly. "Because I was distracted by other things, I couldn't use my full strength, and my body is itching for action," her resounding voice rang out. "So, let me handle it." Karen's words immediately caught Berg's attention, and he turned to glance at the source of the sound. She floated in midair, her body enveloped in a faint purple glow. Magical arms extended from behind her, firmly gripping the puppet Berg's body. Karen's seductive voice rang out, "If you can't cut it." She manipulated the magical arms, which quickly tore Berg into pieces. Strands of spider silk fell. Karen smiled slightly and continued, "Then tear it apart." A tearing sound came from Card's mouth and the sword in Leon's hand swung. Strands of white spider silk snapped, and the other members were rescued as well. "Done here too." Karen strode over. Leon looked at her and praised, "Karen, amazing, you got to Garen's side instantly." Garan breathed a sigh of relief. "I survived." In response to Leon's praise, Karen's eyes crinkled into a smile, a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing." Then her expression darkened, and she turned to look at Hegel, a puzzled look in her eyes. Following her gaze, Leon glanced over and declared with a resounding voice, "You're next." He drew the sword in his hand, and a layer of light enveloped the blade. The sharp tip pointed at the giant spider, and Leon shouted coldly, "Khalid." In response to Leon, Khalid bared its ferocious face and growled angrily. Hegel hesitated, then suddenly called out to Leon. Hearing her voice, he glanced over and responded, "Hum." Hegel pursed her lips, pointed ahead, and stammered to indicate. A heavy footstep is coming." Looking at them, Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is that?" Rows of Berg's puppets appeared, smiling, their eyes glaring over. Leon's shocked voice echoed throughout the cave. Dozens, hundreds of Bergs. A group of Berg-like puppets surrounded Leon's squad from all sides. Hegel initiated the attack, spreading her hands and quickly summoning a hazy mist. Water bones, the bone fragments rapidly expanded, floating and blocking the puppet's line of sight. Leon cast a puzzled glance. It was a thick fog tightly surrounding and protecting Leon's squad. Sensing his confusion, Hegel explained, "I've temporarily blinded its eyes." Then she turned and called softly, "Long?" He quickly responded, "Yes." Hegel glanced at him and then instructed crisply, "If this continues, it will never end. Let me handle the giant spider. You and Miss Kara deal with the puppets." After hearing Hegel's plan, Karen stood like a wall. "Huh, Kara?" Ellet chimed in agreement. "Good idea, we can't keep defending." Receiving the order, Leon replied, "Yes." As soon as he spoke, Hegel rushed out swiftly. Before attacking, she didn't forget to remind them, "Please be careful, you two. Leave the rear to me." Karen stood by the wall above. Hegel flashed a charming smile and winked at Karen. Then let's begin, Karen. She turned pale with anger, her eyes blank, panicking inwardly. What? Cane him. Just as Hegel was about to leave, Karen snapped back to reality and lowered her voice. Hey, curly-haired miss. Hearing the nickname Karen gave her, she was startled. You just called me Curly? Before Hegel could answer, Karen's face darkened as she shot a challenging look at her. How about we see who kills more? Hegel didn't back down. She gritted her teeth and spat out the words one by one. Fine. A fierce standoff erupted. Invisible flames burning in the air. The competition began. Both Hegel and Karen fought fiercely to eliminate the puppets. One by one, the puppets were sent flying into the air. Hegel's lips curled into a wild smile as she unleashed fire magic with both hands, burning Berg's puppets. Karen, not to be outdone, charged forward, manipulating invisible magical arms to chase and capture them. Khalid watched their momentum, sensing danger, cold sweat breaking out on its face, its lips trembling against each other, silently observing the chaotic battle below from above. Card's sweat dripped incessantly. Elliot, watching the spider that hadn't yet noticed their presence, praised, "They're doing well, looks like it hasn't spotted us yet." Leon observed Card's movements and replied briefly, He gripped the sword hilt tightly, the sharp blade slowly sliding out of its sheath. Looking at it, Leon continued, "No need to overthink, I'll attack with full force." He shifted his feet, lowered his center of gravity, instantly entering an attack stance, light flickering on the sword tip. Leon calmly called out the move Spark, a glow enveloped the sword tip. Lightning bolts appeared around him, and smoke instantly shrouded the area. The spider was still observing the battle below, unaware of the approaching danger. 7 pointed stars appeared one after another, forming the shape of a massive chariot, the ultimate technique, 7th radiance, transforming and glowing. Leon's eyes widened, fixed on Khalid, the light of the moves flickering at his golden pupils. He murmured softly, "Moon Piercer." The red cloak billowed, an invisible flame blazing fiercely. Leon had already changed his stance, his gaze aimed at Khalid across from him. He silently chanted the incantation, and Kate, in an instant, Leon's figure vanished, leaving only the dying flames of the attack move. A crack suddenly appeared in the wall behind Card. Its aftershock rumbled loudly. Card only then noticed, turning its head toward the sound. It widened its eyes, puzzled, looking at the dented crack in the wall. Leon's voice suddenly rang out, "Where are you looking?" It immediately turned back toward the source of the sound. Leon was now charging from the other side toward Khalid's front. At the rock face where Leon appeared, a cave quickly formed. A smile spread across his face as he headed straight for Khalid. Khalid's entire body suddenly shook violently. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by Khalid's severed body trembling intensely. From its massive abdomen, cocoons woven of spider silk dropped rapidly. Below, Kaelin and Hazel stood back to back, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. She took a deep breath and whispered, "It's true." Looking at the countless puppets still surrounding them, both Kaelin and Air felt a sense of helplessness, as if this would never end. She lifted her head heavily to breathe. Then she continued, "We need to kill the main body." But before she could finish, Kaelin widened his eyes in confusion and let out a questioning, "Ha!" The puppets' forms dissipated along with strands of spider silk. Kaelin's astonished words echoed. They vanished. As if realizing something, both of them shouted in joy simultaneously. That meant, "Leon, you've already succeeded." Hearing their voices, Leon, standing before Khalid's shattered corpse, turned to look and asked with concern, "Kaelin, Hazel, are you okay?" The two collapsed to the ground, letting out sighs of relief. "We're alive." As soon as the words were spoken, silence fell. Kaelin, gasping with his mouth open, was echoed by Hazel beside him. Finally, both felt a bit embarrassed, then high-fived in praise. "Not bad, you two." Looking at Khalid's open abdominal cavity, the three let out sighs of relief. All members of Group 14 were safe, having escaped the brink of danger. Each silently marveled, "We were so lucky. If we hadn't killed it here." The members of Group 14 were carried out, covered in slime and still unconscious, with warm towels placed on each of their foreheads. "Our comrades are finally saved." Observing each person, Gong remarked with emotion, "It might have already orchestrated an expedition and infiltration deep into Yugen. Hundreds of A-rank warriors in a massacre. Things could have been dire." A dull sound rang out. Garan and Leon both looked at him in confusion, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" The sound grew louder, and cracks began to appear from the bottom of the cave. Leon glanced over, saw Leon's grim expression, and his eyes turned serious as he whispered, "Above us I did my best because I thought that pillar might collapse." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell from above, and the rocks at the cave ceiling rapidly split apart. Massive boulders tumbled down simultaneously. Kaelin and Garan stared in shock at the person who appeared in their line of sight. Long in the distance was also stunned, gritting his teeth and muttering, "That's..." Leon looked up and saw a figure covered in wounds, bloodied, with a long gash across its chest, shouting loudly, "Lord Alex!" Alex landed on the ground, splattering pools of blood with every dodge and block. Seeing Alexandra covered in injuries, Leon approached and asked loudly, "Cardino, are you okay?" Alex lifted his head. blood streaming from all 7 orifices. He smiled at Leon. "Lord Long," Alexandra frowned, her face full of reluctance as she looked at Leon and continued, "I wanted to finish this myself, but I've also been utterly humiliated." Kodia looked down from the cave entrance, the moonlight partially obscuring his twisted expression. Kodia panted heavily, blood gushing from his body, his eyes wide with an evil grin. Alex's voice continued, "That vile bastard above is one of the 9 great demons of Maris." His appearance filled Leon with indignation. A voice full of resentment echoed like a rope of despair. A thought kept flashing through his mind. "I can clearly feel his nauseating energy. It's unbearable." Leon's face darkened, his eyes wide open. He gritted his teeth and growled word by word, veins bulging one after another. "He is the Bishop of Maris." Kodia stood above the cave entrance, looking down at the tiny figures of Leon's group below. He rose on his tiptoes, then lowered his body and leapt, landing softly on Khalid's shattered corpse. Kodia held his head high, glancing down arrogantly, his face covered in blood. Kodia stood silently on the giant spider's head, observing intently. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke to them. His expression shifted abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding audibly as he growled at Leon. Even he was defeated. "These god-worshipping bastards aren't bad, but I'll kill you all." As soon as he finished, Kaelin appeared behind Kodia without warning. She smiled and softly uttered a suggestive phrase, "Shouldn't I be saying that?" With that, Kodia's body was tightly bound by magical arms extending from below. On the other side, Alex clenched his fists tightly, muscles and veins bulging layer by layer. With his movement, a trail of lightning appeared. Alex let out a roar, sprang up swiftly, and swung his fist at Kodia across from him. Damn it, he wasn't backing down either. Despite being restrained by Kaelin's magic, he gritted his teeth and raised his arm to block. His body seemed wrapped in something, though I wasn't sure what. The two forces collided, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire cave. Unexpectedly, Kodia's arm hung limply in the air, blood splattering. He froze, staring wide-eyed at the person holding a longsword before him. Leon's sword tip pressed unhesitatingly against his throat, aiming to take his head. The tide turned, and Kodia, unable to react, stared at Long with wide eyes. He gripped the sword hilt, a sharp glint in his eyes, and said to Kodia, "My turn." Seeming unwilling to accept defeat, he curled his lip and taunted Leon with a provocative smile. "Do you think I'd let some brat I don't know cut off my head? Don't take those provocations seriously." Long replied calmly, "Ah, I see. I'm Leon." His sharp eyes now shone with their usual resolve. He looked at him and continued calmly, "I am a hero." Kodia still couldn't believe it, veins bulging one by one as he let out a dry laugh. "What a hero!" A sword intent flashed and a cold, bone-chilling blood-red light blazed. Black sun, the sword tip gleamed, leaving a long gash in its wake. Kodia's blood slowly seeped into his bandages. His eyes wide as he stared at Long's sword tip, his tightly clenched teeth now showed a gap, blood gushing from his mouth. Lightning-like sword intents blazed fiercely, making Kodia scream in agony. "Impossible!" As the words fell, a long sword arc swept out and his head flew into the air. His eyes remained wide open. Kodia's head rolled a few times and hit the ground. Garan shouted. Now he's also shouting excitedly. "He cut off that guy's head." Alex forced a smile and added, "Worth the expectation, Long." But Leon showed a worried expression, thinking to himself, "What? I cut off that guy's head, but what's this uneasy feeling?" Seeing Kodia's body suddenly emit light, Leon shouted in shock as Kaelin looked on in surprise. "Kaelin, dodge!" Leon yelled. Below, from the severed neck, a rope with red lightning surged out. Kaelin saw it, her face turning panicked, her mouth wide open. "What is that? Am I merging with the king?" Alex frowned at the sight and shouted, "That's a death curse." Waves of death energy surged out like struggling ropes. Seeing this, Leon called out in panic, "Lord Alex." Alex caught his confusion and explained, "That's dark magic, using the caster's own death to perform a ritual. It seems he's using his own death and Khalid's body as sacrifices." Hearing his answer, Leon gritted his teeth and said urgently, "What if I kill it right now?" Alex, his face grim, replied, "Too late. It's like a suicide bomb. When he died, all conditions to activate that bomb were met. White smoke and thick toxic gas emerged from inside Khalid's body." Alexandra frowned tightly, pursed his lips and squeezed out the words, "Once activated, there's no way to destroy it." Beside him, Leon's face darkened as he asked urgently, "What do we do now?" From the white smoke, a monster with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes appeared, grinning sinisterly. Its eyes flickered and the surrounding death energy gathered rapidly. Leon's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Watch out, I don't have time to use any skills." The light point flashed past in front of it. In an instant a hole appeared there, and the light point pierced through the wall like a powerful force. Soil and rocks in the cave immediately fell, dust filling the entire space. Hazel and Garan were both sent flying by the force. He frowned, barely sitting up, and asked, "What's going on?" Kaelin covered her mouth with her hand, too panicked to speak, only able to whisper. At their feet drops of blood fell, spreading on the ground. Leon held his sword with both hands, the tip gleaming as it withstood the pressure of the curse. A startled cry rang out. Leon's face was bloodied from the aftermath of his defensive move, and he turned back with a smile. "Everyone okay? I'm relieved," Kalen, pale-faced, shouted angrily at Leon. "Are you serious, Long? You almost died." Leon reached up to cover the wound on his chest and said softly, "It's fine, I have a protection mark." He seemed hesitant, unsure how to say it. Then, as if resolved, he continued, "I understand. At least I can protect you without a scratch, right?" Kalen's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "Protect me?" As soon as she spoke, her scream rang out again. "Wait, Leon, what's that?" Kalen's pupils contracted, her eyes wide and vacant as she stared ahead. "Where did all those hands come from?" Alex frowned, focusing intently on the horrifying sight. As if suddenly understanding something, he began to explain. "I see, the ritual Kodia performed with his death is the ritual to open a space gate." Alex continued, "To the Demon King's castle, the place sealed by the Yugen kingdom." As he spoke, under the high-hanging moonlight, thousands of arms reached out from another space gate simultaneously, as if trying to break free. Alex's voice continued, "Through the mirror gap, those arms with blood-red eyes escaped through the space gate. They extended their arms with sharp claws toward Leon's group." Alexander's voice continued, "That's the gate to the Demon King's castle, the entrance and exit. The mirror gap has already opened elsewhere." His expression turned angry and he gritted his teeth, growling, "It seems incomplete. If the gate to the Demon King's castle were complete, this place would be a living hell regardless. I must stop this." Hearing these words, Elite fell silent. Leon stared intently at the scene before him and asked it, "Elite, can my power do this?" Elishit's eyes glared fiercely. Then it answered Leon. "No, you can't." Its reply made him sweat and stare in shock. It was too blunt. Sensing his confusion, Elite continued calmly, "Your divine sword holds power to defeat all external forces, but you can't physically make it larger." As it spoke, the image of Leon holding his longsword emerged. Still not giving up, he looked at Elite and asked, "What if I use DH instead of Morik?" Its expression unchanged. It replied calmly to Leon, "Even if you use all the skills of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, you must cut open a space that large with just one strike." As Elite described, a distant image emerged. Leon gripping his sword, leaping into the air, the sword tip gleaming as it severed the space of the mirror gap. Elite continued, "If your aura wavers, even a little." After its words, an image followed of Leon being grabbed by countless hands screaming in pain. Seeming to disagree with Leon's idea, Elite glanced at him and warned angrily, "In your current state you absolutely cannot do it, you won't yield." He gritted his teeth and replied angrily, "So you mean I can't beat it?" Alex reached out and summoned his weapon. Lightning flashing with a blinding light, he suddenly spoke, "There's a way." Alex's words quickly drew the attention of Leon and Elishit. As he spoke, he gripped the hilt of the Yugen number 114 steel weapon that had just appeared. His expression suddenly changed as he looked at the two and continued, "This is the grave sword for heroes." The steel weapon in Alex's hand now shone with a golden light, waves of power radiating from it. Seeing it, Leon's eyes lit up. He asked in confusion, "For heroes?" Alex looked at him seriously and replied, "Yes, this sword was forged for heroes. It's a masterpiece from 2 generations ago, crafted by my father, the blacksmith Alex." Hearing this name, Elite looked away, a surprised expression on its face, and said softly with some evasion, "Alex Tor, so that red cardinal is that guy's son?" Leon's expression seemed as if he already knew, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he nodded thoughtfully. "I knew it, no need to ask." Hazel and Kalen, with fearful expressions, pursed their lips and gestured. But more importantly, the blade had disappeared. The two said in unison, looking at the sword in Alex's hand, which was now just a hilt, and spoke up to remind him. Contrary to Hazel and Kalen's worried faces, he calmly explained the issue of the blade's length. Seeing Leon's surprised expression, Alexander continued, "It depends on the user's skill." Seeing the sudden change, Long's expression turned panicked as he imagined himself using a short-bladed sword, his face paling. His voice trembling, he said, "Then it might be as short as a dagger." Alexander didn't mind much, placing the hilt in Leon's hand and saying firmly, "There's no time." He raised a finger to gesture and instructed Leon seriously, "Remember, you can only use it once. Grave is a weapon containing immense power. It explodes on attack. However, with just one swing, it will break and become unusable." Leon's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Only once?" As if resolved, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Veins bulging on his forehead, he stared calmly at Alex and replied, "All right, let's give it a try." As soon as the words left his mouth, Leon agilely charged toward the raging mirror alley. Looking up at them, he silently encouraged himself. No, he had to do this. Gripping his longsword tightly with both hands, his entire body entered a state of combat readiness. Leon focused, channeling all his strength into the sword in his hands. At the junction of the blade and hilt, a faint glow began to flicker. Lowering his center of gravity and clenching his teeth in concentration, a long blade imbued with Leon's power materialized. Feeling the tip of the blade lengthening, Leon glanced joyfully at the slender waist on the other side. A glimmer of encouragement shone in his eyes. "That's right, Ron, you did it, keep going." Ron turned his gaze forward, opened his mouth wide, and let out a powerful roar. "Now." The blade in his hand radiated light, illuminating the cave's surroundings. Looking down at Leon's figure, Karen and Hazel shouted for Ron and Lord Leon. Gal clenched his fists, veins bulging, and yelled, "Keep it up!" Alex, his expression tense and scalp tight, also called out, "Ron!" He let out a loud cry and swung his arm, pointing high at Mirror Alley. The massive blade slowly closed in on Mirror Alley with Leon's motion. In an instant it slashed through the space before it. The crimson eyes inside glared with fury. Their arms slowly extended, reaching for the blade. Together, they tried to block its downward strike. Below, Ron gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he pressed the attack. Through clenched teeth, his voice quivered with determination. "Come on," as if fueling himself, he murmured, "I can do this," then quickly shouted, "I can do this." The space trembled violently as arms were sent flying by the blade. Soon after, the blade descended, carving a gash into Mirror Alley. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface. Not only that, but the fissures spread, forming a dense web of fractures. Below, Leon's hair flew wildly, his eyes blazing as he poured more power into his assault on Mirror Alley. With a fierce swing, the long sword seemed to tear through space, striking Mirror Alley in an instant. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering in the air. As the attack ended, Leon collapsed limply, his mouth open, gasping for breath. The broken mirror shards sparkled as they fell, illuminating the faces of Karen and the others. Their expressions were filled with astonishment as broken words slipped out. Another door, the fragments like specks of light, rained down on the group from Mirror Alley. The danger finally passed, and an uncontrollable, excited voice rang out, "It's broken." Ron, exhausted, let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. A radiant smile bloomed on his face alone as he clenched his fist, proud of himself. "I did it." A moment later, Gong and Hem rushed toward Leon, shouting with joy. Lord Leon, Ron Garin patted Leon on the shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Well done, Leon." Hazel added, "Awesome, Leon." Suddenly, to Leon's surprise, Karen reached out with both hands and cupped his face. "Come here, Leon," Karen scolded, worried about Ron. "Look at these wounds, you should comfort Karen." "I'm fine." Karen's injuries healed quickly too. Leon had no idea what was happening. He stood there dazed, looking confused. Hazel stood nearby, whether intentionally or not, whistling at Leon. He abruptly pulled Karen close and planted a tender kiss on her forehead. Leon's eyes widened as he studied every contour of Karen's face. Then Karen, equally stunned, looked up at him. Both fell into a silent fluster. A few minutes later, Leon suddenly spoke. "Karen, are you okay? I think I bumped into you pretty hard." Leon thought about it, his face reddening. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly replied slowly, "I'm fine." Leon immediately worried. "Are you sure?" Karen hummed in response. After a moment, Hazel let out a chuckle. She teased Karen in a low voice. "Oh my, I just accidentally bumped into you." "Sorry, Karen." Karen stood frozen, still stunned, her cheeks bright red. Hazel winked at her and continued to joke. "A bonus gift." Leon looked at her in confusion, while Karen shyly followed Hazel's gaze. Leon picked up a piece of mirror shard from the ground, clearly covered in cracks. The mirror suddenly shattered, scattering on the floor. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Alex's long sword suddenly spoke. "It seems the evil spell triggered by the death of the demon of malice has been destroyed." Leon smiled again. He looked up at the old man. "Lord Alex." Alex winked at him and praised. "Well fought." Leon smiled modestly in response. "No, it was all thanks to Boz's power, not my skill." The old man spoke to Leon with earnest advice, then raised the long sword. "This is the sword your father left behind. It saved this world. This is the sword that brings glory to Yugen." He held up the remains of the sword with both hands and handed it to Ron. "Glory?" Alex's laughter rang out on his radiant face, blurring the bloodstains. "That's wonderful to hear. I bet my father would be happy to hear a hero say that." Berg suddenly woke up, wondering if he had just passed out. Then he thought in confusion. "Did I just fall asleep unconsciously?" he suddenly shouted. "I shouldn't be lying around like this. I should head to the assembly area." Garin turned his head with a smile and said softly, "Rest, Berg. It's all over." Berg looked puzzled. "Huh?" The post-war devastation came into view, and Alex sighed sadly, blaming himself. "But as you can see, this disaster is hopeless. The mastermind behind the polluted veins used dark magic to open the gate to Mirror Alley. In the chaos, they inadvertently created demon swords and distributed them to everyone. It was indeed a carefully orchestrated conspiracy by two sects. Because I discovered it too late, both sects had time to cooperate and smoothly execute their plans, leaving me no chance to come up with a countermeasure." Alex frowned slightly. He feared the worst tragedy might have occurred. "We've eliminated all the evil here, but I heard that people near the border carelessly let some escape. I'm afraid the worst-case scenario is that members of the Chaos Group may have crossed the Dune border." Gal imagined the sight of people controlled by cruel blades. He cursed angrily. "Damn it, these demon swords are extremely dangerous. If they've been distributed everywhere, even if we track down those who bought the swords, it'll take a whole day. but by the time we do, they'll have already fled elsewhere. Suddenly, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sound. It's okay, Leon offered a reassuring smile as he looked at the group. Everyone stood there confused. Under the pitch-black moonlight, only the rumbling of a carriage could be heard. A red-eyed horse appeared as if controlled by something. It neighed loudly. Malice kicked the horse hard. Go, hurry, he glanced back inside the carriage, calculating. It worked as expected, right? Layer upon layer of glowing red swords emitted immense magical power. The cramped carriage space was now filled with sword crates, closely guarded by 3 Malice. The mounted Malice suddenly announced, "We're heading to the desert of the western continent." One of the guys froze. "Desert?" The Malice named Milo replied. "But it's hot there, it'll be hot there, and that works in our favor." The mounted Malice imagined a bloody battle about to unfold. Send these toys there and stir up war. Right now, the western continent is in chaotic civilization. Nomads, natives, orcs, and many other groups clashing, leading to endless conflicts. Malice turned back with renewed interest. How fun would it be if we distributed them there? That empire's mad emperor is still somewhat stable, but we have allies in that region, one of the guys chimed in excitedly. You're right. Which desert? A few seconds later, a girl silently approached the Malice's carriage. They stepped back in fear. Wait, one guy asked in confusion. What? He suddenly realized. Is that person? Ihan's figure flickered into view, weapon in hand, walking slowly and heavily. Her face was full of rage as she stared straight at the carriage. The Malice panicked and shouted, "She's coming, how annoying, oh my!" Countless glimmers gradually emanated from the surroundings. She whispered softly, "Because of you I couldn't meet the hero." Arahan raised his mace without hesitation, pointing it straight at the Malice. The mace slammed down heavily, unleashing immense power, then charged straight at the carriage. Not only that, but Arahan resolutely rushed in front of the guys. Before they could react, Ilhan waved his hand and shouted, "Enough!" The Malice stared wide-eyed in shock. A massive explosion erupted, shattering the carriage into fragments mixed with the flesh and blood of the Malice. Ihan finished her unfinished words. "Sister." Moonlight fell to the ground, illuminating the blood-stained mask. In the darkness, 2 cloaked figures stood silently, surveying the surrounding wreckage. Arahan trembled with rage, gripping the blade with one hand and snapping it. In an instant, the long sword broke in 2. Arahan spoke coldly, "This thing is done." The sword in her hand then dissipated into the air. Arahan muttered to herself, "Did all these guys come from Malice? I was told to stay in the barren desert and wait for action." Behind her, Han rolled his eyes and asked, "Kill them?" Arahan replied coldly. "That's the god's prophecy." As she spoke, a strand of hair stood up. Han was stunned when he saw it. "Is that an antenna?" Arahan, completely unaware of her hair issue, remained composed. "Because I've completed my mission." She suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling and a bright smile on her face as she looked at Han. "So now I can go see Lord Leon." Berg, affiliated with Church Dune District 1, glared down angrily. "Did you cut off my hand?" Hearing this, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hands and stammered, "Well," the guy in the headscarf next to him shot Leon a bullet-like glare. "Not only that, but you betrayed me and broke my hands and feet." The guy in the black headscarf chimed in. The 3 of them simultaneously cast threatening looks at Leon. A second later, they immediately changed their attitude. The 3 raised their hands high and laughed cheerfully. "Well done," their voices echoed through the forest. "Leon killed all those damn giant spiders." "Thanks, Leon." Berg excitedly threw an arm around Leon's shoulder. "If it weren't for you, we might have died. Let's go eat, hero. The church is paying. Eat as much as you want." Faced with this situation, Leon could only smile and brush it off. Karen had been silently watching Leon, and her face suddenly turned bright red. Karen's gaze was fixed on Leon's face, unable to look away. The more she looked at him, the redder her cheeks became. Her eyes drifted to Leon's slightly parted lips. It reminded her of the moment Leon gently pressed his lips to her forehead. At the thought, her face turned as red as a tomato. Karen covered her face and muttered to herself, "Crazy, what the hell am I thinking?" Leon, not understanding what was happening, remained kind and gentle toward her. This only made Karen more shy. As the 2 sat side by side eating and drinking, a distant gaze was fixed on them. The dark-haired guy raised a hand to stroke his chin and praised, "Oh, she's beautiful." The blonde guy followed his gaze. "Right. She's totally my type, no joke. And she's an A- rank." The 2 began whispering. "I heard that clumsy guy next to her is only B rank," the blonde guy replied. "Yeah, in this expedition he's the only B rank." On the other side, Leon and Karen were still chatting happily, unaware of the secret assessment. Why does she only use low-level attacks and always hang around him? Should we go say hi and invite her to join our team? Sounds good. Her name's Karen, right? Karen was still gazing at Leon with adoring eyes when suddenly a voice came from behind them. Alex appeared out of nowhere. "Can you do it?" Hearing the voice, both turned around in surprise. "Lord Alex," the blonde guy replied, his face pale. "Can do," the dark-haired guy followed. "Can't we?" Alex looked at them threateningly. Lord Alex was an S-rank assassin. They panicked and immediately opened their mouths in fear. "S-rank?" A call came from behind Leon. and he turned around upon hearing it. Lord Leon. Following Leon's gaze, Alex was waving and smiling brightly at him while the other two were sneaking away. Lord Alex. In a room, Leon and Karen both looked down at something glowing. He widened his eyes in surprise. Impossible. Beside him, Karen was equally astonished. This is a Yugen weapon. On the table lay brand new weapons, gleaming brightly. Alexander, seated at the head of the table, explained, "These are Yugen weapons made in District 1. The light from the weapons on the table flickered, causing both him and Leon to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Karen clasped her hands together, looking at Alexander with hopeful and moved eyes. "Are you going to give these to me?" He winked and smiled. "Exactly." Karen's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "These weapons are worth at least a castle. Every warrior dreams of owning one once in a lifetime, and especially made in District 1, Alexandria replied. "2 of them are yours, Karen." After hearing this, she shouted with joy. As he spoke, he placed a weapon on Leon's hand and praised, "See, I knew it would fit. Weapon number 100, Sun Shield." Ron raised his hand, examining the weapon. "Is this a shield?" Alex continued. "Try channeling arcane power into it." When the shield interacted with the arcane power, it immediately emitted a captivating glow. Then, lightning slowly appeared, forming into a shield. This made Ron marvel. Alexander continued to explain, "This shield can only be used by those with Sun attribute arcane power. It's built with mithril ore as the core combined with the veins of the Orion Pearl. Therefore it only reacts to specific arcane attributes. The more arcane power you channel into it, the brighter the shield becomes, or it can burn anything it touches." Leon never expected the old man to give him such a precious gift. Leon immediately expressed his gratitude to Alexander. "Thank you so much. Actually, I was just in need of a shield that can withstand attacks." His words delighted Alexander. "I'm glad you like it. I was originally planning to give you the Braveheart sword just while we were talking so calmly." Alexander smiled and turned his gaze to Karen. "Miss Karen," she quickly responded. "Yes," he continued. "These are weapon number 139, the Crescent Moon, and weapon number 212, the Black Moon." Karen stared blankly at the items in her hands. "The Crescent Moon and the Black Moon?" Alexander slowly explained the function of each weapon. "If you infuse your aura into the Crescent Moon, its size and sharpness will increase. The Black Moon, like the Braveheart sword, changes according to the source of the aura," he said to Karen. "Give it a try," she replied. "Okay." Suddenly, a knock came from behind Alexander. He responded, "Come in." The door slowly opened and a figure emerged from behind it. Seeing the person's face, Alexander's eyes widened in surprise. Karen also looked over in confusion. Elahan murmured, "The hero." Leon was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Elahan introduced herself with a bright smile. "I am Elahan. I've been wanting to meet you." Alexander couldn't believe his ears. He stared at Elahan as if seeing a ghost, stammering, "The saint." Karen hadn't expected Elahan to have such an identity either. "She's a saint." The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Outside, people were gathered eating and drinking merrily. But the mood inside the building was completely different. Ela nervously clasped her hands together. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her lips. Leon also smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "It's an honor to meet you here." "I am Leon." Elahan's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Ah, Lord Leon, he looks exactly like in my dreams. No, he's even more handsome than in my dreams. A little sun, though his light is slightly faint, it is a light that will always shine brightly, never extinguishing." Elahan stared intently at Leon's outstretched hand. It was a light that could ignite on its own without tending, a light that would still shine no matter how deep the darkness it sank into. This person was truly the true hero worthy of my allegiance. Ela placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat. She asked shyly, "Ah, you want to shake hands?" Leon replied kindly, "Yes." Elahan immediately grasped his hand tightly with both of hers and exclaimed loudly, "Thank you." Seeing Elahan's overly enthusiastic attitude, Leon became flustered. Her hands clung to Leon's. Elahan gently stroked his hand. "These calluses," she said, lifting Leon's hand and looking at him with admiration. "Are they from practicing swordsmanship every day, these rough hands with blisters that burst and healed over and over again?" Her touch made Leon blush with embarrassment. But Elahan, not noticing his reaction, continued to caress Leon's hand. "Amazing," Leon stammered. "Saint." Karen stood behind, witnessing everything. Her face turned pale with anger. "Hey," she rushed over and pushed Elahan's body aside. "Wait, what are you suddenly doing, whether you're a saint or some god? That's sexual harassment of someone's hand." Elahan didn't back down. She grabbed Karen's arm that was resting on her shoulder. Though extremely angry, Elahan forced a fake smile. "Who are you?" Elahan's hand immediately tightened around Karen's arm. Seeing Elahan's attitude, Karen's veins bulged. She frowned and glared sharply at Elahan. "Ah," Leon, seeing the two burning with anger, quickly stepped forward to calm them down. Karen frowned in displeasure and introduced herself. "My name is Karen. I am Hero Leon's first companion." Hearing this, Elahan's eyes lit up and her anger disappeared. First companion, Karen smiled smugly, thinking, how about that, jealous? Even if you're a saint, you can't beat my position as the first. Suddenly, Elahan burst into tears, tears streaming down her cheeks. Karen looked on, both surprised and embarrassed. Crying? You're crying over that? Elahan reached out and tightly hugged Karen's body. Karen hadn't expected such an action from Elahan, and her face flushed slightly with confusion. You? Elahan rested her face on Karen's shoulder and sobbed loudly. It must have been hard, right? Karen's eyes widened at Elahan's words. She hadn't expected Elahan to say something like that. It's okay, you did well. The sun always shines through the darkness. There's always a way out of a dead end. Elahan hugged Karen's body and patted her back to comfort her. Karen recalled her past when she was alone, always by herself. Karen was mocked and teased by those around her. Elahan's words echoed in her mind. Thank you for helping him. The goddess has been watching over and protecting us. Karen smiled faintly. Thank you for the encouragement. This is the first time I've heard such beautiful words from someone else. She patted Elahan's shoulder. The saint lives up to her reputation, truly moving. Karen's eyes were filled with sincerity. But I don't want you to compensate for the life or scars I've experienced. If there really is a way out, I'll find it myself. Elahan looked at her blankly. Is that so? Karen replied calmly. She leaned close to Elahan's ear and whispered, to be honest, I think I've already taken half. Elahan stared blankly at Karen. Half? What do you mean with that? She turned around. Behind Elahan stood Leon, looking at her with a confused expression. Karen covered her mouth with her hand and said smugly, who knows, saying half might be an overstatement. Elahan suppressed her anger and put on a pleasant smile. I think we'll get along. Sister, Karen across from her pursed her lips. Really, what a coincidence, I think so too. She opened her mouth to stop them. Wait, Karen shot Elahan a puzzled look and asked, why am I the sister? Elahan replied with an innocent smile, because I'm definitely younger than you. Karen's veins bulged and her face turned pale with anger. Definitely. How old are you? Elahan answered calmly. I'll be having my coming-of-age ceremony this year. The two faced off like sworn enemies. Oh my, really? I almost called you sister. You look much older than your actual age. Leon watched the two bickering, speechless. Nice to meet you, little sister, Elahan replied. Yes, sister. Seeing them like this, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so glad they became friends so quickly. Alexander was dumbfounded by Leon's naivety. How foolish, Elip, watching from above, thought to himself. Oh, looks like the days ahead won't be boring. It'll be fun. The sun shone on the clouds. Elahan raised her hand cheerfully to shield her eyes and shouted, Lord Leon. Leon was happy to see her so delighted. Karen stood beside him looking displeased. I hate this heat. Before the three of them lay a vast, endless expanse of sand. It was a desert. The desert, the largest in the west. Their voices echoed across the vast desert as they flew over it in a private hot air balloon. It's like a dream. Elahan leaned out, looking at the scenery ahead. I've seen these in books a few times. I could see the doctrines in the main cathedral. Leon listened curiously and asked, Did you want to see the desert that badly? You look so happy. Elahan answered cheerfully, Of course, but the best part is being able to become your companion, Lord Leon. As she spoke, she proudly raised her badge. Alexander held the badge up to him. Leon, this is an A- rank badge. Leon took the badge and proudly raised it. I've finally been promoted to A rank. Alexander looked at Leon awkwardly. I'm sorry for giving an A- rank badge to a hero. It's a technical glitch. Leon didn't want to embarrass either of them, so he waved his hand and said, It's fine, perfectly fine. A rank is great for me, and thank you. He looked at the badge again. This is enough. Islet floated beside Leon. He crossed his arms and commented, What's this? A failure who never reached master rank gets promoted to A rank? This must be a system error. You're at most B rank. Elahan looked up at Leon with anticipation. But Lord Leon, why are you hiding your identity? You could have me escort you outside, she thought to herself. I want the whole world to know. Leon awkwardly scratched his head and replied, It's not time for me to reveal my identity as the hero yet. Besides, I know the evil forces are plotting something, but they don't know who I am yet, so I don't want to complicate things. It's like a disguise. After hearing this, she pondered it herself. As expected of a hero so different. I should call you Lord Leon. Alexander smiled and turned to Elahan. The saint Elahan was overjoyed and excited to be addressed. Me too. She raised the badge in her hand. Elahan examined the badge carefully, then smiled happily. A B-rank adventurer, Alexander continued, because of her special status. I'll use another alias for you, Enra. Also, because the system shows you as B-rank instead of a rank. Is that okay? Elahan agreed without hesitation. Yes, wonderful, she thought to herself. So that's the reason, the hero's reason? No, Lord Leon is in disguise. So cool, so awesome, Elahan told herself. Just thinking about it made her happy. I want to disguise myself too. A second later, Elahan turned and called him, Lord Leon, Leon quickly replied. What is it? Elahan clasped her hands together and looked at Leon with expectant eyes. Where are we going next? The four of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Leon hesitated to answer, awkwardly scratching his head. Where should we go next? Karen asked in confusion. What's wrong, Leon? Didn't something appear like last time, like a quest? Leon replied. Nothing at all. Elahan, what about you? Elahan answered. Me neither. I haven't received any information. As the three argued, Alexander walked over to the table, clapped his hands, and laughed. So I've already prepared something for everyone. Hearing the commotion, the three turned their gazes to him. Alexander neatly laid out 3 quests on the table: maintaining peace in the Empire, suppressing pirates in the Eastern Strait, and resolving the dispute in the largest desert in the West. Choose one. Leon walked over, picked up a quest paper, frowned, and looked confused. The Empire refers to the Greta Empire. Leon's homeland. An image of Leon suddenly flashed in his mind. Alexander looked intently at Leon. We received their request, but I don't really recommend that quest, he asked in confusion. Alexander continued. In terms of location, it's quite close from here, but ever since the current emperor ascended the throne, the empire's economy has declined. The nobles have become arrogant and like to use their private armies to fight each other, so a civil war is likely because they keep fighting. This issue involves political problems, so Karen strongly opposed it after hearing it. I don't recommend the Eastern Strait, absolutely not, it's too far. To get there, you'd have to travel across half the continent. Leon focused on the quest paper again. Then only the quest to resolve the dispute in the largest desert in the West remains. All right, let's go, we're here. The hot air balloon pilot turned back and smiled at them. We've arrived. Seeing that they had reached their destination, the three were delighted. Great, let's get off here. Before leaving, Leon didn't forget to thank him. Thanks. The hot air balloon pilot smiled and replied, good luck. With that, the three jumped off the hot air balloon together. They watched the shadow of the hot air balloon fade away together. Karen spoke first. Because the desert climate is relatively harsh, flying would be dangerous. We don't know when a sandstorm might hit, Leon replied. So from now on we have to go on foot. She and Leon simultaneously turned to look behind them. Elahan was behind them, happily playing in the sand. Oh my, look! The sand is so fine, my footprints are leaving marks. You and Karen watched, helplessly following. Karen looked at Elahan's back and smiled faintly. She's so naive. What's so good about the desert? It's hot and exhausting. But you know, Karen. Karen asked him where to go next. The three walked on the barren desert like this, and Leon stammered in reply. I don't know. Hearing this, the person walking ahead turned around. She took out an iron rod and shouted loudly, Saint, please guide our way. With that, Elahan thrust it forcefully into the thick sand. Leon and Karen watched her every move. They were stunned by what Elahan did. What? Elahan, did you get any information? Karen interjected. Finally, Elahan didn't answer, just stood there smiling at the two of them. The iron rod standing beside her suddenly wobbled, eventually losing its balance and falling. Elahan cheerfully pointed in the direction the iron rod had fallen. This way. Neither Leon nor Karen expected her to pull such a stunt. What? He asked with a smile. Is this what they call an oracle? Elahan replied with a bright smile. Of course, this is a blessing from the gods to help us find our way. That's right, Karen immediately retorted. Anyway, this looks more like luck. Hearing this, Elahan immediately shouted, Karen, that's blasphemy. Let's go, Leon responded. The three ran off together. The desert seemed to sense something ahead, and Elahan immediately reported to Leon, Lord Leon, over there a huge sandstorm is flying towards them. A sandstorm? As they got closer, they saw it wasn't just a sandstorm. There was a giant monster inside it. Karen saw it and widened her eyes in terror. No, she couldn't believe her eyes. That's a sandworm. A swarm of sandworms was rapidly charging towards the three. In the desert where only heat, wind, and sand existed, the space was filled with groans. One sandworm was unfortunately swallowed by a dark shadow. The person groaned in pain, a trembling arm reaching out trying to find a way out. After a while, surrounded by that dark shadow, the person's arm gradually lost its vitality. It slowly withered like a piece of rotten wood. The person kept screaming in agony as their life force was drained. The dark shadow gradually dissipated, leaving the unfortunate man's body nothing but skin and bones. The figure appeared in an impenetrable black cloak, coldly tossing the withered corpse to the ground. The Dark Pharaoh, with bloodshot eyes and a mad, bloodthirsty look, kept demanding, more. Give me more life, more. At his feet lay a row of drained bodies. On a nearby mountaintop, a group of people observed and assessed the situation below. The three tightly wrapped individuals analyzed the one who had just drained several people's vitality. A living corpse, a life form like the Grim Reaper. One of them reported that the Dark Pharaoh had been successfully summoned, and another quickly added that the appearance of the Reaper would surely not escape the eyes of that goddess. They smiled with satisfaction, noting that this would sow suspicion among the desert nomads and various beasts. Then they would turn on each other, sparking war. A perfect plan. Afterward, they devised their strategy. The goddess's minions were approaching. It was too early to clash with the Saintess. Leave this place to that thing. Our task now is to split up. One of them was ecstatic, clutching the fist of the Reaper. The strongest monster created from malice. My reputation will soar to new heights and destroy this entire vast desert. The others chimed in with praise and flattery. Brother, may you succeed. The leader quickly ordered, split up, disperse. They immediately went their separate ways. Over by Leon, he and Karen were staring dumbfounded at the person before them. Both wore expressions of utter confusion. Elahan was charging toward them, wielding a massive warhammer. Their trio faced a horde of enormous, ferocious sandworms. Elahan stood in front of her two teammates. With a single blow, she shattered one sandworm into pieces. Leon and Karen stood like statues, watching. They were speechless at the battle. Wherever Elahan's hammer struck, the giant sandworms crumbled. Blood splattered everywhere. Fragments of the shattered worms flew in all directions. Blood and debris splashed onto Leon and Karen. The two stood frozen, forcing smiles and stammering just one blow. Eret appeared, whistling nonchalantly, and said, 100 years have passed and she's still the one those villains fear and dare not provoke. If their positions were exposed, their forces would retreat without hesitation. She took out those monsters with a single strike. After wiping out the sandworms, Elahan finally turned to check on her teammates. Seeing Leon and Karen drenched in sandworm blood, she panicked and cried out. Flustered, she immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I failed in my duty. I'll wash everyone's clothes. Please let me wash your underwear too. Karen blushed shyly. Elahan, what are you saying? You don't need to wash underwear. Leon smiled wryly. Stammering, he said, it's fine, let me handle it. Then he channeled his power. Several rays of light emitted from Leon's gloves and the runes on them lit up. Elahan's eyes sparkled as she watched intently, excited. That's, Elahan cheered. The divine sword. At the same time, Leon drew the divine sword from the glowing runes on his glove. Leon happily showed off the sword in front of Elahan. That's right. It's the one, she said, looking at it with admiration, never expecting to see it in reality. Eret's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Wait, Eret shouted furiously. Hey you bastard, is this how you introduce me? Eret pressed on relentlessly, cursing the damned disciple. Meanwhile, Leon focused on using a purification spell. He called out, and the sword glowed. At Leon's command, Eret immediately radiated light, spreading outward. Instantly, the sandworm blood that had soaked them completely vanished. Leon sighed in relief and quickly asked, how is it? Karen's eyes lit up and she praised. Oh cool, awesome. Aehan was very interested in this technique. Her eyes sparkled as she witnessed it. Purification, it's bright and warm like the light bestowed by the goddess herself. Then she cautiously made a request. Can I ask for one more thing? Could you do it again for me? Leon easily agreed. Sure, but Eret was far from pleased. He grabbed his hair in anger. What do you mean sure, you damned bastard? Suddenly, a question from Karen made everyone turn to her in confusion. But it's a bit strange, Elahan asked, puzzled. Strange, Karen resumed a serious expression. She shared her analysis. Sandworms aren't social. Giant monsters don't gather together because it reduces their food sources. It looks like they were following us. As if they were fleeing from something. Leon was a bit confused. Sandworms running away? Is there such a powerful monster in this desert? Elahan suddenly had an idea. Maybe they're fleeing from humans? But her thought was immediately dismissed by Karen. Humans don't hunt sandworms, there's no benefit. Then Karen said to them, next we investigate and find out the truth. Follow the direction the sandworms came from. Leon quickly agreed with her suggestion. Okay, Elahan immediately complied. On the other side, Khan was in extreme shock, demanding loudly, she's gone. Alex looked a bit confused, asking himself. The Saintess's attendant. Suddenly, a little boy rushed in frantically to call him. Cardinal. Alexander turned blankly to the person. Sweating profusely, he pointed at the door and stammered, there's a suspicious guy outside who's been standing there since yesterday. Alex quickly looked in the direction he pointed. He asked himself, a suspicious guy? At the gate, Khan was squatting in extreme dejection. After a while he stood before Alex, clenching his fists and scolding, she just left without a word. I haven't eaten anything in days, damn it. Alex could only watch him vent silently. Khan frowned at Alexander and asked, where did she go? Alex coldly uttered a single sentence, sorry, but I can't disclose that. Then he slammed the door shut, said goodbye and left Khan standing there dumbfounded. Khan was deeply disappointed, hanging his head as he stared at the closed door. He shouted in frustration, Saintess, just wait, I'll find you. Back with Leon, Elahan was walking while picking her ear. She wondered why her ear was so itchy. Leon turned to her with concern. Are you okay? Elahan immediately replied cheerfully. Yeah, nothing. They stopped at a spot in the desert. Karen said dejectedly, there's nothing. The trio stood in the vast desert, surrounded by nothing but sand and dust. Karen crouched to analyze the sand beneath her. There are no traces left. I'm sure it was here. The wind is strong, so it left about 2 hours ago. Seeing the situation wasn't promising, Leon suggested they stop here. Karen, let's end the tracking here and go gather more information from the nearby villages. From a distance, figures were approaching, surrounded by swirling dust. Leon and Karen turned blankly, unsure of what was happening. From the haze, the tightly wrapped figures gradually emerged. Karen asked herself, natives? Leon was also puzzled. Are they the only residents here? Karen quickly sensed danger. Since they've come to us, we'd better give them a proper welcome. In the silent night, sparks drifted in the wind, in Baron Redmo's territory. A great fire broke out, consuming the entire area. The residents screamed, calling to each other to flee. Run, the bandits are here. Cries filled the air. Amid the chaos, a group of masked figures with fierce expressions kept threatening. Kill anyone who reports to the nobles and burn all the farmland. Desperate pleas for help mixed in. Help, I can't breathe, the masked figures cursed incessantly. Nobles tame spirit beasts like dogs. The group's threats continued. Don't go. Everyone's still alive. Bring out their whole family and cut off their heads. An elderly man with white hair hesitated, asking them, wait, what did we do wrong? This is our first successful harvest in 10 years. Our yield this time is 3 times the last, but you've destroyed everything. 3 poor workers were cornered by the group. They kept pleading for their lives. Our lord's taxes are lower than the neighboring lords, another echoed. Right, what did we soldiers do wrong? But the masked man coldly and cruelly pointed his sword at the old man. Furious, with veins bulging on his forehead, he said slowly, how dare you fools fill the storehouse? Then, raising his sword before the trembling old man, he coldly ordered, kill them. As his blade began to fall, the old man raised his hand in terror. Suddenly, from the darkness, a figure rushed in at incredible speed, catching the masked men off guard. Lien charged in like lightning, cutting down 3 masked men's necks with a single strike. 3 masked men fell to the ground without resistance. The workers were stunned by what they witnessed. One masked man struggled to sit up, trembling, and asked, who is it? Lien's signature golden hair shone even brighter in the firelight. His face darkened as he frowned at the man. Where's your leader? Though bleeding profusely, the man still tried to sit up. He coughed violently, his eyes red, and stubbornly replied, even if I knew, it wouldn't help. Then he collapsed completely, still muttering a few incomplete words. Lien noticed a mask peeking out from the man's cloak. He reached out and picked up the blood-stained mask. Lien murmured, as I thought. Knight Rupert approached Lien, asking in confusion, so the Heart Organization always uses these masks? Lien didn't answer directly, but instead asked him a question. Joubert, have we captured all the criminals? Knight Rupert immediately reported. Done, we've killed all the ones in the city. Now we just need to deal with about 100 at the city gate. Suddenly a distant voice caught their attention. The person said clearly, no need to worry. Chloe smiled as she reported, the city gate is taken care of too. Both were happy to see her. Chloe calmly reported to Lien, I came back after completing this mission. Crown Prince Lien was speechless at her teasing. If you keep saying that, it's no different from flirting with me. Chloe pretended not to understand, asking, what are you talking about? Crown Prince Lien had to change the subject. He quickly ordered, put out the fire. After some effort to extinguish the fire, the black smoke cleared enough to see the gentle moonlight again. At that moment, Lord Redmond knelt with utmost respect and gratitude for Lien's help. Thank you, Your Highness. If you hadn't saved us, Redmond's territory and its people would have been destroyed by those bandits. Lien replied coldly, no need to thank me, Lord Redmond. He tried to explain that it was just his duty. As a member of the royal family, protecting the Empire's vassals is my obligation and responsibility. We don't want to make a fuss over duties we should fulfill. But Lord Redmond remained immensely grateful. He kept bowing and thanking. No, Your Highness's grace is immense. Suddenly, Lien said seriously, regarding that matter we have a proposal. Lord Redmond then looked up. He asked blankly, a proposal? Lien extended his hand to him and asked coldly, would you be willing to become my subordinate? Back in the desert with Leon's group, the horses paced back and forth, kicking up clouds of sand. Leon's trio was surrounded by a group of strange people. They wore cloaks, carried large swords, and encircled Leon's group on horseback. Leon and Karen sized them up with wary eyes. One of them pointed a sword at them. Strangers. Facing this situation, Karen showed no fear. She sneered and taunted. I've heard from desert nomads that the Buin tribe treats guests well. I don't think pointing spears at guests is a proper welcome. One of the men behind was furious at her attitude. He shouted, you bitch. Do you know who you're facing? But the leader raised his hand to silence him and sternly warned him to shut up. He said calmly, whether they're guests or enemies, we'll know after they answer a few questions. Leon looked him in the eye and said, ask away. The leader seemed a bit surprised by Leon's composure. You and your teammates have some nerve. Everyone looked calm as if it didn't matter, but the man wasn't patient. He glared and ordered, oh, I'd like to try, but unfortunately we don't have time. State your names yourselves. What's your purpose here? Elahan placed her hand on her chest, trying to stay calm. She said to herself, identity. Elahan recalled Alex's instructions before she left. From now on, your identity is Enra, an adventurer from the kingdom of Rugen. At that time, Elahan happily took the badge and agreed. Yes, Elahan struggled internally for a moment. She'd rather play a villain. Then she told herself she could pull it off. From Yugen. I'm from Yugen. After a moment, Elahan suddenly spoke. This sudden move startled both Leon and Karen. Elahan blushed as she showed off the badge, then introduced loudly, from the temple church. The people wrapped in red turbans were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Elahan felt at a loss. They then removed their turbans and repeated her words blankly. Temple church, temple. Flustered, Elahan covered her face and muttered, I said the wrong thing, but soon they spoke up. If what you say is true, we are being very rude now. Because the situation here is quite serious. Hearing this, Colin breathed a sigh of relief. The man calmly introduced himself. I am Raman from the Bu-1 tribe. He asked curiously, what are people from the Qing Emperor Church doing here? Elahan, teary-eyed, hugged Colin and whined, Colin, what should I do? I accidentally revealed our true identity. Colin comforted her. It's okay. Judging by their expressions, they think highly of the church. No problem. Ron quickly went along with it, making up an excuse to probe. We are here on an investigation mission from the church. What do you mean by the situation being serious? Can you be more specific? Without hesitation, Raman then asked, haven't you noticed there are no shops around here? It's quite big. Do I need to tell you? You're the first person we've seen since arriving. Raman explained the reason. I see. Because for some reason people have suddenly gone missing. Colin and Elahan were surprised. Missing? Raman honestly recounted everything. People might think it's normal for someone to go missing here, but the strange thing is, how can someone who has fought against a storm that has lasted for countless years disappear without a trace overnight? And it's not just humans. The monster seeds we use for food have also drastically decreased. The colors and traces of the monsters have vanished without a trace. We are sure something is wandering around, but it leaves no evidence. Leon frowned and thought, no traces. With no more clues, he and his companions quickly prepared to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to advise, this is all we've found. So please be careful. If you walk half a day toward the sun, you'll see Oasis Village where there's a guild branch. You can get more information there. With that, Raman and his group hurriedly rode away. They didn't forget to bid farewell to Leon's group. Goodbye. Leon was grateful for the information from Raman. Thank you. They seriously pondered Raman's words. Colin sensed the crisis in this matter and frowned. The situation here is terrible. This is something the Bu-1 tribe can't handle on their own. Even the sandworms have fled in fear. The Bu-1 tribe's leader is a rank, so it's hard for him to defeat it. If we can't stop this undetectable threat, war will break out in this desert. Elahan worriedly asked, will there be war? Colin then explained her meaning more clearly. Human tribes live in the upper part of the desert, and the Noma's tribe lives in the lower part. Their relationship is not good. The desert expands every year. Therefore the Noma's tribe often invades the territory of the Guman tribe. If the two tribes dislike each other from the start and lack food and water, war will break out to solve this problem. Leon, who had been silent, pondered for a while and then spoke. Then we have something to do. Leon said seriously to his two companions. Stop the war. They were very excited and shouted in unison, let's go to Oasis Village. They quickly moved to Oasis Village. After a while, Leon cheered happily and looked to the other side. He smiled and pointed at the village in front. I think we've arrived at Oasis Village. Currently, our group is standing in front of a very beautiful village within No's territory. Elahan was very excited, constantly looking around and exclaiming, oh, there's actually a village in the middle of the desert? But after observing for a while, Colin wondered, but why is there no one around? The distant noise and commotion caught Leon's attention. He looked blankly in that direction and then called everyone. They might be doing something, let's go check it out. It was noon, and the harsh desert sunlight was partially blocked by the coconut tree canopy. Seeing a large crowd gathered there, Leon was a bit puzzled. There are so many people here. The three of them struggled to push through the crowd to find out what was happening. Elahan was very embarrassed. Sorry, please let us through. After squeezing to the front, Leon and his two companions were shocked to see the scene before them, their eyes wide open. Leon looked very stunned. In front of them was a fighting ring where two people stood facing each other with a huge crowd of spectators around. Leon thought, is it a one-on-one fight? Then he recognized the clothing of one of the people in the ring. It was from the Bu-1 tribe. The young man in Bu-1 attire was already in a ready stance. He arrogantly asked his opponent, ready? Leon looked at the opponent. He observed that this person had a fluffy tail and upright ears. The other person, a girl, also replied arrogantly, of course. Leon widened his eyes in surprise, realizing she was a beastman. The Bu-1 warrior introduced himself aggressively, long time no see. I am Jaha, daughter of the Hali wolf tribe, the blade of the Bu-1 tribe, and the third-ranked warrior among BCK fighters. Whoever wins gets the ownership of the border grassland. Ha sneered. You're joking, how amusing. They stood close together, only a step apart. Ha provocatively said to Jaha. You look really pathetic. Jaha asked blankly. Ha, then he quickly drew his sword, not forgetting to threaten. I'll finish you in one move. At the same time, Hali immediately bared her sharp claws. Leon observed the tense situation below, sweating coldly. He thought to himself, just as I thought, their relationship is terrible. Arahan also cautiously voiced her thoughts. Maybe they're fighting over the right to use the grassland. If they could negotiate, it might be better. Elliot stroked his chin, thinking about something. Colin seemed to agree with Arahan, commenting, they're all people who act before they think. Elliot seemed to sense something, asking himself, that Beastman girl looks so familiar. Do I know her? Leon glared at Elliot, sweating coldly. What? Don't tell me you know her. That would worry me. Elliot hesitated, then recalled, it seems like it was when I encountered a huge sandstorm while crossing the desert. His hesitant look made Ron even more uneasy. You're a ghost swordsman. What wrong thing did you do again? However, Elliot only replied lightly, buried. Beastmen don't live long. If someone I know is still alive, they must be an ancient ancestor. Suddenly, the atmosphere below the ring caught Leon and Elliot's attention, and both turned to look at the ring. The signal for the match to start sounded. It's begun. Jaha swung a sword at Hali, but she dodged skillfully. Jaha then struck again, but this time his opponent agilely jumped into the air. Then came Hadi's counterattack, extending her sharp claws toward her opponent. A fierce attack hit Jaha's face, and it seemed he was struck. Jaha was pushed back a distance, needing all his strength to steady himself. As the smoke cleared, it turned out that Hadi's strike had been blocked by Jaha's sword blade. He sneered. Jaha pushed hard, forcing Hali back a distance. Hati had to dig her claws hard into the ring floor to steady herself. The entire stands cheered, with spectators praising the duel. They're both amazing, I can't even see clearly. So exciting, Ha was the first to speak. 5 years have passed, Ha, I don't plan to lose to you. Jaha's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, it's only 4 years and 8 months. I don't accept that defeat. Jaha frowned deeply, veins bulging on his forehead. I'll definitely take that land this time. I won't lose again. Then his voice carried a hint of regret and disappointment. I have no pride left. As soon as he finished speaking, Jaha charged at incredible speed. He signaled, I'm coming. Facing Jaha's momentum, Hati also assumed a stance to meet him. She charged at her opponent. I'm coming too. The two fought fiercely, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Not far from the ring at a high point, a blowpipe was aimed at the spot where the two were fighting. From the blowpipe, something was shot out at incredible speed. Leon felt something just whizzed by, and he looked back blankly. In the ring, Jaha was already struggling to withstand Hati's strength. He thought to himself that he was being pushed back to this extent. Hati showed a victorious smile and announced to her opponent, Jaha, it's over. Suddenly, a needle from nowhere pierced straight into Hati's arm. She froze for several seconds. Hati's eyes were full of confusion. Her hand began to tremble. Hati asked herself, what, my hand? Hati's trembling and distraction were exactly the opportunity for her opponent to counterattack. Hati stared blankly ahead. Before her was a grim-faced Jaha, raising his sword high to strike down. Jaha softly announced, sorry, I'll end this now. As soon as he finished, Jaha mercilessly struck down, causing Hati to cry out in pain. The audience, seeing that the match seemed over, cheered loudly. Has the winner been decided? Leon quietly looked at Colin, asking for her opinion. Colin, did you see that? Colin agreed with him. Jaha frowned at Hati, his face dark. On Hati's arm there was now a heavy wound. The wound was bleeding profusely, yet Hati still stood before Jaha with effort, panting heavily. Then Hati became angry, frowning and demanding, cheating Jaha, you bastard. Jaha not only felt no shame but was also very arrogant. He responded to Hati with a sarcastic tone. I won anyway, just a precaution. Understand? Go now, I have many people to worry about. Jaha stared at Hati's hand that had been pricked by the needle and mocked triumphantly, you can't use that hand anymore. At this moment, Jaha fully revealed his despicable nature. He asked Hati, why don't you surrender quickly? Jaha kept threatening her. Next time it'll be your head. Before he finished speaking, something caught his attention, and he glanced in that direction. Suddenly, Jaha's face twisted, his eyes wide in disbelief, sweat and snot streaming down. Hati was curious about what he saw that made his face twist like that, so she also turned to follow his gaze. Clearly visible on the stands were 4 figures, including Leon's group of 3 and another guy. Looking closely, it was someone wearing the same uniform as Jaha, looking utterly miserable. His face was bruised and swollen. The 3 surrounded him, each wearing a fake smile. Ha seemed to understand the problem. She questioned her opponent. Oh, so these are the people who've been helping you all along. Jaha, caught off guard, was very guilty. Sensing Hati gathering power, with energy flickering at her feet, Jaha quickly retreated, power concentrated under Hati's feet as if she was strengthening and channeling it into her legs. Hati grinned fiercely, openly threatening her opponent, I'm going to kill you. Celestial wolf step. Jaha realized the situation was very bad, sweating coldly and stammering, "Are you kidding? Even without that move I could." "Your hand is useless. What can you do?" In the blink of an eye, Hali moved in front of Jaha in an upside-down position, looking extremely terrifying. She grinned with bared teeth. "Woo!" Jaha trembled in fear, panicked, and couldn't react in time. Jaha stood frozen, staring at Hali hanging upside down in the air, her feet glowing with strange light. Jaha asked himself blankly, "What?" He trembled all over, his face already twisted beyond recognition. When? Hali straightened her strengthened leg, ready to unleash a series of kicks. With just this move she could kick Jaha into the stone floor. After finishing off her opponent, Hali smiled brightly and said, "Everyone says I have 4 legs." Leon was amazed by her ability. "She's so fast." Elliot mused, He gradually found this person familiar, and a name slowly surfaced in his mind. Celestial Wolf. The desert sky always brought an extremely oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Jaha's companions were now struggling to carry him away. Jaha, after taking that move, he was unconscious with a huge lump on his head. Hadi slammed a piece of paper heavily onto the table, very excited. "This thing." Hadi happily raised the paper that had already been fingerprinted and announced, "The grazing rights to the grassland are mine." While those cat's beastmen were still celebrating, Hadi suddenly frowned and looked behind her. Ron's group was leisurely leaving. Colin stretched and asked, "It's over. Now where to?" Ron immediately replied, "To the guild." Arahan agreed with him. Hadi caught up to them at an astonishing speed. She called out to the 3, "Wait." Hadi stood in front of Leon and asked seriously, "Why did you help me?" Ron was still amazed by her speed. "She's so fast. She was just in the arena." He hesitated. Suddenly, Hadi approached Leon and grabbed his arm. Hadi brought her nose close, sniffing Leon's scent, which made him very embarrassed. Leon could only stammer out a few words of understanding. But not only that, Hadi's next move made him widen his eyes in shock. Hadi stuck out her tongue and licked his chin. Colin and Arahan, standing nearby, were shocked by this. Both widened their eyes and broke out in cold sweat. The 2 girls demanded in unison, "What are you doing?" She glanced sideways at Colin and Arahan and mocked, "Weak women, get out of the way." The 2 were furious, their faces turning pale, and they cursed in unison, "What? Punishment time." Hadi whispered to Ron, "You're the red child, but it seems you're stronger than I thought. Can't underestimate humans." Then she pulled back a little distance and Hadi praised with a bright smile, "I also like your scent." Leon stared at her blankly, completely confused. Suddenly he heard Islet calling his name. He quickly responded. Islet gave an instruction for him to gather several solar halos in his hands and then clap. Leon asked in confusion, "Clap, right now," Islet immediately demanded seriously, "Do as I say." So Leon obediently complied. He gathered the solar halos into a ball in his hands. Once done, Leon immediately clapped as Islet instructed. Karen and Elhan both watched him blankly. Both had the same question. Clap, clap. The moment he finished clapping, Hadi froze for a few seconds and then suddenly collapsed. Hadi lay on her back on the ground, her face dazed. Everyone was at a loss. Elhan asked in confusion, "Did she fall?" A string of question marks floated through their minds. Hadi began to explain to him why this had happened. In the animal kingdom, although unrelated to humans, humans still held a significant position for beasts, the spot where they exposed their bellies. That was the most vulnerable part of their bodies, signifying submission. Islet closed his eyes and explained slowly that this was also a courtship move used to attract a partner. After hearing this, Leon broke out in goosebumps. He stammered, "What?" Leon shouted loudly, extremely shocked. "Courtship? Used for courtship?" Karen and Elhan, seeing him suddenly yell like this, were equally shocked. The 2 stammered, repeating Leon's words, "Used for courtship." Hadi, still lying on the ground, blushed, pouted aggrievedly, and her eyes welled up with tears about to fall. Suddenly she shouted loudly. Hadi shyly covered her face, muttering incessantly, forget it, all forgotten." Hadi grew angry, rushed over, grabbed Leon by the collar, and threatened, "Otherwise I'll fight you." Leon was even more confused. He quickly explained, "Sorry, it's not my fault." But suddenly Islet let out a cold laugh. "Serious," he kept muttering. "That was a technique I created for a beastman child 3 years ago. That was when I destroyed the slave market. I saved a wolf and made him my subordinate. That was when I was teaching him martial arts, a command deeply implanted in his brain." Islet had observed Hadi for so long that he could conclude Sirius had said he would pass it directly to his descendants. This girl must be his descendant. On the other side, Hadi was still shaking Leon by the collar. She kept threatening, "I'll kill you." Islet finally spoke leisurely with a smile. "I didn't expect that command to still be there after 3 years. It seems this command has been passed down quite reasonably." Leon heard everything from Islet and was furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "So it was you." Leon was incredibly angry, shouting loudly, "This divine sword." In the peaceful oasis village, Leon was full of regret, clasping his hands in supplication. "Sorry, I'll forget it." "Wait, I've already forgotten." Hadi was calmer than before. She crossed her arms and asked, I know it's a bit strange, but your scent is really nice. You said your name is Leon? Are you an adventurer? Leon obediently answered. Just as Leon suggested, I'll be going, he was interrupted by Hali's question. Are you a hero? This question made Leon freeze, his face stiff, unsure how to answer. Karen and Elhan were also extremely surprised. They didn't expect her to recognize him. Hali sneered, even without an answer. From your expression it seems I'm right, Hali then introduced herself. My great-grandfather, the monster king Hoppo, told me that the only one who can restore my wolf tribe is the one who inherits the bloodline of the holy king El Rodrigue. The true hero. Leon repeated the title. The true hero. Leon asked her blankly, Monster King Hacapello? Elhan recognized the name and replied, I've heard of him too. He was a hero who helped beastmen regain their rights to peace and led them to their peak. Karen asked her in a low voice, so she's his granddaughter? Suddenly Hali said something that made the other three choke. She said, I have nothing to say either. I think 11 children is fine. Leon wiped his mouth blankly and asked, Children? Hali became extremely shy, her face turning bright red. I allow you to marry me, hero Leon. Leon was so shocked he couldn't speak, frozen like a statue after Hali said this. How did it suddenly come to marriage? Elhan got angry, clenched her fist and channeled her power. How shameful. Elhan's face darkened, and she angrily demanded, How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the hero? Leon broke out in a cold sweat and tried to calm her. Elhan. Hali angrily pointed at Elhan and cursed. I said, weak woman, get lost. You saw my feelings too. Elhan slowly walked up to her, radiating a terrifying, killing intent. Elhan's face darkened as she looked Hali up and down, then softly asked a threatening question. Do you want me to tear you to pieces? Hali was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. She stood frozen like a statue before Elhan's killing intent. Leon turned to another teammate for help, troubled. Karen, stop Elhan. But beside him there was no one. Leon was extremely confused. Where did the question mark come from? Leon. Karen had already appeared behind Hali with a murderous aura, weapon in hand. She raised her blade and placed it against Hali's neck, then softly asked Elhan, What, weak women? At this point, Leon helplessly watched as Elhan and Karen sandwiched Hali tightly between them. Both girls were radiating killing intent. Karen threatened, Let's have a private chat, Elhan also agreed. Good idea, Karen. Hali was scared out of her wits, sweat beading on her forehead. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. With no other choice, Hali rushed to Leon for help. Leon, I'm scared, save me. The sky was gradually darkening. They gathered some firewood to light a fire to ward off the cold of the desert night. Hali held a bowl of soup, trembling all over. Leon urged her to eat. How is it? Eat. Her face still showed fear, her voice trembling. I'm scared. Those two sisters are too terrifying. I want my dad, I want to go home. Leon was stunned and he asked. Big, Leon said blankly. Hali, are you younger? Hali immediately explained. In my circle, the stronger person is the older one. Elhan heard this and joked. Oh my, does that matter? She leaned close to Hali, a teasing expression on her face. Hali, age matters, understand? Hali was immediately frightened. She quickly trembled and apologized to the other. Yes, don't be angry. She was still amusing herself by teasing Hali. I'm not angry, but if there's a next time, I'm not so sure. She didn't forget to tease the one leisurely drinking soup over there. But that one over there is really old, understand? When Karen heard this, she was startled, her face darkening. Veins bulged on Karen's forehead, and she lowered her voice menacingly. Elhan, could you come here for a moment? They sat around a campfire to ward off the cold of the desert night. Hali cursed angrily. I won't let you off. Who do you think you are to bring pain to innocent people? Isn't that a malicious strategy? Using us to eliminate the people in the desert? Leon looked at her blankly. As you said, he explained seriously to her. So before anything really happens, we need to find out who's behind it and why they're doing it. I don't know the Buin tribe, but I believe the beastmen will trust what we say. His sincerity made Hali believe him. She asked back, I understand. So you want me to help you? Leon confirmed. Hali agreed without much thought. Okay, I accept. Leon was extremely grateful. Thank you, Hali. However, Hali seriously warned him about one thing. But remember this, she directly said something that made him hesitate. I'm just one of the candidates for chieftain, so I have no authority to command my people, let alone others. Then she emphasized one point. Even if I vouch for you, there will still be people who don't believe you. More notably, Skan, the other tribe's chieftain is my twin brother. Leon was a bit dazed, repeating her words. Your twin brother, your twin brother. A beastman was playing with a sparkling diamond in his hand. Beautiful. He examined the precious bottle of wine in his hand, then picked it up and nearly drained the entire bottle in one go. He revealed a savage smile. After tasting the wine, he praised excitedly. That's right, this is it. How could this kind of real wine be found on this ancient grassland? A man flattered him obsequiously. I'm glad you like it, Lord Skan, because you allowed us to pass through the wolf tribe's territory. So the merchants prepared this gift to express our respect. I'm delighted you like it. He also presented Skan with a box full of gold. He was Fis, the chieftain of the cat tribe. Fis smiled treacherously. He negotiated with Skan. "If you trade with my friend, you'll definitely get more." Skan sneered in response. "You're worrying too far ahead. How could one refuse a good thing?" Skan was a member of the wolf tribe, a candidate for deputy chieftain. He sneered, "If just drinking a few sips of something delicious turns someone corrupt, what happens when they eat something disgusting?" Skan was an ambitious man. He asked in a sinister tone, "If I become chieftain, I can immediately turn the entire desert into ours, right?" Skan signaled to Fis, "You understand what I mean, right?" Fis also cooperated fully. "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I've already calculated everything carefully." Back in the desert where Leon's group was, Hali couldn't stand this desert. She shouted loudly, drenched in sweat. Hali shook her body to get rid of dust and sweat, complaining incessantly. "This desert is disgusting. I came here to wait for a fight, but sand is everywhere. After smelling sand all day, I can't tell if I'm a wolf or dust." Leon looked at her blankly, thinking, "So crossing the desert is difficult for beastmen?" Hali completely hated this place, saying repeatedly, I really can't." Elhan approached her and asked, "Hali, is this plan feasible?" Seeing her so close, Hali was very scared. She stammered, "Sister, no, Elhan, after crossing that valley, we'll arrive there before sunset." Elhan was satisfied with this answer. "Ah, good thing it's almost there," Leon agreed. Suddenly Hadi's steps faltered. From the shadow beneath Hadi's feet, something gradually emerged. That shadow extended from the ground, ready to grab her foot. It grabbed Hadi's foot without hesitation. She was completely unaware, and as a result she fell face first onto the sandy ground. Hali cried out in pain. She rubbed her face, her expression angry but also somewhat confused. Hali thought, "What?" Seeing a series of black shadows approaching, Hali wondered, "Shadows? Everyone, those shadows." Those shadows sneered and then greeted, "Long time no see, Miss Hali." From the shadows on the ground they emerged in the form of cats. Hali thought, "Why are cats here?" She quickly turned to warn her companions, "Everyone, be careful of these guys." Shadows, however, the three had already quickly jumped onto a rock to avoid the shadows. Leon asked Hali warmly, "Hali, are you okay?" Hali looked at them speechlessly. She blushed, embarrassed, and said, "Only I got caught." "What?" he repeated in confusion. "Only I got caught," a shadow cat sneered and then spoke. "Don't be afraid, we don't intend to hurt you. Until Skan becomes the interim chieftain, you'll have to come with us." Hearing this, Hali was furious. She cursed, "That dirty bastard Skan." Then the shadow cat turned to Leon and the others and warned, "Humans, you'd better not interfere in this matter." Leon, Karen, and Elhan looked blankly at the cat-shaped shadows. They surrounded the three and threatened, "If you try anything, we'll kill you." Hali quickly warned Leon's group about them. "Dangerous, there are many of them." Karen lowered her head and warned them seriously, "That's not how you use shadows." The shadow cats were thrown off by her words. "Huh?" Karen was very calm. She stared at it and then taunted, "Let me teach you a lesson, little cat." Karen radiated astonishing power, sending all the shadow cats surrounding the three flying. Leon and Elhan stared at her in shock. The group of shadow cats, bewildered by Karen's power, could only stare wide-eyed. One of them wondered, "Ha." In the blink of an eye, blood was already splattered. Karen easily took down all those cats. Each one looked extremely pained. Hadi's mouth hung open as she watched Karen single-handedly take on all the cats. Just Karen alone could easily take down the group of cats, making Hali break out in a cold sweat. The cats were completely down, all collapsed on the ground, leaving Hali panicked. She was sweating profusely, stammering in praise, "Karen, that's terrifying." One cat seemed unconvinced. It clenched its fist and muttered to itself, "That damn girl fine." Then it turned its gaze to Elhan. She was standing quietly, observing Karen. The cat thought it would attack that seemingly delicate girl. Without further ado, the cat turned into a shadow and moved to where Elhan was standing. The cat grabbed Elhan's neck, placing its claws against her throat. It stammered a threat, "She's taken hostage. If you don't let Hali go and go elsewhere, we'll kill this woman." Elhan still stood blankly, unresponsive. Hadi's face showed fear, while Karen had already clearly shown confusion. Leon, like the other two, seemed to have a bad feeling. The cat observed the expressions of the three and felt smug. It praised itself inwardly. "From their expressions it seems I did the right thing." Elhan's voice slowly rang out. She turned to look at the cat, veins bulging with rage. "Do I look weak to you?" she demanded. The cat, realizing it had chosen the wrong civilization but unable to make a new choice, broke out in a cold sweat. "Hey!" The cat's eyes went wide as it suddenly let out a piercing scream. Trembling all over, it realized its entire body was tightly bound. It raised its tied hands and looked at them, shaking uncontrollably. In a panic, the cat asked itself what was happening. It was certain that it recalled that moment, when Elhan's reinforced fist was about to strike right in front of its face. After Elhan threw that punch, the cat's head was completely shattered, leaving no trace. The cat covered its face in terror, panicking. Had its head exploded? Elhan walked over to the cat and asked slowly, "Recognize it?" The cat glanced sideways at her, its face full of fear. Elhan leaned down with a smile, looking at the cat gently. Its face turned purple as it covered its face and let out a piercing howl. Then the cat foamed at the mouth and fainted, much to Elhan's surprise. The other four looked at the cat in confusion. Leon sighed regretfully. Dead again, and I had so many questions. Hattie seemed to sympathize with it. Still shaken, she said, I get it. Fainting is normal. Karen sighed helplessly. If I had done the hitting, it might have been better. Hattie told herself that if she completed this mission and returned, they would no longer suspect her of coveting the chieftain's position. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent elite cat warriors to stop her. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. This time I won't let you off, on the wolf tribe's prairie. Scan was idly scratching his ear. Is someone cursing me? He was extremely arrogant. Anyway, even so, I'll still become the chieftain, right? Don't you think so, Phi? Then he burst out laughing and ordered, Hey, bring more wine over there. Fis responded very obediently. Yes, Fis smirked slyly. To be safe, I've already sent my son. Don't worry. Suddenly, a loud shout called out to Fis, startling Scan so much that he choked on his drink. Fis was also startled and turned around blankly. Scan broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, That voice! A foot kicked the door open and someone stormed in aggressively. Hattie burst into the room. Her tone extremely furious, she pointed directly at Scan and cursed, Bastard, today is your death day. Scan shot back, pointing at Hattie. Didn't I tell you to knock before entering? Hattie glared at him. Knock what? Useless. Scan frowned in dissatisfaction. What did you just say? Poor Fis cowered on the side. Scan roared, Is that how you talk to your brother? Watch your mouth. Hattie, far from being afraid, cursed even more fiercely. Don't pull the big brother card on me. I was born before you, so I'm your sister. Scan retorted, Ridiculous, you sure are quick with your claws. Hattie frowned, staring hard at Scan. It's a disgrace to be born in the same litter as you. You were born a wolf, yet you cooperate with those disgusting cats. Do you have any self-respect? Scan hit where it hurt, tried to change the subject. He spread his hands and replied, What are you talking about? Where's the evidence? Hattie suddenly threw a cat with its hands tied in front of him. She answered sharply, The evidence is right here. The cat, tied up and unconscious, was thrown in front of Scan and Fis. Fis's face darkened when he recognized who had been thrown. Scan was also speechless and fell silent. Fis hugged the cat in pain, wailing, Oh, my son! Hattie sneered at them, mocking. Did you hear that? He said it's his son. That's the evidence. Fis, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth and looked at her. Fis, do you need to report this to father? Unhurriedly, Scan called out to Hattie. Hey, little sister, he began to question her. Even if he provoked you, considering the cat tribe's kindness, how could you beat him like this? Hattie was confused and asked cautiously, What? Fis, like a madman, spewed out a string of bitter words. Yes, Miss Hattie, how could you reduce my son to such a state? Is this how the wolf tribe repays the cat tribe? Hattie was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat as she stammered. What are you talking about? He attacked me first. Scan and Fis attacked simultaneously. Miss Hattie, stop making excuses. Hattie panicked. Scan added fuel to the fire. Hattie, how are you going to take responsibility? Outside the room, Karen crossed her arms and sighed. Oh my, she sensed the trouble brewing inside. Looks like Hattie's in trouble again. Leon asked worriedly, Should we go in and do something? Elhan wondered. Do what? Another person appeared beside them. He crossed his arms and commented, Interesting. VRG mused, What are you going to do with them? Karen froze, glancing at VG thinking, Isn't the answer obvious? This guy is. Elhan also couldn't help but turn to look at Hattie and Leon's father. Leon looked at VRG fearfully. He knew this man, the wolf tribe chieftain VRG. VRG looked very relaxed, resting his chin on one hand, listening to the conversation inside in the room. Scan and Hattie were still arguing. Scan said harshly, Too noisy. Want to fight? Hattie replied without backing down. Yeah, if you want to, I'm game. Fis looked at the two slyly, smiling. Fis's eyes lit up, secretly pleased. My chance is here, time to escape. Fis picked up his son's body and slowly turned into a shadow. He figured that if he could take his son away from here, there would be no evidence. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Fis's shoulder in time. He turned his head in pain. VRG roared, Shut up! The two arguing wolf siblings immediately stopped. Scan and Hattie broke out in a cold sweat. They carefully turned to look at the person who had spoken loudly, identical expressions of fear on their faces. The siblings turned around and saw VRG holding a trembling Felix. They said cautiously, Ah, father. VRG didn't speak, just smiled. He snorted. Fis, feeling guilty, forced a smile and stammered a greeting. Chieftain VRG, he looked at him mockingly. It seems letting the kids handle it wasn't appropriate. As a father, I feel embarrassed. VRG's deep gaze fixed on Fis, who immediately felt guilty, sweating profusely. Fis forced a professional smile. Me too, I have things to do. He quickly made an excuse to slip away. As soon as he finished speaking, Fis turned into a shadow and bid VRG farewell. I'm off. Hattie quickly turned to stop him. She shouted, Wait, father, if you let him go. Scan whispered to Hattie sarcastically. Even bringing in father, how despicable. Hattie angrily shot back, What? Who's despicable? VRG, who had been listening to their bickering, was very annoyed. He clenched his fist. then decisively hit each of them, cursing, "I told you to shut up." Only then did the two obediently reply in unison. "Yes." VRG covered his face and sighed wearily. "You two have the exact same temper. When will you grow up? Show me some respect, okay?" Scan and Hattie held the lumps on their foreheads, crying, "Sorry." Then VRG turned serious. He glared at them. Just like those guys at the door. Outside the door, Leon, Karen and Elhan were staring inside. VRG wondered who it was. Hattie was delighted to see familiar faces. She excitedly began to introduce them. "Ah, father, they are," but VRG raised his hand to stop her. VRG coldly stopped Hattie from continuing. "You don't need to say it." He stared at Leon and his group. "I sensed something from the first time I saw them." VRG felt the fluttering red cloak he had seen through Leon before. Leon's image reminded VRG of Rodrigo Candias Elvina. VRG lowered his head. "Even so, I should hear your formal introductions." Leon didn't hesitate to draw his sword and introduce himself. Disciple of Lord Rodrigo, Leon, inheritor of the Sword of Balanced Destiny. He held the divine sword in front of him, clearly stating his request. "Greetings to Chieftain VG. I come to ask for one thing." Scan trembled when he heard that name, stammering, "Rodrigo." Hattie, standing nearby, thought he was incredibly cool. Her eyes were already sparkling with hearts. VRG leaned down to meet Leon's eyes, kneeling on one knee. This meant VRG was looking directly into Leon's determined eyes. "You are the chosen one." VRG was very interested in this man. He smiled and then demanded, "Warrior Leon, prove to me, can you convince me?" In the desert, after bidding farewell to Leon, Raman and his group rode on for a while before stopping at a place. The person beside him stammered, "Lord Raman, he's not much better than that guy." Raman was also flustered by the situation. What was he looking at? Before them was an extremely violent sandstorm, everything blurred by the wind and sand. Raman was confused. "Sandstorm," they shouted in panic to flee, everyone stammering, "Run!" The terrifying sandstorm swept away people and horses, surrounded on all sides by the sandstorm. Everyone shouted loudly. Someone called out Raman's name. Lord Raman turned back immediately and found the others. Rahim, what's wrong?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the blurred space. "That's necessary." Raman was full of confusion, not understanding what was happening, shielding his eyes from the sand as he wondered. From the sandstorm, the Dark Pharaoh appeared behind Raman, murmuring, "Your eyes, your blood, your heart." Raman sensed danger from him. He said to himself in panic, "Run!" The Dark Pharaoh's hand grabbed Raman's head. He realized in terror. Too late, damn it, hell. The Dark Pharaoh opened his mouth wide in front of Raman, who couldn't resist his power. The Dark Pharaoh devoured all the life force within Raman, whose eyes gradually lost their luster, letting out only a few weak moans. After a moment, a deafening sound rang out, and a force was released from the sandstorm. The sandstorm completely dissipated, and the sky gradually cleared. The Dark Pharaoh was very satisfied after devouring Raman's life force. He sighed in relief and murmured, "The sun cursed me, oh my." The Dark Pharaoh looked up at the sky, smiling arrogantly as he declared, "I have returned." Under the vast desert sky, after draining Raman's life force, the Dark Pharaoh calmly held his dried-up skull. Raman's body, after having its life force drained, was nothing but a skeleton with hollow eye sockets. "The sun cursed me. Oh my, I have returned." Over at the Wolf Tribe, VRG was sparring with Leon. His attacks were powerful. Leon was knocked back a great distance. VRG tensed the muscles in his arms, veins bulging on his arms, his claws exceptionally sharp. VRG gathered his strength, the ground around him sinking under the pressure. VRG moved to Leon's position at an astonishing speed. Leon sensed VRG's movement, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Before he could react, VRG charged in and punched Leon straight in the abdomen, sending him flying. VRG showed a smug smile after hitting his opponent. Leon struggled against such a powerful foe. Leon retreated to create distance from VRG, then drew the divine sword. He tried to steady himself by scraping his feet on the ground. By now, Leon was already tired, panting heavily. VRG mocked, "This guest who calls himself master." He stood before Leon. VRG's face darkened as he asked, "Not over yet." The two stood silently facing each other, the arena marked only by VRG's claw scratches. The other four watched the duel between these strong fighters nervously. Obliterate wondered, "The Red Bishop's shield or the method I taught you, are you not going to use them?" Though tired, Leon remained resolute. "If possible, I want to be recognized for my own talent." Obliterate found this person amusing and teased, "You're such a silly girl." Obliterate supported his decision. "Go for it." Leon smiled slightly. VRG sneered, "What? I'm considering applying the rules." Before he could finish, Leon asked in confusion, "Rules?" Not letting him wonder long, VRG explained, "Simple, if my foot doesn't touch the ground, I lose." Before he could finish, Leon quickly charged at VRG with his sword. He decisively swung upward and VRG reflexively dodged. Since everything happened so suddenly, VRG couldn't react in time, and had to jump into the air to avoid the attack. VRG had to retreat a distance to keep away from Leon. Leon immediately played dumb. "Ah, foot, what did you say?" VRG was quite shocked by that hit, sitting on the ground panting heavily. Leon was now extremely confident, resting his sword on his shoulder and drawing out his words. VRG, I didn't catch what you said. VRG immediately understood his meaning and smiled. Sorry for underestimating you. Forgive my arrogance. His expression grew more serious. Now VRG will use all his strength. He declared, since I've apologized, I'll fight you with everything I've got. VRG changed his stance, becoming more feral. His eyes, like Hali's, were filled with killing intent, and he strengthened his legs. When VRG unleashed his full power, the speed of the wolf heavenly realm was terrifying. It was already impossible to see, only a sense of force rushing toward Leon. He froze, he disappeared. VRG was so fast that even when he appeared behind Leon, lifting one foot to attack, Leon was unaware. He stomped down, but luckily, Leon nimbly jumped away, dodging the attack. VRG was on the offensive. Wherever he struck, Leon could only try his best to dodge. The two had been fighting for a long time, churning up the dirt on the floor, filling the air with dust. SC had been observing the match for a while, and was now brimming with excitement. He exclaimed how thrilling it was, that it had been a long time since anyone had made his father unleash such immense power. Hali, on the other hand, was very worried. She clutched her clothes tightly, calling out to Elahan beside her. Her grip grew tighter and tighter. Hali said urgently, Father is too serious. Leon might die. We have to stop him. In contrast to Hali, Elahan was exceptionally calm. She patted the hand clutching her clothes to soothe the other. Hadi Elhan smiled brightly at Hadi and said, Don't worry. To put Hadi more at ease, she deliberately added, Miss Karen feels the same way, right? Hadi's eyes widened as she looked at her with admiration. Karen was also very calm, exuding an air of immense confidence. Karen nodded in agreement with Elahan. Down in the arena, VRG and Leon were locked in a chaotic battle. Their speed was astonishing, making it hard to observe clearly. VRG maintained his offensive. Leon raised his sword behind him. He slowly lifted the sword tip from low to high, his face expressionless. Leon silently recited in his heart, Let's begin. VRG tensed his body, raised his claws and prepared to attack. He roared, It's over. At that moment there was no trace of fear in Leon's eyes, only a dangerous glint. He glared at VRG. In an instant, Leon leapt back a great distance. VRG remained motionless in his previous stance. Thorn was full of confusion, not understanding what had happened. Why had his father stopped attacking him? It was then that Karen explained, as expected of the Beast King. He must have sensed what was about to happen through his beastly instincts. If he uses that move, she paused before slowly finishing, he might die. The match had already reached its conclusion. VRG felt an immense sense of exhilaration. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. Years, probably. He put his arm around Leon's shoulder, chatting and laughing. The two looked nothing like they had just fought with all their might. VRG praised, Truly impressive, Leon. Suddenly, he asked a question, What do you think? Leon looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant. That matter? VRG smiled kindly, bent down and looked Leon straight in the eyes. My daughter, of course, I'll allow you two to marry. Hearing this, Hadi blushed with joy over there. Her father, SC, stared at them blankly. However, two people were utterly shocked. Elahan and Karen were dumbfounded. What did you say? What? VRG immediately explained. Hadi's feelings for you run deep. I can sense it. Leon was stunned speechless by this. He stared wide-eyed at VRG. VRG hoisted Leon onto his shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. Don't be shy, get ready right away, Leon frantically tried to explain. Wait, please forgive me, carried on one shoulder. Leon silently marveled at the terrifying strength, complaining inwardly, They don't give me the right to speak, so there's only one way left. Recalling the method Ellis had taught him last time, Leon immediately clapped his hands just like before. VRG let out a confused ah and immediately fell backward, his face filled with bewilderment. The culprit also fell to the ground, wearing a look of planned panic. VRG lay flat on his back, staring blankly at the sky. Not only that, but even SC was affected, collapsing inexplicably. What's going on? How did I? SC looked around, observing the situation. What came into his view was first Karen staring blankly at him, along with her majestic curves. SC suddenly blushed. Karen didn't understand what he was doing and just stood there watching him. This guy named SC let out a few woof-woof sounds and then started making a racket. By evening, everyone had gathered in one room. Hadi was full of questions. She stammered, What's wrong, father? Why? Karen groaned in annoyance, holding her head. SC beside her was shouting. SC stared straight at Hadi. You called me brother just now, didn't you? Hadi wasn't about to back down either. She pointed at SC's face and scolded, Are your ears just for show? Seeing this, VRG felt a headache coming on, so he cleared his throat to get attention. Ahem, everyone turned to look at him in unison. VRG knelt on one knee, his posture utterly sincere. He began, First, I apologize for my rude words earlier. Then he immediately introduced himself. I, VRG, chieftain of the Skywolf tribe. Greetings to all. After politely greeting the guests, VRG turned to his two children and shouted, "What are you two doing?" Hali and SC both broke out in a cold sweat from fear. As if understanding the meaning, they said in unison, "Ah yes, father." Then SC and Hali both knelt respectfully on one knee, performing the same courtesy as their father. "Greetings to all." Leon felt a bit awkward and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, I want to keep my identity hidden. I didn't come here to reveal who I am." He then made a small request. "Please treat me as Hali's friend, as a member of the tribe." VRG smiled slightly. He was intrigued by this person. "A member of the tribe, I respect your decision." After some conversation and sharing, having learned part of the inside story, Leon couldn't help but wonder, secretly instigating and provoking war. What is their real goal? VRG had no need to hide anything. He frankly revealed everything he knew. This matter is troublesome. Whether it's the desert nomads or the plains freaks, though few in number, they are all elites. If it escalates into a full-scale war, it will be hard to decide a victor. The war will drag on, leading to a massacre, VRG added. And that is precisely their goal. Thinking of those shadowy figures led by Cordia, Leon felt disgust. He commented, "They are a group of evil doers." VRG stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Evil, I see. It's not about who wins or loses. Their goal is simply to start a war." Karen and Elahan listened intently. In this situation, before things happen, VRG's gaze sharpened. He declared with confidence, "We will defeat those evil bastards and wipe them all out." Leon agreed with him. He hated those people. Leon immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." After the conversation, VRG immediately ordered, "Hali, SC, summon all the chieftains at once." The two obeyed without hesitation. "Yes." "Okay." The trio of Leon, Karen and Elahan sped through the desert at night. Leon ran while thinking seriously. He recalled VRG's words, "Only 4 days left. It's time to prepare for the Great Desert War." He declared confidently, "I will have everything ready in 4 days, then head to the Great Desert to deal with those scum. Summon the chieftains. No one dares defy me, but I need to convince them in my own way." VRG formulated a strategy, saying, "Even if we split up immediately, if I act without unifying opinions, the desert nomads will see it as a declaration of war. So I hope the war can be resolved through negotiation." Leon absolutely trusted VRG's guidance and immediately agreed, "Yes." They stopped by a mountain range. Elahan casually asked, "Is this the right direction?" Leon replied, "At this speed, if we run, we can reach by tomorrow morning, but it's better to stay here tonight." Everyone agreed with the plan. "Okay." Leon immediately conjured some firewood. Carrying a pile of wood, he asked his companions, "I'll start a fire here. You all must be hungry too." Karen complained wearily, "We haven't eaten anything today." Elahan confidently volunteered to be the chef, holding a radish. "Let me cook." Elahan's specialty, radish soup. Karen had a bad feeling. She lowered her head and turned to Leon, asking, "Leon, is our dried draken meat all gone?" "What?" Elahan froze, not knowing what to say, and immediately repeated Karen's words in a coaxing tone. "Leon, is our dried draken meat all gone?" Karen fake smiled. "Bury it." Suddenly, Leon felt a murderous aura that made his hair stand on end. Right behind Leon, a green mist appeared, clearly forming a mark shaped like a green eye. Leon panicked, dropping the firewood to the ground. He turned his head in terror. Leon stammered to himself, "What?" Sensing danger, Leon loudly warned his companions, "Karen, Elahan, watch out for that knockout gas. Do you see it? Over there." Karen and Elahan looked bewildered. Karen immediately asked back, What's wrong? Why is Leon suddenly like this?" Elahan didn't understand what he was saying and repeated his words. "Leon?" Leon felt something was wrong. He frowned. Leon was filled with questions. Even Karen and Elahan couldn't see it. "What's going on?" Suddenly, the eye-shaped mark widened, emitting an unsettling green light. Leon tried to shield his eyes with his hands, blocking the unpleasant glow. The figure of the Dark Pharaoh appeared behind the eye mark, face to face with Leon, very close. He muttered to himself, "You can see me?" Leon glared at him. Veins bulging on his forehead, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Dangerous." The Dark Pharaoh was silent for a moment before speaking. "You can see me?" Leon's pupils dilated abnormally. His low voice sounded so gloomy that it made Leon's heart pound with fear. "Strange, ordinary people can't see me. Who are you?" Leon completely ignored the question, his body cold, and lunged fiercely. Preparing to strike forward with his sword, with a single slash he cleaved the Dark Pharaoh's head in 2 opposite directions. Strangely, at that moment, the Dark Pharaoh smiled slightly. Seeing that expression, Leon felt very uneasy, his brows tightly furrowed. Then Leon remained in that position, silent for a long time. Both Karen and Elahan sensed something was wrong. Leon couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Leon, what's wrong? Your eyes, Leon." It wasn't until Illicit beside him also spoke that he snapped back to reality. Sliced through an illusory space, impressive. Illusory space, he pondered for a moment, then affirmed, "This, it must have been caught." This is Nefrenka, the pharaoh's curse. Leon's thoughts suddenly fixed on a direction. What? It was a wall recording information about past pharaohs. Nefrenka was known as the Black Pharaoh. The most striking image was the pharaoh raising his head to hold up the sun. In fact, he was revered as the incarnation of the sun. There were also legends about him going mad. He couldn't control his actions and immediately manifested. But at that time he began to fantasize about being equal to the sun. He gradually delved into forbidden matters and slowly fell. This once great king, the pharaoh, not only lost his status but was cursed by the gods, reborn as an incarnation of death. Rough lines drawn with a branch on the ground. Although he had once reached a demigod state, his blessing was reversed into a curse, his body decaying down to the bone. This is what I saw. After hearing this, everyone gained a deeper understanding of the impending calamity. A demigod, truly dangerous. So this is what the cult summoned? This led to many other thoughts, including the shadowy specters summoned by those two underlings, which seemed to be in incomplete form. Summoning a demigod requires a huge cost, but the cost of summoning that thing seemed small. Even someone like Marista, who recklessly slaughtered innocents, was summoned in an incomplete form. Before leaving, he turned back with a sinister smile, looking at the dying man. It seemed that as it gradually grew, it would devour the entire desert and this grassland. He mused to himself, leaving it to become the supreme being once more. After sorting things out, a flash of insight struck Karen and Elahan, and they judged with certainty. A perfect supreme being. The sky had turned to night, looking desolate and silent. I understand why there's a desert war now. Nefrenka will use the flesh and blood of those who fall in that void to grow. Leon listened to the two girls' conversation, then solemnly reminded them of many important things. There's no time. It seems the cult has already found me here. They will definitely accelerate the war's progress. Just wait and see. A new day began. Time to act. Everyone was gradually moving toward the city-state center. Jaha of the Bedouin tribe and his brother were standing at the highest point of the city when suddenly both stopped in the same direction. Look over there, Ha! Suddenly, Raman's figure, along with his horse, sped like the wind across the scorching desert. That's the people in the city recognized him. Ah, it's Lord Raman. He's back, yet something felt off. Raman kept his turban tightly wrapped and didn't say a word, making everyone suspicious. But why is he alone? Go ask. Jaha ordered the city gates opened from above. A young man walked over happily and said, Lord Raman, you've worked hard. He also ordered others to prepare ice water. But unexpectedly, this person called Raman had a terrifying monster-like appearance. In an instant, the young man was bitten on the neck and lost his life. Red liquid spread across the bricks. He threw off his turban, revealing a face with a terrifying red liquid around his mouth. Countless voices of panic and fear intertwined, sparking an unprecedented commotion. Watch out, get down, run! Raman's hand slowly reached into the air. He clenched his fist, his smile evident. Jaha, still unaware, looked down in confusion. Hey, what's going on down there? Many voices chattered. Look over there, Ha! There was movement in the desert over there. Something was emerging. 2 mummy monsters broke through the sand layer. They were heading toward their target, the village. Watching those fierce mummies as if they would devour everything. They gathered in a group holding weapons, their upper bodies exposed and lower bodies buried in the sand. Charging forward, Jaha roughly grasped the situation and shouted fiercely, Everyone gather! Raman lunged from behind, his cold eyes and longsword ready to wipe them all out. A voice rang out in warning, Danger behind! He gritted his teeth and resisted, but still couldn't believe it was true. Lord Raman, how could it be? Jaha fought against Raman with his life. Run! Jaha swung his blade, separating the two sides. He walked over, standing by the boy's side, muttering incessantly. Run, that's not Lord Raman. The boy was filled with doubt, but that collar, Raman's appearance still showed no signs of abnormality, yet his eyes and movements gave him away. It was definitely him. Jaha set this aside, made demands, and forced the boy to comply to ensure the safety of everyone in the castle. Anyway, that monster, take the women and children and run. I'll deal with them, but leave immediately. Another wave of toxic gas surged in, then condensed into the form of the Dark Pharaoh. In the village of Amma, a fierce battle was unfolding between the villagers and the mummies. Those young men were truly brave, wielding only a defensive knife against these monsters, each taking on one. The situation wasn't looking good. Though the mummies were destroyed, chopped into pieces, the 3 of them were also severely injured. If this place were breached, everything would be lost. They had to hold the line at all costs. The ground was splattered with patches of red liquid. Jaha frowned, clutching his bleeding shoulder, and whispered a plea. Raman, please. Raman's face remained cold. Wake up! The village fell into gloom in an instant at Amon's cries. In another corner, a mother and her son stood frozen in place. The mother was panicked. Oh my God, get inside quickly! The mother was suddenly startled by her curious little boy pointing over there. How, what's that? A monster was slowly approaching, its head tilted to one side, emitting strange sounds from its throat. It was a mummy. The mother was paralyzed in that moment, her mind blank in this situation. Many mummies were closing in, cornering the mother and son against the wall. The mother took her child into the hut and pressed her ear to the door to listen. Fear gripped her heart, worrying about their lives. "Aman," she then turned to her trembling younger son and said, "Hide quickly, Mom." A knife came through the wooden door from somewhere, nearly hitting her head, scaring her out of her wits. It peered inside. Then the mummy burst in and struck the mother with a blade. The little boy rushed over to support his mother. As she lifted her head, she saw countless mummies raising their knives right in front of her. A reckless idea flashed through his mind, and he quickly grabbed a wooden stick. The little boy stood up abruptly, furious beyond measure. "Don't hurt my mom, Aman." No, each hit against the mummy was useless. How could such a small body fight those huge creatures? The mummy swung its hand, slamming the boy hard to the ground. The mother struggled to her feet despite the pain, screaming. The little boy writhed in agony in the corner. The mummy shifted its target, raising its knife-wielding hand to kill the mother. The boy collapsed on the ground, blood on his face, crying out in despair and pain. "Please, someone save my mom." The mummy raised its blade high, looking at the mother, shielding herself with her hands. The little boy muttered through his tears, "Please save." Fortunately, his plea was answered. Leon's figure appeared. He lowered his head with a faint smile. This surprised the other boy. Then, under the gaze of this wounded child, Leon took a fighting stance. He coldly uttered a few words. 7 stars of the Big Dipper Morik. A tremendous power radiated from Leon, overwhelming everything, swift as lightning. He moved like teleportation, slicing mummies in half with his sword, his icy gaze as if burning those damned mummies. The mummies gradually turned to sand, leaving only scraps of bandages. Afterward, Leon looked up and called for Karen. She responded quickly. "You called, kid." The poor mother and son clung to each other, crying, "It's okay." Those mummies were utterly destroyed, their bodies pierced through by sharp, long wooden stakes. "Really? Good thing I wasn't too late." Then he asked Karen about the others. "What a relief. How's Elahan?" The fight at the village entrance wasn't over yet. "Why are there more and more? Damn it." Everyone turned their heads in unison. "Look over there. Impossible." Many shadows were swarming in. The warriors here were already exhausted, each bearing wounds. Suddenly, a solitary figure appeared on the sand. Elahan bravely walked alone toward the fierce group of mummies, ignoring the villagers' frantic protests. "Miss, that's dangerous. Come back, run." She carried a heavy iron protective device crackling with electric sparks. Expressionless, she gripped a spiked club tightly. She immediately swung it down with force, producing a loud crash. Smack! In an instant they were struck, their bodies shattered and scattered everywhere, weapons strewn across the ground. And that concludes the emotional journey of Leon, a looked-down-upon commoner who rose through pure, unyielding willpower to become a true hero. It is truly a remarkable series with a captivating plot, well-developed characters, and visually stunning battles in every single scene. Today's video officially wraps up our recap at chapter 131 of the original series. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to support Hali Recap. Your support is the biggest motivation for me to keep bringing you even more quality stories. For now, make sure to check out the Hali Recap channel to explore and enjoy plenty of other incredible series waiting for you. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye, and see you all in the next stories.